Chapter 1 I have a bold idea. The year 2224 AD, on Earth, in the country of China. On the playground of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. More than 500 students stood quietly beside the crystal monument, awaiting the start of the awakening ceremony. Principal Qin Feng stood on the stage, holding a microphone and delivering a passionate speech. Students! Today is the day you awaken your new class, the most important moment of your lives. There is no distinction between high and low professions. Whether it is a combat profession or a life profession, it will be part of your entire life. As long as you work hard enough, you will definitely be rewarded. I know everyone is excited, but I must emphasize again that when you meet the goddess later, you must be respectful and never say anything frivolous. Regarding the trial dungeons, everyone should proceed according to their abilities and choose the easy difficulty. Don't risk your life for those meager rewards. Well then, without further ado, I wish everyone the best of luck in awakening the profession they desire. As soon as the principal finished speaking, a round of applause erupted on the playground. An awakening ritual, huh? How peculiar. Chu Fan murmured softly, his gaze never leaving the crystal monument in the center of the playground. As a transmigrator, he has been in this world for 2.5 years. I now have a fairly comprehensive understanding of this world. About 200 years ago, the development process of this world was almost identical to that of the world Chu Fan originally lived in. At that time, a game called The Apocalypse suddenly appeared and began to intertwine with the real world. Classes, dungeons, equipment, levels, skills, and data-driven attribute interfaces all appeared. With this, Earth has officially entered an era of universal job change. The crystal monument in the center of the playground is a legendary treasure that allows people who have turned 18 to undergo a job change and awaken, and obtain a data panel. By touching the crystal tablet, one can enter the temple of the gods. The goddess will personally descend and help them activate their talents and change jobs. Occupations can be divided into two main categories: combat-based occupations and life-based occupations, with a ratio of approximately 2:8. Combat-type professions can be further divided into three main categories: melee, ranged, and magic, with roughly equal probability. After changing jobs, the goddess will provide a trial dungeon for them to challenge, helping them hone their skills and become familiar with their class. Like regular outdoor dungeons, there are 3 difficulty levels to choose from: easy, hard, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty of the level, the more rewards you can get, including epic equipment and items. Despite the saying there are 360 professions, and every profession can produce an expert, Chu Fan still secretly wanted to awaken a combat-oriented profession. After all, in this world full of crises, attacks by ferocious beasts could break out at any time. Rather than relying on the help of others, he firmly believes that only by constantly becoming stronger can he better cope with the various dangers of the future. Just then, the crystal monument on the playground suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The path to the temple of the gods has been opened, and the awakening ceremony has officially begun. Upon seeing this, the homeroom teachers of each class immediately took action. Quickly organized the team and arranged the students to touch the crystal monument in order. Standing in the crowd, Chu Fan watched as one classmate after another was teleported into the temple of gods, and an indescribable sense of tension welled up in his heart. Last year, he heard that a poor student from a poor family had awakened a powerful combat-type profession and soared to the top, successfully entering the upper class. There is also a story about a rich young man who awakened to the life skills of an excavator operator, and was subsequently kicked out of his family and sent to Lanxiang Vocational School for further studies. He was terrified that he would draw a bad class and his life would come to an end. Next up, Chu Fan. Just as Chu Fan was lost in thought, his homeroom teacher finally called his name. "Don't be too nervous, you'll be fine." Chu Fan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal tablet. Instantly, a virtual light screen appeared before his eyes, accompanied by several emotionless, mechanical synthesized voices. Searching for target age. Search complete. Name Chu Fan, awakening conditions confirmed. Shortly transported to the temple of the gods. As the light curtain gradually dissipated like wisps of smoke, the once clearly visible scene became blurry, accompanied by waves of dizziness. After a dizzying moment, my vision finally became clear again. What comes into view is a solemn and majestic golden temple. On the throne in the center of the temple sat an exquisitely beautiful goddess. With skin as smooth as cream, bright eyes and white teeth, and golden hair cascading down her shoulders, no words in the world could describe even a fraction of her beauty. Wearing a pure white off-shoulder dress paired with fishnet stockings, she perfectly outlined her graceful and charming figure, making people unable to resist taking a second look. The pair of snow-white wings on her back added to her sacred and majestic aura. Angel goddess. The next second, she parted her red lips slightly, and a voice as beautiful as heavenly music rang out, "Future hero, I will activate your power." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her slender fingers and conjured a golden light that shot into Chu Fan's brow. Awakening in progress. Awakening complete. Congratulations on awakening your mythical level class thief god. Loading properties interface. A series of prompts appeared, leaving Chu Fan completely bewildered. A mythical level profession. Combat classes are divided into 5 tiers: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Mythical level is the highest level of profession. In Jiangcheng, a city with a permanent population of 10 million, only a dozen or so students awakened legendary level professions last year. As for mythical level professions, the number of mythical level professions that have been awakened in the entire Chinese nation in the past 200 years is less than 3 digits. Is this the cheat code given to time travelers? After 2.5 years, it's finally here. Chu Fan quickly checked his attributes. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV1. HP, 60-60 MP, 25-25. Strength, 7, Attack, 12. Constitution, 8, Defense, 12. Spirit, 10, Magic Attack, 10. Agility, 39, Magic Defense, 10. Equipment, Bronze Dagger, School Uniform, Sneakers. Skill, Stealth. Experience points, 0-150. Chu Fan was stunned. It's important to know that when a typical combat type class first awakens, its 4 core attributes strength, constitution, spirit, and agility will rarely exceed 10 points. Even if you reach level 10, without equipment, you'll only have around 30 points in the 4 main attributes. The Thief God class has 39 points of agility at level 1. This is absolutely insane. Then, Chu Fan began to examine his only skill, the handicap. Hidden Thief, mythical level skill, consumes 25 MP, can randomly steal any item from the target, including items, equipment, skills, attributes, etc. Holy crap! Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Is this a skill that humans can possess? That's absolutely incredible. Just then, the goddess's heavenly voice rang out once more. Future hero, now that you have successfully awakened, please choose the difficulty level of the trial dungeon you wish to challenge. Of course, if you choose to give up, I can also teleport you directly back to the school. Easy, difficult, nightmare. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Chu Fan hesitated. It's rare to awaken such a powerful class, so of course I want to challenge myself with even greater difficulty. The problem is that although his agility is extremely high, his attack power is only 12 points. If you encounter a ferocious beast with extremely high defense that is impossible to break through, you'll just be worn down to death. After all, with a mythical skill like the Hand of the Thief, becoming stronger in the future will be a piece of cake, and there's no need to struggle with trial dungeons. Just as Chu Fan's fingertip was about to click on the easy difficulty option, he saw the goddess's stunning face again through the light screen. Suddenly, a bold idea sprouted in my mind. Chapter 2 Nightmare Level Dungeon. A master thief, that should work on the goddess, right? Chu Fan swallowed hard and decided to put his idea into practice. His face showed a look of difficult decision-making, as if he was struggling to think about which level of challenge to choose. But in reality, he had already secretly used his thieving skills on the goddess. At this moment, Chu Fan's heart was pounding rapidly, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. After all, she's a goddess. My high and mighty goddess. If she finds out, she'll probably scatter your ashes. Successfully activated stealing skill, goddess's blessing skill. It's a success. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly checked the effects of the skill he had just stolen. Goddess's blessing, mythical level skill, passive skill. This skill is granted by the goddess's divine essence, increasing all 4 main attributes, HP and MP by 100%, increasing experience gain speed by 100%, and adding a strong luck effect. This passive skill cannot be nullified. I'm so pissed off. Chu Fan almost cried out. Stealing a mythical skill without a sound, how incredibly awesome is that? Chu Fan swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the goddess. He carefully observed the goddess's expression and found that her eyes remained as calm and undisturbed as a still pond. It was as if Chu Fan didn't exist at all, having no effect on her whatsoever. It seems she is unaware that her skills have been stolen. Just then, the goddess suddenly spoke up and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? The sudden question struck Shu Fan like a hammer blow, almost causing his heart to stop beating. He hurriedly replied, "No. It's nothing. It's just that I think you're just too beautiful, my goddess." "Good to know. Hurry up and make your choice, because today I need to help 100 people achieve awakening." Shu Fan quickly replied, "I understand." He didn't even have time to think, and clicked the nightmare option without hesitation. Now that he has 2 mythical level skills, if he can no longer clear the nightmare difficulty trial dungeon, he really shouldn't live. Immediately afterwards, another dazzling white light flashed by. Shu Fan's figure vanished from the temple in an instant. After arriving at the nightmare level trial dungeon, Shu Fan quickly opened his attribute panel, his eyes fixed on the data. As expected, all attributes except level and experience points doubled. In particular, the agility value of 78 points is almost at the level of a typical combat professional who is around level 20 without equipment. This wave of profits is absolutely incredible. Even a life skills professional could probably easily pass the nightmare level trial with such attribute stats. I feel a little bad for my goddess. If I become stronger in the future and have the chance, I'll make it up to her properly. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Shu Fan closed the attribute panel, took a few deep breaths, adjusted his state, and began to explore the surrounding environment. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The scene before me still resembled a temple. However, compared to the solemn and majestic temple of the gods before, this place was clearly more desolate and dilapidated. The surrounding walls looked as if they had been through countless wars, and were now dilapidated and covered with moss. The wall is crisscrossed with all sorts of strange cracks, making one worry that the slightest touch would cause it to collapse. Nightmare level dungeons. However, Shu Fan did not panic. Since the goddess deliberately set the difficulty of the nightmare, it means that they believe that students who have just completed their awakening and job change still have a chance to pass the test. For Shu Fan, who has received the goddess's blessing, passing the level will be a piece of cake. With this thought in mind, Shu Fan picked up the bronze dagger that came with the job change and strode towards the depths of the temple. After walking for about a minute, a strange noise suddenly came from the darkness ahead. Immediately afterwards, 10 black figures sped out from the depths of the temple like lightning, arriving in front of Shu Fan in the blink of an eye. These ferocious beasts resemble rabbits in appearance, but are not exactly the same. They are enormous, standing almost a meter tall, with a scarlet horn on their foreheads. Ferocious beast, unicorn rabbit. Rank, Minion Commander. Level, LV3. HP, 3030, MP, 00. Strength, 8, Attack, 13. Constitution, 4, Defense, 7. Spirit, 2, Magic Attack, 2. Agility, 12, Magic Defense, 2. Equipment, none. Skills, Charge, Bite. Note, the lowest level of monsters, devoid of any intelligence, and accustomed to living in groups. For a beginner's trial dungeon, encountering such a low-level ferocious beast is perfectly normal. The non-humanoid beasts were unarmed. However, due to the presence of fur, claws, buck teeth, etc., it is normal for attack, defense, magic defense to differ from strength, physique, and spirit. However, to Shu Fan's surprise, he was immediately surrounded by a group of level 3 enemies as soon as he entered the dungeon. Is it really true that it's a nightmare difficulty level? No problem, this is a good opportunity to test just how fast agility of 78 can be. The next second, Shu Fan's figure flashed past like lightning, breaking through the unicorn rabbit's defenses in the blink of an eye and appearing behind one of the unicorn rabbits. Whoosh! Without any sense of pause, it was as easy and effortless as cutting paper. Shu Fan brandished his bronze dagger and swiftly tore the unicorn rabbit's flesh apart. Blood splattered everywhere. One strike, one kill. The unicorn rabbit didn't even realize what was happening before it met its demise. Successfully defeated a level 3 unicorn rabbit, gaining 16 experience points. Phew, that was pretty easy. Shu Fan flicked the dagger in his hand, wiping away the remaining bloodstains, and looked coldly at the remaining 9 unicorn rabbits. These unicorn rabbits clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, and they all let out sharp, piercing cries as they pounced on Shu Fan. However, Shu Fan seemed to handle the fierce attack with ease. With an agility value of 78 and 2.5 years of practice in skillful movement, his body was as light and agile as a phantom, dodging left and right, causing all of the unicorn rabbit's attacks to miss. The dagger in his hand flew up and down, without the slightest hesitation. Each slash is guaranteed to strike a unicorn rabbit's vital spot with unerring accuracy, instantly ending their lives. Not long after, with the last unicorn rabbit's neck slashed open by a dagger, the battle, which lasted less than a minute, officially came to an end. Just then, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed from Chu Fan's body. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to LV2 and learned a new skill, magic stealing. Thief of Magic, epic level skill, passive skill. Each time a dagger attack hits a target, a certain amount of MP will be restored based on the damage dealt. Chapter 3 Dungeon Boss. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV2. HP, 120-140, MP, 360. Strength, 30, Attack, 40. Constitution, 38, Defense, 42. Spirit, 36, Magic Attack, 36. Agility, 120, Magic Defense, 36. Equipment, Bronze Dagger, School Uniform, Sneakers. Skills, Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Demon Stealing. Experience points, 10,400. Chu Fan glanced at his status bar, somewhat surprised. Putting aside the fact that he is only at level 2 now, he already possesses 3-dimensional attributes comparable to a normal person at level 10. Isn't 120 points of agility a bit too overpowered? Not only that, Chu Fan also discovered that the skill Stealing Demons seems to have a wonderful synergy with the skill Hidden Hands. According to the HP and MP recovery rules, he will only recover 1% of his HP and MP every minute after he leaves combat. Based on the current MP limit, it takes more than 40 minutes to rest before you can use the Helpful Hands skill again, which is far too long. However, if you combine it with the Magic Steal skill, it's a completely different story. In this way, he can replenish his mana while fighting monsters, and continue stealing, thus truly becoming stronger the more he fights. That was pretty fun. It's a shame that leveling up doesn't restore me to full health, otherwise I could have stolen from them a couple more times. Chu Fan murmured softly, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Is this the legendary professional thief god? That's really awesome. After thoroughly looting the unicorn rabbit's carcass, Chu Fan composed himself and continued walking deeper into the temple. Along the way, he encountered dozens more unicorn rabbits. After clearing them all out, he successfully leveled up to level 3, greatly increasing his strength. Moreover, because of the existence of the thief demon, Chu Fan's MP was successfully restored to full after killing these unicorn rabbits. At this point, everything was ready. All that was missing was a suitable target for him to use his elixir of life. The trial instance seemed to have heard Chu Fan's thoughts and immediately arranged it for him. A few minutes later, the interior of the temple, which had been dimly lit and had severely obstructed vision, suddenly became brighter and brighter, and the end of the deepest part could be clearly seen. And right there, sitting upright, was a huge unicorn rabbit, almost as tall as an adult man, a stark contrast to the previous unicorn rabbit, or rather, a two-horned rabbit. It was sitting quietly on the altar, its back to Chu Fan. He stood motionless like a statue, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, and his presence was quite imposing. Secret Realm Boss. Moreover, directly in front of this giant two-horned rabbit, there were about 20 or 30 other unicorn rabbits of similarly large size and all around LV5 level. Obviously, if they wanted to attack the leader in the middle, they would inevitably alert all the minions. Species, two-horned rabbit. Class, Elite. Level, LV8. HP, 600-600, MP, 00. Strength, 25, Attack, 36. Constitution, 30, Defense, 42. Spirit, 5, Magic Attack, 5. Agility, 15, Magic Defense, 10. Equipment, none. Skills, Savage Charge, Bite. Note, the leader of the unicorn rabbits possesses a certain level of intelligence and has high defensive capabilities. I still don't see anything worth stealing. Oh well, I'll give it a try. Chu Fan muttered to himself, and from a distance, he used his handicap strike on the two-horned rabbit. Successfully executed stealing skill, Savage Charge skill acquired. Savage Charge, a rare skill that consumes 1/10 of your HP to launch an extremely powerful charge at the enemy. Chu Fan almost coughed up blood. How can such a lousy skill be considered a rare skill? Are you kidding me? Chu Fan shook his head to clear his mind and used the Hidden Hands technique again. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 points of strength. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan was overjoyed. The power attribute that the God of Thieves lacked most was actually stolen just like that. Cool. Speaking of which, What would it feel like if this world were attacked by an indefensible, ferocious beast? Chu Fan murmured, "Let's give it a try." That's the thought in my mind. Without hesitation, Chu Fan stepped forward, moving with lightning speed, like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the location of the two-horned rabbit. Without any hesitation, he is a master thief. A master thief skilled in stealth attacks. Such blatant action undoubtedly alerted all the unicorn rabbits and the two-horned rabbit present. They never expected that humans would dare to defy the world and trespass into their habitat. Although the ferocious beasts in these trial instances are all created from the overflowing energy within the instances. But this does not mean that they lack self-awareness or have lost their unique beastly nature. When outsiders invade their territory, they will inevitably rise up in resistance. #%. With an indescribable roar, all the unicorns and two-horned rabbits revealed their ferocious faces, baring their teeth and lunging at Chu Fan. As if they had fallen in love, they rushed towards each other without hesitation, staging a unique love-hate drama. In an instant, both sides are poised for conflict, ready to clash at any moment. Chu Fan held a bronze dagger in his hand, his movements as nimble as a swallow, his technique as skillful as a ghost. His movements were as fast as lightning, weaving through the swarm of unicorn rabbits and leaving behind a trail of afterimages. These unicorn rabbits were powerless to fight back and could only watch helplessly as their bodies were mercilessly torn apart by the dagger. In less than 3 minutes, all the unicorn rabbits were wiped out. As a white light appeared on Chu Fan's body, a mechanical, synthesized voice rang out again. "Congratulations on successfully leveling up to LV4. You have learned new skills, Void Concealment and Assassination. Void Concealment, epic skill, consumes 50 MP, grants invisibility, conceals the user's presence, and greatly increases movement speed. Invisibility is broken after attacking or using an offensive skill. Assassination technique, legendary skill, passive skill. A strike that breaks stealth will deal 1000% damage. The higher the agility, the higher the damage multiplier." Chu Fan looked delighted. "Unexpectedly, I learned 2 more skills in one go during this upgrade. One of them is even a legendary skill. Cool." The two-horned rabbit watched as all its kind were brutally killed by Chu Fan, and its own attacks had no effect on him. Instead of showing any fear, it let out a defiant roar and pounced on Chu Fan again. Clang! A loud bang was heard. The 2 bright red horns on the two-horned rabbit's head shot out like lightning, instantly piercing Chu Fan's chest. Crimson blood splattered all over his school uniform, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing violently, blood gushing out like a spring. But that didn't happen. Instead, it bounced back as if it had hit a steel plate. Chapter 4: The Silver Edge. Right now. A feeling of unease finally welled up in the heart of the two-horned rabbit. The thought, "What the hell is this human?" began to sprout in its mind. Chu Fan, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised. "So this is what it feels like when your defenses aren't broken? I thought I'd still feel pain, but at least my HP wouldn't decrease." Chu Fan looked at the two-horned rabbit, who still looked terrified, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "I just killed so many unicorn rabbits, and my MP has recovered a bit. Let's steal a couple more times and see." Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 5 points of constitution. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained two-horned rabbit's heart. The next second, Chu Fan felt a warm and sticky sensation on his right hand. A scarlet heart appeared on his right hand. Boom! The two-horned rabbit's enormous body also crashed to the ground at that moment. Successfully defeated the level 8 two-horned rabbit, gaining 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to LV5 and learning the new skill God-level Disguise. God-level Disguise, legendary skill, consumes 10 MP, can disguise one's appearance or attribute interface, and cannot be detected by any skill below legendary level. Chu Fan was utterly astonished. "I never imagined that the master thief could even steal the enemy's heart. Does that mean that hidden hands can even be used as a one-hit kill skill in certain situations, although it depends on luck? And this god-level disguise skill also seems to be very useful. Disguise yourself as someone else to steal their talents and skills, leaving no trace. Absolutely amazing." Just then, a dazzling golden treasure chest suddenly appeared on the altar, almost blinding Chu Fan. Dungeon treasure chest. This must be the dungeon reward, right? I wonder what the rewards are like on nightmare difficulty. Just then, a series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Congratulations on clearing the trial dungeon nightmare difficulty. Trial dungeon cleared and results are being processed. Results complete. Clearance score 96-100, SSS rank. Rewards for clearing the dungeon 50 HP and 50 MP. Rewards for clearing the dungeon 10 points in each of the 4 main attributes. Dungeon completion reward, common grade equipment longsword. Dungeon completion reward, common grade equipment white robe. Dungeon completion reward, common grade equipment emerald peak ring. The higher the completion score for each dungeon, the richer the settlement rewards will be. However, these rewards for completing levels cannot be obtained indefinitely. If you get an S rating for clearing this dungeon and receive the reward, you'll need to get an SS or SSS rating to receive the reward next time. Furthermore, the reward cannot be obtained repeatedly. For someone like Xu Fan, who achieved an SSS rating in a single run, there are no longer any settlement rewards for continuing. Of course, this only applies to settlement rewards. Rewards from treasure chests and looting corpses will still be available. The notification sound went on and on for a full 2.5 minutes before it finally quieted down. Xu Fan tallied up his gains, which included more than 20 different rewards. There are 20 pieces of equipment, as well as 2 rewards that increase attributes. Although more than half of the equipment is useless, it can still be sold for money. For Xu Fan, who had no one to rely on in this world, this was definitely a considerable sum of money. Looking at the glittering treasure chest, Xu Fan swallowed hard. Before transmigrating, Xu Fan was an absolute jinx. He always got the pity system and gacha pulls. Carrying an umbrella meant sunny days, forgetting it meant a downpour, and his takeout orders were frequently stolen. Although you were incredibly lucky to awaken the Thief God class, it doesn't mean that such luck will continue indefinitely. Goddess, please grant me something good. After calming himself down, Xu Fan slowly opened the treasure chest. What comes into view is an ancient-looking short sword, which looks even more worn than the bronze dagger that comes with the job change. There was nothing else besides that. Seeing this, Xu Fan's face darkened. Is this really the punishment for stealing the goddess's skills? The reward for my first nightmare dungeon in my life is this piece of junk? When Xu Fan touched the short sword, information about the weapon reappeared in the form of a light screen. Equipment, silver edge not activated. Rank, rare legendary after activation. Type, dagger. Durability, never wears out. Attributes, strength, agility plus 10,500 points after activation, attack plus 31,500 points after activation. Equipment requirements, Thief class. Additional effect 1, each attack deals additional true damage equal to 1% of the target's current health 10% when activated. Additional effect 2, the wearer can see the opponent's weaknesses not activated. Additional effect 3, when attacking from behind, attack power is increased by 50% 500% after activation. Additional effect 4, after each enemy unit kill, increase agility by 10% for 10 minutes, stacking up to 10 times no stacking limit after activation, and duration increased to 1 hour. Additional effect 5, when equipped with this weapon, if you enter stealth mode, you can ignore all terrain not activated. Additional effect 6, after an attack hits the opponent, all of the opponent's passive skills will be disabled not activated for 10 seconds. Additional effect 7, after an attack hits the opponent, randomly dispel one layer of the opponent's buff. If the opponent has no buff, they cannot be affected by any buffs for 10 seconds not activated. Holy crap! I almost thought it was just a piece of junk. Xu Fan's eyes widened. He was almost stunned. Although the equipment in front of us has not yet been successfully activated, its legendary tier is beyond doubt. It's important to understand that in this world, legendary equipment is considered a rare treasure, often the most treasured heirlooms of major powers or families. Once it appears in the world, it will inevitably trigger a frenzy of pursuit and competition among countless people. If such a treasure were to appear at an auction, without hundreds of millions or even billions of Chinese yuan as backing, one would probably not even be qualified to participate in the bidding. The Silver Edge is undoubtedly a priceless treasure that everyone would crave. Xu Fan was overjoyed, but he quickly stuffed it into his spatial bag, afraid that others would discover that he possessed such a divine artifact. In an era of ubiquitous data, everyone who completes Awakening and successfully changes jobs will gain a personal space closely linked to their level. This space can be used to store various non-living items, and others have no right to look inside. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Everyone knows this simple truth. Let's leave it in there to eat dirt for now. We can take it out and use it later when we're able to protect it. After changing into a set of ordinary grade armor, Xu Fan stepped into the portal leading out of the dungeon. Chapter 5 School Beauty Su Yao. Holy crap! A legendary class, the Saint Archmage. He even cleared the difficult level trial dungeon and obtained the rare level equipment, Star Spring and White Feather Skirt. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. I'm so envious. Why am I just a hairdresser? This isn't fair. Not only is she the school beauty, but she's also rich, and she's awakened a legendary profession. How can she be so perfect? I thought that by awakening an epic level combat type job, I would be qualified to confess my love to goddess Su Yao, but actually, sigh, this epic level job is better off without. Don't give it to me. I'm a car mechanic. How many people drive these days? Having seen so many examples of people turning their lives around, I have to admit that luck really is a part of ability. I just got back to the playground. Chu Fan then heard the noisy chatter of students all around him. A legendary class, the Holy Archmage? Chu Fan muttered to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the familiar figure not far away. Su Yao, the school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, was wearing a snow-white feather gauze dress, a white flower hair ornament, and holding a staff inlaid with crystal. She was standing in front of the old school building, glancing back from time to time and revealing a faint smile. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, she looked like a fairy descending to earth, attracting the attention and sparking heated discussions among everyone present. Su Yao. Among these gazes, some were filled with envy, some with jealousy, some with admiration and praise, and some even subtly revealed traces of resentment and hostility. Why is it that Su Yao is not only beautiful and from a good family, but also able to awaken the extremely powerful legendary profession of Saint Magister? On what grounds? Why did such good fortune fall upon her? In an instant, a complex mix of emotions surged forth like a tidal wave. Those students who followed closely behind and successfully passed the trial dungeon were almost completely ignored. When Su Yao is mentioned, almost all the boys at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School will involuntarily think of the same word, the goddess of their dreams. She was 1.7 meters tall, with smooth, black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her face was delicate and lovely, with exquisite features and snow-white skin that was as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade. Her curvaceous figure is incredibly hot, and her long legs are especially eye-catching. During her school years, she was used to wearing pure white shirts and short skirts, paired with pure white stockings, giving off a pure yet alluring vibe. Her every move exudes a gentle and elegant temperament, making people feel both friendly and comfortable. When speaking to others, one's tone is gentle and one's words are sincere, making people feel as if they are bathed in a spring breeze. For this reason, Su Yao is hailed as a goddess fallen to earth, a title she truly deserves. Her beauty was unparalleled, comparable even to the goddesses of heaven. However, this is only one of her many shining qualities. The family that Su Yao represents is the Su Group, a leading conglomerate in Jiangcheng with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. It can be said that from the moment she was born, she has already surpassed 99.9999% of the people in the world. Now, this proud daughter of heaven has even successfully awakened the legendary profession, the Holy Archmage. It's absolutely outrageous that his mother opened the door for him. It's outrageous to the extreme. Just then, Lin Yi, the homeroom teacher who had been closely monitoring the student's situation, finally noticed Chu Fan. She strode forward and eagerly asked, "How did it go, Chu Fan? Have you successfully awakened your desired profession?" In this world, every student must report to the school after completing their career awakening in order to enjoy the resource subsidies provided by the state. Specifically, if a student awakens a rare level profession, they can receive a subsidy of 500 Chinese yuan per month thereafter. If you awaken an epic level class, you will not only receive a monthly allowance of 2,000 Chinese yuan, but also enjoy free water, electricity, and communication fees. And if you are lucky enough to awaken a legendary profession, in addition to a monthly allowance of up to 30,000 Chinese yuan, you can also enjoy a 30% discount when purchasing products from all state-owned enterprises, and you don't have to pay any taxes. Of course, the actual benefits are far more than that, but this is all the information Chu Fan currently knows. Chu Fan thought for a couple of seconds and nodded slightly. A legendary shadow assassin. Mythical level professions are extremely rare. Chu Fan had heard about the treatment enjoyed by a student who had awakened a mythical level profession. It is said that this person will be taken directly by the state and, under strict security measures, will undergo a meticulously planned training program by experts, ultimately becoming a trump card in the nation's hands. Despite his seemingly bright future, Chu Fan always felt a sense of unease deep down. After all, the purpose of becoming stronger is to be able to live more freely in this world. If someone is taken away by the state for training, their personal freedom will inevitably be severely restricted, and they might even end up as a stud. This situation clearly runs counter to the original intention of pursuing great strength. However, Chu Fan found it difficult to give up the various generous resources provided by the country every month. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to report a legendary profession he had heard of before, also known for its skill with daggers: the Shadow Assassin. Oh, so you're a legendary shadow assassin. Not bad. Keep it up. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, then gently patted Chu Fan's shoulder, a cheerful smile on his face. Just as Lin Yi turned to leave to find the other students who had returned from the trial instance, her face suddenly froze, as if she had realized something was wrong. Wait. Chu Fan, what did you just say? I have awakened the legendary shadow assassin. Realizing what was happening, Lin Yi's voice suddenly rose. What did you say? You've awakened a legendary class? Her eyes widened in disbelief, her body involuntarily leaning forward. She instinctively reached out and grabbed Chu Fan's shoulder tightly, with such force that it seemed she wanted to crush his bones. She stared intently at Chu Fan, as if trying to find a trace of truth in his eyes. Chu Fan scratched his head. Yeah, I just awakened a legendary class, and I was thinking of going to collect my subsidy later. A legendary class. Lin Yi couldn't help but scream loudly. The loud voice finally caught the attention of other students and teachers on the playground. Legendary class. These 5 short words were like heavy bombs, exploding in their ears. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces showing astonishment. Lin Yi was stunned. She stared blankly at Chu Fan, completely unable to believe what she was hearing. The teachers around were also dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The students who had been complaining about the world's injustice were completely stunned, their minds went blank, and they seemed to be wondering if they had misheard. Chapter 6: The Principal's Meeting. Chu Fan, seriously, you're not making fun of your teacher, are you? Lin Yi released his hands from Chu Fan's shoulders and asked again. Chu Fan nodded naturally, giving an affirmative answer. At the same time, using god-level disguise skills, they successfully created a fake attribute interface with the profession labeled as Shadow Assassin and showed it to the homeroom teacher. That's wonderful. Seeing that Chu Fan's attribute interface showed his class as Shadow Assassin, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi was initially a little jealous when he saw that his old classmate's class had produced a legendary professional, Su Yao. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan, who usually seemed unremarkable, gave him a huge surprise. A surprise called legendary class. At this moment, the surrounding students finally came to their senses, and they were all so envious of Gil that they turned purple. Damn, I think that person is Chu Fan from class 3, right? And he's an orphan. Wow, he's already soared to great heights? I don't believe it. Unless he shows us his attribute interface. What are you thinking? Everyone's profile information is their most important privacy feature. It's illegal to peek at someone's profile information without their permission. I think I just heard the words Shadow Assassin. It seems to really be a legendary class. I'm so envious. Why did I awaken the profession of auto mechanic? It's so unfair. Ciao. At this moment, the students' noisy discussions finally reached Su Yao's ears. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a look of surprise. Su Yao never expected that in this year, a student at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School would awaken a legendary profession just like her. And he's someone who usually doesn't stand out at all. Someone I've never seen before. Is your name Chu Fan? I'll remember your name. Su Yao raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and murmured to herself. Next, students were continuously teleported out of the trial instance. They were also quite lucky the vast majority of students awakened to combat-type professions. However, perhaps because Chu Fan and Su Yao awakened legendary professions, which greatly raised the students' expectations, people no longer feel envious or jealous of those classmates who only awaken rare combat professions. As the light shimmering on the crystal monument gradually dimmed and disappeared, this year's awakening ceremony came to a close. The homeroom teachers of each class began to carefully count the number of students and record the occupational information of each person. After some statistics, it was found that out of the 561 students who participated in this awakening ceremony, 535 successfully returned to the community. It appears that 26 students still failed to heed the advice and rashly chose to challenge the high-difficulty trial instance, ultimately failing to return. It is truly a great pity. Of these returning students, 135 awakened as combat-type professionals, while the remaining 400 awakened as life-type professionals. Among them, 2 students awakened a legendary level profession, 5 awakened an epic level profession, 28 awakened a rare level profession, and the rest were students who awakened a common level profession. Overall, apart from 2 students who awakened legendary professions, the data was largely in line with expectations. Principal Qin Feng, barely suppressing his laughter and wide smile, continued walking onto the podium. After spouting a lot of inspirational platitudes, we got back to the main topic. Students, after the awakening ceremony, the school will have a 1-month break to allow you to familiarize yourselves with and understand the strengths and weaknesses of your respective professions. But that doesn't mean you can relax. After awakening and changing jobs, it means you've officially stepped into the world, and it means you need to work harder to train and become stronger. In addition, in a month, it will be the annual college entrance examination in our country. Whether you have awakened a combat-type profession or a life-type profession, you can enter a higher education institution to study and further your education through the college entrance examination. During this period, all the school's training facilities will remain open, and all teachers will do their utmost to provide consultation services. Students, grit your teeth, there's only 1 month left. Use this month to level up as much as possible, learn as many skills as possible, and get into your dream university. That's all I wanted to say. Meeting adjourned. After Principal Qin Feng delivered a passionate speech, he led all the teachers back to their classrooms to explain some important points about leveling up. However, Chu Fan and Su Yao were the only exceptions. The 2 of them were notified separately to go to the principal's office. 10 minutes later, in the principal's office, Qin Feng nodded slightly, slowly moving his feet around Chu Fan and Su Yao, carefully examining the 2 children from head to toe as he walked, looking exactly like an antique dealer appraising rare treasures. Faced with the principal's bizarre behavior, Su Yao sighed inwardly. Although she has been the school beauty and has always been the focus of attention, this is the first time she has been stared at so openly and directly. Especially when Qin Feng walked behind her, the feeling of being pricked made Su Yao feel extremely uncomfortable, and even the hairs on her body stood on end. Finally, unable to bear the strange atmosphere any longer, Su Yao broke the silence. "Principal, what did you call us here for?" Hearing Su Yao's question, Qin Feng finally stopped and returned to his seat, but his gaze remained fixed on the 2 of them. "Sorry for being a bit out of line." After calming himself down a bit, Qin Feng pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and said with a slightly serious expression, "Actually, the main reason I called you here today is to understand your expectations and plans for the future of university." Principal Qin Feng. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yao blurted out without hesitation, "China University." Qin Feng nodded in agreement upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction on his face. Then he turned his gaze to Chu Fan beside him and asked softly, "So, Chu Fan, what about you?" Chu Fan seemed somewhat at a loss, unconsciously scratching his head as if he hadn't thought about these things and didn't know how to answer for a moment. It turns out that his dream was indeed to attend the best university in China, China University. Because only there can you become stronger, gain the strength to survive, and secure a better future. The problem is, he has now awakened the mythical thief god profession. With just his shrewdness, he could probably steal a whole bunch of awesome skills and attributes. There's no need for him to go to university for further studies. Going to university feels like a shackle. Chapter 7 College Entrance Examination Application. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh deeply. He probably understood what Chu Fan was thinking. After all, when he graduated from high school, one of his students had successfully awakened a legendary profession. However, this prodigy gradually lost himself because of this honor and began to become arrogant and conceited. He firmly believes that with his legendary professional skills alone, he can create his own vast world without the need for a university education. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. In less than a year, the bad news came: the proud and arrogant young man had died. The reason for this was that he was tragically killed by a ghost, known as a mechanical monster, while exploring a dungeon. Such an ending is truly regrettable. Chu Fan, I know what you're thinking. Life is a long journey, and university is only 4 years long. It won't take much time. Huaguo University is the highest institution of learning in China. What you can learn there is definitely no less than what you would learn if you explored on your own outside. Moreover, over a third of the students at Huaguo University are legendary level professionals from all over the country. You legendary level professionals can get to know each other, exchange experiences, and form teams to conquer. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Chu Fan seemed to have caught a key word, his eyes widening as he interrupted Principal Qin Feng. "Principal Qin, are you saying that Huaguo University has a large number of students who have awakened legendary level professions?" "Really? What's wrong?" "I understand. then I will also choose Huagui University as my first choice. He originally thought that the vast majority of legendary level professionals should be honing their skills in various dungeons or slaying ferocious beasts charging in from other planes on the interdimensional battlefield. However, to Chu Fan's surprise, Huagui University was home to so many legendary professionals. As for why Chu Fan was so focused on finding other legendary professionals, the reason was actually quite simple: he wanted to steal some skills from them to protect himself. Having gone through the previous trial dungeons, Chu Fan had realized something. Skills stolen from monsters are likely mostly unsuitable for human use. If you want to learn powerful and practical skills, you probably have to take an unconventional approach and borrow them from others. Upon hearing Chu Fan's answer, Xin Feng was initially taken aback for a moment, but then his face lit up with joy, and he nodded repeatedly to show his satisfaction. Yes, that's ambitious. Although it's unclear why Chu Fan changed his mind so quickly upon hearing that Huagui University had many legendary professionals, it's no longer important. After all, in the past decade, more than 30 people from Jiangcheng have successfully entered Huagui University. However, none of them were admitted to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, which was a truly dismal result. If Chu Fan and Su Yao are able to get into Huagui University this year, it will not only be of great significance to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, but also a great honor for Qin Feng himself. In addition, they may be able to win city funding to purchase more advanced and sophisticated teaching equipment for the students. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng had a thought and waved his hand. In an instant, a soundproofing spell was cast, completely sealing off and isolating the entire office. He then continued, "In my opinion, you two are probably the only ones from our school who have a chance to get into Huagui University this year. I just received news that there are many more students in our Jianghe province who have awakened legendary level professions than in previous years. I'm afraid this year's college entrance examination will be the most intense ever. I estimate that the minimum admission grade for Chinese universities may also increase. If possible, you two should try to improve to level 20 or above in the month before the college entrance examination." Level 20? Su Yao pondered for a moment. My father told me before that he had reserved a whole month's worth of manual dungeons for me, so reaching level 20 shouldn't be too difficult. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, with your talent, background, resources, and connections, there shouldn't be any problem. My main concern is... Qin Feng turned his gaze to Chu Fan, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chu Fan was an orphan, with no one to rely on, and was only able to attend Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School thanks to government relief. Without the support of resources and background, it would be a pipe dream to reach level 20 in just 1 month. As the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Qin Feng naturally did not want to see such a promising talent, who had awakened a legendary profession, be nipped in the bud due to a lack of resources. Then, Principal, do you have any ideas? Chu Fan asked casually. If it were an ordinary legendary level professional, they would probably feel helpless. However, the situation was different for Chu Fan. Based on the current attribute data, apart from agility, the other three-dimensional attributes are almost equivalent to the level of an average human at level 15, and the agility value is even approaching the level of an average human at level 30. With such a powerful attribute advantage, he can easily clear most dungeons by himself, and the experience points he gains are naturally abundant. Don't even mention level 20, you could potentially reach level 30. I called you here because I want to help you find a solution. Qin Feng looked at Su Yao. Su Yao, I have a favor to ask you. Please me? Could it be? Su Yao seemed to have anticipated what Qin Feng was going to say. Qin Feng's next words confirmed her guess. Su Yao, as you know, as the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, I cannot arbitrarily use my power to give special treatment to any student, even legendary level professionals. The review process is very strict, and it might even implicate Chu Fan. So, I'd like to ask you, in my personal capacity, to help Chu Fan use the resources and connections of your Su family to advance his level during this month before the college entrance exam. I wonder if you'd be willing. Of course, I will bear all the trouble and consequences that arise during this period. Hearing this, Su Yao sighed. So, what's in it for me? I can't just let our Su family help a classmate I've only met once for no reason, can I? If I help him, my own leveling speed might slow down considerably. Seeing that Su Yao seemed inclined to agree, Principal Qin Feng nodded slightly and took out a colorful fruit from his drawer. Magic fruit. At the same time, the light screen information was displayed. Item, magic fruit. Class, epic. Description, a fruit containing a large amount of magical power. Effect, permanently increases spirit attribute by 15 points and MP by 50 points after consumption. Maximum of 1 pill can be consumed every 10 levels. Su Yao, this magic fruit should be very useful to you right now, right? So, are you willing to help me with this? Chapter 8, The Domineering School Beauty Wants to Take Care of Me? The moment Su Yao saw the magic fruit, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. These kinds of items that can permanently improve attributes are extremely rare, and even if you have money, you can't guarantee that you can buy them. Don't underestimate this small magic fruit, which only increases mental value by 15 points and MP by 50 points, and it has a limited number of uses. For a legendary magic-based class like her, each level up can only increase her spirit by about 6 to 7 points and her MP by about 20 points. The experience points needed to level up can only be obtained by defeating monsters in dungeons or in the wild, which is often accompanied by risks, and the higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. This 1 pill is equivalent to increasing your spirit and MP by 2.5 levels. How could it not be precious? Su Yao swallowed hard. Principal, are you saying I can have this? You don't need it yourself? Yes. Xin Feng stood up, his back to Chu Fan and Su Yao. You two are the only 2 legendary level professionals in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School in the past 10 years. Naturally, we should give you all the best resources. I am just an epic level professional with 1 foot in the grave, and I have long since retired from the front line. Using this thing would be a waste. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes immediately filled with tears. Principal, thank you. I'll help you with this. Chu Fan echoed, thank you, Principal. Xin Feng waved his hand dismissively, alright, I'll be satisfied if you two can get into a top university in China and protect China from the invasion of ferocious beasts from other dimensions. Afterwards, Xin Feng gave the two a few more instructions, like a mother hen, telling them to be careful, before letting them leave. Outside the principal's office, Su Yao stopped Chu Fan with a smile and said, how about we go out for dinner together later? Let's get to know each other. After all, you'll be working with me for the next month, so exchanging basic information will help me make arrangements. Chu Fan returned the smile, since the school beauty Su is inviting me to dinner, I certainly can't refuse. This is an opportunity that countless boys from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School dream of. I thought you were the gloomy, repressed type of guy. I never expected you to say something like that. Chu Fan shrugged, I'm just stating the facts. Don't you think you're the school beauty? Humph. You talk too much. Su Yao pouted, let's go to Jiangcheng Hotel. Outside the school gate. Chu Fan followed Su Yao to a parking lot by the roadside. In the distance, there was an elderly man in a black suit, with white hair, who looked quite dignified, with his back to the two of them. Butler Su Yao. When he noticed Su Yao's arrival, he immediately opened the back door of the luxury car and made a pleased gesture. He didn't seem to care at all why there was a man with Su Yao. Su Yao sat directly in the back seat and patted the seat next to her, get in. Okay. Immediately afterwards, Su Yao ordered, go to Jiangcheng Hotel. And help me find an excuse that I'm not going home for dinner tonight. Yes. The old man seemed to be used to this kind of thing. Without asking Su Yao any questions, he turned around, got into the driver's seat, and drove away. Along the way, Su Yao and Chu Fan introduced their awakened professions and past experiences. Of course, Chu Fan would never reveal that he was a transmigrator and a master thief. Believe it or not is another matter. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Awakening a legendary class is already dazzling enough. Adding some random buffs to yourself is just asking for trouble. Speaking of which, Chu Fan, where's your weapon? Weapons? You mean these? As he spoke, Chu Fan took out a bronze dagger from his personal space. Su Yao shook her head, no. It's a weapon given as a reward for clearing the trial dungeon. Didn't you just say you cleared the hard-level trial dungeon? The final treasure chest must contain a rare weapon and armor exclusive to your class, right? Chu Fan was stunned. He never expected that the treasure chest after clearing the difficult level trial would definitely contain rare level equipment. He didn't want Su Yao to look down on him, and he also didn't want anyone to know that he had cleared the nightmare level trial dungeon. Chu Fan accidentally said that he had cleared the difficult level trial dungeon, but he didn't expect to get himself into trouble. Su Yao suddenly asked in a daze, You didn't leave the dungeon without even opening the treasure chest, did you? That seems to be the case, I didn't even notice there was a treasure chest. Hearing this, Su Yao sighed, How can you be so careless? How are you going to level up with that trash weapon you got from the job change? Feel sorry. Chu Fan lowered his head, looking just like a child who had made a mistake. Suya shook her head, then called out, "Oldly, take a detour to Chienda Plaza. I'll buy this idiot a weapon." "Yes." Then, Suya looked at Chu Fan, pouted, and said, "This isn't to help you. It's for myself. After all, I received such a big gift from Principal Qin, so I definitely have to take responsibility for you. It's alright. I'm quite comfortable using this bronze dagger. I have something to discuss. You'd better come with me obediently. I'm in a good mood today, and I need to train you to keep up with my pace. I don't want you to delay my leveling time because you can't keep up with me." Hearing Suya's explanation, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this what they called tsundere? Screw your arrogance. I already said it wasn't for you. It was for me. Isn't this just being at tsundere? Half an hour later, Suyao and Chu Fan arrived at the beginner equipment store in Chienda Plaza. Suyao also habitually put on a mask and a baseball cap, and changed into a summer school uniform to avoid being seen by others. She didn't want to waste her precious time being approached by a strange man. "You can pick whatever you like, I'll take care of anything under 10,000. Suyao crossed her arms, her eyes revealing an air of arrogance and confidence, as if she were a wealthy woman who spent lavishly and kept handsome men as mistresses. In fact, she was indeed a wealthy woman. Although the voice was not loud, it carried an unquestionable tone. 10,000. What? Not enough? Then let's make it 100,000. These words exploded in Chu Fan's ears like a thunderclap, almost making him vomit blood. For Chu Fan, who was all alone and helpless in this world, he tried every possible way to save a few dollars on meals. However, when he heard Su Yao mention 10,000 or even 100,000, these amounts of money seemed as insignificant to him as 1 or 10 yuan. No way. Do we really need to buy such expensive weapons? As Chu Fan spoke, he casually picked up a silver white dagger from the shelf and fiddled with it. Isn't this kind of 500 yuan thing quite handy to use? Seeing Chu Fan's nonchalant attitude, Su Yao rolled her eyes helplessly. In her view, equipment is not just a tool, it is one of the closest partners of a professional, a comrade in arms who accompanies everyone through life and death trials. Sometimes, even a slight difference in strength or physical constitution can change the course of a person's destiny. Where can you just let things slide? Moreover, since the principal used a magic fruit to ask her to take care of Chu Fan, she would definitely have to put in some effort. That's the thought in my mind. Su Yao grabbed Chu Fan's hand and led him directly to the counter. He tossed out a black and gold credit card and said, "Boss, bring out your best dagger." Chapter 9 Equipment Configuration. These words were spoken. Everyone in the store immediately turned their attention to the counter. A dagger? Did that beautiful woman awaken an assassin type class? A beautiful assassin, slurp, slurp, not bad, not bad. No way? I think I just heard that beautiful girl was going to buy weapons for her boyfriend, and she kept talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Wait. That girl? I remember she's Su Yao, the heiress of the Su group, right? She was on TV a while ago. Holy crap. Looking closer, it really does seem to be Su Yao. I never thought that a rich heiress like her would have a gigolo. What sleeping position do you need to have a dream like this? Hearing the envious whispers of the surrounding crowd, feeling the delicate, soft touch of Su Yao's small hands, and smelling the alluring fragrance emanating from her body, Chu Fan couldn't help but become engrossed in it. Is this what it's like to be kept by a rich and beautiful woman? That feels good. The shopkeeper was taken aback at first, his face showing surprise, but then he put on an extremely obsequious smile and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go get it for you right away." After saying this, he dashed towards the back door of the store like a gust of wind. 2 minutes later, when the shop owner reappeared from behind, he was carrying an exquisitely crafted wooden box. He gently placed the wooden box on the counter and took out a yellow talisman that shimmered with a faint light from his pocket, then affixed it to the lid of the box. As the incantation was chanted, the talisman suddenly burst into flames and quickly turned to ashes, while at the same time, the seal that was originally on the wooden box was successfully removed. After taking a deep breath, the counter owner, Yang Song, slowly opened the wooden box. A sky blue dagger with a sharp blade rests peacefully in the center of a wooden box. Warp dagger. Then, a message appeared on a light screen before everyone's eyes. Equipment, warp dagger. Rank, rare. Type, dagger. Durability, 9,988 10,000. Attributes: Strength, Agility +3, Attack +25, Magic Attack +5. Equipment requirements: 20 Agility, Melee class. Additional Effect 1, each attack deals an additional 3 points of true damage. Additional Effect 2, when attacking, there is a 1% chance to deal wind attribute damage equal to 100% of magic attack to the target. Additional Effect 3, all damage dealt by the wearer is increased by 1%. Manufacturer, Shui Haitao. Upon seeing this, the counter owner, Yang Song, cleared his throat and began his performance. Miss Su, please take a look. This weapon was personally crafted by Shui Haitao, a renowned blacksmith in Jiangcheng, using wind-resistant ore. Its quality is absolutely guaranteed. Moreover, this dagger has very low attribute requirements for the wearer. Basically, assassin-type professionals around level 3 or 4 can use it. Most importantly, its base stats are extremely high, far surpassing those common rare weapons. In addition, it has 3 extra attribute bonuses, making it an invaluable weapon for any novice assassin just entering the workforce. Miss Su, I think this dagger is perfect for your boyfriend. With its help, he'll definitely level up quickly. It's currently on special offer. You can take it home for only 88,888. Su Yao looked at the information displayed on the teleportation dagger and nodded with a slightly satisfied expression. This one will do. Swipe your card. Okay. Yang Song was overjoyed. We've finally sold this thing. This single order earned me at least tens of thousands of yuan, almost equivalent to the entire store's sales revenue for 1 or 2 days. This year, fewer and fewer students are awakening assassin-type professions, and many daggers are piling up in warehouses gathering dust, with only 1 dagger being sold on average every 1 or 2 weeks. Now that the heiress of the Su group is equipping her assassin boyfriend, she should definitely spend more money. That's the thought in my mind. Yang Song rubbed his hands excitedly, a fawning smile returning to his face. He strode up to Su Yao and said, Miss Su, do you need any other equipment? I have quite a few assassin-specific armor pieces here. Armor, huh? Su Yao's gaze swept quickly over Chu Fan, who looked extremely shabby, and she sighed softly before saying, then give me a complete set of beginner assassin armor. The best of everything. In this fully data-driven era, there is a limit to the number of devices each person can wear. Specifically, the armor covers 5 categories: armor robe, gauntlets, leg guards, shoes, and hat, and only 1 piece of armor can be equipped in each part. The accessories include 3 types: rings, necklaces, and bracelets. You can wear 2 rings and 2 bracelets, but you can only equip 1 necklace. Including weapons, there are a total of 11 slots available for equipment. If every piece of equipment were as expensive as that weapon, Chu Fan didn't even dare to think about how much it would cost. Okay. Please wait a moment. Yang Song immediately echoed. Hearing Su Yao and Yang Song's discussion, Chu Fan frowned slightly. Su Yao, the school beauty, isn't this going too far? I really don't think it's necessary. Need. Su Yao quickly interrupted Chu Fan. This set of equipment should be enough for you until the college entrance examination. If we both get into a top university in China, we might be able to help each other out. Chu Fan chuckled awkwardly. No, the rewards from the trial dungeon are actually enough for me to assemble a set of armor. There's no need to spend. Su Yao interrupted Chu Fan again. Is it necessary? What kind of garbage are the rewards for clearing the trial dungeon? What's the use of a bunch of ordinary equipment that only adds 1 or 2 points to your attributes? 1 piece of my equipment is worth more than all the attributes you get from your entire set. You absolutely can't skimp on equipment. The benefits it brings are even greater than leveling up. Even if it gets worn out, as long as it still has durability, you can sell it on the second-hand market and you won't lose much. There's one more thing you need to understand. This is for me, not for you. Understand? In the end, under Su Yao's combined persuasion and coercion, Chu Fan finally agreed. The total cost was just over 200,000 renminbi, and a decent set of equipment was successfully put together. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV5. HP, 71440 MP, 8260. Strength, 132, Attack, 157. Constitution, 144, Defense, 200. Spirit, 96, Magic Attack, 116. Agility, 420, Magic Defense, 120. Equipment: Warp Dagger, Soft Leather Armor, Light Cavalry Gauntlets, Light Cavalry Leggings, Silver Headband, Light Cavalry Boots, Swift Ring, Swift Bracelet, Wind Pendant. Skills: Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Magic Theft, Void Concealment, Assassination, God-level Disguise, Savage Charge. Experience points, 8,500. Chapter 10, The Rich, Beautiful, and Charming School Beauty Wants to Live With Me? Doesn't it look much better now? Suyao looked at Chu Fan, who was fully armed, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. He's starting to look like a legendary professional. Thanks. Chu Fan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. But secretly, he was overjoyed. The effect of the Goddess's Blessing skill is not just doubling the basic 4-dimensional attributes, HP, and MP. Even the extra equipment bonuses can be doubled. With Chu Fan's current stats, he could probably solo dungeons in the 20s. I've already told you, this isn't for you, you know? Suyao turned her face away. Alright, the equipment is bought. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. 6 o'clock in the evening, in private room number 4 of Jiangcheng Hotel. You mean you have an older brother? Chu Fan took a bite of the fried chicken leg and asked in a daze. Rumors at school say that Su Yao is the heiress of the Su Group and will inherit the company in the future. Marrying Su Yao is equivalent to owning the entire Su Group, and so on. But I've never heard of Su Yao having an older brother. Su Yao took a sip of tea, yes. And the Awakened class is a legendary one. Is it that amazing? Just lucky. Su Yao showed a slightly regretful expression, but quickly recovered her smile. Speaking of which, Chu Fan, I forgot to ask before, what level are you now? My family has booked a manual dungeon for 10 a.m. tomorrow. The average monster level is around level 3, and the final boss is level 6. Are you sure you'll be okay with that? So-called artificial copies are actually virtual copies carefully replicated by researchers using technical means, based on the operating rules and patterns of real-world copies. These artificial copies are almost perfect replicas of naturally occurring copies. Apart from the lack of settlement rewards and completion chests, everything else is exactly the same, from the internal environment, the types and numbers of ferocious beasts, the difficulty level selection, to the experience points that players can obtain. Furthermore, since all monsters' skill attributes and combat mechanics will be revealed in advance, strategies for clearing the game against them will naturally emerge. Compared to natural replicas, which are fraught with unknown dangers, artificial replicas are undoubtedly much safer. Therefore, it has become an ideal place for newbies to grow and level up. However, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. While artificial replicas have many advantages, their creation process requires a huge amount of energy to create the ferocious beasts. That's why each attempt to challenge a human-made instance incurs an astonishing fee. Even the lowest level artificial dungeon might cost tens of thousands of Chinese yuan for a single challenge. Over time, being qualified to challenge artificial dungeons gradually evolved into a status symbol, and only wealthy young men from well-off families could afford such expenses. No problem. Didn't I just tell you in the car that I cleared the hard-level trial dungeon, so naturally my level should be about the same as yours? Suyao nodded. Okay then, go back to your dorm and pack your things later. I'll have Lowly pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Huh? Pack up? Pick me up? Chu Fan looked completely bewildered. It sounds like he's moving house. Of course. Since you're going to level up with me, it'd be better if we live together. Otherwise, would I have to send a car to pick you up every day? No, I mean, I can get there myself. Suyao downed her tea in one gulp. That would be too much of a waste of time. We're going to team up to challenge the artificial dungeon next, so it's settled. Don't overthink it, it's just that we'll be staying together, not that you'll be sleeping in the same room as me. Of course I know that. After parting ways with Suyao, Chu Fan rushed to the Professionals Association before closing time to collect his reward, a stipend of 30,000 Chinese yuan for awakening a legendary profession. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and went to a nearby second-hand shop, intending to sell all the useless items and equipment he had obtained in the trial instance. Before long, the bank card, which had previously been empty and often had a balance of less than 3 digits. At this moment, for the first time ever, he had a 5-digit bank account with the number 4 in it. We've struck it rich. Smack! Just as Chu Fan was happily planning how to use this wealth, a deafening sound suddenly came from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a burly middle-aged man standing in front of the counter where he had just completed the purchase procedures. At that moment, the man was slamming his fist on the counter, glaring angrily at the female sales clerk in front of him, looking extremely angry and dissatisfied. I sold a rain-dew pill to you for 5,000 yuan yesterday, and today you dare to raise the price to 6,000 yuan per pill? What do you mean by this? Are you deliberately targeting me? The man roared at the top of his lungs, his voice so loud that everyone in the second-hand shop turned to look. Please calm down, sir. Because someone bought all the rain-dew pills last night, our company has raised the price to ensure that the inventory of this emergency product remains at a normal level. Once the inventory returns to normal, the price will return to normal. Smack! The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table again, shouting, "Hurry up and make up the difference of 1,000 yuan, or you can forget about doing business." The female sales clerk looked slightly flustered and quickly explained, "Sir, we really didn't mean to rip you off, it's just that." Smack! Another loud bang was heard. This time, the middle-aged man lost control and smashed the table to pieces. "You useless life skills professional, how dare you talk back to me, Zhang San? Tell your boss to come out and see me. You bastard, you cheated me out of 1,000 yuan. Seeing what was happening before their eyes, Chu Fan and everyone around him understood what had happened. To be honest, hasn't this been the business model for second-hand dealerships always been like this? The purchase price will change with the quantity of inventory. Buying and selling is a matter of mutual consent. Why would anyone cause trouble just because of price fluctuations? However, Chu Fan keenly noticed that when the people around him looked at the man named Zhang San, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. It seemed as if they wanted to intervene, but were at a loss for what to do. Could it be that this Zhang San is a ruthless character? Chu Fan pondered to himself. At the same time, he turned his gaze to his MP, which had already been fully restored and had been there for some time, and a sly smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. I'm really worried about who to steal skills from. Since this middle-aged man arouses the fear of those around him, he must be quite powerful. I should be able to steal some powerful skills or attributes. Thinking of this, Chu Fan made a decisive move and used his hidden hand skill on Zhang San without hesitation. Chapter 11 Artificial Copy. As the handsome thief skill was successfully activated, 10 consecutive system notification sounds began to echo in Chu Fan's mind. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 points of strength. Successfully activated stealing skill, intimidation skill acquired. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item, Chi replenishing pill, was stolen. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item obtained was a soft Zhonghua cigarette. Successfully activated stealing skill, force break skill. Chi replenishing pill, a rare item that gradually restores 3000 HP over 1 minute after consumption. The effect is half for players above level 50. Soft Zhonghua cigarettes, standard prop smoking is harmful to health. Deterrence, a rare skill that consumes 50 MP. It intimidates enemies within range and has a chance to inflict fear on the target. The success rate is related to the levels of both parties. Power break, epic level skill, passive skill, increases strength by 10%. Not bad. There's even an epic level skill. What an unexpected bonus. Chu Fan smiled crookedly, then turned and left the second-hand shop. Mind your own business, this is Chu Fan's motto. Naturally, she wouldn't get involved in the conflict between the second-hand shop and the middle-aged man. Chu Fan's story is a typical one-way trip. He has no parents, no car, and no house. There was no adorable little sister who was extremely obsessed with her brother and could do housework waiting for him to come home. Yes, there are some, but they are empty, just student dormitories of only 10 square meters. Therefore, naturally there was no one to share this joy with him, and naturally he packed his bags very quickly. Time flew by and it was already 8 o'clock the next morning. Su Yao's housekeeper, Old Li, also called Chu Fan right on time, almost milliseconds. Mr. Chu, are you ready? The old man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Fan yawned and quickly put on the equipment Su Yao had helped him configure yesterday. Okay, I'm here. The parking lot is 100 meters east of the school gate, parking space number 8. Just contact me when you get there. Although Chu Fan really wanted to complain, why didn't the old butler just say see you at the usual place? But after thinking about it, he realized that as a housekeeper, he would definitely act in a proper and orderly manner, and would not use such a vague statement, so he kept quiet. Half an hour later. Jiangcheng Shiyuan, a seaside villa covering an area of approximately 700 square meters. Here, this is your room. Su Yao pointed to a spacious room ahead and said to Chu Fan. Chu Fan's room. Is this my room all to myself? Really? You don't expect me to sleep with you, do you? Su Yao rolled her eyes at Chu Fan and complained. No way, this is way too big. Shu Fan, who came from an ordinary family before transmigrating and became an orphan after transmigrating, had naturally never seen such a large room before. This room is almost bigger than my entire house before I transmigrated. Is it really that exaggerated? You'll get used to it. I don't really like rooms this big, so you can use it. It's the first room in the hallway on the second floor. If you have any problems, just come find me. Remember to knock first. Why don't you familiarize yourself with the layout of the villa first? I'm going to get some sunlight. I'll call you when it's almost time. As Suyao spoke, she changed into a cool outfit, looking like she was going on vacation. Absorb sunlight? You're not actually a plant, are you? Can't you be serious for once? Suyao sighed and explained, when I leveled up to level 3, I learned a rather peculiar skill. By absorbing half an hour of sunlight every day, I can gain a +5 bonus to my mental attribute for a whole day. Since I'm just idling around anyway, I might as well strengthen myself. So? Shu Fan nodded, genuinely surprised that such a bizarre skill existed. Su Yao's profession is a Saint Magister. Is it because it can manipulate light magic to attack the opponent that it is related to sunlight? This apocalypse game is truly quite bizarre. 1 hour later. The eastern suburbs of Zhongcheng lie on the coastal plain. On the vast, boundless plains covered by the sea, a huge, azure blue gate stands abruptly. This colossal gate is tens of meters high and several meters wide, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding boundless plains. In the center of the giant gate, a huge blue and white vortex spun incessantly, emitting a series of low rumbling sounds, seemingly ready to mercilessly devour anything that approached it at any moment. For fully armed officers stood around the giant gate. They were clearly the guards here. Not far behind the officer on the right, there was a simple table. A woman in a professional association uniform was sitting there, yawning listlessly, her eyes unfocused, looking drowsy. Judging from her attire and location, she is undoubtedly the administrator of this artificial instance. Hello, this is Su Yao, who made a reservation. May I enter the manual instance now? Hearing Su Yao's question, Administrator Zhanya finally slowly raised her head and glanced at Su Yao's delicate and beautiful face. It's Su Yao. Your father told me that no one is using it right now. What level do you want to challenge? Okay. But this time I brought someone with me to team up for a dungeon challenge, on nightmare difficulty. Could you please register him here? Here's his student ID. Good. Zhanya sat up straight with a hint of resentment and started working on the computer next to her. Shu Fan. Su Yao. Nightmare level. Okay. You can go in now. Okay, thank you. As Su Yao spoke, she led Shu Fan into the artificial instance. Instance name, Artificial Instance Overturned Plains. Challenge difficulty, Nightmare. Recommended level, LV5. Team size, 2 people. Data initialization in progress. Initialization complete. Transferring. Transfer complete. Upon entering the instance, Su Yao and Shu Fan habitually scanned their surroundings. The Overturned Plains instance. Just as its name suggests, it is a vast plain. However, there is no danger, at least within sight. Suzhou University's campus bell, which way should we go next? Su Yao pondered for a moment. The guide says to go straight north to the end after entering. But which way is north? Oh well, I'll just wander around and see what's going on. Anyway, the ferocious beasts here are just ordinary wild boar demons and grass spirits. They should be easy targets if they attack from afar. Roar! 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 Before Su Yao could finish speaking, a low roar suddenly rang out from all directions. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to tremble violently, as if a powerful earthquake had occurred. With the tremors, hundreds of dark green vines, each over 10 meters long, sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These vines, each as thick as an adult's arm, grew rapidly, intertwining and forming a massive, airtight cage that enveloped Shu Fan and Su Yao. They kept wriggling, seemingly ready to attack at any moment and strangle the 2 people trapped inside. Chapter 12 Unexpected Situations. Type, Vine Spirit. Class, Elite. Level, LV10. HP, 250-250, MP, 100-100. Strength, 31, Attack, 61. Constitution, 35, Defense, 55. Spirit, 38, Magic Attack, 48. Agility, 20, Magic Defense, 38. Equipment, none. Skills, Vine Poison, Strangulation, Spores. Note, an evolved form of the grass spirit, its vines have thorns that contain some toxins and it is vulnerable to fire magic. Upon seeing the vine spirit's attribute interface, Zhu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Su University's campus bell, may I ask you something? You haven't entered the wrong instance, have you? How could this be? Su Yao looked incredulous. She never expected to encounter something like this on her first attempt at a human-made instance. What's wrong? Zhu Fan looked puzzled, unable to understand what Su Yao was trying to say. Run! Get out of here right now! Su Yao immediately took Zhu Fan's hand and turned around to break through the vine spirit's encirclement. He raised his slender hand and gathered his magic between his index and middle fingers. Light bullet technique. As Su Yao's fingertips gently slid down, a point of light, like a shooting star, shot out and struck the vines in front of her. Boom! A loud bang was heard. A small gap finally appeared in the encirclement of vines. Su Yao acted decisively and used several more light bullets to finally blast the gap into a size that would allow ordinary humans to pass through. However, just as Su Yao was preparing to lead Zhu Fan through the gap to break out of the encirclement, suddenly, a vine attacked from behind, piercing straight through Su Yao's thigh. He lost his balance instantly and fell to the ground. Why is this happening? Su Yao looked resentful and desperate, as if she no longer wanted to get up. She simply couldn't believe that after just awakening her legendary class yesterday, this was the first artificial dungeon she was challenging today. Heaven gave her hope, only to give her despair a day later. Is she going to die in the demonized dungeon like her brother? Why is that? So what exactly are you trying to say? Can you please stop being a riddle reader? Zhu Fan picked Su Yao up and sighed. Su Yao looked utterly hopeless and murmured, "Give up, this artificial instance has already started to become unpredictable destructive." Before Su Yao could finish speaking, Zhu Fan interrupted her, saying, "Let's talk about it later. Let me kill these vine spirits first." The words had barely left his mouth. Zhu Fan then brandished the teleportation dagger that Su Yao had just bought for him yesterday, severing several vines that were attacking him. At the same time, he launched the handful of hollows skill 10 times in a row. Successfully activated stealing skill, vine poison skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 5 points of spirit. Successfully activated stealing, 60 HP. Successfully activated stealing skill, vine poison skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, obtained the item, Vine Essence. Zhu Fan was also quite surprised. Unexpectedly, using the hidden hand skill on different targets resulted in stealing the same ability. Moreover, it seems there's no way to combine skills into a stronger one instead, they're simply swallowed up. Blanche. That's not scientific. But it doesn't matter. I managed to steal some attributes, so this 10 pull wasn't a bad deal. Now that we're out of MP, we can clear out these vine spirits. The most beautiful girl at Suzhou University, grab me now. Ha! Wait. Before Su Yao could finish speaking, Zhu Fan had already taken a step forward and charged towards the vines. Successfully defeated the LV-10 vine spirit, gaining 150 experience points. Successfully defeated the LV-9 vine spirit, gaining 135 experience points. Successfully defeated the LV-8 vine spirit, gaining 120 experience points. If you are challenging a dungeon in a team, the experience points gained from defeating the ferocious beasts will be distributed equally among the team members. However, even so, for Zhu Fan and Su Yao, who were at lower levels, these experience points were enough for them to level up. In less than 10 minutes, the white light around Zhu Fan and Su Yao flashed several times. Zhu Fan's figure moved like a ghost, constantly weaving between the vines and tentacles. Every move he made was decisive. All the vine spirits were instantly killed by him, falling in droves. Although the surrounding vine spirits rushed to help after sensing the commotion, their speed was no match for Zhu Fan's killing speed. With the help of the Demon Thief skill, Zhu Fan can recover about 10 MP for each vine spirit he kills. On average, for every 2.5 vine spirits he kills, Zhu Fan will use his hidden hand skill to steal a wave of vine spirits. Although sometimes you might steal random things like soil, vine spirit's heart, spores, etc. However, the 4-dimensional attributes in HP and MP still account for the majority. All of these combined are even more stolen attributes than the attribute value gained from leveling up. Finally, after a hard-fought battle lasting half an hour, all the vine spirits were eradicated. Chu Fan also leveled up to level 8, and with the stolen attributes, his attribute panel almost doubled again. As for Su Yao, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. The campus bell of Su University should be alright now. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Su Yao shook her head and finally came to her senses. Instead of answering the previous question, her first reaction was to widen her eyes and ask, "Chu Fan, you hid your level?" Chu Fan laughed and said, "What are you thinking? If I were a high-level professional, where would you get the experience?" Unlike typical online games, the Apocalypse doesn't allow high-level players to easily carry low-level players through monster hunting and leveling up. Here, to gain experience points by killing ferocious beasts, the level difference between team members must be kept within 5 levels. If this limit is exceeded, only the person who successfully kills the beast will receive all the experience points, while the other team members will receive nothing. This is why a noble young lady like Su Yao has to go out alone to train and level up. After all, finding someone of similar level to her, strong enough to protect her, is incredibly difficult. Su Yao continued tremblingly, but if you weren't hiding your level, why did you kill those level 10 vine spirits in one move? I would believe you if you said you were a level 30 professional. Isn't this all thanks to you? Yesterday you bought me a full set of equipment, and my stats increased a lot. I just barely passed the one-hit kill threshold. How should I put it? If it weren't for the equipment you bought me, I probably would have needed 2 hits to kill it. Chapter 13 Demonized Dungeon. What's the difference between killing someone in one move and killing them in 2 moves? Seriously. Su Yao pouted in dissatisfaction, muttering complaints under her breath. However, it seems that her tension has eased considerably because of Chu Fan's little joke. She slowly sat down on the ground and began to cast healing magic on her left leg, which had been pierced by vines. The Holy Archmage is one of the few classes that can cast both offensive and healing spells simultaneously. It was precisely because of the inherent characteristics of the Holy Archmage class that Su Yao initially considered soloing the artificial dungeon. I never expected to encounter this situation. As time went by, her HP gradually recovered. In less than half a minute, her left leg was completely healed, without even a trace of injury. Her skin was still as white as snow, delicate and flawless, as if it could be broken with a touch. Cough cough. Alright, now can you tell me what happened? I remember seeing information when I came in that it was just a recommended level 5 dungeon. How did level 10 elite monsters suddenly appear? And so many of them at once? Chu Fan sat down next to Su Yao, his expression unusually calm and his tone nonchalant. Judging from the current situation, this is clearly not caused by entering the wrong instance. After all, when entering the instance, the light screen clearly showed that this was the Overturned Plains, which was undoubtedly a level 5 instance. If that's the case, then how should it be explained? Su Yao sighed deeply, her face turning somewhat gloomy. I guess this kind of content will only be taught when you go to university. University content? Yes. Su Yao dusted herself off, turned to face Chu Fan, and explained with a serious expression, when a ferocious beast of lord level or above is accidentally born in a dungeon due to various uncontrollable factors, the entire dungeon will gradually be corrupted. The terrain and difficulty will be completely changed. Once the dungeon begins to be corrupted, all the ferocious beasts inside will be fully enhanced, and their levels and ranks will rise by 1 or 2 tiers. In the end, they will all break free from the dungeon's constraints, escape its cage, invade the real world, and wreak havoc on the surrounding areas. However, in return, the experience points and rewards for clearing the dungeon will be greatly increased after the dungeon boss is defeated and the dungeon is cleared. After that, the dungeon will disappear completely and can no longer be entered. Since artificial replicas are products created to simulate real replicas, the ferocious beasts that appear inside will naturally inherit the dangerous factors that could lead to demonic transformation, and thus cannot avoid the phenomenon of demonic transformation. And we are now entering a dungeon that is about to be corrupted by demonic energy. Chu Fan, let's get out of the dungeon before it's completely corrupted. Once it's completely corrupted, we won't be able to leave without killing the final boss. We won't be able to leave even if we wanted to. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression faltered slightly. In this data-driven world, based on their combat abilities at the same level, ferocious beasts are divided into 7 different ranks: minions, elites, leaders, lords, kings, supreme beings, and ancient beings. Furthermore, the difficulty of combat increases exponentially between each tier. It can be said that the most powerful ancient-level ferocious beasts have attributes that are at least dozens of times greater than those of the same level of minion-level ferocious beasts, and they also possess a variety of complex mechanisms, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Previously, the two-horned rabbit that Chu Fan killed in the trial instance was an elite-level instance boss. If this dungeon boss were to be upgraded to the Lord rank, its 4 main attributes would likely be 3 to 4 times that of these vine spirits. That's really way too easy. A Lord-level dungeon boss should have some good skills. And this dungeon is gone after you clear it, so wouldn't you have to kill the dungeon boss before everyone else? Otherwise, wouldn't that mean we wouldn't even be able to get any wool? No. Sue, the campus bell, don't tell them. I still want the completion reward. If those elite teens clear the dungeon, then we won't be able to challenge it anymore. Hearing this, Su Yao rolled her eyes. Chu Fan, are you out of your mind? That's a Lord-level boss. You were indeed very strong just now, but a Lord-level boss is no match for these elite-level monsters. It's alright. Leave it to me. Something's wrong. I barely escaped death, I don't want to die again. It's alright, Su University's campus bell. It's just a level 10 Lord-level boss, nothing to worry about. Don't want. But do you know where the dungeon entrance portal is? Didn't you say the terrain changed after the dungeon started to be corrupted? At this moment, outside the instance, the vortex, which was originally blue and white, has now turned blood red, which is terrifying. A group of city guards at level 50 or above, 5 elite professionals at level 20, and 2 officers at level 80, fully armed, arrived nearby and completely sealed off the dungeon entrance. He really has become demonized. Upon seeing the scene before him, Officer Linny couldn't help but sigh deeply, a look of helplessness on his face. The most troublesome ones are not those demonized dungeons with levels 30 or 40. Instead, it's a demonized dungeon with a recommended level of 10 or below. Whether it's a normal dungeon or a manually created dungeon, there's an extremely frustrating rule: all players entering the dungeon must be at least 15 levels above the dungeon's recommended level. Of course, the same applies to the demonized artificial dungeons. This is the underlying logic of the game, the Apocalypse, and it cannot be easily changed. Faced with this predicament, the Chinese government had to invest heavily in building a special team. This squad, consisting of 5 level 20 elite professionals, is known as the Level Controlled Elite Squad. The equipment worn by these team members is all of epic quality or higher, and some of them are even equipped with legendary equipment. They have an important mission: to deal specifically with demonized dungeons with extremely low recommended levels. However, gaining experience points is entirely unavoidable. Once these elite squads level up by slaying dungeon bosses and gaining a lot of experience, they will need to be trained again at a high cost. This is absolutely outrageous. The instance administrator, Zhang Ya, was wide awake and quickly went to the 2 officers to report the situation. Captain Li, Captain Lin, 2 students have just entered the dungeon. One of them is Su Yao, the young lady of the Su group, who awakened a legendary class yesterday. Can we wait for them to come out first? Chapter 14: The Little Princess Who Slacks Off. Is anyone still inside? Linny frowned, looking very troubled. According to the data displayed by the energy detector, this instance is extremely corrupted. The ferocious beasts inside are likely close to level 10. If the 2 students who entered the instance just now had only completed their awakening and job change yesterday, their levels were probably not high enough to deal with these ferocious beasts that were close to level 10. Even if there are legendary professionals among them, it's the same. It looks like things are going to get really bad in the dungeon. Another officer, Li Yi, standing to the side, seemed to sense Lin Yi's inner struggle. He gently patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said in a heavy tone, "There's no time to hesitate, start the raid immediately. Once this dungeon is completely corrupted, the losses will be incalculable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sighed deeply. Once you successfully clear the demonized dungeon, the dungeon will be permanently removed. All the professionals who entered the demonized dungeon before will be trapped inside and never be able to escape. If it were any other ordinary professional exploring the dungeon, he might have issued an attack order without hesitation. However, the one currently in the dungeon is a legendary level professional. Only a handful of people in the entire city are able to awaken their existence each year. It is truly a great pity to see a future genius about to perish here. Seeing that Lin Yi was still hesitating, Li Yi continued to persuade him, it will take some time to conquer the demonized dungeon. Maybe they will be able to come out during this time. Moreover, once the dungeon is completely corrupted, the Lord-level dungeon boss will break free from the dungeon. If it manages to escape our encirclement using its special mechanics, then it won't just be 2 students who die. Upon hearing this, Linny raised his wrist to check the time on his watch, and then sighed deeply. It has been about half an hour since the anomaly occurred. Now is the perfect time to conquer the dungeon. Every second counts. Perhaps issuing a strategy guide immediately is the most urgent task. I see. Lin Yi turned to the elite team and ordered, "Begin the raid immediately." However, before he could finish speaking, the officer in charge of guarding the dungeon rushed over in a panic and reported, "Captain Lin, Captain Li, something bad has happened." What exactly happened? Just as Lin Yi was about to ask, he suddenly understood everything. The deep red vortex on the huge door had completely disappeared. Instead, a scarlet, blood-red light curtain covered its surface. The number, 59:30, was clearly displayed on the screen, and it was flashing and jumping continuously. How could it be so fast? Only half an hour has passed since the incident occurred. How could it have become completely demonized? Damn it! Quick, report the situation to your superiors immediately, and then send people over to form an encirclement. We must act fast and immediately evacuate the people near the Fuhai Plain. It must be done within 1 hour. Lin Yi and Li Ye's expressions changed drastically, their hearts filled with shock and horror. They never dreamed that this instance would be corrupted at such an astonishing speed. Normally, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours for a dungeon to go from detecting abnormal energy fluctuations to becoming completely corrupted. But what about now? Only half an hour had passed, and it had already been demonized. This was simply unheard of. At this moment, on that huge light screen, dazzling red numbers were flashing and decreasing continuously. These numbers represent the countdown to the ferocious beast breaking free from the dungeon's constraints. Once the number above becomes 0, the instance will disappear completely, and all the trapped beasts will be teleported to an open area not far from the instance entrance. Even worse. Once the countdown begins, the dungeon will enter a special state where you cannot enter or exit. Even if you want to send an elite team into the dungeon to clear it, you cannot do so. Those inside couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in either. They could only watch helplessly as the countdown reached 0. At this moment, inside the overturned plane's instance, completely different from the anxious officers outside. At this moment, Chu Fan was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem, still immersed in the joy of rapidly leveling up and stealing attributes. Successfully defeated the LV-10 Vine Spirit, gaining 150 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 10 Wild Boar Demon, gaining 160 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 9 Tree Monster, gaining 100 experience points. This is awesome. I wish there were more of these demonized dungeons. Chu Fan was all smiles, grinning from ear to ear. Chu Fan, shouldn't we play it safe? Don't drag such a bunch of ferocious beasts into this every time. Su Yao stammered, her face full of helplessness. However, it seems that because the upgrade speed was so fast, she eventually got hooked. As for why this happened, we have to go back a few minutes. In the end, Su Yao couldn't persuade Chu Fan otherwise and chose to stay in the demonized dungeon to fight monsters and level up. The main reason is that Su Yao simply cannot find the portal to exit, and she cannot move around in the dungeon alone. She had no choice but to follow Chu Fan and become a professional lazy princess. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Fan and Su Yao leveled up again. Moreover, he used his ability to steal things. Chu Fan's attributes surged again, and his agility value successfully exceeded 1,000. Even veteran professionals at level 50 or 60 might not be able to reach this level. Moreover, when Chu Fan reached level 9, he learned a highly practical mythical level skill. Eye of the Thief God, mythical level skill, passive skill, allows you to see other players' attribute panels, detailed equipment information, and all items they possess in their personal storage space. Chu Fan looked at Su Yao, and all the information about her was immediately apparent. Name, Su Yao. Class, Holy Archmage. Level, LV8. HP, 240-240, MP, 104-255. Strength, 19, Attack, 29. Constitution, 22, Defense, 40. Spirit, 59, Magic Attack, 111. Agility, 34, Magic Defense, 99. Equipment, Star Spring, White Feather Skirt, White Feather Crown, Magic Grip, Magic Skirt, Magic Boots, Radiant Ring, Radiant Bracelet, Radiant Necklace. Skills, Light Ball, Basic Healing, Photosynthesis, Light Shield, Blessing of Light, Prayer. Experience points, 840-9000. Portable space, click here to view detailed item information. Chapter 15 Blessing of Light. Although Su Yao's attributes are several times worse than Chu Fan's. However, if compared with other professionals of the same level, this attribute can be considered quite high. With such attributes and skills, soloing dungeons of the same level is indeed a piece of cake. I feel like I'm just here to gain experience points. At this moment, Su Yao was listlessly hanging her head, her face filled with loneliness and disappointment. After finally awakening the legendary class of Saint Magister, I thought I could dominate the dungeons from then on. But things didn't go as planned. Not only did they fail to play their due role in the battle, they couldn't even offer the slightest help, or more accurately, they were completely unable to help. Every time she prepares to unleash a light bullet spell to attack the enemy. Just as the light bullet was about to hit its target, the ferocious beasts were suddenly cut in half by a flash of cold light, causing their attacks to miss. If this dungeon had a DPS statistics function, it would probably only show a few points of damage at the very beginning. She hasn't produced any effective output since. It's nothing, these are minor issues. Consider it a reward for buying me a set of gear. Chu Fan said with a cheerful expression, showing no displeasure at having his experience points shared with Su Yao. Chu Fan, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you after I get out. Seeing that Chu Fan had wiped out all the ferocious beasts around them, Su Yao timidly approached and said something. The arrogance of having paid the full cost of this manual copy has vanished. All that remained was the shock at Chu Fan's strength and the guilt of having acted as if he were doing Chu Fan a favor, even though Chu Fan was clearly weaker than Chu Fan. I wish I could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it right then and there. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you apologizing to me? I shared your experience points. Chu Fan looked puzzled, somewhat unable to understand what the school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was thinking. If Su Yao hadn't brought him to the artificial dungeon to level up, he wouldn't have been able to benefit from the demonized dungeon. If it weren't for the set of rare grade equipment that Su Yao equipped for him yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to kill monsters so quickly, and he wouldn't have leveled up so fast. Without Su Yao's passive skill, Blessing of Light, he wouldn't have been able to use stealth shots so frequently to steal attributes. I'm so grateful to Su Yao, how could I possibly complain about her sharing experience points? Rather, Chu Fan was quite happy to help her level up. Blessing of Light, legendary skill, passive skill. When this skill is available, the MP recovery speed of the user and all party members is increased by 100%. This passive skill can be manually deactivated. The Blessing of Light skill does not only affect the natural regeneration rate of MP. It even has a bonus effect on Chu Fan's passive skill, Stealing Demons. At first, Chu Fan thought it was because his damage output had increased that the MP restored by the demon thief was so much. It wasn't until I saw Su Yao's skill information that I realized I had benefited from her. With her help, you can basically use the empty hand skill every time your basic attack hits the enemy. The efficiency of stealing attributes has doubled. On average, the attributes stolen for each level up are several times more than the attributes gained from leveling up. Compared to the insignificant matter of gaining experience, isn't this much better? Besides, he also has the Goddess's Blessing skill that increases his experience. After a while, it's as if the experience hasn't changed, so there's nothing to worry about. What are you thinking, you school beauty? Being able to team up with you to level up is the dream of so many male students. If I could, I'd like to carry you through dungeons forever. Take me through a dungeon? Are you sure? I'm not as strong as you. I can't help you. Su Yao turned her face away, trying to hide her shy expression. But inside, she was already overjoyed. Although she didn't understand why there was such a big difference in strength between her and Chu Fan, even though they were both legendary level professions. But being able to level up alongside someone like Chu Fan is incredibly lucky. Then we don't want it? Chu Fan chuckled and teased. Yes. Of course I want it. This doesn't seem right. You'd probably say something like, humph. Who asked you to help me level up? Hearing this, Su Yao pouted and said coquettishly, what are you thinking? I already said I'm not being arrogant. If someone is helping me level up, I'd be a fool not to go. Then let's not delay, let's clear this dungeon first? I'll do whatever you say. Awwa! 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 Chu Fan led Su Yao in the direction initially designated. In an instant, a chilling, low roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, several enormous beast-like figures suddenly appeared on the distant plains. These figures were 2.5 meters tall, with golden manes standing on end and sharp fangs crisscrossing, clearly a dozen bloodthirsty golden giant wolves. They bared their teeth and claws, their fangs bared, and the electric arcs of light clearly visible all around them. They were charging frantically toward Chu Fan and Su Yao's location with the eyes of prey on prey. Thunder Wolf Pack. Type, Thunder Wolf. Rank, Leader. Level, LV12. HP, 1000, MP, 200. Strength, 55, Attack, 100. Constitution, 30, Defense, 70. Spirit, 45, Magic Attack, 85. Agility, 55, Magic Defense, 35. Equipment, Wolf Fang, Wolf Hide. Skills, Assault, Charge, Pierce, Lightning Strike. Note, once upon a time, a bolt of lightning struck a wolf, but instead of turning it into a roasted wolf, it became a lightning wolf. It will use lightning magic to attack enemies at a distance. The next second. Awah! The thunder wolves all raised their heads and howled, and the thunder element in the air began to converge on them frantically. Several bolts of lightning gathered in the thunder wolf's mouth and burst forth at the same time, shooting straight towards Chu Fan and Su Yao. The lightning bolt moved extremely fast, but to Chu Fan it was like a snail crawling slowly. He flashed forward, taking several steps to easily evade all the attacks, and charged towards the pack of thunder wolves. Su Yao did not dodge, but instead directly used her light shield to block the lightning. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from her body, forming a huge light shield that completely enveloped her. Her magic defense value was already higher than the thunder wolf's magic attack, and the lightning flash spell was only the lowest level of lightning magic, with a bonus multiplier of only 100%. An attack of this magnitude is simply impossible to breach a defense. The main reason Su Yao used a light shield to defend against the lightning was that she didn't want her carefully styled hairstyle to be messed up. After all, who wants to be called the school beauty with an afro? Chapter 16, Su Yao's Little Thoughts. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Several bolts of lightning converged and exploded with a deafening roar. In an instant, thunderclaps resounded through the sky, lightning flashed everywhere, and the entire Fuhai Plain seemed to have undergone a baptism of light. However, this seemingly powerful lightning bolt did not cause any real harm to Su Yao. The Thunder Wolf has a very high HP value. Even considering Chu Fan's attack attributes, it would take 3 basic attacks to kill him instantly if he didn't hit any vital points. However, this also gave him the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He gripped the warp dagger, and with a flash, he transformed into a pale blue streak of light, rushing into the pack of thunder wolves. His movements were like those of a ghost, and the dagger in his hand moved with lightning speed, slashing through the pack of thunder wolves. Wherever it passed, the mournful howls of the thunder wolves suddenly rang out. During this process, Chu Fan also continuously used the skill of empty hands. Let's steal a little something. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 points of strength. Successfully activated stealing skill, breakthrough skill acquired. The thief's hand operation was successful. The item Wolf Fang was stolen. Successfully defeated the level 12 Thunder Wolf, gaining 600 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 12 Thunder Wolf, gaining 600 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 12 Thunder Wolf, gaining 600 experience points. The notification sounds of successful theft and gaining experience kept echoing in Chu Fan's mind. However, these sounds did not bother him at all. On the contrary, they brought him an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. This is real leveling up. That kind of monster grinding method that only increases experience but not attributes, what kind of leveling is that? This is what leveling up should be like, okay? The design concept of the Overturned Plains dungeon is to help novice players quickly adapt to the pace of leveling up by fighting monsters. To this end, the designers painstakingly made this instance extremely large, while cleverly scattering the ferocious beasts throughout the area to prevent newcomers from being besieged by large numbers of beasts. Even though the entire instance has now been corrupted by demons, the ferocious beasts have become much stronger and their numbers have increased considerably. However, their distribution patterns have not changed much compared to the past. In this situation, the professional must travel a distance to reach the new stronghold of the ferocious beast. This was originally intended to be a setting that benefits professionals. However, Chu Fan had some reservations about this. In his view, all the ferocious beasts could be wiped out in one fell swoop, so why bother with such a scattered deployment? Judging from his agility, he is not afraid of being surrounded by these monsters at all. Even if you are accidentally hit, you cannot break through its defenses. For him, the denser the monsters, the more advantageous it is. However, an hour has passed since entering the dungeon, and Chu Fan has been killing the ferocious beasts instantly. Even so, we haven't even seen the true face of the final boss yet. This is absolutely outrageous. Chu Fan, I've reached level 9. Thank you. Su Yao gripped Chu Fan's hand tightly and said excitedly. Looking at Su Yao's radiant smile, Zhu Fan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a calm smile. Don't mention it. I should be thanking you for being able to team up with you to level up. What Zhu Fan said was true. Without Su Yao's blessing, how could his attributes have increased so rapidly? They even stole dozens of skills, though none of them were actually useful. It is no exaggeration to call Su Yao his great benefactor. However, Su Yao did not think so. Deep down, she had already decided that Zhu Fan liked her, which was why he kept helping her level up. After all, in this world, strength is the key to everything. Even if you are extremely wealthy and have a powerful background, you will still be looked down upon if you lack real strength. That's why every student aspires to become an awakened combat-type professional. Although life-oriented professions also have data-driven panels, their attributes are extremely low, their leveling speed is very slow, and the increase in the 4 dimensions brought by each level is at most 1 or 2 points. Furthermore, they cannot equip themselves with the equipment of combat professions. After a while, a level 20 life skill professional might not even be as good as a level 5 combat skill professional wearing a set of trash equipment. With such a huge gap in strength, it's no wonder that no one would like a life-oriented profession. And the most basic way to improve your strength is to level up. Zhu Fan would rather slow down his own leveling up than not level up with her, even taking her through dangerous demonized dungeons. It's like he's willing to give everything for her. A man willing to give everything for the one he loves is not only far more capable than his peers, but also extremely handsome. What woman could resist a man like that? Compared to men who only write love letters, say sweet nothings, and send good morning and good night messages every day, he is so much better. If he confesses his feelings to me, then I'll say yes. With my family's resources, Zhu Fan's future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. A couple with legendary professions, just thinking about it makes me incredibly envious, he he he. Su Yao muttered to herself, a love-struck expression on her face. What's wrong? It's nothing. Su Yao smiled slightly and walked past Zhu Fan towards the front. What a strange woman. Zhu Fan looked puzzled, then followed. At this moment, outside the instance, the military has already deployed modern troops at the entrance of the Overseas Plains instance. Tanks, firearms, riot shields, heavy weapons, and so on were all available, and a defensive line was set up radiating outwards for 3 kilometers. Army defense line. Above that enormous portal, the countdown numbers were relentlessly ticking, leaving everyone with less than 20 minutes. Although analysis of energy fluctuations suggests that the final boss of this demonized dungeon should not exceed level 15. However, the hundreds of professional warriors still dared not let their guard down. They were on high alert, fully armed, and formed a huge circular encirclement, determined not to let any of the ferocious beasts in the dungeon escape. After all, this is at least a Lord-level boss, and its combat power cannot be estimated based solely on the attributes of a regular level 15 ferocious beast. If it escapes the instance area and enters the leveling area of other novice players, it will inevitably cause disastrous consequences and result in huge casualties. No matter the cost, it must be completely eradicated. At this moment, Su Yao's butler, Li Yoji, paced anxiously back and forth at the entrance of the instance, his face filled with despair and anxiety, almost going crazy. He knew the seriousness of the matter, but dared not tell the rest of the Su family, especially Su Yao's mother, Tang Wan. If she knew that her daughter Su Yao was trapped in a demonized dungeon and her life was hanging in the balance, she would probably faint. After all, Su Yao's brother, Su Mo, died at the hands of a king-level boss because he suddenly turned into a demon in the dungeon. If Su Yao were to die so inexplicably, the entire Su family would be thrown into chaos. Chapter 17 Lord-level boss. Linny stepped forward, gently patted Li Yoji's shoulder, and comforted him. Mr. Li, please calm down. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will definitely rescue Miss Su. A glimmer of hope. The dungeon has been completely corrupted by demons, how can you expect me to stay calm? Upon hearing this, Li Yoji's expression grew even more anxious. Everything will be alright. Miss Su is incredibly knowledgeable, she'll definitely notice the anomaly in the dungeon immediately, find a place to hide, and wait for our rescue. Rescue? Just tell me, after the countdown ended and the instance disappeared, where are you going to find Su Yao? She's the only heir of our Su group. Why did it take you so long to take any action after the abnormal situation occurred? This. Linny shut his mouth, a look of indescribable expression on his face. In fact, he understood this very well deep down. Su Yao and Zhu Fan, who entered the overturned plains instance, had absolutely no chance of survival. Once the dungeon is completely corrupted, there is no other way out except to defeat the dungeon boss. Furthermore, if the dungeon boss is not defeated before the countdown ends, once the dungeon boss leaves the dungeon and enters the real world, it will never be able to leave the dungeon again. They can only slowly starve to death in the dungeon, and even their own corpses will be nowhere to be found. As for whether Su Yao, a legendary professional, is capable of defeating a Lord-level dungeon boss? That's just wishful thinking, absolutely impossible. After all, the strength of a Lord-level boss is extremely powerful. Even a 5-person team of level 20 elite professionals carefully trained by China might not have a full chance of winning against it. Moreover, Su Yao and Xu Fan were students who had only awakened their powers yesterday. I'm afraid it won't even be able to break through the defenses. How pitiful. He had such a bright future, yet he died in the demonized dungeon. Fate is truly unfair. Lin Yi turned around and sighed with regret. No one heard it. The final boss is located in a lifeless wasteland. Compared to the lush green plains covered by the sea, this place appears particularly abrupt and eerie. After easily eliminating the nearby ferocious beasts, Xu Fan led Su Yao leisurely onto this wilderness. The place was unusually quiet, with nothing but a figure in a black cloak who resembled an elderly human. This mysterious figure was hunched over, thin as skin and bones, his entire face was completely skeletal, and his eyes emitted a sinister red light, making him terrifying. He gripped a staff that looked like a tree branch tightly in his right hand, and his whole being resembled an elderly zombie from a horror movie. In fact, he was indeed a zombie. Zombie Mage. Type: Zombie Mage. Rank: Lord. Level: LV 15. HP: 5000 MP: 4000 Strength: 17, Attack: 22. Constitution: 102, Defense: 152. Spirit: 240, Magic Attack: 360. Agility: 60, Magic Defense: 330. Equipment: Green Vine Scepter, Witchcraft Hat, Witchcraft Robe, Bone Ring, Heart of the Spirit. Skills: Lightning Bolt, Pyroblast, Ice Arrow, Wind Blade, Darkness, Voodoo Curse, Death Rattle, Zombie Summoning, Triple Cast. Note: zombies that possess magical powers can use powerful magic to kill opponents and turn them into their zombie servants. They are vulnerable to light magic. Xu Fan, this boss is so strong. Are you okay? Upon seeing the zombie mage, Su Yao couldn't help but gasp. 200 Spirit. 360 Magic Attack. 330 Magic Defense. Even a level 30 magic user, wearing a full set of equipment, would probably find it difficult to achieve such terrifying attributes. No problem. Don't worry. Xu Fan responded calmly, and at the same time, he took a step forward and approached the zombie mage alone. He. At this moment, the zombie magic damage finally noticed Xu Fan and Su Yao's arrival and let out a chilling sneer. I've only just awakened, and I didn't expect fresh flesh and blood to be delivered to my door. Oh? It can actually speak human language? Xu Fan was secretly surprised. He remembered his teacher mentioning it in high school. Normally, a ferocious beast must meet 2 conditions simultaneously: its level must exceed 30 and its rank must reach at least the Lord level, in order to possess intelligence comparable to that of a human and be able to speak human language. However, the zombie mage who appeared in front of him at this moment, although his rank had indeed reached the Lord level, was only level 15. They are already able to communicate and converse like normal people. Could it be the effect of that telepathic connection? With this thought in mind, Xu Fan unhesitatingly opened the equipment option for the Heart of the Spirit to check its attributes. Equipment: Heart of the Soul. Rank: Legendary. Type: Necklace. Durability: 100,000. Attributes: Spirit plus 20, Max MP plus 100. Equipment requirements: None. Additional Effect 1, the wearer will gain the ability to communicate with all things. Additional Effect 2, the wearer's skill effects will be enhanced. Additional Effect 3, automatically resurrects after death, restoring 10% HP cooldown, 30 days. Additional Effect 4, the wearer is immune to abnormal statuses such as instant death, petrification, confusion, charm, freezing, and curse. Great! That's wonderful! What a precious baby! In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed in Xu Fan's eyes. The gaze fixed on the zombie mage was as if he were looking at a treasure. With high HP and defense, plus the existence of skills like Voodoo Curse that have a healing effect on undead enemies, it means that Xu Fan needs to attack many times to kill them, which allows him to use his miraculous hand skill more frequently. Moreover, there are legendary equipment like the Heart of the Spirit. This is hardly a Lord-level boss. It's practically a mobile treasure trove. Human, what do you want to do? For some reason, the zombie mage suddenly became a little flustered, and his anus involuntarily tightened slightly. Logically speaking, Human should have shown extreme fear upon seeing him, knelt down and begged for mercy, and then become his slaves. But why does this human in front of me have such a strange look in his eyes? Something seems off. Something's very wrong. Something is very, very wrong. A sly smile crept across Chu Fan's lips. Treasure, here I come. Hateful. The zombie mage quickly raised his vine staff and began chanting a spell. Lightning bolt. Fireball. Ice arrow. The triple chanting went straight towards Chu Fan's location. However, just as the three techniques were about to hit Chu Fan, the zombie mage suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, an indescribable sensation filling his entire body, as if he were being held in place by iron blocks. It felt like my body had been hollowed out. Chapter 18 stole all the attributes. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 6 strength points. Successfully activated stealing skill, death rattle skill. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 150 spirit points. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item rag was stolen. Holy crap! One of the notification sounds was so striking that Chu Fan immediately uttered an extremely beautiful line from a traditional Chinese poem. 150 points of sanity. What exactly is this thing? Since awakening the thief god profession, Chu Fan has used the stealing skill at least 500 times, and has successfully stolen attributes at least 50 of those times. However, the highest attribute he can steal in a single instance is only 10 points, and usually it's only around 4 to 8 points. I've never stolen an attribute with such a high score of 150 before. What the heck? Could the skill Hidden Hands possibly produce a critical hit? This is practically like stealing someone's main artery. Seeing the zombie mage, who originally had a mental strength of 240 points, but now only had 90 points left, Chu Fan couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Boom, boom, boom. There's absolutely no need to dodge. The damage caused by the simultaneous use of the three techniques was merely a tiny bit of dust left on Chu Fan's clothes. He himself did not suffer any substantial damage. Well, that's not entirely accurate. The green vine staff has an additional effect that guarantees 3 points of true damage with every magical attack. Therefore, the simultaneous use of these three techniques dealt a total of 9 points of damage to Chu Fan, taking away a full 2,000ths of his health. This is truly rare. That's it? It's not even strong enough to give me a massage. How is that possible? The gaunt face uttered an incredulous sound, its eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Well then, it's my turn to make a move. The next second. Holding a dagger, Chu Fan transformed into a sky blue shooting star and arrived in front of the zombie mage in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Chu Fan's slash pierced through the zombie mage's body dozens of times in less than 3 seconds, reducing his HP to just over 100. Impossible. How can he be so strong? You're only level 12. Oh, you can actually see my level? Chu Fan was quite surprised. The zombie mage's skill bar contains no scouting skills. How did he know the exact grade? Damn it! This isn't over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie mage cast a voodoo curse on himself, and his HP slowly began to recover. Chu Fan smiled wryly and didn't disturb him. Instead, he pretended to be in the recovery animation after using his ultimate move, panting heavily. Joke. He only stole less than half of his attributes. How could you kill him so quickly? It even knows healing spells. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Human, you didn't expect that, did you? Your strength is not bad. I want you to be my chief servant. As the zombie mage's injuries gradually healed, Su Yao, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but become anxious. She couldn't understand why the zombie mage's mental value would suddenly drop by 150 points, and why his other attributes would also be weakened. Even so, with the zombie mage's current magical defense capabilities, even though light magic has a 150% damage advantage against undead magic, Su Yao still couldn't break through his defenses. She could only stand by anxiously, completely at a loss for what to do. However, something unexpected happened again. The zombie mage's already dwindling strength attribute instantly dropped to 0. Su Yao rubbed her eyes hard, then gasped. The only abnormal status that can reduce a target's 4-dimensional attributes is the curse status. As for the fact that the attribute reduction effect of the curse status becomes a buff for undead enemies, let's put that aside for now. After the game Apocalypse integrates with reality, there is an underlying logic. No value in the four-dimensional attribute panel can ever become 0 or negative, its minimum value is set to 1. Is this a bug? She didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. The next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The robes the zombie mage was wearing, the hood on his head, and the staff he was holding tightly, all of these items fell to the ground. Then, something even more incredible happened. His agility value also instantly dropped to 0. At this moment, the zombie mage seemed to be frozen in place, completely unable to move or even utter a single word. At that moment, the entire wilderness fell silent. The zombie mage was dumbfounded. Su Yao was dumbfounded. Even Xu Fan himself was dumbfounded. He never expected that when his strength dropped to 0, he would be unable to pick up any of his equipment. Once the agility value drops to 0, it means that the body will lose its ability to move. Following this logic, this zombie mage probably won't be able to restore health by chanting spells anymore, right? Holy crap! Seeing that the zombie mage's HP had only recovered to 3,000 points, Xu Fan sighed. It's only been one round, and it's already too late to steal. Is there really such a ridiculous boss? Can't we let him get a little more benefits? Split. Hey! What's wrong with you? Hey! Little zombie! If you don't talk, I'm going to kill you. If the zombie mage could speak at this moment, he would definitely shout MMP. Is this even human? That's just plain stupid. After confirming that the zombie mage was no longer able to move, Xu Fan stripped him of all his equipment without hesitation. The same applies to those with a telepathic connection. Not only that, the other equipment scattered on the ground also fell into Xu Fan's hands, and he put them all into his personal space. Su Yao had mentioned before that she hadn't contributed anything and was just a lazy princess who coasted along to gain experience. Therefore, she won't touch any of the equipment or items that drop in this dungeon. Naturally, all these things belong to Xu Fan. Cool. As for the boss in front of us. Xu Fan's lips curled up slightly. He had already made up his mind. Of course, we should make good use of it to restore our MP. Don't come any closer. If the zombie mage could speak right now, that's what he would definitely want to say. Unfortunately, with its agility value reduced to 0, it has completely lost its ability to move. Thank you for your hospitality, Xu Fan said softly. Immediately afterwards, he swung his weapon repeatedly, and several sharp slashes fell like lightning. The zombie mage's health finally reached 0, and he turned into ashes, disappearing into the wilderness. And right where it originally stood, a treasure chest shimmering with dazzling golden light quietly appeared. The demonized plains of the sea have finally been successfully cleared. Chapter 19, just spend more time with me running a few more dungeons. Successfully defeated the zombie mage LV-15, gaining 50,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to LV-13 and learned a new skill, Clairvoyance. 1000-mile vision, epic level passive skill, allows you to clearly see things a kilometer away. The viewing distance increases with level. Name, Xu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV-13. HP, 4,200 5000, MP, 0700. Strength, 550, Attack, 575. Constitution, 560, Defense, 616. Spirit, 620, Magic Attack, 640. Agility, 1640, Magic Defense, 644. Equipment, Warp Dagger, Soft Leather Armor, Light Cavalry Gauntlets, Light Cavalry Leggings, Silver Headband, Light Cavalry Boots, Swift Ring, Swift Bracelet, Wind Pendant. Skills, Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Magic Theft, Void Concealment, Assassination Technique, God Level Disguise, Savage Charge, Eye of the Thief God, Clairvoyance, Divine Power, Breaking Strike. Experience points, 1,070,000. These stats are pretty good. I feel like I could solo a level 40 nightmare dungeon. Wait, I can't get in. Just as Xu Fan was looking at his attributes and lost in thought. Suddenly, a delicate and soft sensation came from my hand. Upon closer inspection, he saw a pair of fair and delicate little hands tightly gripping his own. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful and charming face came into view, with a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Xu Fan, you're amazing. You're so cool. Su Yao said excitedly, her voice filled with surprise and admiration. Xu Fan felt the delicate and gentle touch coming from his hand, as if a warm spring breeze was blowing through his heart. It's soft and makes you feel incredibly comfortable. No problem, I already told you it's very simple, but you didn't believe me at first. Chu Fan responded naturally, but did not withdraw his hands. I had no idea you were this strong. Honestly. Su Yao's beautiful eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. Her long, white-stockinged legs rubbed together slightly, as if she were somewhat uneasy. A flush of excitement rose on her cheeks, as alluring as a ripe apple. Looking at Su Yao's adorable appearance, Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. She truly deserves to be called the school beauty. She is indeed good-looking. Now you know. Okay. Seriously. Su Yao withdrew her hands, put them on her hips, and muttered, let's not talk about that now, let's see what the reward is. This is a demonized dungeon. The reward must be very rare. Chu Fan nodded and then opened the treasure chest. What came into view was a skill scroll and a silver ring. Equipment, light elf ring. Rank, epic. Type, ring. Durability, 40,000. Attributes, spirit plus 10, max MP plus 50. Equipment requirements, 100 spirit, magic-based class. Additional effect 1, light attribute magic damage plus 10%. Additional effect 2, reduces damage taken from light attribute magic by 10%. Additional effect 3, all spell casting speed plus 5%. Additional effect 4, when attacked, there is a 1% chance to trigger the light sprite's protection, restoring 10% of HP and MP, and increasing light attribute magic damage by 50% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Holy Light Skill Scroll, epic item allows magic-based classes to learn the skill Holy Light after use. Holy Light, epic skill, consumes 150 MP, unleashes a light attribute magic attack on a wide range of enemies, and has a 50% chance to reduce the opponent's magic defense by 10% for 8 seconds. Wow! 2 epic items. You're rich. Su Yao excitedly patted Chu Fan's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with dazzling golden light. However, Chu Fan remained very calm, seemingly not very interested in the 2 items. Epic level equipment and items are extremely rare. Depending on the differences in their actual effects, the price usually fluctuates between tens of thousands and millions of Chinese yuan. Of course, there are also some equipment and items with extremely abnormal effects, which can even sell for tens of millions of Chinese yuan. The Light Elf Ring and the Holy Light Magic Skill Scroll were clearly not among the extremely rare treasures. After all, magic-based professions that specialize in light are quite rare. Furthermore, while light magic is effective against undead enemies, its damage multiplier is much lower than that of fire, lightning, wind, and dark magic, which are primarily offensive attributes. In addition, each magic-based class can usually learn area of effect spells during the leveling process. Therefore, light attribute area of effect attack magic scrolls seem somewhat redundant. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. It probably won't sell for much money, right? Little by little, we accumulate wealth. Our Su group also started from small businesses. Chu Fan glanced at Su Yao, who was staring excitedly at the 2 treasures, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Defeating an undead boss yields equipment and skill scrolls that counter it. Is this pre-programmed? Or was it just luck? Suzhou University's campus spell, I'll give you both of these. Ha! Su Yao was stunned for a moment, give it to me? Yes. Aren't you a Saint Magister who specializes in light magic? You should be able to use both of these. But. Su Yao swallowed hard, her heart filled with mixed emotions. To be honest, she really wanted those 2 things. However, she didn't contribute much during the entire dungeon run. Instead, she leached off a lot of Chu Fan's experience points. Although she knew that Chu Fan liked her, she still understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. You shouldn't take things from others just because they like you. Wouldn't it seem too greedy to accept such a generous gift without any reason? If she accepted the money, wouldn't Chu Fan think she was a greedy person? But this was, after all, the first gift Chu Fan had ever given her. If I don't accept it, wouldn't I be letting him down? After all, she had politely declined many birthday gifts from boys before, and the disappointed expressions on their faces were still vivid in her mind. While Su Yao was lost in thought, Chu Fan interrupted, there's no but about it. Consider this a thank you gift for helping me. In return, you can accompany me to run a few more dungeons next time. Just kidding, if Su Yao weren't here. How could he possibly steal so many attribute points? The frequency of using the hidden hand skill should be reduced by at least half. Su Yao blushed and murmured, thank you. Chu Fan, I will remember this kindness. Remember. Next time, play a few more dungeons with me. Don't stand me up. Chapter 20, The Demonized Boss, is quite simple. Outside the instance. Li Yi and Lin Yi stared intently at the countdown on the giant gate, their hearts pounding in their chests. 1 minute left. Hopefully, this dungeon boss isn't the kind that can use teleportation magic. Don't worry. This time, the leader specially borrowed the landscape map, which can seal off this space. No matter what, the dungeon boss will not be able to escape from here. I hope so. Lin Yi sighed and looked into the distance. After all, not long ago, news broke in Japan that a dungeon boss, whose level was only 50 but whose rank was supreme, forcibly broke through the restrictions of the mountain and river map and broke into the city, causing huge damage. Half the city was destroyed, and tens of thousands of professionals were brutally murdered. One of the necessary conditions for a dungeon to become corrupted is that a dungeon boss of lord level or higher is created within the dungeon. Who can guarantee that a supreme level boss won't appear in this dungeon of the overturned plains? Thinking about this, he became increasingly uneasy. Time ticked by, and the countdown for the dungeon was down to just 30 seconds. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The red screen that had been steadily displaying the countdown began to flicker incessantly, and the numbers on it became blurry, as if a bug had occurred in a single-player game where textures were missing, constantly jumping and flashing. What happened? What happened? Wait, someone's coming out. A figure emerged from the red light curtain. This man was 1.75 meters tall, with his head held high and chest out, and quite handsome. Immediately afterwards, another beautiful figure emerged from the light screen. She had a graceful figure and an exquisite face, like a fairy descended from heaven. The moment the man and woman stepped out of the light curtain, the enormous portal collapsed with a deafening roar, raising clouds of dust. At this point, the overturned plains instance completely disappeared from the world. Chu Fan and Su Yao were somewhat stunned as they looked at the dense crowd of people around them. Isn't it true that only one elite squad can be sent in at most? Why are so many people gathered here? What the heck? Just as the two were puzzled, they suddenly heard a shout. Young miss! Are you all right? After confirming that he was not seeing things, Su Yao's butler, Li Yoji, rushed forward and asked with concern. It's nothing. How could anything be wrong? That's great. I was really scared. Li Yoji, an old man, was in tears. Su Yao survived, and that's more important than anything else. Lin Yi and Li Yi were also taken aback. They quickly walked up to Su Yao and Chu Fan and asked, "What's going on? How did you get out of there?" Chu Fan and Su Yao exchanged a glance, smiled slightly, and then said, "We'll be out after we defeat the final boss." Is there a problem? Killed? You mean you killed the dungeon boss? Chu Fan nodded, yes. You can only leave after killing the boss, isn't that the rule of the dungeon? Su Yao added, I was almost scared to death. Luckily, this dungeon boss wasn't too strong. It was an undead enemy that my holy magister was good at defeating, otherwise we probably wouldn't have been able to win. Isn't that impressive? In an instant, Li Yi and Lin Yi felt their minds go blank. Two students who just completed their awakening ceremony yesterday joined forces today to kill a lord-level boss of around level 15. They even gave it a low rating. This is absolutely insane. Li Yi was the first to come to his senses and quickly asked, "Don't you know that the dungeon has been corrupted by demons?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan and Su Yao exchanged another glance and sighed. Chu Fan scratched his head and explained, I know, but because the terrain changed after the dungeon was corrupted, we couldn't find the exit portal, so we had no choice but to go find the dungeon boss. Su Yao added, we just didn't expect the dungeon boss to be so easy, and then we beat it. Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. All the officers who heard this looked utterly astonished, their eyes wide as saucers, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. An indescribable sense of shock and astonishment welled up in my heart. How can a lord-level dungeon boss be described as easy? Moreover, the dungeon they chose was at the nightmare difficulty level. What kind of international joke is this? However, when they saw the equipment and wounds on these two people, they couldn't help but start to doubt their own judgment. Because, on the surface, the two of them did indeed appear to have completed the dungeon challenge unscathed. Is this lord-level boss really so easy to defeat? But you should know that this is a level 15 dungeon boss with a rank of lord or higher. Even if you just stand there and let those two students hit you, they might not be able to break through your defenses. What the hell is this? At this moment, Suyao's pretty face suddenly flushed slightly, and she said shyly, I'm sorry, I'm all sticky and uncomfortable from the battle. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go home and take a shower. Okay. No problem. Sorry. Ha ha ha. Linny smiled awkwardly. In any case, the fact that there were no casualties in this dungeon demonization incident is truly the best outcome. Subsequently, Linny and Li Yi removed the cordon. After surveying the area and confirming that there were no problems, he led his troops away from the place. Young miss, I'm so glad you're alright. I was almost. It's really nothing. By the way, you didn't tell my mom, did you? How could I dare say that? Madame Tang's health. Suya waved her hand, interrupting Li Yoji. Stop. Don't say any more. I'm tired, I want to go home. Okay. I'll drive the car over right away. It was noon when we returned to the seaside villa. Despite having gone through such a tough battle, only 2 hours had passed. It truly makes one sigh with emotion. At this moment, Chu Fan was comfortably lying in the bathtub of the villa, admiring his attribute interface. Suddenly, a female voice came from next door. Chu Fan, thank you so much for today. I really didn't expect that I could level up to level 10 in just one day, it's unbelievable. Chu Fan laughed and replied, is the soundproofing in your bathroom that bad? You didn't secretly install some kind of peephole, did you? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately pouted and retorted, why would I spy on you? Aren't you boys always thinking about spying on me? What's so interesting about you spying on me? Do you even know what profession I've awakened? Su Yao immediately replied, Shadow Assassin, what's wrong? Did you know that Shadow Assassins possess the ability to see through objects? Varied. Su Yao blushed immediately and quickly covered herself, curling up in the bathtub. I never imagined that someone would possess such a terrible skill. No, that means Chu Fan has already seen her naked. Ha, just kidding, I haven't learned that move yet. Can you please stop making such a terrible joke? Seriously. Chapter 2100 Mile Mountain Range. Speaking of which, Su University's campus bell, what's the plan for next? Are there any more pre-booked human assistants? Yes, there is, but it's a level 7 artificial dungeon. With your strength, I'm afraid you wouldn't be interested in such a dungeon. Will it turn into a demon? If not, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately rolled her eyes. Would a normal person ask such a question? Others avoid the demonized dungeon like the plague. Perhaps only an oddball like Chu Fan would hope to encounter the demonic phenomenon every time he runs a dungeon. However, he does indeed possess such strength. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and it's incredibly difficult to book a human-assisted dungeon session. I booked mine months ago, and now it seems unlikely. Chu Fan frowned slightly. Don't dungeons support multiple teams challenging them simultaneously? Why can't we do manual dungeons? Su Yao sighed. It used to be possible to support multiple teams to challenge at the same time, but because the energy consumption was too high, this function was gradually turned off. Now it is almost impossible to find a manual dungeon that can support simultaneous challenges. I see. How about we check out the wilderness dungeons? I already had Lolly prepare a map showing the distribution of wilderness dungeons around Jiangchang. No problem, we'll do whatever the campus bell of Su University says. Could you please stop calling me that? In the game, The Apocalypse, there is a limitation that is very troublesome. Specifically, each player can only challenge the dungeon once a day, and regardless of whether they succeed or fail, they cannot challenge it again. If someone wants to continue challenging other dungeons on the same day, they must go to the store to purchase dungeon tokens. As the number of times you challenge a dungeon increases, the amount of dungeon tokens you consume will also rise. Challenging a dungeon for the second time requires 1 dungeon token, the third requires 2, the fourth requires 4, the fifth requires 8, and so on, with no upper limit. As long as you have enough money and grind fast enough, you can easily clear more than a dozen dungeons a day. When the apocalypse merges with the real world, it will naturally have such limitations, and it will naturally have dungeons to make this thing exist. However, the method for obtaining a copy order has changed. Currently, the only way to obtain it is by opening dungeon chests, but while the probability isn't low, it's definitely not high either. This situation directly led to a crazy surge in the price of dungeon tokens, with 1 dungeon token now worth around 50,000 to 60,000, which is equivalent to a low-level rare equipment. Therefore, children from poor families often lag behind those from rich families in terms of advancement, mainly due to differences in equipment and configuration. However, this was no problem at all for Su Yao, the eldest daughter of the Su group. After a lavish lunch in the afternoon, Su Yao took Chu Fan to the Bailey Mountains in the southeast of Jiangcheng. This mountain range is extremely majestic and spectacular. It is more than 30 kilometers away from Jiangcheng and stretches for nearly 100 li from west to east, hence the name 100 Li Mountain Range. According to the information collected by Li Yoji, there are 7 copies of this Bailey Mountain Range, scattered in various corners. However, this is not just a simple matter of dungeons. Numerous wild and ferocious beasts also roam this area, and their strength is generally around level 20. In the core area of the 100-mile mountain range, there sits a powerful Lord-level boss, the Crimson Flame Serpent. This boss is level 30 and will respawn every day at 12 o'clock. It guards its core area, only accepting teams between levels 25 and 35 to challenge it, and only one team is allowed to challenge it at a time. In other words, it's equivalent to a world boss in a typical online game. However, none of this matters much to Chu Fan at this stage. His target this time was the third dungeon in the 100-mile mountains, the King's Ruins, recommended level 20. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle section of the Bailey Mountains. Hundreds of professionals were gathered in front of a pitch-black stone gate. It looked very lively. Is there a healer available? We're one player short on hard difficulty, need a healer. The top players from the Peerless Guild are leading the team, but we're missing a healer. Nightmare level. Nightmare level. Aren't there any teams lacking DPS? Why are they all lacking healers? Selling a Knight's Bracer that was just unearthed. Anyone interested? Here's the price. Full DPS self-reliant team, no boss fights, hard difficulty, level 15 and above are all welcome. Team formation, recruiting members, selling goods, everywhere was filled with the clamor of voices, extremely noisy. So this is how crowded the entrances for normal dungeons? I thought it would be as deserted as artificial dungeons. Chu Fan was astonished by the scene before him. Before coming here, he never expected to see such a scene. It's exactly like running dungeons in an online game from my previous life, although we are indeed running dungeons in an online game now. The challenge fee for manual dungeons is so high, and it can only support one team at a time. Who would want to participate? And this is considered a small number. If it were a dungeon for level 40 or 50, there would be even more people. Su Yao explained with a smile. The arrival of Chu Fan and Su Yao instantly attracted the attention of many people. After all, both of them had young faces, especially Su Yao, whose beauty was so stunning that it was like a fairy descending to earth, making it hard to ignore her presence. It naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Soon enough, a professional wielding a longsword walked towards Chu Fan and Su Yao. Are you two also here to challenge the King's Ruins? How about we team up? Our team is just 2 people short. The man had shifty eyes and an extremely lewd expression, and his gaze kept drifting towards Su Yao. It's like his face practically screams, "My goal is Su Yao." It's obvious they're plotting something. Chu Fan used the Eye of the Thief God to check his information inside. Level 21, wearing only the worst common grade equipment. A dignified swordsman, yet his attack power barely exceeds 100. Is it certain that I can break through the defenses of the King's Ruins? Just as Chu Fan was about to shake his head in refusal, a domineering voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Wu, are you here to pick up girls or grind dungeons? With your pathetic skills, you think you can carry girls? Aren't you afraid of dragging them down with you? Get lost, you hear me? The speaker was a bald, burly man with a strong and robust physique. He gripped a heavy hammer tightly in his hand, which looked to weigh over 1,000 pounds and inspired awe. He wore a suit of gleaming silver armor, radiating light and exuding immense power. His attributes are much more normal, with a defense of 250 points. Most low-level monsters of the same level probably couldn't break through his defense. The bald, burly man strode forward, roughly shoved aside the shifty-eyed man, and glared at him fiercely. However, when he turned his head, his gaze fell on Chu Fan and Su Yao. But then he immediately put on a fawning smile, as if he had become a completely different person. Chapter 22: The Battle for the Wet Nurse. Gentlemen, that guy was called Wang Wu. He's a notorious useless swordsman who makes a living by tricking others into helping him run dungeons. He just said the team needed 2 more people, but he was actually alone. He just wanted you guys to carry him through dungeons. But I, Zhao Lu, am different. I am a member of the Peerless Guild, and my strength is evident to all. If you team up with me, I guarantee you won't suffer any losses. So, how about it? Do you two want to join our team? If you don't believe me, I can show you my stats panel. I guarantee they're incredibly high, unlike anything you've ever seen before. The bald, burly man named Zhao Lu had a gleam in his eyes. Although he was facing both of them while speaking, his eyes kept looking at Su Yao. Their true intentions are self-evident, they're just like that swordsman from before. Wang Wu's face turned as red with anger after Zhao Lu intervened halfway through the journey. However, clearly intimidated by Wang Wu's true strength, they dared not speak out in anger and could only slink away. Seeing this, Zhu Fan and Su Yao exchanged a smile. Neither of them had expected to encounter such a situation. The power of not wearing a mask is truly amazing. I wanted to wear it too, but what? You want to show me? Zhu Fan chuckled and joked, then looked at Zhao Lu. Sorry, we don't plan to team up with anyone else. Wang Wu glanced at Zhu Fan and clicked his tongue. That's just because you don't intend to. Maybe this beauty would like to team up with us? The king's ruins are very dangerous. It's safer to have a strong companion, isn't it? The next sentence was clearly meant for Su Yao. However, Su Yao remained unmoved. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes darted around, and a sly glint flashed in them. She suddenly stepped forward and hugged Zhu Fan's arm tightly. Sorry, I'm going to run a dungeon with my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu froze, her face showing an expression as if she had swallowed a fly. He never expected that this beautiful woman was actually the girlfriend of this seemingly unremarkable man. These two people seemed to come from completely different social classes, judging from their demeanor. Really? So you shouldn't invite us. Zhao Lu, unwilling to give up, continued, how are you two going to challenge the king's ruins? You haven't recovered, you haven't tanked. Healing spell. Su Yao interrupted Zhao Lu with her actions. I'm the nanny, is there a problem? If not, we'll be going. Su Yao thought that this would solve the problem. Unexpectedly, the teams that had previously shown little interest in Zhu Fan and Su Yao all widened their eyes in surprise. Wet nurse. Finally, a wet nurse has arrived. There are more than a dozen teams here, and every team is short of a healer. They have been waiting for hours. Now that wet nurses are available, how can we let this opportunity pass us by? Zhao Lu, in particular, almost popped her eyes out of their sockets. Another top-tier beauty, and another extremely rare wet nurse. This is absolutely not to be missed. The next second, everyone in front of the instance rushed at Zhu Fan and Su Yao, surrounding them completely. Hey beautiful. We're too short for our threesome. If you and your boyfriend come, we can start driving right away. Want to join? Hey beautiful. We're a professional strategy team specializing in nightmare difficulty. You can start right away. We'll be challenging the king's ruins for the next few days until we get an SSS rating. Hey beautiful. Our team just got an SS rating yesterday, efficiency is guaranteed. We'll make sure you level up incredibly fast. Hey beautiful. Please help our team. We've been waiting since 8 a.m. Get out of my way. All of you get out of my way. This is the person I've set my sights on. If you dare to try and take her from me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing this scene, Zhu Fan sighed. Why does this school beauty from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School seem a little bit slow on the uptake? I just heard a group of people saying that the team needed a healer, and they still dared to reveal their healer identity. Would a normal person reveal their identity as a wet nurse at this time? Is he genuinely stupid or just pretending? As for Su Yao, she never expected it to cause such big trouble. But it's too late to say anything then. She could only hide behind Zhu Fan, feeling wronged and afraid to speak. Zhu Fan. I'm sorry, I never thought it would turn out like this. I don't understand what you're thinking. After a period of debate, Zhao Lu emerged victorious. He brandished his giant hammer and walked straight up to Zhu Fan and Su Yao, immediately switching to a beaming smile as he said, "Beautiful ladies. Sorry for the spectacle. Our team is really strong, and I'm an epic level professional, so efficiency is guaranteed. We're just missing you, we'll be there soon." Zhu Fan immediately interrupted him, "Sorry, she's only level 10. She won't get any experience by teaming up with you guys." Level 10? Zhao Lu frowned slightly. Kid, is lying fun? Level 10 will come to the King's Ruins dungeon? Are you kidding me? The other members of Zhao Lu's team chimed in, that's right. Level 10 coming to fight the king's ruins? Are you kidding me? You brag without even thinking, you little brat. Hurry up, stop dawdling, it'll be past 6 by the time we finish. Chu Fan shrugged, believe it or not, it's up to you. We're leaving. After saying that, Chu Fan took Su Yao's hand and prepared to head to the king's ruins. Boom! Zhao Lu slammed his iron hammer into the ground with a dull thud. He walked up to Chu Fan and Su Yao, making a crackling sound as he cracked his knuckles, blocking their way. His expression was no longer as amiable as before, but instead revealed a fierce look as he said, "You brat, I'm a member of the Peerless Guild. Letting you return your girlfriend and team up with us is giving you face. Do you really think I, Zhao Lu, am an easy person to talk to?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed. During his journey so far, he had already spent all his MP on those wandering professionals and successfully stole a wave of skills and attributes. Now, his MP has been completely depleted. That's why I want to enter the dungeon as soon as possible to kill the ferocious beast so that I can start a new round of the handsome thief skill. However, Zhao Lu insisted on causing trouble at this crucial moment. Then don't blame him for being impolite. Thinking of this, Chu Fan did not hesitate at all, and didn't even bother to use the warp dagger. He suddenly struck out with his palm, the force of which was as surging as a tidal wave, sending Zhao Lu flying dozens of meters away. It crashed heavily into the mountainside, creating a crater several meters deep. In that instant, relying on the MP points recovered from his previous attack, Chu Fan unhesitatingly unleashed his ultimate skill, Hidden Hands. Successfully activated Stealing Skill, Hercules skill acquired. Hercules, epic skill, passive skill, increases strength by 5%, halves the strength requirement for equipment. Chapter 23 The King's Ruins. Silence. A deathly silence. This moment. All the professionals couldn't believe their eyes and stared wide-eyed. They were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? That's Zhao Lu, the rising star of the Peerless Guild. He was just killed like that? I know Zhao Lu's strength. I teamed up with him in a dungeon before, and he's really powerful. Could that guy be a level 30 plus character? That shouldn't be the case. The King's Ruins is a dungeon with a recommended level of 20. If you're more than 5 levels above the recommended level, there's a significant experience reduction, and if you're more than 15 levels above, you can't enter the dungeon at all. A professional player who's over level 30 shouldn't be coming here. No wonder he dared to duo queue with a girl, he's a pro. Ha, it's rare to see Zhao Lu get his comeuppance. That feels good. Many professionals were deeply shocked by what they saw and began to whisper among themselves in discussion. Right now. Zhao Lu slowly and laboriously climbed out of the mountain, his face showing a bewildered and helpless expression. Immediately afterwards, an unnamed fire ignited from the depths of my heart. Damn it! You brat, I'm not done with you yet. He roared furiously and prepared to pick up the heavy hammer in his hand and pounce on Chu Fan. But at that moment, Zhao Lu suddenly realized that he could no longer lift the heavy hammer. Your strength attribute is insufficient to equip the Mystic Iron Heavy Hammer. In that instant, Zhao Lu was completely stunned. What is that? Why can't I suddenly equip the Mystic Iron Hammer? Just as he was about to question Chu Fan about what he had done to him. However, they discovered that Chu Fan had already taken out the dungeon token with Su Yao, selected the nightmare difficulty, and stepped into the portal of the King's Ruins together. It seemed that to Chu Fan, Gang Song's glorious achievement of instantly killing Zhao Lu was insignificant and not worth mentioning at all. The terrain of the King's Ruins is not complicated, it is simply an underground cave with one path leading to the end. Without exception, all the ferocious beasts that appeared were fully armed iron knights, and the inside of their armor was hollow. Each movement produced a metallic crackling sound. Therefore, it is rare to be ambushed here. Successfully defeated the level 20 Ironclad Knight, gaining 100 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 20 Steel Armor Knight, gaining 110 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 21 Charge Knight, gaining 150 experience points. Successfully activated Stealing Skill, Heavy Strike skill acquired. Successfully executed the Stealing Skill, obtained the item, Iron Sword. Successfully activated Stealing Skill, gained 8 points of strength. Speaking of which, is the experience point really that low? How come the experience from a level 20 ferocious beast is less than the experience reward from the overturned seaplanes this morning? After casually killing the 3 ferocious knights at the entrance, Chu Fan asked a question. That was a demonized dungeon this morning. It's normal to get a lot of experience points, isn't it? This is the experience value you should get in a normal dungeon. So, I thought experience points were gained based on the level of the ferocious beast. Chu Fan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder those people outside the dungeon clearly looked to be in their 20s, some even in their 30s, yet they were only level 20. They already had little experience, and they even teamed up in groups of 5 to share it, and they were challenging the difficult or easy levels. It's already good if you can get promoted every few months. However, this also made Chu Fan realize just how demanding the admission requirements of Huagui University were. If students can reach level 20 or above within a month before the college entrance examination, they can probably eliminate more than 99.99% of the students. Without the support of strength and family background, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to awaken a legendary profession. By the way, Chu Fan, thank you for what you just said. What Su Yao was referring to was naturally what happened outside the instance. She never imagined that revealing her identity as a wet nurse would cause such a big problem. As expected, I still lack social experience. Chu Fan waved his hand casually. It's nothing, and I also gained something from it. Su Yao immediately pouted. I'm sorry. I made you offend the Wushuan Guild. I'll make it up to you after we get out. Then I'll definitely look forward to it. The two continued walking forward. Along the way, every knight was killed by Chu Fan with a single blow, without exception. Su Yao wasn't idle either. She started doing logistical work, specifically collecting the various materials and equipment that had fallen from the Iron Knights. She knew perfectly well that she was just there to gain experience points. So when it's time to sell these materials for money, she won't take a single penny. And so, they swept through, reaching the deepest part of the instance in less than 10 minutes. What came into view was a royal mausoleum. Inside this royal tomb is a golden palace, surrounded by rings of stained glass and fragments of broken armor. Even though the entire instance is located inside a cave, sunlight shines brightly on the palace, making the whole scene look extremely eerie. In the very center of the palace stood a gleaming golden throne. Seated atop the throne was a golden armored knight, 2.5 meters tall, clad in golden armor and a red cloak. Emperor Knight. It seems he must be the final boss of this instance. Type: Imperial Knight. Rank: Leader. Level: LV 25. HP: 13000, 13000, MP: 400. Strength: 180, Attack: 300. Constitution: 200, Defense: 350. Spirit: 60, Magic Attack: 60. Agility: 100, Magic Defense: 160. Equipment: Golden Sword, Golden Armor, Golden Shield. Skills: Emperor's Combo / Chi Sword, Sword Chi, Overlord's Power. Note: the king of an ancient empire continues to protect his land even after death. His power is extremely formidable. Is this the boss? He looks so weak. In your eyes, is there any ferocious beast that isn't weak? I'm starting to suspect you have some kind of system attached to you, otherwise how can you explain being so strong? This boss has low magic defense, but I still can't break through its defenses. Su Yao muttered to herself with her head down, her voice growing softer and softer until she finally looked somewhat dejected. The ferocious beasts in the king's ruins generally have low magic defense, while their physical defense is generally more than twice that of their magic defense. Even so, Su Yao's current magical attack power is insufficient to inflict effective damage on them. Chu Fan naturally noticed Su Yao's emotional change and smiled slightly to comfort her. It's alright. Su Yao, you just need to be pretty, leave the rest to me. Joke. Choosing to challenge the level 20 dungeon was to prevent Su Yao from effectively attacking the ferocious beast. If she joins the battle and deals high damage, that means you'll deal less damage, the MP you recover from stealing magic will decrease, and naturally, you'll be able to steal fewer attributes and skills. It's simply not worth the risk. For Chu Fan, Su Yao only needed to play the role of a mana regeneration buff. Don't think about fighting. Chapter 24, It was over in seconds? Upon hearing this, Su Yao's delicate body trembled. What do you mean by saying that all she needs to do is be pretty? It sounds like she's just a pretty face, only slightly better than a burden. However, she couldn't refute it. Indeed, that's true. She's just a support-type decorative vase who provides a mana regeneration buff to the entire team. Chu Fan took 2 steps forward and suddenly felt himself stepping into thin air. The once hard ground instantly turned into a purple swamp, and my entire foot almost sank in. Good heavens, is there another trap? Without the slightest hesitation. The instant he sensed something was wrong, Chu Fan used his exceptional agility to step back, avoiding falling into the poisonous swamp. Shu Fan, are you alright? Su Yao quickly came over and asked. Fine. Shu Fan looked at the large expanse of purple mud that had suddenly appeared ahead, bubbling and gurgling, and couldn't help but feel a chill. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been swallowed up by the swamp and lost his life in the blink of an eye. It was taught in high school classes. The damage from various traps and mechanisms in the dungeon is calculated as a percentage of the actual damage dealt. Even if you have extremely high health and strong dual resistance attributes, you are powerless against the attack of this trap. Without a doubt, these bubbling purple swamps in front of us must be the poison swamp trap. Once trapped, not only is it difficult to escape, but you will also suffer true damage equal to 2% of your maximum health every second. In other words, if they don't get help from others or find some treasure that can help them escape the poisonous swamp, they will perish in the northwest in less than a minute. Su Yao, standing to the side, also looked nervous. She quickly took out her phone and started looking up the dungeon guide that Butler Lee had prepared for her. However, they found no clues about the poisonous swamp. That's strange, none of the walkthroughs mentioned the hidden mechanisms. Isn't it mentioned in the strategy guide? Is the boss in the guide this Imperial Knight? Su Yao nodded, yes. The guide says that this dungeon boss has high HP and considerable attack power, but low magic defense, so it recommends having multiple magic-based damage dealers. It's exactly the same. Upon hearing this, Shu Fan frowned slightly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, could this instance have been corrupted again? Su Yao rolled her eyes again, why are you always thinking about demonizing dungeons? Isn't demonization a good thing? The experience and rewards are so good. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, how should we play? Looking around, the poisonous swamp had completely surrounded the royal tomb. It is at least 20 or 30 meters wide. Without crossing the poisonous swamp, it might be impossible to even initiate combat. Shu Fan smiled slightly, of course, that's how you fight. Ha! Before Su Yao could react, she found herself being carried on Shu Fan's shoulder. He then took a step forward, leaping across the poisonous swamp dozens of meters wide, and arrived at the royal tomb. However, that's not all. The next second. Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds came from beside Shu Fan. The moment Shu Fan landed, several invisible knights launched an attack on him. Unfortunately, none of them could break through Shu Fan's defenses, and they were all shaken out of their original forms. A full 10 invisible knights were launching an attack on Shu Fan. Good grief, you're playing dirty tricks. Your skills and stats are pretty good, here you go. Successfully activated stealing skill, lightness skill acquired. Lightness, epic skill, passive skill, agility plus 5%, allows for silent movement. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 agility. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 7 points of strength. Successfully defeated the invisible knight LV21, gaining 1,600 experience points. Successfully defeated the invisible knight LV22, gaining 1,700 experience points. Successfully defeated the invisible knight captain LV22, gaining 3,000 experience points. As a notification sound rang out, Shu Fan and Su Yao's experience points increased significantly. Wow, that's a lot of experience. It's probably a rare monster. At least there's no description of the invisible knight in the guides. Some dungeons do have some rather unusual and rare monsters. Upon hearing this, Shu Fan frowned slightly. My first attempt at a human-made dungeon resulted in me becoming a demon. On my second attempt at the nature dungeon, I encountered the invisible knight and the poison swamp, which were not mentioned in any guides. Is this a stroke of luck or a misfortune? Or has some other anomaly occurred? Or is this the punishment for stealing the goddess's skills? However, the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish, and Shu Fan didn't want to back down at this time. Let's go. Time to challenge the boss. Shu Fan scouted ahead, while Su Yao followed behind, casting a light shield to prevent being ambushed by the invisible knight. Not long after, they soon arrived at the altar where the dungeon boss was sitting. The Imperial Knight sensed an approaching enemy, and a red light immediately shone through the slits in his helmet. Its imposing body slowly rose to its feet, making a creaking sound. Intruders, kill without mercy. A mechanical voice rang out from the Imperial Knight. At the same time, he slowly raised the golden giant sword, which was even larger than Shu Fan himself, and lunged at Shu Fan. Each movement of its massive body caused the surroundings to shake. It was absolutely devastating. Void concealment. Nightmare-level dungeon bosses have extremely terrifying health and defense. Therefore, Xu Fan decided to take this opportunity to test how much damage the combination of void concealment and assassination technique could cause. The next second, Xu Fan's figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing the Emperor Knight's slash to miss its mark. At the same time, he teleported behind the Imperial Knight. He held a dagger and thrust it straight at the Emperor Knight's gleaming golden armor, piercing it instantly. Assassination techniques. When you are in stealth mode, launching a stealth attack will deal up to 1000% damage, and the higher your agility, the higher the damage multiplier. Originally, Xu Fan expected that this attack would only deal a few thousand points of damage at most. Then, he would recover a large amount of MP by stealing magic, and then rely on the combination of normal attacks, basic attacks, and the skill of stealth to defeat the Emperor Knight. However, he severely underestimated his own offensive capabilities. The power of this strike was beyond imagination. The Emperor Knight's 13,000 health bar was emptied in an instant. Sold out instantly. Undisputed instant kill. Before even the skill Hidden Hands could be used, the Emperor Knight's massive body crashed down, turning into a treasure chest after clearing the dungeon. Successfully defeated the Emperor Knight LV25, gaining 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 15 and learning the new skill True Sight. True Sight, legendary skill, passive skill. Grants the ability to see through objects, allowing you to see invisible units and enemies hidden in various environments. Also increases damage dealt to any invisible enemy by 100%. Chapter 25 Hidden Dungeon. Congratulations on clearing the King's Ruins dungeon on Nightmare difficulty. King's Ruins dungeon cleared and settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Clearance rating 100 SSS rank. Dungeon completion reward, common grade equipment Knight sword. Dungeon completion reward, common grade equipment Knight's armor. Reward for clearing the dungeon, rare equipment Guardian ring. There were more than a dozen rewards in total. At this moment, Su Yao was stunned. A level 25 dungeon boss was instantly killed like that? What the hell is this? She knew Xu Fan was strong, but surely not this strong. Judging from this boss's attributes and skill combination, it's no exaggeration to say that it's a major nemesis for melee classes. But why did it end so quickly? Xu Fan was also stunned. He really hadn't expected that agility would provide such a high boost to assassination skills. Many of the skills this boss possesses appear to be suitable for human use. As a result, he didn't steal anything from the boss and just died. Holy crap! This is outrageous. I should have known better than to mess around like that. Xu Fan, did you cheat? Su Yao leaned closer and asked incredulously. Xu Fan scratched his head, unsure how to explain. A few breaths later, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration: assassination. That's it. My class has a rather special skill called assassination, which has a 0.001% chance of instantly killing the opponent with each attack. I just happened to be lucky enough to kill this boss this time. Is there such a skill? Su Yao changed the subject. Alright, let's quickly see what's inside the treasure chest. Oh, and I'll give you all my dungeon rewards too, since you were the one who did all the work. Really? Yeah. It won't sell for much anyway, and I've already gotten so much experience from you for free, how could I possibly accept it? Thank you. The treasure chest contained only a palm-sized pure gold token. It seemed somewhat out of place with the huge treasure chest that contained it. Just as Xu Fan touched it, a message popped up on the light screen. Royal token, a legendary item. Holding this token allows access to the hidden dungeon, the Ancient Kingdom, after clearing the King's Ruins. Su Yao and Xu Fan were stunned by what they saw. The token for the hidden dungeon. The drop rate in the game Apocalypse is only 1%, and it can only be obtained from nightmare-level dungeons. Because once the game merges with reality, death is truly death. Many people, seeking stability, only challenge easy and hard-level dungeons and never consider nightmare-level dungeons. As a result, the number of hidden duplicate tokens that actually make it to auctions in the entire country is less than 4 figures per year. I can't believe I ran into them. Xu Fan, you struck it rich. Even though it's a level 20 hidden dungeon token, someone's bound to buy it. Su Yao excitedly shook Xu Fan's body and said with a face full of envy. Hidden dungeons don't drop tradable equipment and items like regular dungeons. The equipment and items you acquire will be bound to someone else the moment you pick them up. Without exception, all of them are ancient level equipment and items, with basic attributes between rare and epic levels. Some equipment has base stats that are comparable to legendary items, and it also provides different additional benefits for different classes. There's a famous meme among former Apocalypse players. If you don't have a full set of ancient gear, you can't even call yourself a player of Apocalypse. This shows how much people crave ancient equipment. Of course, the hidden dungeons can only be challenged by a single player. There is no option to bring your family along to farm ancient equipment. No. I want to challenge them directly. Aren't you going to sell it? The hidden dungeon is very dangerous, and there's absolutely no strategy guide available. Chu Fan smiled slightly. It's alright, I'm confident. Joke. This is a hidden dungeon. You're sure to encounter many ferocious beasts with rare skills inside. How could we miss this? Su Yao continued, so, are you going to challenge them now? Chu Fan shook his head. Tomorrow, I guess. I heard that it takes at least 10 days to half a month to get out of a hidden dungeon, and I don't have that much food on me. Alright then, shall we continue challenging the King's Ruins? I still have a few dozen dungeon tokens here. Chu Fan glanced thoughtfully at Su Yao's information interface. I've only just reached level 11. Because of the goddess's blessing skill, Chu Fan can gain double experience points and is currently at level 15. The restriction that players with a level difference of more than 5 levels cannot help each other level up means that they can probably only enjoy the light blessing bonus from 1 or 2 more dungeons before they have to part ways. Let's keep going. I'm too lazy to farm rewards from other dungeons. At this moment, at the entrance of the King's Ruins instance, Zhao Lu had already led the others away from this place and returned to the Professionals Association to thoroughly investigate the problem of his inexplicable loss of the strongman skill. The others remained there, waiting for the nanny to arrive, their patience wearing thin. They couldn't understand why there were fewer and fewer wet nurses lately. They could wait all day and not see more than a few. Just then, a flash of white light appeared, and Chu Fan and Su Yao were teleported out. Oh ho! Has that young master who defeated Zhao Lu come out yet? They're out in less than an hour? Looks like they can't win. I was trying to show off while playing with a girl, but we failed in the nightmare dungeon. It's hilarious. We wasted our once-a-day dungeon chance like that. I reckon we're stuck on the first elite monster, the Black Knight. I remember last month when I was trying to clear it using a guide, it took me several hours. I remember they used a dungeon token to open the dungeon. They're probably young masters and ladies from some rich family. Should we go up and ask them if they're still going to fight? The noise from the lines of people waiting for wet nurses rose and fell. Everyone was whispering among themselves, feeling an urge to strike up a conversation with the two and recruit them into their group. Just then, a small teen was about to step forward and strike up a conversation. However, without warning, Chu Fan and Su Yao turned around and stepped back into the King's Ruins. How did they get back in? The squad leader, who had wanted to strike up a conversation, was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Why do they look so relaxed and not at all disheveled? They even seem a little excited, like they've gotten some amazing loot from clearing a dungeon. In the crowd, a level 23 professional muttered to himself. But these words were like a pebble thrown into a lake, instantly creating ripples and attracting the attention of everyone around. Upon closer inspection, they indeed showed no signs of distress, remaining calm and composed. In an instant, everyone gasped. An absurd, almost absurd idea quietly sprouted in their minds. Could it be that Chu Fan and Su Yao successfully cleared the nightmare-level King's Ruins in less than an hour? Once the idea surfaced, it spread like wildfire. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just look at the dungeon leaderboard to see if it's true. One of the burly men shouted loudly and immediately rushed to the speedrun leaderboard next to the dungeon portal, ready to find out what was going on. Chapter 26: Breaking Records. However, the next second, the burly man stood there, stunned. He kept muttering words like impossible, how could he be so strong, and this must be cheating. The other professionals immediately realized something was wrong and gathered around. However, this shock spread rapidly like a contagious disease. Holy crap! The record for clearing a nightmare-level dungeon has been broken. Holy crap! A 2-person team breaking the record? I must be dreaming. I knew those two were no ordinary people. If Zhao Lu could be instantly killed, clearing a King's Ruins would be a piece of cake for them. That's not what you just said. Everyone looked at the small stone tablet next to the dungeon teleportation point without prior arrangement. The inscription on the stone tablet to the right of the copy has finally changed after 15 years. Nightmare level King's Ruins speedrun leaderboard. First place, team name, none members, Shufan, Suyao completion time, 52 minutes 27 seconds score, 100 points SSS rank. Second place, team name, welcome to Zhang's Chamber of Commerce team members, Zhang Bo, Lin Changyu, Shuirang, Wuyu, Lin Kai completion time, 72 minutes 44 seconds score, 96 points SSS rank. Third place, team name, Yang Strategy Group welcomes you team members, Yang Tao, Guojin, Yang Xian, Yang Chen, Som Lin Lin completion time, 79 minutes 54 seconds rating, 95 points SSS rank. You need to know. Almost all of the top 3 clear records for dungeons were achieved by elite teams dispatched by the owners of major chambers of commerce, guild leaders, business tycoons, professional associations, and other high-ranking forces. The main reason these people do this is to take the opportunity to promote their own businesses or guilds, and at the same time, to sell their carefully crafted dungeon guides. After all, a place like a dungeon portal, which gathers many professionals, is an excellent advertising location. Let's take Zhang Bo's team, which ranked second, as an example. 15 years ago, in order to top the leaderboard for the first clear of the King's Ruins dungeon, they advertised for the Zhang Clan Chamber of Commerce here. They specially created a pure DPS team with all members above level 30, including 4 epic level players and 1 legendary level player. After about a week of repeated attempts and corrections, such a brilliant result was finally achieved. But now you're telling him that a team of just 2 people can break the fastest completion record, and even beat them by 20 minutes. If anyone else heard this, would they believe it? Could it be that they have some kind of secret method to clear the game? I think so too. A score of 100 means they didn't take a single hit during the game, right? I don't believe anyone could do that in a normal playthrough. The King's Ruins have been around for 100 years, and I've never heard of any secret guide to clearing it. Isn't that obvious? If there were a secret formula, would I be telling you? Inside the instance at this moment. Swish. 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 Several streaks of blue light flashed past. Knights and ferocious beasts fell in droves, making a series of clanging sounds as metal struck the ground. Immediately afterward, Shufan picked up Suyao without hesitation and ran straight ahead without stopping. Along the way, all the knights and ferocious beasts were drawn to Shufan, their hatred drawn to him. Their figures were densely packed, like a surging tide, or a terrifying zombie siege, sending chills down one's spine. As the number of knights behind him gradually increased, reaching almost the expected number, Shufan then used his handful of empty hands technique repeatedly to quickly seize a wave of resources. When his MP was depleted, Shufan turned around and faced the group of knights, quickly wiping them all out. And used the magic stealing skill to restore full MP energy. Immediately afterwards, the next wave of monster pulling begins. This cycle repeats itself. As for why they did this, as Shufan's thieving skills accumulated and his level increased, his MP cap also increased significantly. Compared to the previous tactic of slashing once and stealing once, this is a more effective approach. To save time and avoid unnecessary trouble, this approach is undoubtedly the most effortless choice. Of course, Suyao, who had been carried on Shufan's shoulder, was also extremely shocked and speechless. I've never seen such a bizarre way of clearing dungeons. The others complained that there were too many ferocious beasts and that it would be difficult to deal with them. However, when it came to Shufan, he actually complained that there were too few monsters. He's a complete freak. This time, it only took them 20 minutes to reach the royal tomb where the boss was located. This saves more than half the time compared to the past. This should be the place, right? What about those poisonous swamps? Shufan carefully touched the ground in front of him with his toes, but did not notice anything unusual. Suyao slowly explored forward, but she still couldn't find any signs of the poisonous swamp. This is definitely the place, right? Could it be some kind of emergency? Shufan scratched the back of his head. What the hell? Didn't everyone say the dungeon environment wouldn't change at all? Why is there a poisonous swamp one time and not the other, and also? Shufan looked around, examining the entire royal mausoleum. Apart from the final boss, the Emperor Knight, there was no trace of any other ferocious beasts. The last time they came here, they were besieged by a group of invisible knights. However, now that he possesses the Eye of True Sight, he finds that he can't even see an invisible knight. Is it that the Eye of True Sight cannot see through the concealment of these invisible knights, or is it that these invisible knights did not appear this time? This is truly unbelievable. I'll talk to my housekeeper about this later and have him send someone to find out what's going on. Something feels off. Intruders, kill without mercy. Everything was the same as before. The moment Shufan and Suyao approached the throne, The Imperial Knight stood up and gave them a stern and intimidating sound. However, this time Chu Fan will never make the same basic mistake as before. He thought to himself, if only the Imperial Knights had self-healing abilities. That way he can plunder him completely. Su University's campus belle, I'm afraid we won't be so lucky as to kill her in one blow this time. Yes, I understand. I will protect myself. Okay, I'll go then. Before he finished speaking, Chu Fan had already flashed behind the Emperor Knight like lightning. The Imperial Knight has extremely high defense, and as a nightmare-level boss, it will permanently have a 30% damage reduction. Even with Su Yao's Blessing of Light, a single strike can only restore about 14 MP. However, this is not a big deal. If one strike isn't enough to satisfy the MP consumption required by the Master Thief, then let's strike again. Chapter 27, dominating the top 3 rankings. Successfully activated stealing skill, Emperor's combo skill. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 50 HP. The thief's sniper operation was successful, and the item Emperor's Remains was stolen. The thief's sniper operation was successful, the item Golden Shield was stolen. Successfully defeated the Emperor Knight LV-25, gaining 50,000 experience points. After a grueling battle that lasted a full minute, Chu Fan finally managed to kill the Emperor Knight. However, this time, Chu Fan did not level up. Instead, Su Yao leveled up to level 12. After changing his equipment, Chu Fan opened his attribute interface. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV-15. HP, 9400 9400, MP, 0-1200. Strength, 1040, Attack, 1065. Constitution, 880, Defense, 940. Spirit, 960, Magic Attack, 975. Agility, 3140, Magic Defense, 1000. Equipment, Warp Dagger, Black Cloak, Rogue Gauntlets, Rogue Leggings, Golden Headband, Rogue Boots, Swift Ring, Swift Bracelet, Wind Pendant. Skills, Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Magic Theft, Void Concealment, Assassination Technique, God-level Disguise, Clairvoyance, True Sight, Emperor's Combo. Experience points, 98,000 100,000. I feel like my stats are still a bit low. I wonder how much my stats will increase after completing the hidden dungeon. Chu Fan murmured to himself, glancing at the treasure chest that would allow him to clear the level this time. Your stats are still low. I'm starting to suspect you're hiding your true profession, maybe it's some kind of mythical hero. Su Yao, who was in the corner, also walked over at this moment, and complained with a speechless expression. I just awakened and changed jobs yesterday, and today I cleared the King's Ruins boss at level 20 without taking any damage. Anyone who didn't know better would think some expert player had come to smooth the fish. Only Su Yao, who witnessed Chu Fan's true strength firsthand, knew just how powerful he really was. A hero? Why a hero? Chu Fan's focus is really bizarre, that's what Su Yao was about to say. But after thinking about it, he finally sighed and explained, the warrior has the best attribute panel of all the classes. Just look at the fact that it can increase its 4 main attributes by an average of 15 to 20 points per level up, and it can also learn many skills that increase its attributes. No other class can compare to the warrior's attribute panel. Is that so? Chu Fan did the math. Based on the assumption that each level increases the 4 main attributes by 20 points, and having skills that can double the attributes. When a hero reaches level 15, their stats will be at most 600 points. It's still very different from his current attributes. So, is the Thief God perhaps the strongest mythical level profession in this world? Judging from Su Yao's appearance, it seems that no one has ever awakened before. That's damn handsome. Okay, I was just kidding, let's open the treasure chest. As the lid of the treasure chest was opened, what came into view was a rare grade greatsword. Clearly, it's just something to sell for money. What a pity, it's probably worth at most 50,000. That's enough. I've never seen so much money in my life. Shall we continue? Go for it. I'd be thrilled to have someone carry me. Su Yao expressed her desire to go swimming with a clear conscience. I have to say, she's actually kind of cute. Do we have enough dungeon tokens? Next time we run it, each person will need to pay 4 dungeon tokens, right? A few 100,000 is nothing. By the time you challenge the hidden dungeon tomorrow, you'll probably be way ahead of me in levels. Then I won't be able to get you to carry me anymore. So I should take advantage of this time and relax as much as possible. Let's go then, let's play one more game. it should be lunchtime by then. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. After chatting for a few minutes, Su Yao and Chu Fan exited the instance. Holy crap! How did they get out again? The four-person team that had previously tried to strike up a conversation with Chu Fan and Su Yao was taken aback when they saw the two of them emerge from the dungeon again. Just a few minutes ago, two unsuspecting dads finally arrived. However, they were recruited by other teams. That's why they're still here, desperately searching for traces of their wet nurse. Unexpectedly, they ran into the two of them again just half an hour later. Quick, check the dungeon leaderboard. Damn, did they beat the game in half an hour? As the words fell, all the professionals gathered around the stone tablet again and examined the records. Just as they expected. The record for first place has been broken again. They pushed their previous record to second place. Nightmare Level King's Ruin Speedrun Leaderboard. First place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 29 minutes 58 seconds score, 100 points SSS rank. Second place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 52 minutes 27 seconds score, 100 points rank, SSS. Terrifying. Petrification. I'm totally confused. Everyone stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the scene. Holy crap. I told you they must have some secret technique, but you didn't believe me. Now you've proven me wrong. Half an hour. Yesterday I assembled a team of 4 DPS and 1 healer, and it took us more than 2 hours to clear the hard difficulty Emperor Knight. You're telling me that these two cleared the nightmare difficulty King's Ruins in half an hour? It took me more than half an hour to run from the entrance to the royal tomb, and now you're telling me they cleared it in half an hour? Can you please stop wearing so much heavy armor, you heavy armor warrior? This is the first time I've ever seen a level 20 plus player with an agility stat of less than 10. Amid the murmurs and discussions among the crowd, Chu Fan and Su Yao ignored everything, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. The two turned around and stepped into the King's Ruins once again. Perhaps it was because they had already had the experience of successfully pulling the Night Beast, and they didn't waste time in the poisonous swamp area near the royal tomb like last time. This time, Chu Fan fought even faster and more easily than before. He even broke his own previous record. Thus, Chu Fan and Su Yao have taken all 3 spots on the King's Relic Steel Nightmare Level King's Ruin Speedrun Leaderboard. First place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 19 minutes 4 seconds score, 100 points rank, SSS. Second place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 29 minutes 58 seconds score, 100 points SSS rank. Third place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 52 minutes 27 seconds score, 100 points rank, SSS. Terrifying. Petrification. I'm totally confused. Everyone stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the scene. Holy crap. I told you they must have some secret technique, but you didn't believe me. Now you've proven me wrong. Half an hour. Yesterday I assembled a team of 4 DPS and 1 healer, and it took us more than 2 hours to clear the hard difficulty Emperor Knight. You're telling me that these two cleared the nightmare difficulty King's Ruins in half an hour? It took me more than half an hour to run from the entrance to the royal tomb, and now you're telling me they cleared it in half an hour? Can you please stop wearing so much heavy armor, you heavy armor warrior? This is the first time I've ever seen a level 20 plus player with an agility stat of less than 10. Amid the murmurs and discussions among the crowd, Chu Fan and Su Yao ignored everything, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. The two turned around and stepped into the King's Ruins once again. Perhaps it was because they had already had the experience of successfully pulling the Night Beast, and they didn't waste time in the poisonous swamp area near the royal tomb like last time. This time, Chu Fan fought even faster and more easily than before. He even broke his own previous record. Thus, Chu Fan and Su Yao have taken all 3 spots on the King's Relic Steel Nightmare Level King's Ruin Speedrun Leaderboard. First place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 19 minutes 4 seconds score, 100 points rank, SSS. Second place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Su Yao completion time, 29 minutes 58 seconds score, 100 points SSS rank. Third place, team name. Chapter 28 The hero appears. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's eyes popped out. Its mouth was so wide open it could fit an ostrich egg. A 2-person team that appeared out of nowhere easily cleared the nightmare difficulty level of the King's Ruins. They even dominated the top 3 spots on the speedrun leaderboard. That's outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Even if they are all legendary professionals in their 30s, none of them seem to be this fierce, right? They seem to have stopped fighting. Should we go up and say something? Seeing that Chu Fan and Su Yao had finally stopped challenging the king's ruins, one of the female mages asked timidly. But no one responded. Everyone was so shocked that they were completely speechless. They're all gone. I had just returned to the coastal villa. Chu Fan then began preparing the necessary resources for exploring the hidden dungeon. Water, food, safety barriers, light sprite lamps, power banks, and a bunch of riddle answers downloaded from the internet, etc. Regardless of the level of the hidden dungeon, its interior space is roughly the size of 4 or 5 cities. It contains a variety of mechanisms and puzzles, making it extremely complicated. Fortunately, there's one thing. Hidden dungeons can be exited at any time, unlike normal dungeons where you can only leave by reaching the exit or entrance. This can be considered a perk for players of the game Apocalypse. Chu Fan, let's go. Old Lee has reserved a table at the Starlight Hotel. Just as Chu Fan was packing his bags, Su Yao came down from the second floor and said, Starlight Hotel? That's so high-end. Chu Fan had some knowledge of some of the high-end places in Zhangcheng. Zhanghai Foot Massage Center, Longshore Massage, Zhangcheng Grand Hotel, Xingchen Dahai Bar, these are all places that only Zhangcheng's top celebrities can afford. And the Starlight Hotel is one of them. It is said that many of the dishes are made from the meat of extremely rare wild beasts, and eating a lot of them can even increase 1 or 2 points of the 4-dimensional attributes. A small table of them probably costs hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. Yes. It was so difficult to get a reservation. Su Yao said cheerfully, thanks to you, I leveled up to level 13 in just one day. We definitely have to celebrate. You can also pack some to take to the hidden dungeon tomorrow. The personal space obtained after awakening a profession contains a frozen time. Even if cooked food is put in it, it will not spoil. This is a really good feature. Suzhou University's campus bell, you're such a kind person. Stop flattering me, I'm already grateful enough. Let's go. Along the way, Chu Fan kept looking for suitable passers-by to use his elusive skills while scrolling through his phone. On the forum of the Professionals Association, a striking title caught Chu Fan's attention. The young master of the Zhang family in Yanjing awakens a mythical level professional warrior, reaching level 15 in just one day. His talent is arguably the strongest in 200 years. A hero? I didn't expect that. We were just discussing heroes this afternoon, and now I'm seeing news about someone awakening. But why wasn't he taken away and trained by the Chinese military? Listening to Chu Fan's murmur, Su Yao explained, the main reason why China takes away mythical level professionals for personal training is to prevent them from being raised improperly by their families, assassinations from other countries, or accidental deaths. The Zhang family is one of the 8 great professional families in China. They have a powerful background and have produced more than 30 legendary professional players in the past century. Each of them has made outstanding contributions and has extraordinary strength. So there is no need to worry about the Zhang family's methods of cultivating mythical professional players, and there is no need to take the young master of the Zhang family away for training. I see, I thought that awakening a mythical level class would definitely mean being taken away. Su Yao smiled calmly, the difference between mythic and legendary classes is too great, so it's only natural that they would be treated differently. But to be honest, are you really not a mythic class? Why are you so strong? Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Get lost. But I heard he's already been accepted into Huagui University early, so I bet he'll be a formidable rival to you. How do you know I'll definitely be accepted by Huagui University? Upon hearing this, Su Yao rolled her eyes at Chu Fan. If you can't even get into Huagui University, then probably no one else can. I'm not that strong. Alright, stop with the Versailles vibe, you're blinding me. Chu Fan continued scrolling through his phone. Several pinned forum posts and trending topics attracted considerable attention. The number of people awakening legendary level professions this year is more than double that of last year. Is a golden age about to arrive? Another legendary professional has emerged in my country this year. The complete rise of China is just around the corner. A roundup of mythical classes. A look at 27 mythical classes from the past 200 years. Bug appears? A student gains 50 points in strength attribute immediately after awakening. Flipping through a few more pages, I even found posts about myself. Shocking. A 2-person team in Zhangcheng cleared the Nightmare Difficulty King's Ruins dungeon and dominated the top 3 spots on the speedrun leaderboard. Images. Chu Fan glanced at it casually, not taking it too seriously. I flipped back to the first page and clicked on the post listing the mythical classes. Hero, a tank warrior class, skilled with swords, possessing exceptionally high stats, boasting the strongest stats among all mythic tier classes. However, aside from that, it has no other notable strengths, placing it in the upper middle tier among all mythic tier classes. Key skills: Guardian of the Warrior, Guardian of Victory, Strong Luck. Sage, a magic-based class with the highest spirit and MP attributes of all classes. They can use almost all conventional magic in the world and learn the most skills with each level up, making them one of the top-tier mythical classes. Representative skills: No channel casting, Zodiac Meteor, Divine Art, Release, Divine Art, Annihilation. Elf Sorcerer, the only class that can use elven magic, possessing the strongest support abilities of all classes and unparalleled magic immunity. In terms of combat ability alone, it ranks at the bottom among all mythical level classes. Key skills: Guardian of the Spirits, Resurrection, Magic Immunity. Martial God, Warrior type, skilled in using weapons such as gauntlets and gauntlets, Boss Killer, possesses the strongest single-target killing skills and high defense ignoring skills among all classes, with relatively few area of effect skills, and overall ability is among the top level of all mythical classes. Representative skills: Guardian of the God of War, Inch Punch to open the heavens, Weakness Strike, Ultimate Selflessness. Chu Fan glanced at it casually and found that there was no record of any information about the God of Thieves. It seems that the thief god profession is indeed a mythical profession that no one has ever awakened. After having a satisfying meal at the Starlight Hotel, we returned to the villa and prepared our necessities. After a busy day, Chu Fan fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 29: The Ancient Kingdom. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, Chu Fan and Su Yao went directly to the king's ruins. Pulling monsters, stealthily attacking, one-shot kill. He completed the dungeon in one go, without any hesitation, and once again broke the speedrun record. Of course, Chu Fan didn't care about any of that. After arriving at the designated location, he retrieved the Wang family token. Suddenly, a circular vortex with a diameter of about 2 or 3 meters appeared before his eyes. This must be the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Ancient kingdoms from a bygone era. The very name sounds incredibly grand and imposing. Su University's campus bell, I'm leaving. Yeah, thanks for carrying me. Puff. Chu Fan almost burst out laughing. Sounds really weird coming from you. Stop laughing. Be careful, Chu Fan. Don't risk your life for ancient equipment. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. With that, Chu Fan stepped into the vortex. Everything around us seemed to start to distort. Chu Fan felt a blur before his eyes, and his body began to spin involuntarily, as if he had been pulled into a time tunnel by a powerful force. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, he slowly closed his eyes. When Chu Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself in an ancient and dilapidated castle. The castle looked dilapidated, filled with an aura of decay, and there was no sign of any living creatures. The surrounding walls were dilapidated, and the ground was littered with broken bricks and tiles, as well as withered branches and fallen leaves. The walls were covered with lush vines, some red and some green, which intertwined and added a touch of eeriness and horror to the entire castle. Looking out the window, the sky was filled with dark, heavy clouds that blocked out all the sunlight. High in the sky, several enormous birds and beasts with wingspans exceeding tens of meters were circling, and the strong winds generated by their flapping wings gave people a strange sense of oppression. On the Crimson Wasteland, numerous fully armed skeleton soldiers roamed freely. The savage aura emanating from them is chilling. Skeleton soldiers. Looking around, the entire wilderness was devoid of any sign of life, only a desolate and lifeless expanse. In the distance, a bluish-green mist was gradually spreading out, resembling a ferocious beast that was constantly devouring everything around it. Judging from the current situation, it won't be long before this fog completely engulfs the castle where Chu Fan is located. This is a country that has perished, a great nation that once prospered for centuries. However, due to an irresistible natural disaster, the country eventually disappeared forever from the annals of history, leaving only this dilapidated castle as a testament. That's what the background description of the apocalypse instance says. Just as Chu Fan was wondering where to begin his exploration, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Ancient Kingdom emergency mission now open. Mission objective: slay the nine-tailed fox, who is ravaging the world. Task reward? An emergency mission? This is really lucky. Chu Fan smiled slightly. It was taught in high school classes. Upon entering any instance, there is a very small chance that an emergency quest will be triggered, and a hidden boss will spawn at any location within that instance. You'll receive an extra reward if you defeat the hidden boss. Of course, the hidden boss is much stronger than the dungeon boss. Furthermore, the types are random, and there are basically no strategy guides or anything like that. It will not attack proactively, nor will it offer any experience points or item rewards. It is not a necessary target to kill and will not have any impact on the overall score or progress of the dungeon. However, the reward for this task is still quite intriguing. A hidden boss, the nine-tailed fox? Wouldn't we have to plunder it until it's completely naked? That's the thought in my mind. Chu Fan then activated the mission guide and headed towards the location of the nine-tailed fox. Successfully defeated the level 20 skeleton warrior, gaining 2,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 20 skeleton cavalry, gaining 2,200 experience points. Successfully defeated skeleton captain LV-22, gained 3,000 experience points. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 points of strength. Successfully activated stealing skill, whirlwind/skill acquired. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item skull head was stolen. Chu Fan also dealt with the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way. It has to be said that the experience gained from the ferocious beasts in the hidden dungeons is really high. One of them is equivalent to more than a dozen knights from the king's ruins. However, without Su Yao, there is no increase in MP recovery from the Blessing of Light. Chu Fan's frequency of using the empty hand skill was also reduced by half, which was truly a pity. I wish I could steal a skill like Blessing of Light. Not long after killing a skeleton cavalryman, a pure white dagger that fell caught Chu Fan's attention. Equipment, Moonlight Spike. Tier, Ancient Bind on pickup. Type, Dagger. Durability, 7,000. Attributes, Strength, Agility plus 25, Attack plus 80, Magic Attack plus 20. Equipment requirements, 200 Agility, Melee class. Additional effect 1, each attack deals additional magic damage equal to 5% of your magic attack. Additional effect 2, recovers 2 MP with each attack. Additional effect 3, all damage dealt by the wearer is increased by 2%. Additional effect 4, reduces all damage taken by the wearer by 2%. A dagger that restores MP. Chu Fan was suddenly shocked, overjoyed, and equipped himself with the Moonlight Thorn without hesitation. Goodness, I've finally found equipment that can restore MP. Although each attack only restores a mere 2 MP. However, it must be understood that based on Chu Fan's current output, without the help of the Blessing of Light, each attack can only restore a dozen or so MP points. These 2 additional points increased the performance by almost 20%. This hidden dungeon run was an absolute steal. But, this durability is way too low. It feels like it'll break after only a few uses. At that moment, a loud whoosh rang out, and the sky instantly turned pitch black. It wasn't that the sun had completely set, but rather that a giant bird with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters suddenly appeared above Chu Fan's head, completely blocking out the already dim sunlight. Judging from its sharp eyes, it clearly regarded Chu Fan as its prey. This giant bird was covered in jet black feathers, resembling a crow magnified thousands of times. Faced with such a massive being, Chu Fan felt as insignificant as an ant. That intense sense of oppression was simply suffocating. Chapter 30: The wonderful use of the black feather arrow. Species: black-feathered falcon. Rank: Leader. Level: LV-25. HP: 10,000, MP: 1,500. Strength: 170, Attack: 330. Constitution: 170, Defense: 250. Spirit: 160, Magic Attack: 280. Agility: 240, Magic Defense: 200. Equipment: None. Skills: Wing Strike, Black Feather Arrow, Gale, Storm Wall, Feather Perch. Description: a raptor that feeds on humans, of enormous size, and skilled in wind magic. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, the black feather falcon spread its enormous wings, and countless black feather arrows rained down on Chu Fan, densely covering a space of almost several hundred meters in radius. Black Feather Falcon. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but frown slightly, secretly surprised. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a large-scale attack. Are these the black feather arrows? I wonder what the effect would be if I were to activate this skill. Chu Fan muttered to himself, his gaze towards the black-feathered falcon in the sky instantly becoming as fervent as if he had discovered a treasure. Black feather arrow, give it to me. Chu Fan didn't even bother to dodge. He leaped up and charged straight at the black feather falcon, completely ignoring the overwhelming barrage of black feather arrows raining down on him. The crisp clanging sounds continued incessantly. Chu Fan successfully leaped onto the back of the black feather falcon unharmed. It's impossible to break through the defense. Wielding moonlight spikes, frantically recovering MP, and relentlessly unleashing masterful hands. It even landed a critical hit. Successfully executed stealing skill, gained 140 agility. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 50 HP. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Black Feather. A mournful cry echoed across this vast, boundless wilderness. The black-feathered falcon was frantically circling, trying to use wind magic to shake off Chu Fan, who was clinging tightly to its back. But no matter how hard they struggled, it was all in vain. In just half a minute, its health points were depleted. Left with no other choice, it could only use its feather perch skill to land on the ground and restore its health points. This was exactly the moment Chu Fan had been waiting for. We haven't stolen the black feather arrow skill yet, we can't let it die like this. At this moment, Black Feather Falcon thought he was the hunter, but he was completely unaware that he had already become Chu Fan's prey. When the Black Feather Falcon's health was restored to nearly half, it let out a roar and took to the air once more, soaring into the distant sky. Chu Fan, as always, stayed on its back, relentlessly attacking and stealing, repeating the cycle endlessly, leaving the Black Feather Falcon completely helpless against him. Successfully activated stealing skill, Black Feather Arrow skill acquired. It wasn't until a notification sound came into Chu Fan's mind that Kuroba Hayabusa was finally allowed to die. Moreover, an ancient piece of equipment was also found. Equipment, Black Feather Leather Armor. Tier, Ancient Bind-On Pickup. Type, Clothing. Durability, 4000. Attributes, Agility plus 10, Defense plus 40, Magic Defense plus 30. Equipment requirements, 100 Agility, 100 Constitution. Additional Effect 1, Agility Attribute plus 2% minimum increase of 10 points. Additional Effect 2, recovers 2 MP when attacked. Additional Effect 3, recovers 3 HP when attacked. Chu Fan frowned upon seeing the equipment's attribute interface. Durability remains consistently low. Are all ancient equipment like this? Chu Fan sighed, but still put it on directly. This is yet another piece of equipment that can restore MP. Combined with Chu Fan's high defense. Does that mean that after a series of clanging sounds, his MP will be fully restored? This is absolutely incredible. However, the most important thing now is to see what the Black Feather Arrow skill will be like when used by a human. Black Feather Arrow, Epic Skill, consumes 100 MP, fires 1000 feather arrows at enemies in a wide area in front, each arrow deals 10% of attack as physical damage, cooldown 30 minutes. Chu Fan's mind stirred. In the blink of an eye, a pair of giant black wings, each over 10 meters long, appeared behind him. With a slight flap of its wings, a strong gust of wind howled forth. In an instant, countless black-feathered arrows rained down on Chu Fan. After flying more than 100 meters, the arrows finally came to rest after embedding themselves in a stone wall. It looks like there's nothing particularly special about it. The damage calculation method in the game, the Apocalypse, is very simple and straightforward, consisting of nothing more than simple addition and subtraction. Chu Fan's current attack power is exactly 1,500 points, so each black feather arrow only deals a mere 150 points of physical damage. If they encounter an enemy with a defense of over 150 points, then these 1,000 black feather arrows will probably just become a merciless clang 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 machine, not even enough to give someone a scraping treatment. It's only really useful for cleaning up small fish and shrimp. It's practically useless. However, at that moment, Chu Fan suddenly remembered something and his gaze quickly shifted to the moonlight dagger he was tightly gripping in his right hand. Can the black feather arrow trigger the MP recovery effect of Moonlight Strike? Half an hour later. A cyclops, over 10 meters tall, bare-chested, with flames billowing behind him, moving rather slowly, and wielding a massive wooden mallet, appeared before them. Cyclops. Type, Cyclops. Rank, Leader. Level, LV25. HP, 19000, MP, 400. Strength, 400. Attack, 500. Constitution, 400. Defense, 500. Spirit, 60. Magic Attack, 60. Agility, 60. Magic Defense, 60. Equipment, Pine Mallet, Rag Shirt. Skills, Roar, Mountain Crash, Berserk, Powerful Slash, One-Eye Death Ray, Explosive Flame Strike. Description: an ancient species of low intelligence, enormous size, and strong limbs that feeds on humans. Without saying a word, Chu Fan immediately used the black feather arrow skill on him. A barrage of black arrows rained down on the Cyclops. The Cyclops seemed to know the origin of this skill, and without dodging, charged straight at it. Clang, 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 clang. A sound that was completely unassailable came along with it. The Cyclops' movement speed wasn't just slowed down a tiny bit, it was practically useless. However, all Chu Fan saw was his MP increasing wildly. In the blink of an eye, more than 800 MP points were restored. The black feather arrow has such a wide attack range that a 40% hit rate against a single enemy is already quite good. Of course, none of these are the most crucial points. Most importantly, even 1000 black feather arrows could trigger the passive MP recovery of Moonlight Strike. Holy crap! That's actually pretty good. Chu Fan gave a wicked smile. Needless to say, this Cyclops must be stripped naked. Chapter 31: Anti-Curse Ring. 2 hours later. Chu Fan looked at the enormous, weak, helpless creature before him, which was completely unable to move, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Type: Cyclops. Rank: Leader. Level: LV 25. HP: 110,800, MP: 00. Strength: 5, Attack: 5. Constitution: 25, Defense: 25. Spirit: 0, Magic Attack: 0. Agility: 0, Magic Defense: 0. Equipment: none. Skills: none. Description: an ancient species of low intelligence, enormous size, and strong limbs that feeds on humans. Cool. Unable to contain his joy, Chu Fan murmured softly. With this maneuver, he successfully transferred almost all of the Cyclops' attributes and skills, except for its health, to himself. This time, instead of stealing the same skills or a bunch of random items, the stolen items were almost all stats and HP MP, which greatly improved the efficiency of the thief. This is a huge windfall. However, there was one thing that Chu Fan was quite concerned about. Having already stolen the Cyclops' heart, logically the opponent should have died immediately. Surprisingly, this Cyclops still had 1 point of health remaining. Could it be that this ancient species can continue to survive even after losing its heart? That's really quite bizarre. Successfully defeated the Cyclops LV-25, gaining 7,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to LV-17. After defeating the Cyclops, Chu Fan continued westward following the mission instructions. Along the way, when Chu Fan encountered any large, ferocious beasts, he would immediately step forward and use his nimble hands to strip them naked without saying a word. As for smaller ferocious beasts, they are killed directly, since the black feather arrows can hardly hit them, and they don't care about the meat at all. Especially when encountering skeletal beasts, the black feather arrow will pass right through the gaps in its bones, and you won't even get back the 100 MP you consumed, which is a huge loss. Thus, the journey that should have taken only an hour took Chu Fan more than 10 hours. However, the gains along the way have been quite considerable. Chu Fan's 4-dimensional attributes were greatly improved, almost doubling. As night fell, Chu Fan took out a safety barrier from his spatial ring and set it up around himself to prevent any ferocious beasts from attacking him while he slept. Although it's practically impossible for the ferocious beasts in this dungeon to break through his defenses, we still need to show him the necessary respect. After all, this is an exploration of a dungeon, not a wilderness outing. This point still needs to be clarified. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, after successfully slaying a skeleton general, Chu Fan unexpectedly obtained a very interesting and rare ancient piece of equipment. Equipment: Anti-Spell Ring. Tier: Ancient Bind-On Pickup. Type: Ring. Durability: 5,000 5,000. Attributes: Strength, Constitution, Spirit, Agility 20. Equipment requirements: None. Additional effect: makes all equipment, skills, and status effects that increase attributes for the wearer become attribute-reducing effects, and makes all equipment, items, and status effects that reduce attributes become attribute-increasing effects unique. This equipment, could it be meant to be used in conjunction with those cursed equipment? Before his transmigration, Chu Fan had played some single-player games and was very familiar with those so-called cursed equipment. These equipment pieces often don't provide any attribute bonuses. Instead, they deduct a significant amount of attribute points, and the deducted attribute points are stronger in one section than in 6 sections. If players accidentally sell or discard their items early on, they'll likely regret it later when they acquire crucial items that can reverse all debuffs and choose to reload their save. Xu Fan had also suffered such a loss. However, Xu Fan hasn't even gotten his hands on a single cursed piece of equipment yet, but he does possess a whole host of skills that can boost his 4 main attributes, such as the Goddess's Blessing. If you actually wear this equipment, you'll probably lose several thousand attribute points, right? Let's just leave it in our bags and let it gather dust for now. Just then, Xu Fan noticed his strength attribute, which was over 4,000 points, and a strange thought suddenly came to mind. With such a powerful strength attribute, even if the damage caused by the black feather arrow is only 10% of the attack power, it is still more than 400 attack power. In this dungeon, apart from the extremely rare Cyclops, most of the other ferocious beasts have a defense of less than 300. Even scraping can kill it. You can't completely eradicate the beast's attributes. If wearing this ring could reduce my strength by several thousand, wouldn't the black feather arrow just become a merciless MP replenishing machine again? With that in mind, Xu Fan put on the anti-curse ring without hesitation. As expected, my strength attribute, which was originally over 4,000, suddenly dropped to just over 1,100. The Goddess's Blessing, Hercules, and Power Break 3 skills that increase strength are completely reversed at this moment, returning us to square one. But this is exactly the result Xu Fan wanted to see. As long as you don't tell him that the attributes stolen by the Master Thief will also be deducted, it's fine. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 points of strength. Good. Seeing the attributes stolen by the Master Thief actually added to his stats, Xu Fan was overjoyed. Now, all my worries are gone. Now you can go and steal some fun from the hidden boss, the nine-tailed fox. However, ideals are lofty, but reality is cruel. Just as the target indicated by the mission was not far ahead, the bluish-green mist had already spread to Xu Fan's front. It looks quite terrifying. Holy crap, the nine-tailed fox is actually in the mist? Touching this mist shouldn't kill someone instantly, right? With this thought in mind, Xu Fan took out the recovery items that Su Yao had prepared for him. Superior Healing Potion, a rare item that gradually restores 30% of HP over 10 seconds after consumption. After drinking it all in one gulp, he immediately reached out his right hand and gently touched the green mist. The next second, several notification sounds immediately followed. Warning, you have entered a miasma zone and are under the influence of goo poison. Poisonous state permanently reduces strength, constitution, spirit, and agility by 1 point per second. When constitution drops to 1 point, the user enters zombie state, forever lingering in this location. This state cannot be dispelled by magic or items other than elf magic. Note, leaving the miasma area will remove the poison status. Chapter 32 Nine-Tailed Fox. Upon hearing this notification, Xu Fan recoiled as if struck by lightning and swiftly withdrew his right hand. Is it really that terrifying? 1 point is deducted from each of the 4 main attributes every second. Xu Fan stared at the greenish-blue miasma spreading before him, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In a panic, Xu Fan hurriedly opened his own attribute interface. However, unexpectedly, the attributes displayed on the panel not only did not decrease at all, but actually increased by a few points. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Or perhaps... Xu Fan frowned with suspicion, his gaze slowly shifting to the anti-curse ring he was wearing. As a negative status effect that continuously deducts attributes, wouldn't the anti-curse ring? Thinking of this, Xu Fan swallowed hard. After hesitating for a moment, I finally decided to try it myself. He took a deep breath and put his hand into the miasma again. In an instant, the 3 familiar notification sounds rang out again. At this moment, Xu Fan's attention was completely focused on the changes in his attributes. As expected, his 4-dimensional attributes are increasing at a rate of 1 point per second. Holy crap! Xu Fan couldn't help but utter a beautiful phrase from a traditional Chinese poem. 1 point is added per second, 60 points per minute, 3,600 points per hour, and a full 86,400 points per day. This is absolutely outrageous. This isn't miasma at all. This is clearly a top-tier health-preserving hot spring. If you stay in here, you'll probably become a world-class boss in no time. At the same time, Xu Fan also noticed a serious problem. Within this miasma-shrouded area, all the equipment on your body loses durability by 1 point every second. The underlying logic of the game Apocalypse is that all equipment except weapons will only lose 1 point of durability after taking a single attack that breaks through the defense. As for the durability consumption of weapons and equipment, 1 point of durability will be deducted every 10 attacks or 10 spells cast by the player. Based on the current situation, it can be inferred that when one is in the miasma zone, the system will default to being attacked with real damage once per second, and will also automatically launch 10 attacks. Unfortunately, this doesn't seem to trigger the MP recovery effects of Moonlight Thorn and Black Feather Armor. The anti-curse ring has very low durability, only 5,000 points, meaning you can only gain a maximum of 5,000 points in the 4 main stats. There's no way to endlessly exploit attributes. It seems we have to wipe out the nine-tailed fox within 5,000 seconds and leave the miasma area. That's the thought in my mind. Without hesitation, Shufan plunged into the mist, speeding towards the direction indicated by the mission like an arrow released from a bow. With his true sight, Shufan moved freely through the mist, as easily as taking a stroll in his own garden. There were no ferocious beasts in the mist. In less than 10 minutes, Shufan arrived at the location indicated by the mission guide. When his gaze finally pierced through the thick fog and he could see the scene before him clearly, a feeling of awe welled up in his heart. Suddenly, a gigantic, ferocious beast, about 7 or 8 meters tall and 50 or 60 meters long, appeared before him. It is pure white, with 9 tails, each over 10 meters long, and each tail tip is adorned with a tuft of bright red fur, burning like flames. From the front, this ferocious beast resembles an enlarged version of a standard snow fox head. A radiant lotus flower mark is imprinted above his forehead. If he had to choose between good-looking and ugly, Shufan thought it would be considered good-looking. If it could be shrunk to the size of a regular cat or dog, many furry lovers would surely be eager to take it home as a pet. Type: nine-tailed fox. Rank: Lord. Level: LV 30. HP: 30,000 30,000, MP: 10,000 10,000. Strength: 720, Attack: 920. Constitution: 700, Defense: 1,000. Spirit: 800, Magic Attack: 950. Agility: 750, Magic Defense: 1050. Equipment: none. Skills: Soul Hook, Tailed Beast Ball, Eerie Foxfire, Bewitching Technique, Soul Spirit Illusion Fire, Soul Spirit Heavenly Punishment, Soul Impact, Heavenly Fire Wildfire, Intimidation, Stomp, Bite, Savage Charge, Claw Strike. Note: fox demons cultivate for every 100 years, transforming into one tail. After 1,000 years of cultivation, they become 9-tailed fox demons, skilled in bewitching arts and fond of absorbing human life essence. Seeing the 9-tailed fox's information interface, Shufan nodded with a satisfied smile. Shufan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with golden light. These attributes. These skills. Luxury. That's so luxurious. I'll give it all to you. It wasn't for nothing that Shufan had already accumulated enough MP on some unknown cyclops before entering the mist. Shufan calmly used his hand of emptying his hands technique, and a series of information began to surface in his mind. Successfully activated stealing skill, wildfire skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, Soul Spirit Heavenly Punishment skill. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 points of strength. Successfully activated stealing skills, obtained LV1. You can steal levels too? Shufan glanced at the 9-tailed fox's level, and sure enough, it had become LV29. Moreover, all 4 stats, HP and MP, have decreased significantly. My level has indeed increased by LV1. That's pretty impressive. It's probably a result of a critical hit from a master thief. Seeing that he only had 100 MP left, Shufan immediately used Black Feather Arrow to attack the 9-tailed fox and recover some MP. Clang clang clang. Then a sound came. The 9-tailed fox was clearly enraged by this level of attack. It suddenly turned around and immediately went into battle mode. Damn humans, you're asking for it. The 9-tailed fox roared angrily, unleashing its eerie foxfire. The vast and terrifying foxfire spread out instantly, and the blue-green flames spread across the entire plain in an instant, burning away all the surrounding miasma. Holy crap! My health-preserving hot spring. Shufan never expected this. This eerie foxfire skill can even burn away miasma. He had only enjoyed the health-preserving hot spring for about 10 minutes and gained 620 points in his 4-dimensional attributes, and it was all gone just like that? More than 4,000 attributes were lost. How long would it take to steal them back? Holy crap! Holy crap! At this moment, Shufan's gaze toward the 9-tailed fox instantly darkened. The hatred for killing one's father is irreconcilable, and the hatred for hindering his growth into a stronger being is equally irreconcilable. He'd better find out all of the 9-tailed fox's attributes before he's even started. Chapter 33: Killing the 9-tailed fox. Give me back my attributes. Ignoring the eerie foxfire that covered the entire plain, Chu Fan unleashed 3 consecutive black feather arrows, finally restoring his MP to full. Then, a new round of skillful sleight of hand began. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 points of strength. The thief's scythe operation was successful. The item Fox Spirit Saliva was stolen. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 50 MP. Successfully activated stealing skill, Mystic Foxfire skill acquired. In an instant, the eerie foxfire that had spread across the entire plain vanished without a trace, as if extinguished by a sudden downpour. Instead, there was only ashes and lingering smoke all over the ground. Chu Fan was taken aback. He never expected that after successfully stealing the skill Eerie Foxfire, not only would he gain the ability to use it, but the skill effects that he had previously used and caused damage would also disappear. This was completely unexpected. Unfortunately, those health-preserving hot springs that were burned to ashes by the Eerie Foxfire can never be restored to their original state. "You wretched human, what have you done to me?" The nine-tailed fox clearly realized that something was wrong. Its purplish-red vertical pupils were filled with hostility as it stared intently at Chu Fan, its anger almost out of control. It swung its 9 enormous tails with force, and a ball of ghostly blue fire quickly condensed at the tip of each tail. Then, it rushed toward Chu Fan like a shooting star. Soul Spirit Illusory Fire. You actually have the nerve to ask me what I did. Don't you even know what you've done? That's my health-preserving hot spring. Chu Fan shouted angrily. Chu Fan was incredibly fast, effortlessly dodging the skills, his movements unpredictable. With a few quick maneuvers, he easily dodged the 9 deadly will-o'-the-wisps. The reason for not taking the Soul Spirit Illusionary Fire attack head-on is that this attack deals true damage and has a certain chance to inflict the Ghost Fire Burn status, which continuously deals true damage. Although he had never been breached before. However, according to Su Yao, once the defense is breached, the pain will be exactly the same, without any reduction. Despite the excruciating pain from his burns, Chu Fan continued on his way. He had no intention of being a masochist, so he naturally wouldn't seek out such suffering. After regaining his footing, Chu Fan immediately unleashed the skills he had stolen from the nine-tailed fox, Soul Spirit Heavenly Punishment and Eerie Foxfire, upon it. Soul Spirit Heavenly Punishment Epic Skill consumes 100 MP, deals 200% magic attack as true light damage to the enemy, and inflicts the Heavenly Punishment state on the enemy, dealing 3% magic attack as true damage per second for 300 seconds, with a 1-hour cooldown. Mystic Foxfire Epic Skill consumes 200 MP, deals 500% magic attack fire magic damage to all enemies in a large area, and leaves Foxfire Embers in the area, which continuously deal 40% magic attack fire magic damage per second. Cooldown, 1 hour. Boom! With a deafening roar, a tiny beam of light plummeted from the sky like lightning, striking the enormous body of the nine-tailed fox. The boundless foxfire once again spread rapidly across the entire plain like a tidal wave. How is this possible? How could you, a mere human, possibly use these two techniques? The nine-tailed fox was clearly taken aback, obviously shocked by the 2 moves Chu Fan had used. What belongs to me, I will naturally take back from you. The reason why Chu Fan chose to use these 2 moves is actually quite simple. It's simply a matter of wanting to verify some ideas through practice. This is an attempt to investigate whether skills that can generate continuous damage, such as Soul Spirit Heavenly Punishment and Eerie Foxfire, can trigger the MP recovery effect of Moonlight Strike. However, the result greatly disappointed him. Aside from the initial hit restoring MP, subsequent continuous damage only triggers MP recovery from Magic Thief and cannot trigger MP recovery from Moonlight Strike. You lowly human, you're asking for death. The nine-tailed fox opened its hideous and terrifying maw, as if it wanted to devour all life, and swooped down at Chu Fan with astonishing speed, preparing to launch a fatal attack on him. At the same time, a strange peach-colored light flickered in its pupils. Bewitching magic. It attempted to use this method to control Chu Fan and then devour him alive. Charm Spell Epic Skill consumes 100 MP, charms targets within range. If the target's magic defense is less than the user's magic attack, the charm lasts for 10 seconds. The greater the difference between the user's magic attack and the target's magic defense, the longer the charm lasts. If the target's magic defense is greater than the user's magic attack, the charm will not work. However, how could the nine-tailed fox's insignificant magical attack compare to Chu Fan's imitation? Such a mere charm technique is utterly useless against Chu Fan. Chu Fan deftly dodged to the right, easily avoiding the nine-tailed fox's ferocious bite. At the same time, he kicked it hard on the left side, sending it flying dozens of meters away. HP suddenly decreased by 1/10. Roar! The nine-tailed fox let out a mournful cry, and a hint of fear finally began to appear in its eyes. How could a mere human be so strong? Chu Fan ignored the nine-tailed fox's words and continued to use the black feather arrow to restore his MP, then used the skillful hand to steal. Steal it! Steal them all! 2 hours later. The nine-tailed fox lay on the ground, its massive, mountain-like body devoid of life in its eyes. At this moment, all 4 of its attributes have been stolen, leaving it with less than 100 points. Its strength attribute was completely stolen to 0 points, leaving it with no strength to even stand up. Excellent! These are all great skills. Chu Fan carefully examined the skill he had stolen from the nine-tailed fox, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Although the beautiful health-preserving hot spring was destroyed due to the strange foxfire, I managed to steal a few extremely useful epic level skills, which improved my mood considerably. Let me go. The nine-tailed fox's enormous mouth remained motionless, yet a low, pleading voice continued to emanate from it. A ferocious beast actually begs for mercy? That really surprises me. Chu Fan slowly walked up to the nine-tailed fox, his expression still as cold as frost, without the slightest change. With a swift and lightning-fast movement, he wiped out the nine-tailed fox's remaining life force in the blink of an eye. Successfully defeated the nine-tailed fox LV-29, gaining 128,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV-20 and learning the new skill Mastery of Mechanisms. Mastery of Mechanisms, legendary skill, passive skill. Allows the user to see all hidden mechanisms, and will automatically deactivate any mechanism when walking through it. Chapter 34 Spirit Pet System. Before Chu Fan could even finish reading the system's description of the skills, the rewards for the emergency mission were then distributed. Emergency mission completed. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Reward has been issued. Please check. The next second, a giant, pure white egg suddenly appeared before Chu Fan's eyes, larger than Chu Fan himself. It contained an extremely powerful life force, instantly turning the wasteland that had been burned to ashes into an oasis. The trees grow lush and green, and the flowers bloom, as if by the mercy of the Creator. When Chu Fan touched the giant egg, a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Spirit Pet Egg Nine-Tailed Fox, Ancient Level Item. When the nurturing value reaches 100%, it can hatch into a supreme level Spirit Pet Nine-Tailed Fox. Current nurturing value, 0%. Pet Egg. A Spirit Pet Egg? Chu Fan narrowed his eyes. He never expected that the reward for the emergency mission would be something like this. The pet system is a very important gameplay element in the game Apocalypse. Once players reach level 20, they can unlock this system through the Pet Guidance quest. There are many ways to obtain Spirit Pet Eggs, such as completing Spirit Pet System Guide quests, completing emergency quests, opening Nightmare-level dungeon treasure chests, obtaining drops from special bosses, and purchasing them from the in-game store. With careful nurturing, these Spirit Pet Eggs can hatch into Spirit Pets that can fight alongside players or be ridden by them. The ranking system for Spirit Pets is the same as that for ferocious beasts, from lowest to highest: minions, elites, leaders, lords, kings, supreme beings, and ancient beings. The higher the rank, the stronger the final form. Originally, this should have been a system extremely beneficial to professionals. In the game Apocalypse, Spirit Pets are absolutely loyal to their masters. They will carry out any command given by their masters without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives. Unfortunately, when the game Apocalypse merged with the real world, everything changed dramatically. The hatched Spirit Pets began to become disloyal to their owners, sometimes even launching surprise attacks on their owners without any mercy, showing absolutely no loyalty. As early as 200 years ago, there were countless incidents of people being injured or killed because their Spirit Pets turned against them. Many professionals tragically lose their lives to the Spirit Pets they have carefully nurtured, a truly heartbreaking end. So from that time on, almost no one was willing to try out the Spirit Pet system anymore. Only when encountering an extremely rare and powerful Spirit Pet Egg will someone, accompanied by a powerful guard, try their luck, hoping to raise an obedient Spirit Pet. However, without exception, these Spirit Pets almost all met their end by being killed by the guards. Since the integration of games with reality 200 years ago, according to news reports, there have been very few cases of people successfully taming Spirit Pets, probably only 2,000 or 3,000. Compared to the world's massive population of 8 billion, the probability of this is much lower than winning the lottery. Chu Fan was naturally aware of these circumstances and was caught in a dilemma. A supreme level Spirit Pet. if it were to be fully grown and the same size as the nine-tailed fox. I feel like riding it for a spin would be pretty cool. After pondering for 2.5 seconds, Chu Fan put the spirit pet egg into his bag. Let's try to raise it. If we can't communicate with it, we'll just use force to make it submit. If that doesn't work, we'll just kill it. There are a wide variety of ways to raise spirit pet eggs. Depending on the various training methods, spirit pets with different skills can be cultivated. If you bring a spirit pet egg into battle to gain nurturing points, the hatched spirit pet will have outstanding combat power. If you feed the spirit pet egg rare treasures and exotic items to gain nurturing value, the nurtured spirit pet will have a unique talent in treasure hunting. If you apply healing or buffing spells to a spirit pet egg to gain nurturing points, the resulting spirit pet will be highly proficient in support magic, providing powerful assistance to its master in battle. Of course, these are just the initial settings in the game, the Apocalypse. Once integrated with reality, no one can know for sure whether something has changed. Chu Fan, determined to hatch the spirit pet egg as soon as possible, chose the most convenient and efficient method for its cultivation. In the current situation, without a doubt, accumulating nurturing value by fighting alongside spirit pet eggs is undoubtedly the fastest and most effective method. That's the thought in my mind. Chu Fan then began to hunt down roaming ferocious beasts with his spirit pet egg. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The nine-tailed fox's spirit pet egg has only increased its cultivation value to 45.66%, which is quite slow. As for Chu Fan's own attributes, even though he was wearing the cursed ring and a series of ancient-level equipment to reduce his attribute points, he still retained more than 4,000 strength attributes. When he unleashes the black feather arrow, he can still easily kill all the ferocious beasts except for the boss and the Cyclops, and they can't recover much MP at all. So Chu Fan simply stopped wearing the anti-curse ring and switched to a normal ring. In this way, you can instantly kill monsters with your super high attack power, and recover several hundred MP at once by stealing magic. It's enough to support more than 20 consecutive uses of the empty hand technique. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV 22. HP, 29,000. MP, 06,400. Strength, 12,660. Attack, 12,760. Constitution, 11,850. Defense, 12,000. Spirit, 11,080, Magic Attack, 11,180. Agility, 24,640, Magic Defense, 11,280. Equipment, Moonlight Spike, Black Feather Armor, Moonshadow Gauntlets, Ninja Knee Pads, Ninja Headband, 1,000-mile Cloud Chasing Boots, Night Ring, Assassin Bracelet, Shadow Necklace. Skills, Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Magic Theft, Void Concealment, Assassination Technique, God-Level Disguise, Clairvoyance, True Sight, Mechanism Mastery, Soul Spirit, Illusionary Fire. Experience points, 94,250,000. Not bad, not bad. After removing the anti-curse ring, my 4 main attributes have finally broken through to 5 digits. The next goal is to reach 6 digits. Chu Fan stared at the attribute panel in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips, a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment welling up inside him. If the scene were reversed to him playing a computer game, and he saw such an astonishing change in the attribute panel of the character he was controlling, what would he think? He would definitely rage and rant about how this is a trash game, with broken stats, inflated power levels, and stupid game designers, and then give it a 1-star rating. Unfortunately, that's reality. Here, no one will complain that their attributes are not strong enough. Chapter 35 The Skull Kingdom. At this moment, Chu Fan's view was blocked by a dilapidated city wall. The city wall has been eroded by time, and the weathered bricks and tiles look as if they would crumble into powder at the slightest touch, while the dense ivy covers most of the wall surface. Beyond the city walls, one can see a once glorious capital city that has now fallen into ruins. At the entrance to the dilapidated capital, hundreds of skeleton soldiers exuding a dark aura were patrolling. These skeleton soldiers wielded various weapons, such as longswords, spears, giant axes, and warhammers, exuding a chilling killing intent. Above the city wall, dozens of skeleton soldiers holding bows and arrows lined up, their scarlet eyes warily scanning the surroundings. At regular intervals, a leader-level skeleton general guards the area, applying powerful enhancement effects to the surrounding skeleton soldiers. With his ability to see far and wide, Chu Fan was able to get a general idea of what was happening in the capital. Thousands of skeletal monsters roamed among them, behaving like ordinary people living in the capital. Some skeleton monsters were setting up stalls to sell their wares, while others were playing and frolicking. Some were greeting each other, and some were even arguing and fighting. These scenes sent chills down one's spine. Perhaps in the background of the game, The Apocalypse, the ancient kingdoms that were not destroyed were just like this, a prosperous scene. However, none of this concerns Chu Fan. What he valued most were the attributes and experience points these skeleton monsters provided. I wonder if we'll encounter any rare monsters with powerful skills here. The skeleton clan's skills seem to have been copied and pasted countless times. Chu Fan proactively deactivated his invisibility from the void and appeared openly at the entrance to the capital. The skeleton soldiers stared at each other in disbelief, completely unprepared for a human to suddenly appear before them. But soon. #%. Add hashtag. Percent hashtag @ A completely incomprehensible roar followed. All the skeleton soldiers, skeleton knights, and skeleton generals brandished their weapons and charged menacingly towards Chu Fan. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan grinned and slipped into the capital. Did day. In the blink of an eye, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded before my eyes. Chu Fan sped ahead at breakneck speed, while hundreds of skeleton monsters relentlessly pursued him from behind. Clearly, this was Chu Fan's deliberate act. He intentionally slowed down, cleverly maintaining a distance that could incite hatred. Otherwise, with his agility, these skeleton monsters probably wouldn't even be able to smell his exhaust fumes. Then, seeing that the number of chasing skeleton monsters had grown quite large, Chu Fan suddenly slammed on the brakes, came to a steady stop, and quickly turned around. With a wave of his arm, he instantly unleashed a strange foxfire. In an instant, the entire capital was engulfed by boundless foxfire. Whether it was the skeletal monster citizens in the capital or the skeletal monsters following closely behind Chu Fan, once they touch the embers of the foxfire, their health will continuously drain away, allowing Chu Fan to recover MP through the magic stealing skill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Fan frantically used his handful of empty hands technique on the skeleton generals who hadn't been killed in one blow. Strip them naked. Successfully defeated a low-level skeleton monster LV-20, gaining 1,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 20 skeleton cavalry, gaining 2,400 experience points. Successfully defeated the headless horseman LV-25, gaining 50,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the fallen knight LV-25, gaining 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully leveling up to LV-23. Suddenly, two eye-catching notifications caught Chu Fan's attention. A headless knight? A fallen knight? Do such monsters exist? Chu Fan took a step and leaped to a high place, using his 1,000-mile eyes to survey the surroundings. But it seems, no ferocious beasts other than skeletons have been found at all. There can't just be those two, right? Chu Fan almost coughed up blood. Good heavens, a ferocious beast with 50,000 experience points, it must be a rare beast without even thinking about it. And so, he was burned to death by the strange foxfire without any explanation? This is outrageous. I haven't even started farming skills yet. Nay. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly heard a horse's neighing that sounded like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Immediately afterwards, a tall and mighty skeletal warhorse, with eerie blue eyes, a dark aura emanating from its body, and fully armed, swept across the plains not far from the capital like a whirlwind, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. Although the two were at least several hundred meters apart, the deafening neighing of the horses seemed to be right next to each other. On the path that the skeletal horse was bound to take, a skeletal hand suddenly burst from the ground, then pulled the entire body out of the ground with it. This skeleton monster doesn't look much different from an ordinary skeleton, and is even thinner. He held a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right, and wore a set of silver-white armor, looking quite respectable. The next second, without hesitation, it charged toward the galloping skeletal warhorse, leaped up, and easily mounted it. The movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one go. It was as if this skeletal warhorse was his companion in his conquests. From the outside, this skull knight seems to be just an ordinary skeleton. Skeleton knight. But when Chu Fan saw the attribute interface of this skeleton knight, he couldn't help but gasp. Type? Class? Level, LV-50. HP, 210,000, MP, 45,000. Strength, 14,000, Attack, 15,000. Constitution, 12,000, Defense, 13,000. Spirit, 8,000, Magic Attack, 10,000. Agility, 15,000, Magic Defense, 10,000. Equipment, King's Sword, King's Armor, King's Shield, King's Boots, King's Chain. Skill? Illustrate? Level 50? All 4 stats are over 10,000? I'm so confused. Chu Fan really wanted to curse. Is this some kind of ferocious beast that can appear in a level 20 hidden dungeon? Even though Chu Fan had just obtained a lot of attributes from the Skeleton General and leveled up. However, against this Skeleton Knight with a defense of up to 13,000, it could only barely break through its defenses. 210,000 HP? How long will it take to defeat that? Moreover, the types, skills, descriptions, and ranks are all question marks. Could this be a bug in the dungeon? Chapter 36 The Arbiter. As the Skull Knight drew closer, Chu Fan frowned. If this Skeleton Knight is indeed a product of a bug, then the best option is to avoid having anything to do with it. In many older single-player games, especially those older versions of Famicom, GBA, and 3DS games, actively attacking monsters that appeared due to bugs often caused the game to crash. Now, the product of a bug has actually appeared in the real world. No one knows what the consequences of attacking it rashly will be. What if it really does freeze like in the game world, then the save file gets corrupted, and you're forever lost in the time rift? That's barbecue through and through. After much deliberation, Chu Fan decided that the best course of action was to flee. Anyway, we've already gained enough from this hidden dungeon, so there's no need to keep pushing it. Because the ferocious beasts in the hidden dungeons are far more difficult than those in dungeons of the same level, the game Apocalypse has thoughtfully added a setting that allows players to leave the hidden dungeons at any time. However, Chu Fan discovered that the exit dungeon option was locked and could not be clicked at all. Holy crap, no way? Is there a bug in my system interface too? Suddenly, a terrifying aura of darkness erupted. In the blink of an eye, the Skeleton Knight had already rushed to Chu Fan's front. Its hooves, wreathed in blue flames, turned almost the entire path into scorched earth, emitting a faint blue light. With the standard knight's charge stance, he charged towards Chu Fan. The azure sword light almost pierced through the heavens and earth, as if it would completely annihilate Chu Fan. Cheaters! They will be punished by this adjudicator. A low, hoarse voice followed. Chu Fan instantly understood what this Skeleton Knight was all about. In this world, 200 years ago in 2024, players had already protected their rights through legal channels. Once a game account is registered with the player's real name, it will become the player's personal property and will have no further connection with the game companies. Even the once popular game, The Apocalypse, is no exception. Each account belongs to the player, and the official team has no right to ban them in any way. Even if players blatantly cheat, recklessly challenge the game rules, or even engage in illegal transactions within the game, the official team is powerless to stop them. As a result, game companies sought alternative solutions and finally came up with a method. Since they couldn't directly interfere with players' accounts, they would start with their game characters. They have meticulously crafted some exceptionally powerful NPCs who almost never appear in front of players. However, if any player dares to violate the game rules and disrupt the game balance, this NPC will then appear suddenly like a ghost and kill you without mercy. And without exception, these NPCs also possess an extremely domineering ability. If they kill a character, that character will be permanently deleted. Whether or not a character can be restored depends entirely on the game's official decision. After all, this is normal gameplay, and there's no rule that says game companies can't create a boss that's impossible to defeat. The arbitrators are specially designed, oversized NPCs hidden in various corners of the game, whose duty is to punish players who violate the game rules. It's simply impossible for them to be defeated. Since the world of the end of the world merged with the real world, no one has ever witnessed the arbiter in person. Whether the arbitrator truly exists somewhere in this world has long been a hotly debated urban legend. Chu Fan often heard his classmates talking about this in high school, so he was naturally aware of the rumors about the adjudicator. However, to his utter surprise, he actually encountered it. Moreover, their strength is beyond imagination. After sorting out the clues, Chu Fan almost coughed up blood. Where did he break the rules of the game? He's a model citizen who rescued the school beauty from danger. Although his attributes are indeed slightly higher than those of other professionals of the same level, he acquired all of these powers through legitimate means. He did not use any third-party plugins or participate in any illegal transactions. Why did the arbitrator suddenly come into the picture? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? How did I cheat? Chu Fan dodged the arbiter's attack with a quick movement and shouted loudly. The evidence is conclusive. You are the cheater and shall be executed immediately. The deep, hoarse voice came again. The arbiter turned his spear around and charged towards Chu Fan's location again, the tip of his sword bursting with blazing blue flames. This sword strike was even more ferocious than the first one. Seeing that the adjudicator seemed to be able to communicate, Chu Fan argued again, "Excuse me, where did I cheat? At least let me know." The adjudicator responded hoarsely, "It has been detected that the Headless Horseman and the Fallen Knight ultimately died from the Nine-Tailed Fox's exclusive skill, Eerie Foxfire. Players cannot learn this skill through any normal channels. The data is abnormal, the evidence is conclusive, you are a cheater, and you shall be executed immediately." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. He initially thought it was just because the damage value was too high that the Arbiter had come. But to everyone's surprise, the trouble was caused by using the hidden boss's skill to kill the boss monster. Good heavens! This judgment mechanism is just too outrageous. What if someone lured the Nine-Tailed Fox here, and it used its Eerie Foxfire to kill the Headless Horseman and the Fallen Knight? It's poisonous. Absolutely poisonous. It's definitely safer to use skills stolen from ordinary humans. However, this matter left Chu Fan feeling very puzzled. Players cannot learn this skill through any normal channels. Isn't the thief's skillful stealing a normal method? This is a skill that comes with the awakened thief god. What's wrong? Does the thief god class not exist in the game, the Apocalypse, at all, and therefore the skill hidden thief is impossible? After all, the ability to steal is simply too extraordinary. Perhaps, the title of thief god is a special profession for transmigrators, which is why they are so powerful. Looks like I'll have to be careful with how I use the hidden hand skill from now on. However, the most pressing issue at present is how to deal with this Skeleton Knight Arbiter. Judging from the opponent's attribute data, I might be able to defeat him. But will we face some kind of punishment after defeating him? Or will there be more adjudicators coming to besiege it? These are all unknowns. Forget it, we probably won't be able to leave here alive if we don't kill him anyway, let's just take it one step at a time. With a swift movement, Chu Fan vanished instantly, causing the Arbiter's attack to miss its target. Concealed in the void. At the same time, he instantly appeared behind the adjudicator. With the added bonus of the assassination technique's stealth-breaking strike, it swung fiercely towards the Arbiter's neck. Clang! A sound of metal clashing was heard. Chu Fan's strongest burst combo skill didn't even take away 1% of his health. Chapter 37: Activating the Silver Edge. Cheaters! They shall be executed immediately. A deep, hoarse voice followed. The Arbiter turned around abruptly and saw a jet-black sword light slashing fiercely towards Chu Fan like lightning. Chu Fan quickly dodged to the side. However, his movements were still a little slow. Although he successfully dodged the direct slash of the King's sword, the sharp sword energy contained in that sword beam still struck him, instantly deducting more than 1,000 of his health points. Truly powerful, worthy of being the Arbiter. Chu Fan sighed inwardly. This was the first time his defenses had been breached by a ferocious beast, and the first time he had lost so much health. That's equivalent to 1/30th of his total health. I have to say, it really hurts. However, the attack just now at least restored some MP. Chu Fan was still quite looking forward to stealing something from the Arbiter. The Master Thief. Chu Fan remained calm and unmoved, using his ingenious hands technique 3 times in a row. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item, 7-colored spirit stone, was stolen. Successfully activated stealing skill, Power of Judgment skill. Successfully activated stealing skill, Overbearing skill acquired. 7-colored spirit stone, a legendary item that can be used to activate sealed legendary equipment. Power of Judgment, legendary skill, passive skill. The Arbiter's power is supreme, all attributes plus 5%. Overbearing, mythical level skill, passive skill. If this skill is used to kill an opponent, the opponent will be permanently wiped out of the world. When Chu Fan saw the notification that the theft had been successful, his eyes lit up with excitement. This is freaking luxurious. Chu Fan couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Stealing 3 times at random will yield legendary level items and skills. This is seriously too luxurious. As expected of the Arbiter, he possesses a great many treasures. Since we're already being watched, we might as well have some fun. If the 7-colored spirit stone can activate legendary equipment, does that mean the Silver Edge can be used? It seems, it's time to use this trump card. The adjudicator, who was about to take action, frowned, a strange feeling welling up inside him, as if he had suddenly lost something important. What happened? Is it just my imagination? My skill is gone? This cheater is incredibly powerful. But we can't worry about that now. Cheating. must be executed immediately. As the great arbiter, I must immediately eliminate any cheater. With that thought in mind, the arbiter once again spurred his skeletal warhorse, preparing to launch a charge. As he moved, a dark aura emanated from the sword and quickly spread out. Suddenly, the runes on the sword's surface shone brightly, and countless eerie, cold winds coiled around the king's sword like nimble snakes. Evil shall be punished. The next second, he charged towards Chu Fan like an arrow released from a bow. With each step the skeletal warhorse takes, a shadowy ring silently appears, accompanied by the sound of hooves, and slowly expands outward. When several shadow rings touch each other, they merge into one, forming a larger shadow ring that gradually covers the entire land. The arbitrator, who was inside this ring, miraculously received a further boost to his four-dimensional physical attributes, increasing them by a full 2,000 points. Suddenly at a certain point, the arbiter accelerated, sweeping in like a black whirlwind. With a chilling aura of darkness, it wielded the king's sword and slashed towards Chu Fan. Without hesitation, Chu Fan immediately used the 7-colored spirit stone to activate the silver edge. Activate the silver edge using the 7-colored spirit stone. Silver edge activation in progress. Activation successful. Equipment, silver edge. Rank, legendary. Type, dagger. Durability, never wears out. Attributes, strength, agility plus 500, attack plus 1500. Equipment requirements, thief class. Additional effect 1, each attack deals additional true damage equal to 10% of the target's current health. Additional effect 2, the wearer can see the opponent's weaknesses. Additional effect 3, when attacking from behind, attack power plus 500%. Additional effect 4, after each enemy unit is killed, agility is increased by 10% for 1 hour, which can be stacked infinitely. Additional effect 5, when equipped with this weapon, if you enter stealth mode, you can ignore all terrain. Additional effect 6, after an attack hits the opponent, all of the opponent's passive skills will be disabled for 10 seconds. Additional effect 7, after an attack hits the opponent, randomly dispel one layer of the opponent's buff. If the opponent has no buff, they will be immune to all buffs for 10 seconds. Boom! The arbiter swung his sword, sending dust billowing into the sky. However, Chu Fan was no longer there. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind the adjudicator. The figure flashed by like a ghost, and the silver blade in its hand pierced out like lightning. Assassination technique. Backstab bonus. Adds 10% true damage. The arbiter's HP dropped significantly, with a full 20,000 points of damage being inflicted upon it. Chu Fan was quite surprised. Logically speaking, Silver Edge should deal 10% of the target's current health as true damage. Combined with the damage bonuses from Assassination and Backstab, the power of this attack should be extremely astonishing. Yet the Arbiter suffered less than 1/10 of the damage. Judging from the looks of it, this Arbiter should also possess other extremely high damage reduction skills. If that's the case, Silver Edge just hit it successfully, all of its passive abilities should be nullified within 10 seconds, and the next attack should deal high damage. However, Chu Fan did not have time to continue the pursuit. The Arbiter turned around abruptly, and a vast and boundless sword intent erupted instantly. A swift, air-piercing sword strike. The sword energy, carrying an endless aura of darkness, slashed out in a fan-shaped area in front of the Arbiter. Countless dark spikes of various shapes and sizes, accompanied by the slashing of sword energy, suddenly pierced out from the shadowy ring on the ground. They grew wildly, like thorns in a dark courtyard. Originally, the sword energy of the sky-piercing draw slash could only attack enemies on the same plane, and could be easily dodged by jumping. But now with these dark spikes, it's completely different. They can cover a height of over 100 meters on a vertical plane, leaving people nowhere to hide. Faced with this situation, Chu Fan had no choice but to leap high into the air and forcefully take the brunt of the darkness. With no way to avoid it, Chu Fan could only leap high into the air and take the attack of the dark spikes head-on, causing his health to drop by 1/5. Then, taking advantage of the Arbiter's sword-drawing animation delay, he used Void Concealment again to sneak behind it. A sword thrust out. This time, without the damage reduction from the passive skill, the Arbiter lost more than 50,000 HP. HP has suddenly decreased by 1/4. Damn cheater. I will not fail in my mission and will kill you. The Arbiter roared and immediately cast Shadow Curse to heal himself. At the same time, he raised the king's sword in his hand and unleashed his sword skills. In an instant, thousands of projections of king's swords appeared in the sky, all pointing at Chu Fan, ready to strike. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Chapter 38. I want all your skills. Shu Fan frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him. It seems the Arbiter has changed tactics and is preparing to launch an attack using wide-range moves. After all, Shu Fan had easily dodged the previous single-target attacks, so he probably already knew that his agility couldn't keep up with his opponent and was preparing to overwhelm Shu Fan with area of effect damage. Shu Fan's void concealment is not an invincible state, it merely makes him invisible. Moreover, the surrounding space had already been sealed off by a barrier, making escape impossible. In other words, faced with the Arbiter's impending wide-range attack, Shu Fan had no choice but to confront it head-on. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Shu Fan's mind. When equipped with this weapon, you can ignore all terrain if you enter stealth mode. Since the surface space has been sealed off, is it possible to use the enhanced effect of the Silver Edge to infiltrate underground? Just then, the projection of the king's sword in the sky fell down like raindrops. Time was of the essence, leaving Shu Fan little room for further thought. He immediately used the void concealment skill and leaped into the ground without hesitation. It's a success. As Shu Fan's vision gradually darkened, he realized that he had successfully infiltrated underground. At the same time, as the earth continued to tremble, an endless rain of swords fell wildly, almost annihilating everything within its range. However, this had absolutely no effect on Shu Fan, who was deep in the earth and oblivious to any terrain. Moreover, he could clearly see the bewildered figure of the adjudicator through layers of soil. Damn cheater! Where are you hiding? Come out here and face your death. I have casted Judgment Barrier, you have absolutely no way to escape from here. Seeing this, Shu Fan grinned crookedly. Since you can't find me, I'm going to have some MP to burn. Needless to say, the Master Thief unleashed his skills in quick succession. Successfully activated Stealing skill, Phantom Sword Dance skill. Successfully activated Stealing, 40 HP. Successfully activated Stealing skill, Berserk skill acquired. The thief's shot operation was successful, and the item King's Heart was stolen. As a series of notification sounds rang out, Shu Fan's feelings at this moment could only be described in one word. Cool. However, Shu Fan also noticed a detail. It seemed that the nimble-handed thief could not steal the four-dimensional attributes from the Arbiter. Instead, he obtained all sorts of skills and items, as well as HP and MP. Could it be that all four attributes of the Arbiter are actually zero? It only became what it is now because it received various buffs. If that's the case, then Silver Edge has the effect of dispelling buffs. I wonder if attacking it a few more times with Silver Edge will dispel all the buffs on it. The Arbiter grew increasingly furious as he realized his skills were disappearing one by one. It was so angry that its face contorted and its eyes turned red, even though it didn't actually have a face. He started wildly unleashing attacks in all directions, throwing skills around like they were free. Dark Storm. Ice Tornado. The universe is boundless. Stirring up the rivers and seas. However, Shu Fan, who was underground, was completely unharmed and had no problems whatsoever. Seeing that the Arbiter had finally paused for a moment, Shu Fan immediately and without hesitation flashed behind it. Let's try out the newly stolen skill, Phantom Sword Dance. Assassination Technique. Backstab Bonus. Phantom Sword Dance. Phantom Sword Dance, epic skill, consumes 100 MP, unleashes 15 consecutive slashes on enemies in front within 3 seconds, each slash dealing 150% attack damage. The higher the agility, the faster the skill can be executed. Shu Fan's agility is as high as 25,000 points, and he also has an agility bonus when he is invisible. The Phantom Sword Dance, which originally took 3 seconds to complete, was finished in Shu Fan's hands in less than 0.1 seconds. Each hit deals 10% of the target's current health as true damage, and each hit has a 500% backstab damage bonus. Of course, only the first hit benefits from the damage bonus of breaking stealth. Boom! Because the speed of the slash was too fast. The sharp, piercing sound of air being torn apart created a sonic boom directly on the silver blade. The Arbiter's health bar and attribute values plummeted like a burst dam. In the blink of an eye, it lost nearly 180,000 HP and more than 100 points in its 4 main attributes. Cheater! I swear I will never forgive you. The Arbiter roared in anger, casting Shadow Curse on himself once more to quickly restore his HP to full, and then swung the king's sword with all his might, slashing fiercely at Shu Fan. Clang! A deafening roar followed. This time, the Arbiter couldn't even break through Shu Fan's defenses. It was only because the added sword energy contained real damage that Shu Fan suffered some minor superficial injuries. Seeing this, Shu Fan's lips curled up slightly. As expected, the 4 attributes of the Arbiter are actually obtained by layering various buffs. However, the number of these buffs may be much greater than he previously estimated. Each buff probably only adds a few points to the stats. This design is likely intended to prevent special weapons and skills that can dispel status effects. Since even the Arbiter couldn't break through the defenses, and all that was stolen were skills and items, then, I want all your skills. Shu Fan laughed, and at the same time immediately used his skillful empty hand technique. After using the hidden hand skill, he unleashed another combination of void concealment and phantom sword dance. Successfully activated stealing skill, Soul Swept Gale. Successfully activated stealing skill, 10,000 swords return to Origins skill. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item Spirit Beast Fruit was stolen. Shu Fan and the arbitrator were locked in a stalemate. They stood and fought each other, neither giving an inch. The only difference is Shu Fan attacks 15 times per level, then frantically uses his hidden hand skill to steal items, allowing the Arbiter to retaliate with 10 painless true damage attacks. The Arbiter's health bar also fluctuated like a roller coaster. Until, the Arbiter's physical attributes were weakened to a certain point, and its defensive power also decreased significantly. Shu Fan's Phantom Sword Dance instantly wiped out its entire health bar. The battle finally came to an end. The great god will surely punish you all in my stead. After revealing a look of resentment, the Arbiter finally died completely and vanished into the wilderness. Chapter 39 Going Home. Phew. It's finally over. Shu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Defeating the Arbiter didn't give me any experience points? What a pity, I thought I could level up to level 30 in one go. However, just as he was feeling down, an unexpected joy quietly arrived. The spirit pet egg placed in the spatial bag began to tremble slightly. With this subtle change, a system pane appeared in front of Shu Fan. The 9-tailed fox pet egg has reached 100% nurturing value and is about to hatch. Please confirm whether you wish to begin incubation immediately. Whether. Upon hearing this, Shu Fan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He clicked the yes option without hesitation. The moment has finally arrived. Hatch. Immediately afterwards, a line of eye-catching text flashed on the system interface. Countdown to hatching the spirit pet 9-tailed fox begins, midnight. When the countdown ends, you will receive an adorable 9-tailed fox spirit pet. Get ready to welcome your new pet. Shu Fan was overjoyed. He had finally waited for this moment. At that time, while others can only drive armored vehicles aimlessly wandering in the wilderness, yet he could ride a majestic 9-tailed fox, galloping across the battlefield. What an awesome scene that would be! Although the 9-tailed fox is not one of the legendary dragons, phoenixes, or Qilin, it is still cool enough. Immediately afterwards, Shu Fan looked at the loot and items he had just stolen, and there was still a lot of stuff he hadn't had time to check what they were used for. There's probably nothing else worth worrying about here. As for these skills and items, I'll check them out when I get home. I haven't showered in over 10 days, I feel terrible. That's the thought in my mind. Shu Fan immediately opened the system interface. The previously blocked option to exit the instance has now been restored to normal. Without any hesitation, Shu Fan exited the hidden dungeon. The entrance to the King's Ruins instance was as bustling as ever. As soon as Shu Fan teleported out, he saw thousands of people surrounding the dungeon entrance, forming teams to recruit others. Among them were even some beautifully dressed female reporters. Excuse me, do you know Shu Fan and Su Yao, who broke the record for the King's Relics? I need a front row seat. I need a front row seat for the hard difficulty King's Ruins. One more needed. Easy level King's Relics Secret Exploration Team, level 30 plus DPS with full rare gear. Fixed team formation possible. Wait a minute. That person who just came out of the King's Ruins, isn't that Shu Fan? A girl's murmur could be heard. All eyes were now focused on Shu Fan, who had just emerged from the dungeon. Some of the girls, in particular, had such intense gazes that they seemed to want to take Shu Fan right there and then. Shu Fan was also stunned. What's going on? When did the ruins of the kings become a popular spot for internet celebrities to take photos? The next second, a group of people surged toward Shu Fan like a tide. Hey pro, please help me out. I'm just a casual player, and leveling up is so hard. My daughter is 16 this year, if you could help me out, she. Hello, Mr. Shu Fan, may I interview you? Do you really know the secret to quickly clearing the king's ruins? Hello, I am Lin Chulan, the project manager of Zhang's group. I would like to invite you to join our team to challenge the king's ruins. Would you be willing? Of course, you will be well rewarded. Hey handsome. Could you give me your WeChat ID? Hey bro, can you share a little bit of the secret? I won't tell anyone else. Seeing this, Chu Fan almost coughed up blood. As expected, the King's Ruins has indeed become a popular spot for internet celebrities to take photos. If I told you that the secret to speed running is to gather all the monsters along the way together and then kill them instantly, would you believe me? Speechless. Especially that uncle, who specifically asked what your daughter, who is 16, wants to do. Is she trying to seduce him into committing a crime? And even if there really were a secret to speed running, would I tell you? Can't you be normal for once? With that in mind, Chu Fan casually replied to a few words, then seized the opportunity to use void concealment and quickly left the place. All that was left was a bewildered crowd. Back at the seaside villa, Chu Fan couldn't wait to rush into the bathhouse. I'm going to take a relaxing bath to wash away all the fatigue I've accumulated over the past 10 days. Su Yao and Butler Li were not home. According to the two busy maids, they haven't been back here since yesterday. As for their specific destination and what they were going to do, neither of them knew anything. After leaving the King's Ruins, Chu Fan immediately sent a message to Su Yao. But I haven't received a reply yet. I guess she's probably challenging some dungeon. Chu Fan didn't pay much attention to this. Inside the bathhouse, Chu Fan opened the attribute panel with ease and quickly scanned the skills he had stolen from the arbitrator. Suddenly, he discovered a rather interesting skill. Contract Guardian, mythical level skill, consumes all MP, allows you to form a contract with a specific target, sharing certain specific skills. Who is this specific object referring to? What exactly are these specific skills? Judging from these two effects alone, it doesn't look like a mythical skill at all. This was the first time Chu Fan had ever seen a skill described in such an ambiguous way. Could it be that his skills like Miraculous Hands and Goddess's Blessing can be used on other people? As for the other stolen skills, most of them are skills with extremely overpowered bonuses and extremely wide ranges, purely for the purpose of dealing damage, without any particularly outstanding features. There have been previous instances where the Arbiter was lured out by using the Eerie Foxfire. Chu Fan no longer considers using most of the active skills he stole from ferocious beasts, and has relegated them to the sidelines. This time, only a level 50 Arbitrator came. No one knows what level Arbitrator will come next. It's always better to be cautious. After taking a shower and returning to my room, Chu Fan also immediately took stock of all the items he had stolen from the Arbiter. Spirit Beast Fruit, an epic level item that greatly enhances a spirit pet's 4 main attributes when consumed. Mango Pomelo Dew, a rare item that slightly increases a pet's 4 main attributes when consumed by it. Dragon Crystal, an epic level item, used as a material for forging weapons, and can be used to forge epic level equipment. Jade Purity Pill, an epic level item. When given to a spirit pet, it grants a certain amount of experience points and increases the probability of learning a skill with each level up. Basketball, common grade item, for the singing and dancing prince. Perhaps it was because the bed was too soft, or perhaps it was because the battle with the Arbiter today was too tiring. Halfway through the inventory, Chu Fan drifted off to sleep. Chapter 40: The Mysterious Man Who Attacked the Students. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Chu Fan was immersed in a sweet dream on the bed when suddenly, a shrill ringing broke the silence. Chu Fan groggily reached for his phone, his eyes half closed. He barely opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at the screen, expecting it to be a call from Su Yao. But to everyone's surprise, the caller ID showed the name of the homeroom teacher, Lin Yi. Teacher Lin? What does she want with me? Chu Fan was puzzled, but with a hint of doubt, he still pressed the answer button. An extremely excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Chu Fan. You finally answered my call. Chu Fan was startled by the sudden high decibel and instantly sobered up. He scratched his head, looking bewildered, and asked, Teacher Lin, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the 99 plus missed calls on his phone screen. Now he finally understood why Teacher Lin was so excited. Sorry, Teacher Lin, I've been busy exploring dungeons these past few days. I just got back last night, and I was so tired that I fell asleep immediately and didn't check my phone. Chu Fan quickly explained. You silly child, you really worried me to death. If Su Yao hadn't told me that you've been challenging dungeons lately, I would have thought you'd been kidnapped by some mysterious person. A mysterious person? Chu Fan was completely confused, his face full of question marks. What happened? Hearing this, Lin Yi sighed. You should at least check the class group chat when you have time. The class group chat? Let me see. When you open WeChat, you are greeted with a series of received messages. After scrolling up for a while, I finally found the source of the news from 5 days ago. In recent days, a mysterious person has been attacking students at our school. The attacker's level is estimated to be above 80. The perpetrator has not yet been apprehended, and the reason for the attack is unknown. All students who wish to level up are advised to go in groups and report to their homeroom teacher. Please reply to it all members upon receiving this message. So? Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Chu Fan casually replied with the received message. Teacher Lin, is there still no news about that mysterious person? Lin Yi sighed again. Yes. Even the military has been mobilized, deploying guards around the school dormitories, but attacks still keep happening. And just 5 days ago, Colonel Lin Yi finally managed to catch the mysterious person's tail, but unfortunately, the mysterious person still got away. Colonel Lin Yi? Chu Fan frowned. He had met Lin Yi during the demonic dungeon incident and knew what his attribute panel looked like. He is an epic level professional with a level of LV82 and all 4 of his attributes exceeding 5,000, making him extremely powerful. But even with such a presence, the mysterious person still managed to escape. That mysterious person seems to be no ordinary person. Yes. But we've also learned some information about that mysterious person. She's a woman with long blonde hair, a great figure, and her level is definitely no lower than 80. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes. A blonde woman? Could she be an agent from another country? We initially thought so too, but according to the victims, the mysterious person attacked them not to kill them, nor for money, nor to gather information, but rather demanded that the students show her their attribute interfaces. Look at the properties interface? Chu Fan frowned slightly. Why would a powerful expert above level 80 not go to the interdimensional battlefield to train and level up, but instead come to peek at a high school student's attribute interface? Are you just bored and have nothing better to do? And they did this right under the military's noses. But it didn't matter. Chu Fan still hoped that this mysterious person would attack him. Let's see if we can learn some skills from her. That's right. All the victims said so, and fortunately there were no casualties. Chu Fan nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. Okay. That's settled then. By the way, I heard that you and Su Yao teamed up and dominated the speedrun leaderboard in the King's Ruins. That's amazing. Teacher, you're so proud. Just lucky. How modest. Alright, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Be careful. Yes, thank you, Teacher Lin. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan stretched and slowly sat up from the bed. He yawned as he casually grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on. However, when his gaze fell on the phone screen, his relaxed expression faltered slightly. There was still no reply from Su Yao, which made him somewhat puzzled. However, judging from the way the maids were cleaning in a leisurely manner, it didn't seem like anything major had happened, so Chu Fan didn't think much of it. After all, the relationship between Chu Fan and Su Yao is more of a cooperative one. Aside from that, they don't seem to have much interaction at most, they just live together. Since no one else has shown any unusual behavior, why should he ask any more questions? The pet egg will not hatch for another half day. Watching the countdown tick away, he had originally planned to play other dungeons to pass the time, but now he couldn't muster any interest at all. I'm a bit free. Chu Fan muttered to himself. His gaze swept around the room, finally settling on a pile of messy items. These are all junk equipment and materials he obtained from the King's Ruins and hidden dungeons. After taking inventory yesterday, they've been piled up there and he hasn't had time to deal with them. Let's clean up these things now and buy some food for the future little nine-tailed fox while we're at it. With that thought in mind, Chu Fan put all his spoils back into his spatial bag and left the seaside villa. As for Teacher Lin Ye's advice, he had long since forgotten it. Zhang's Trading Company, front desk reception area. A very sweet-looking saleswoman smiled and asked in a soft voice, "Hello, how can I help you?" Chu Fan got straight to the point. I'm here to sell some useless materials. Okay. The sales clerk immediately led Chu Fan to a room, saying, "Please wait here for a moment." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan frowned, secretly puzzled. He looked at the VIP room sign hanging above the door with a puzzled expression, somewhat stunned. He only said he wanted to sell some useless materials, so how did he end up in the VIP meeting room for no reason? Before long, Chu Fan's question was answered. A young man, about 1.85 meters tall, slowly walked in from outside the door. Wearing a pristine white suit and trousers, with his hair neatly combed and impeccably styled, he exuded an extraordinary aura, like a social elite. The man, with a smile on his face and a friendly demeanor, sat down in the seat opposite Chu Fan. "Mr. Chu Fan, we've been waiting for you to arrive." Chapter 41, Chu Fan's Identity? Chu Fan has not yet responded. Immediately afterwards, another young woman, even more beautiful than the previous saleswoman, entered the room carrying a tray of teaware that looked quite expensive, and gently placed it on the tea table. Then, she gracefully began to pour tea for the two of them. After completing this series of actions, the woman bowed slightly to the young man, and then sat down in the empty seat next to Chu Fan. Those long, beautiful legs kept moving closer to Chu Fan, as if hinting that some special service was about to begin. The young man spoke again. "Hello, Mr. Chu Fan, I am Zhang Haidao, CEO of Zhang's Group, and this is my secretary, Chen Lily. Your presence is truly an honor for our Zhang's Chamber of Commerce." CEO? Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. He was secretly puzzled. He was just a junk seller, so why did the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce personally come out? However, Chu Fan was a man who had seen many big scenes, so he did not show much surprise on his face and remained calm and composed. He asked calmly, "So, what do you want to see me about?" Zhang Haidao smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, but please take care of what you're doing first. We can talk about other things later." At this moment, Chen Lily interjected, "Young Master Chu, please put the items and equipment you wish to sell here. I will take care of it for you." As she spoke, she pointed to an open space next to her. Chu Fan didn't want to waste any more words, so without saying a word, he directly dumped all the useless materials out of his spatial bag. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain made of various materials appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhang Haitao was casually thinking about how to persuade Chu Fan later. But when he saw the mountain of materials, his eyes gradually turned to astonishment, and in the end, he couldn't even close his mouth. The finest item for forging mage weapons, the azure pine stone, the power god fruit to boost strength, the heavenly feather silk, harder than steel yet as light as a feather, the cultivation token to help melee classes grow rapidly. These are things that are extremely rare to find on the market, yet they're piled up like garbage. You call this useless? You probably just bought it for free from some chamber of commerce, right? Chen Lily swallowed hard. "Young Master Chu, are you sure you want to sell all of these?" "Yeah, it's not very useful to me. My storage space is almost full." In fact, Chu Fan had a lot of useless things stored in his spatial bag. However, since all the ancient level equipment is bound, he can't sell it even if he wants to. "Oh, I see. Zhang Haitao is a worldly person. But I have never seen such an arrogant existence." Epic level items were all useless to him. Just then, his cell phone rang. After glancing at it, Zhang Haitao told Chen Lily to continue entertaining Chu Fan while he went out to answer a phone call. This was a call from a private detective team dispatched by the Zhang Group at great expense. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? We've only found out a general outline of Chu Fan's information, we can't find much of the details at all." "Oh? You can't find it? Then tell me what you do know." Chu Fan, male, age 18, about to turn 19, birthplace unknown, no information on his biological father and mother. According to government records, he was an orphan who obtained legal status with government assistance on February 28, 2222, and enrolled in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School with the help of social welfare organizations. His grades were consistently average, neither good nor bad, except for history and the Apocalypse game, where he never passed a single exam. At the awakening ceremony at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School half a month ago, he successfully awakened the legendary class Shadow Assassin and applied for government subsidies that very night. He seems to have a good relationship with Su Yao, the eldest daughter of the Su Group, but I consulted many students from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School and didn't hear any signs that they had dated during high school. It's highly likely that they met after he awakened his profession. Then there's a rumor, and I can't give a definitive answer as to whether it's true or not. It is said that on the morning of the day after Chu Fan awakened the Shadow Assassin, he and Su Yao encountered the demonized dungeon event, but successfully killed the Lord-level dungeon boss and escaped the demonized dungeon. That's about it. Upon hearing the private investigator's findings, Zhang Haitao was instantly stunned. He wasn't shocked by Chu Fan's extraordinary background. It's just too ordinary. It's so ordinary it couldn't be more ordinary. Orphans are not uncommon in today's society. Especially in a big city like Jiangcheng, there are at least tens of thousands of orphans scattered in every corner of the city. Since the game, the end of the world, merged with reality, many people have begun to blindly worship superstitions and flock to theories such as birth date and time. If calculations reveal that a child is likely to become a career-oriented professional, these individuals will abandon the child without hesitation, showing no regard for familial ties. For some parents, having a child is like a gamble, hoping to achieve great success and instant wealth through their child. However, based on the known information, Chu Fan's behavior was completely different from the private investigator's findings. An orphan, who casually sells a bunch of rare items as useless materials. How could an orphan, just 2 days after awakening his powers, instantly kill Zhao Lu from the Peerless Guild? An orphan actually mastered a speedrun guide for a dungeon and, together with the young lady of the Su group, dominated the top 3 spots on the King's Ruins leaderboard. Fuck you, orphan. What kind of international joke is this? The detective team's investigation results only prove one thing. Chu Fan's background information has most likely been altered. There is likely a gigantic force behind the scenes, concealing Chu Fan's true identity and past records. Zhang Haitao dared not think any further about the families that could achieve this. That's terrifying. That's enough for now, stop investigating. I'll transfer the money to you later. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The detective looked bewildered, but didn't press for further questions. After all, as long as the money is right, he'd be willing to go out and eat prostitutes. Knowing too much can lead to your death. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Haitao took a few deep breaths, trying to remain calm. He originally intended to use coercion and inducement to buy the walkthrough manual for the King's Ruins, or to get Chu Fan to join their Zhang family merchant guild, so as to create more dungeon records. But I never expected it. Chu Fan's background is actually quite terrifying. Through the crack in the door, Zhang Haitao glanced at Chu Fan with apprehension inside. For the sake of the Zhang Clan Chamber of Commerce, it's best not to provoke Chu Fan. Chapter 42 Attack. After returning to the VIP meeting room, Zhang Haitao immediately handed over a business card. Young Master Chu, many items in this batch of goods could be sold at auction to generate more revenue. This is my business card. Would you agree to let us sell them at auction? Of course, we will only charge a 5% commission. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly and put away the business card that Zhang Haitao handed him. He was very satisfied with the handling fee, and even somewhat surprised. Typically, chambers of commerce purchase various items at prices ranging from 80% to 85% of their market value. If it involves military supplies, even if you purchase directly from the military, you can only enjoy a discount of about 10%. However, to Chu Fan's surprise, the Zhang group was actually willing to put his items up for auction and even offered to charge such a low handling fee. This undoubtedly filled him with secret joy. Of course, as for whether Zhang Haitao would use any tricks, Chu Fan wouldn't mind exposing all of his skills. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Chu Fan smiled and nodded, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. This is a huge profit. Then I'll sign the agreement with you. As for the more common items, I'll buy them from you at the highest price. Is that acceptable? Yes, no problem. Zhang Haitao continued obsequiously, Young Master Chu, it's like this, our Zhang Clan Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay a high price to buy the Speed Pass secret realm of the King's Ruins, and guarantees not to reveal a single clue to the outside world. Are you willing to sell, Young Master Chu? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed. Why would the CEO of the prestigious Zhang Group personally receive him? He was also willing to put his items up for auction and only charge a 5% commission. So that's what it was all about. I'm sorry, I bought the manual from someone else, and I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't reveal it. I see. Zhang Haitao looked disappointed. However, considering the power behind Chu Fan, he dared not continue speaking. If you anger others, it might even involve the Zhang family Chamber of Commerce. Just then, Secretary Chen Lily finished compiling the materials and made a list. Young Master Chu, there are a total of 109 items here. Among them, 12 items meet the auction threshold, and we will purchase the remaining 97 items at 90% of the market price. Please take a look. Chu Fan took the list, glanced at it casually, and then a slight smile appeared on his lips. Excluding the more expensive items, the total value here is already over 500,000. Get rich instantly. This hidden dungeon run was an absolute steal. Yes, thank you. Then let's reach a mutually agreeable cooperation. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Zhang Haitao casually asked, by the way, Young Master Chu, didn't you go challenge the 20-player dungeon? A 20-player dungeon? Chu Fan frowned slightly. The dungeon can only accommodate a team of up to 5 players. Where can I find a 20-player dungeon? Young Master Chu, don't you know? Just 10 days ago, an extremely special instance appeared by the Tianhe River in the northwest of Jiangcheng. Unlike previous instances where only one team could challenge it, it was a super large team instance that required 4 teams to work together to conquer. Many professionals from Jiangcheng went to explore it and brought back a lot of good stuff. The recommended level for the dungeon is the same as the King's Ruins, level 20. Miss Su also went to explore it. How come young Master Chu didn't know? I really don't know. I've been spending all my time in the game these past few days and haven't been paying attention to this kind of information. As expected, Suyao went to challenge the dungeon. No wonder she hadn't replied to any messages. A dungeon that 20 people are challenging together. The boss must be an extremely powerful and rare ferocious beast. I wonder what good loot we can get. However, the 9-tailed fox egg will hatch in less than 6 hours. Let's go check on it after it hatches. After leaving the Zhang clan chamber of commerce, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in Chu Fan's heart. He keenly realized that it seemed as if a pair of eyes were silently watching him from afar. The gaze held a hint of malice, yet it differed from the eyes of someone intent to kill, to rob, or a fanatical admirer. It was a subtle feeling that was hard to describe. This reminded Chu Fan of when he was in school, secretly playing on his phone, only to be met with a glance from his homeroom teacher as he passed by the window. Although he couldn't pinpoint the other person's exact location, Chu Fan knew in his heart that this person's strength must be extraordinary. Could it be the attacker teacher Lin mentioned? Why would they target me? I wasn't wearing a school uniform, nor was I loitering near Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school. How were I discovered? Fine, since they've delivered themselves to my doorstep, I'll take all their skills. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan decisively left the bustling and prosperous street and headed towards a secluded place. As expected, the attacker followed closely behind. However, this person's hiding methods were quite ingenious. Even though Chu Fan possessed over 10,000 four-dimensional attributes and the anti-stealth ability of the true sight eye, he still couldn't detect the exact location of the attacker. No wonder he was able to attack others under the close surveillance of the military. He must have mastered quite a few impressive skills. A sly smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips, and then he walked into a dilapidated alley. Just then, the mysterious attacker finally appeared at the alley entrance. Have you already sensed my presence? That's why you deliberately chose this deserted path? The attacker was completely covered in a black robe and wore a black hood, completely concealing his face. Her figure was exactly as Lin Yi described, a tall, slender 1.7 meters with a curvaceous figure. She was simply born to be a model. Judging from her unhurried voice using a voice changer, she was well educated. Such an elegant demeanor was not something an ordinary female robber could possess. However, when Chu Fan saw the attacker's information interface, he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Name, Luluna. Class, Star Queen Mythical. Level, LV 98. HP, 200,000 200,000, MP, 78,280,000. Strength, 8,400, Attack, 10,000. Constitution, 9,600, Defense, 11,400. Spirit, 22,900, Magic Attack, 25,900. Agility, 12,300, Magic Defense, 25,700. Equipment, Seraph's Scepter, Rainbow Robe, Divine Grip, Star Prayer Dress, Star Prayer Boots, Dawn Ring, Dawn Chain, Mage Bracelet, Divine Bracelet. Skills, Shattering Heaven, Endless Source, Healing Spell, Resurrection Spell, Comet Spell, Meteor Spell, Holy Protection, Light of Blessing, Light of Protection, Exorcism, Chaos Spell, Anti-Curse Spell. Experience points, 1,980,000 1 billion. Portable space, click here to view detailed item information. Chapter 43 Goddess Lulu. Chu Fan suddenly realized. I finally understand why that attacker kept sneaking around peeking at the other students' profiles. The attacker in front of him, named Luluna, must be the goddess who helped him awaken the god of thieves more than half a month ago. The reason she did this was simply to find the human who stole her skills. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. I just encountered the arbitrator yesterday, and today an even more troublesome goddess has appeared. Is this what they call retribution? Seeing that Chu Fan hadn't responded, Lulu asked again, why aren't you saying anything? Don't worry, as long as you let me see your attribute interface, I'll let you leave immediately, okay? Peeping into other people's personal information is illegal, please forgive me for not agreeing. Yeah? Lulu sighed softly, then don't blame me. Immediately afterwards, she took a step forward and instantly flashed behind Chu Fan. She gently raised her jade-like hand, pointing directly at Chu Fan's neck. The I-hand strike is aimed at the moment of impact. At this critical moment, Chu Fan's figure suddenly vanished without a trace, and the hand blade attack missed its mark. Luluna was stunned by this astonishing scene, as if time had frozen at that moment. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. An ordinary man from the human realm was able to evade her attack. Her agility attribute is as high as 12,300 points, a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Even the most powerful ferocious beasts or top experts in the human realm could never exceed 5 digits in agility. But how could this seemingly ordinary human have an agility level that is so much higher than his own? Could it be some kind of magical artifact that can guarantee an evasion of attacks? This human is definitely strange. Luluna's eyes sharpened as she stared intently at Chu Fan, who had slipped to the side. She took a deep breath, focused her mind, and unhesitatingly cast Void Lock. Void Lock, legendary skill, consumes 300 MP per minute, locks onto the target's location, preventing them from using any teleportation magic and from moving more than 300 meters away. Deals to the locked unit are increased by 100%. Holy crap, there's such a skill? Chu Fan felt himself suddenly locked by an invisible force and pursed his lips in disapproval. Don't run. Show me your character profile, and I won't hurt you. How can you say you won't hurt me like this? Don't run away. Let me see your profile screen, and I'll unlock you. Chu Fan sighed. To be honest, given Lulu's stats, her attacks are perfectly capable of breaking through defenses. He could even use a combination of void concealment and assassination techniques, plus the back attack bonus from Silver Edge, to easily kill her instantly. But Chu Fan just couldn't bring himself to do it. One reason is that the goddess came here is because he stole the skills that were equivalent to the goddess's divine status, which led to this situation. Chu Fan still felt a little guilty towards the goddess, so he naturally couldn't bring himself to do it. Secondly, Chu Fan didn't know if killing the goddess would bring any punishment, such as attracting the arbitrator or something. The goddess's stats are already this high, so the arbiter who comes after killing the goddess must have stats 10 times higher. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan decided to give up resisting. If the goddess really wants to kill her, it's not too late to retaliate. Go ahead and look if you want. As Chu Fan spoke, he used a god-level disguise to create an attribute interface for a shadow assassin. Of course, the 4-dimensional attributes must be hidden. That's more like it. Lulu quickly moved closer to Chu Fan, staring at his attribute panel with curiosity and anticipation, as excited as a little girl who had discovered a new toy. However, as she examined the area more closely, her expression grew increasingly serious, even somewhat somber. Chu Fan's attributes are simply unbelievable. As a level 23 legendary professional, he actually has a total of 500 points in the 4 main attributes. This is outrageous. Under normal circumstances, professionals of this level would never have such exaggerated figures. How did this guy manage to do that? However, these are not Luluna's biggest concerns. When she looked at the skill bar, she found that the skill Goddess's Blessing was not listed. She stared wide-eyed, checking again and again, but still couldn't find any words related to it. Wait a minute, this properties interface. Just as Lulu was about to give up, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Despite being a goddess, she has no right to know the attribute interface of any professional. However, with her extensive knowledge and understanding of various professions, especially the legendary shadow assassin profession, she still knew a little about it. Logically speaking, Chu Fan has already reached level 23 and should have mastered a key skill called Shadow Stealth. However, this skill was nowhere to be found in the attribute interface. Why didn't he? Moreover, even with an agility value of over 500, it would be impossible to dodge her attacks. There's no guaranteed dodge ability in the skill bar or equipment bar, so it shouldn't be possible to dodge. Could it be that this information interface is fake? With this thought in mind, Luluna immediately used the Eye of the Goddess. Goddess's Eye, mythical level skill, consumes 1000 MP, can see through all illusions in the world. In an instant, Chu Fan's information interface, like a mirror, began to shatter. The next second, the true attribute panel was finally revealed. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV 23. HP, 36,000 MP, 6,800. Strength, 13,780, Attack, 13,880. Constitution, 12,560, Defense, 12,710. Spirit, 12,200, Magic Attack, 12,300. Agility, 25,900, Magic Defense, 12,400. Equipment, Moonlight Spike, Black Feather Armor, Moonshadow Gauntlets, Ninja Knee Pads, Ninja Headband, 1,000-mile Cloud Chasing Boots, Night Ring, Assassin Bracelet, Shadow Necklace. Skills, Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Magic Theft, Void Concealment, Assassination, God-level Disguise, Clairvoyance, True Sight, Mastery of Mechanisms. Experience points, 268,300,000. Seeing this, Chu Fan and Lu Lunai stared at each other, neither of them able to react for a moment. Until 1 second later. Luluna saw the words Goddess's Grace in large letters in Chu Fan's skill bar and gasped instantly. So it was you who stole my divine essence. Holy crap! This actually works? Give me back my divinity. Chapter 44 Contract Guardian. Luluna raised her hand slightly, and a powerful aura surged around her, instantly forming a fierce gale. This gale, like a roaring dragon, swept towards Chu Fan with fierce momentum. Faced with such a fierce attack, Chu Fan dared not be careless in the slightest. He took a sudden step forward, his body leaping backward like a cannonball. A beautiful backflip successfully evaded the onslaught of the gale. However, the moment Chu Fan landed, a strange energy suddenly surged from the ground. A magic circle condensed and took shape beneath his feet. Immediately afterwards, dozens of chains gleaming with cold light emerged from the magic array like venomous snakes, rushing towards Chu Fan at an astonishing speed. There's no other way. Chu Fan sighed inwardly and reacted quickly. With a thought, he used the void concealment technique to escape into the void, thus avoiding the chain's attack. If you return my divine status now, I might spare your life since it's your first offense. Otherwise, I will show absolutely no mercy. Luluna looked around warily as she spoke. However, no response was received. Chu Fan's attack was close to 14,000 points, which was more than enough to break through her defense. The God of Thieves. I've never heard of that profession before. However, judging from the literal meaning, it should be similar to an assassin. They must be very good at launching sneak attacks from the shadows. This is a natural counter to a mage like her. We must be careful no matter what. In any case, Chu Fan has already been locked onto by the void and will definitely not be able to escape her eyes and ears. With an additional 100% damage bonus, it only takes one hit. As long as my magic hits him, I'm sure I can kill him in one strike. However, a minute passed. There was still no movement around. It was as if Chu Fan had vanished. Chu Fan, I'll say it again, return my divine spark to me now, and I swear to God I will never harm you. Not only that, I'll also give you a legendary piece of equipment as a thank you gift. Stop being so stubborn. Lulu stood in the deserted alley, surrounded by silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, apart from her own soft breathing, there was no other sound. With her special ability to lock onto the void, Luluna keenly sensed that Chu Fan must be hiding somewhere nearby, and the distance between them was definitely no more than 300 meters. However, despite her earnest persuasion, Chu Fan still refused to show himself. As time ticked away, Luluna knew she could no longer sit idly by and wait for her doom. Originally, she did not want to involve any innocent people. But the current situation left her no room for hesitation. At worst, we can use resurrection magic to revive those affected humans and then compensate the city government with a legendary piece of equipment. She brought her index and middle fingers together, placed them before her pink lips, and murmured, "Comet." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly froze. It wasn't that his body was bound by magic, but rather that his brain almost crashed. She realized that she seemed to have forgotten about comet magic. Suddenly, I can't remember the spell I used to cast the comet spell. She quickly opened her profile page and was stunned again. Not only comet spell, but also meteor spell, healing spell, resurrection spell, anti-curse spell, a whole series of skills have all disappeared. Even his 4-dimensional attributes have been significantly reduced. What on earth is going on? Luluna was completely bewildered. I don't understand what's going on right now. This doesn't seem like a system malfunction. Why are so many skills and attributes suddenly gone? Could this also be one of Chu Fan's doing? Chu Fan, you. Before Luluna could finish speaking, she found a dagger pressed against her neck. Chu Fan's figure gradually became visible. I'm sorry, goddess, since we've been exposed, there's nothing I can do. So you really knew who I was? Why would you do something like this? Where did you get this ability? Although goddesses are beings who help humans awaken and change jobs, they do not grant humans jobs. It's just a matter of building a small bridge, activating the potential within a person, and helping them change jobs. It's perfectly normal not to know what kind of career will emerge from it. Goddess, please accept my contract. After the contract is completed, I will return your divinity to you. Contract? Luluna was completely bewildered. But soon, an information interface appeared in front of her. Chufan has used his contract protection skill on you, attempting to establish a contract with you. Do you agree to establish a contract? Whether. Chufan, what exactly are you trying to do? That's all I can do, I'm sorry. Looking at the dagger held against her neck, Lulu felt a sense of despair. She knew all too well that her life was in Chufan's hands at this moment, entirely at his mercy. With Chufan's agility of over 25,000 and attack power of 14,000, he could probably kill her instantly. After a struggle with her conscience, Lulu finally gave up and gently clicked the yes option. In an instant, a strange and powerful force swept in like a whirlwind, quickly enveloping her. This power is both warm and comforting, and gives people a sense of inexplicable peace of mind. Chufan witnessed everything that was happening before his eyes, and the tension in his heart eased slightly. He slowly released Luluna and let out a long sigh of relief. So this is what so-called shared skills are all about. Chufan looked down at his skill bar and found that about 1/10 of his skills were surrounded by a mysterious halo. This includes more than a dozen skills that were just stolen from Luluna. Each skill has a clearly displayed prompt above it. Shareable skills, simply click to share. As expected, the Goddess's Blessing skill also has such an aura. After Chufan released Luluna, she immediately collapsed to the ground. Chufan, I've done everything you said. Can you return my godhood now? After closing the attribute interface, Chufan asked a couple of perfunctory questions. Let me ask you this, what would you do without a godhood? Without divinity, I will die. I'm not like you humans. Once I lose my divinity, if I stay in other planes, I will completely dissipate and disappear within a month. Even the proof of my existence will be forgotten by everyone. More than half a month has passed now. Wah? Give it back to me. I'll give you anything you want. As Luluna spoke, she burst into tears. The black hood fell down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face and eyes that were already red from crying. Upon hearing this, Chufan awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth. If he had known earlier that the Goddess's Blessing skill was so important to the goddess, he wouldn't have had that audacious idea, probably. Alright, stop crying, I'll give it back to you. As Chufan spoke, he clicked on the Share Goddess's Blessing skill. The next second, a dazzling light suddenly appeared around Luluna like a tide. In Luluna's skill bar, the words Goddess's Grace Shared appeared in gold font. Chapter 45. You can steal this thing? Of course, it's not just about the blessings of the goddess. All the skills she had just lost have returned. Chufan. What is this? Sharing? Could it be that I'm using your skill right now? Lulu exclaimed in disbelief, completely forgetting her current predicament. Yes. Actually, I don't know how to return your godhood to you, so I just did it this way. How about that? You shouldn't have to die now, right? Lulu closed her eyes and carefully sensed the life force within her body. Sure enough, she felt a powerful and stable force flowing through her, as if she had never been injured. Her divinity has returned, she no longer needs to disappear. At the same time, Chufan curiously approached Luluna and checked her skill bar through her attribute interface. As she expected, all of Luluna's skills were enveloped in a mysterious halo, emitting a faint but undeniable golden light. These halos mean that all skills can be shared with Chufan. After some thought and observation, Chufan gradually understood the true meaning of shared skill in the Contract Guardian skill. Apart from some general skills, Chufan could only share with Luluna the skills that could be learned through formal means. For example, if Luluna is a mage, then Chufan can only share mage-related skills with her. If she were an assassin, then the only skills Chufan could share with her would be limited to assassin-related abilities. However, the God of Thieves was the only exception. It seems that no matter what kind of ferocious beast skills or other professions' spell skills, they can all be used. That's truly defying the heavens. Alright, I've shared my skills with you. Shouldn't you share the rest of your skills with me too? What exactly is going on? Chufan ignored Lulu's startled reaction, grabbed her hand, and clicked on every skill in the skill bar. A series of notification sounds kept ringing in Chu Fan's mind. Lulu has shared the Heavenly Shatter skill with you, please check your skill bar. Lulu has shared the Endless Source skill with you, please check your skill bar. Luluna has shared the Holy Protection skill with you, please check your skill bar. Not bad, these are all great skills. As for Luluna, she felt that her worldview had been completely shattered. She has been in charge of the Awakening Goddess for over a century, but she has never seen such a bizarre, strange, and utterly absurd operation. Sharing skills is one thing, but being able to steal other people's skills and attributes is another. This Chu Fan is invincible. Could it be that all of Chu Fan's four-dimensional attributes were obtained through theft? Oh, right, my goddess, here you go. As Chu Fan spoke, he took out a triangular piece of pure white silk from his pocket and gently placed it in Luluna's palm. Lulu stared at the item in her hand, momentarily stunned. Immediately afterwards, she felt a chill in a certain part of her body, which made her shiver. Instantly, a shy blush rose on her cheeks. You, what have you done? Luluna's voice trembled slightly with anger. Unexpected. Chu Fan was filled with surprise and doubt. He simply couldn't believe that something that couldn't even be considered equipment or a prop could be stolen. However, this did refresh Chu Fan's worldview. So even goddesses who are high and mighty have to wear this kind of thing. And it even has an adorable style with a bear pattern printed on it. What's even more surprising is that it doesn't smell like seaweed, instead, it has a faint floral scent. This reminded Chu Fan of the old saying, even the excrement of a fairy smells sweet. Chu Fan quickly changed the subject, saying, alright, this contract of protection shouldn't have any distance or time limitations, right? You should be exactly the same as before, right? So, may I leave now? I hope you won't come looking for me again. Upon hearing this, Lulu closed her eyes again and re-examined her own power. Sure enough, apart from a slight decrease in the four-dimensional attributes and the fact that a cool feeling could still be felt in that place, there were no other significant changes. She sighed softly. Perhaps, this is the best ending. She didn't actually have much hope from the beginning, she just wanted to struggle a bit in the last few days. Even if Chu Fan were really killed, Luluna probably won't be able to get back the goddess's blessing that exists on him. However, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. If she hadn't lost her divine status, she wouldn't have been expelled from the divine realm by her superiors. Now that we've finally escaped the divine court plane, let's take a good vacation in the human plane for a while. She also wanted to see how far this human named Chu Fan would grow after awakening such a powerful ability. After all, working 997 all year round in the divine court plane was exhausting. Chu Fan, you stole my heart, and you think you can just run away? You'd better take responsibility. Ha! I only gain a dozen or so points to my four main attributes when I level up, and you stole more than 200 points from me in one go. Don't you want to take responsibility for that? No, how am I supposed to take responsibility? The attributes can't be shared with you. Alright, it's decided then, stop talking nonsense. Lulu stood up, put her hood back on, grabbed Chu Fan's hand, and ran out of the alley. I haven't eaten for over half a month. Take me out for a meal, so I can finally taste some human food. 5:30 p.m. The sun gradually sank in the west, casting its afterglow upon the earth. Inside private room number 7 of the Starlight Hotel. Same time, same private room, different beautiful women, different scenery. Chu Fan looked at the stunning goddess before him. She appeared demure and shy, with graceful and charming demeanor. Every movement she made was so elegant and pleasing to the eye. She never even showed her teeth, giving off the air of a well-bred young lady. As Chu Fan admired the beautiful scenery before him, he secretly sighed, this is what a goddess should be like. However, when his gaze turned to the 3 food carts beside him, his throat involuntarily bobbed, and his neck became somewhat stiff. Each food cart was piled with 4 or 5 stacks of plates and bowls, each stack being more than half a meter high. The plates and bowls were stacked on the food cart, towering over Chu Fan when he stood up. Is this goddess possibly a black hole inside her stomach? Chapter 46 Spirit Pet Hatching. Luluna raised her head and saw Chu Fan's expression. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She asked tentatively, Chu Fan, aren't you going to eat? Chu Fan sighed, do you think I'll get anything to eat? Every time the dishes are served, you just grab the whole plate. How am I supposed to eat? I'm so sorry, I'm really starving. Luluna pouted, besides, isn't this all because of you? If you hadn't stolen my divine essence, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan gave a helpless, bitter laugh. To be fair, that's definitely true. Fortunately, he made a large sum of money by selling goods that afternoon. Otherwise, after Luluna's outburst, she'll probably have to wash dishes for months before she can afford to eat. At the same time, Chu Fan noticed that the pet egg in his spatial bag had begun to stir restlessly. I clicked in and took a look. There's less than an hour left until the pet egg hatches. What will the little nine-tailed fox look like? This is truly something to look forward to. By the way, are you full? Luluna blushed, nodded slightly, and replied, I'm full. Alright, let's go. I still have a lot of things I want to ask you. That evening, after nightfall. Instead, he took Luluna to the deep mountains and forests outside Zhongcheng. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, this secluded place is an ideal hatching ground for baby nine-tailed foxes. After all, no one knows exactly how big the nine-tailed fox cubs are. Even if it's only half the size of the Lord-level boss version, it's enough to fill an entire room. Furthermore, considering the possibility of battle, this place is undoubtedly the best choice. Upon arriving at their destination, Chu Fan had Luluna cast a light spell to illuminate the surroundings. Then he placed the spirit pet egg in the center and quietly waited for the countdown to end. A spirit pet egg? I remember you humans are quite averse to spirit pets, aren't you? You actually plan to hatch it? Luluna had taken off her hood by then. While continuing to cast light magic and act as a third wheel, she asked Chu Fan a question out of curiosity. We should at least give it a try. Maybe we can get one to use as a mount. So, you stole my divinity on our very first meeting just to give it a try? Hearing this, Chu Fan awkwardly twitched his lips. Let's not talk about the past. There's only 1 minute left. If the spirit pet tries to run away, can you cast a voidlock skill for me? Didn't I share all my skills with you? Why do I still need to use them? My MP is very precious. Unable to resist Chu Fan, Luluna could only stand obediently to the side, ready to use voidlock at any moment. 2 seconds. 1 second. Midnight. The countdown to the hatching of the spirit pet egg has ended. The entire egg suddenly burst into a dazzling light, even brighter than the light magic Luluna had cast. After a few breaths, the light faded. Cracks gradually appeared on the white giant egg, and then it slowly shattered, with more and more cracks appearing. A few minutes later. Suddenly, the giant egg shattered completely, and a small white head with fox ears emerged from it. Its pale purple eyes scrutinized Chu Fan in front of the giant egg, seemingly trying to remember the appearance of its future master. That's how it should be. When the little white fox saw Chu Fan for the first time, it seemed as if it had seen a ghost. It suddenly broke free from the eggshell and started running in the opposite direction from where Chu Fan was. It kept making whimpering sounds. Upon seeing this, Luluna immediately locked onto the void. With one step, he captured the little nine-tailed fox. Why do I feel like it's afraid of you? Did you do something to this egg? Lulu frowned and asked. Chu Fan shrugged, I didn't do anything. I don't understand why this is happening. It seemed that she felt warmth in Luluna's arms. The frightened little nine-tailed fox seemed to have finally calmed down. However, when Luluna came to Chu Fan again with the little nine-tailed fox in her arms, it went berserk again, as if Chu Fan were a demon, and tried its best to escape his grasp. Hey, Xiaolu, can you understand what this spirit pet is saying? Little Lu? Are you calling me? Chu Fan rolled his eyes, otherwise what? I think the name Lulu is too hard to pronounce, so I'll just call you Little Lulu. My name sounds so nice. How could it be? Oh well, Xiaolu it is, whatever you want. Luluna turned her face away, her cheeks slightly flushed. I don't understand either. Only certain equipment has the ability to communicate with everything. Equipment? Chu Fan had a sudden flash of inspiration and remembered something. He quickly took out the Heart of Spiritual Connection from his spatial bag and equipped it. I almost forgot about this thing. It has the added effect of communicating with all things. Now I can try it out and see if it works. In an instant, the little nine-tailed fox's whimpering cries were finally translated into human language that Chu Fan could understand. It's a voice similar to that of a little girl learning to speak. No. Don't kill me. Don't come any closer. Let me go. Help. I don't want to die. Hearing the little nine-tailed fox's murmurs, Chu Fan was stunned. What is that? When did he decide to kill this little nine-tailed fox? He won't kill you until he's sure you can obey him. Is it really necessary to make that ghost-like face? Etc. Damn it, could this little nine-tailed fox be the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox he killed in that hidden dungeon? After all, according to legend, each tail of a nine-tailed fox represents a life, which can help it enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the newly hatched nine-tailed fox acted as if it had seen a ghost when it saw him. Shu Fan leaned closer, his gaze fixed on the terrified little nine-tailed fox. You recognize me? The little nine-tailed fox seemed to understand Shu Fan's meaning and immediately responded, No, don't kill me. I'll do anything, just don't kill me. So, are you the nine-tailed fox I met a week ago? Tell me, or I'll kill you. Yes, big brother, I didn't offend you, did I? You killed my past life, so there's no need to keep hunting down my reincarnation, is there? Upon hearing this, Shu Fan sighed. So that's how it is. She really is the reincarnation of that nine-tailed fox. But this is for the best. It can understand human language, saving you all the trouble of communication. Shu Fan took the little nine-tailed fox from Luluna's arms. I won't kill you, no problem, as long as you're willing to be my mount. With me protecting you, no one can bully you. Chapter 47 Naming Genius. I. The little nine-tailed fox didn't know how to respond to Shu Fan for a moment, so she just lowered her head and murmured softly. Regarding Shu Fan's strength, in its previous life it had personally experienced the pain of having all its attributes and skills stripped away. Without a doubt, Shu Fan is absolutely one of the strongest people in human society. However, the problem is that, in its previous life, it had not provoked Shu Fan at all, yet it suffered Shu Fan's inhumane abuse. Thinking about life under such a master, sigh, I feel like the future is bleak. Seeing that the little nine-tailed fox hadn't made any response, Shu Fan issued an ultimatum. So, are you planning to become my mount, or do you want to experience being stripped naked again? No. Big brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to be your mount. Just don't kill me. That's more like it. Shu Fan's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, a combination of kindness and severity is the most effective approach. However, this little nine-tailed fox doesn't look as majestic and imposing as it did in its previous life. Instead, it has an inexplicable, adorable clumsiness. Moreover, judging from the voice after the transformation of the heart of the spirit, it seems to be a female fox. Shu Fan gently stroked its head, pondered for a moment, and then said, From now on, I'll call you Little White. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Bai immediately showed a displeased expression. He muttered to himself, What a strange name. Are you some kind of naming genius? It was about to protest, but after seeing Shu Fan's kind eyes, it swallowed back the words it was about to say. Thank you, master. I really like this name. Xiao Bai quickly changed his words. Yeah, I knew I picked a pretty good name. Shu Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, the goddess Luluna, who was standing to the side, was unhappy. She pouted and muttered, Shu Fan, you call me Xiao Lu and it's Xiao Bai. Do you think I'm just like it, your mount? Upon hearing this, Shu Fan glanced at the goddess's hot figure and stunning face, as well as her fair thighs that were faintly visible beneath her black robe, and smiled slightly. If you want, that's fine too. Get lost. Can you stop looking at me like that? It's only natural for men to look at beautiful women. Since you're so good looking, you should naturally be able to withstand all kinds of stares from men. Upon hearing this, Luluna blushed instantly. He turned aside and muttered under his breath that even a meeting of minds couldn't translate. Shu Fan ignored her and instead checked Xiao Bai's attribute interface. Pet name, Xiao Bai. Spirit pet type, nine-tailed fox. Spirit pet rank, Lord. Spirit pet level, LV1. HP, 300-300, MP, 100-100. Strength, 20, attack, 30. Constitution, 30, defense, 40. Spirit, 25, magic attack, 30. Agility, 25, magic defense, 30. Pet owner, Shu Fan. Spirit pet skills, Eerie Foxfire, Bewitching Charm. Spirit pet description, every 100 years of cultivation, a fox demon transforms into one tail. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it becomes a nine-tailed fox demon. It is skilled in bewitching arts and enjoys absorbing the life essence of humans. Pet experience points, 0-100. Shu Fan was quite surprised. It truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme-level spirit pet in its final form. Even at level 1, none of the basic attributes are below 20 points. It's safe to say that even if Chu Fan, who had just awakened the thief god class, were to fight it, he would be completely crushed if the nimble-handed hacker failed to steal any effective attributes. Absolutely terrifying. Little White, eat all of this. As Chu Fan spoke, he took out the spirit pet items, including spirit beast fruits, and placed them in front of Xiao Bai. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a pile of spirit pet items, Xiao Bai's eyes widened instantly, and its mouth watered. Its little head repeatedly looked at Chu Fan, its eyes revealing a pitiful expression, as if it wanted to get a definite answer from Chu Fan that these things were really meant for it to eat. It's for you, stop talking nonsense and eat it now. Thank you, master. A faint light immediately appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. He excitedly opened his mouth and devoured all the spirit beast fruit in front of him in a few bites. Soon, Xiao Bai's body began to change. 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 1 meter. Before long, Xiao Bai's body, which used to be so small that it would be held in your arms, has now grown to be 1.5 meters tall. Its appearance is also becoming more and more like that of the great nine-tailed fox from before. The four-dimensional attributes have also increased significantly, all exceeding 50 points. Not bad at all. Thank you, master. Sensing the change in itself, Xiao Bai immediately came to Chu Fan's side and rubbed against him. They appeared very affectionate. Even after the heart of the spirit was removed, it could still be heard chirping softly, its eyes revealing excitement. Next, I need to level it up to level 30 and unlock the pet's dialogue system. I always feel a bit uncomfortable taking the heart of the spirit with me when I go out. Chu Fan did not return to the seaside villa that night. Instead, they found a nearby hotel and booked a luxury private room for the night. After all, out of courtesy, it would be best to get Su Yao's permission first if he were to bring his spirit pet to stay. After arriving at the hotel, Chu Fan brushed Xiao Bai's fur, while Lulu and I scrolled through short videos. Chu Fan was taking a shower, while Lulu was scrolling through short videos. Chu Fan stood outside the hotel window, scouting for a target to use his elusive skills on, while Lulu was scrolling through short videos. She was clearly a goddess on high and mighty, but after falling to earth, she actually became addicted to doing short videos? It's really a bit bizarre. Chu Fan snatched his phone back. Aren't you going to take a shower? No way. My equipment has an automatic body cleaning effect, so I don't need to take a bath at all. I haven't taken a bath in over 10 years. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan almost threw up his dinner from the night before. Is this a goddess? It's absolutely shattered. Go take a shower right now. And put all your underwear in the washing machine to wash too, or I'll take back your divine status. No, I'll wash it, okay? Really? 10 minutes later, Lulu's terrified voice suddenly came from the bathroom. Chu Fan. I have no underwear to wear. Chu Fan was so shocked he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Which normal person wouldn't prepare some spare clothes and their personal belongings? But then he thought about it again, and realized that this goddess hadn't taken a bath in over 10 years. Perhaps for her, this kind of thing is really nothing out of the ordinary. Chu Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. The department stores are probably closed by now, so it's probably unrealistic to expect her to buy a new set of underwear on short notice. Wear the hotel bathrobe for now. I'll take you to buy new ones tomorrow. Luluna responded weakly, oh. Not long after, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Luluna blushed and cautiously walked out from inside. She was wearing slippers that were clearly a size too big in a loose bathrobe, and she looked somewhat uneasy and a little shy. Chapter 48 Goddesses Can Also Be Ridden. Chu Fan stared intently at Luluna before him, a feeling of amazement welling up within him. The goddess, who had just finished bathing, still had water droplets on her body that she hadn't wiped off. Bathed in the soft light of the hotel, her whole body shimmered with a crystalline glow, making her appear even more beautiful and captivating. A slight blush rose to her cheeks, and her two slender legs rubbed together gently, as if trying to hide her inner shyness. Although her limbs looked somewhat thin, her skin was as white and smooth as cream, as intoxicating as flawless white jade. What's most eye-catching are her full hips and high breasts, which are faintly visible under the bathrobe, especially the protrusion on her chest, which is impossible to ignore. Her golden hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, as smooth as silk, perfectly outlining her stunning beauty. Lulu in a bathrobe. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look Chu Fan in the eye. Could you please stop looking at me like that? If there are beautiful women to see, why not take a look? Honestly, all you ever say is that. Lulu walked shyly to the bedside and muttered, where should I sleep? There's only one bed here. Chu Fan gestured with his chin towards the only bed. Sleep here, where else would you sleep? So, where do you sleep? Chu Fan stood up and sat down on the sofa next to him. I'll sleep here, where else can I sleep? Hearing this, Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Although Lulu is a goddess, she is not completely ignorant about matters between men and women. However, as a noble goddess, if she wanted to fall in love, she had to first apply to her superior and wait for approval. If someone engages in a romantic relationship without their superior's permission or takes any more egregious actions, they will face the cruelest form of punishment. Only after obtaining approval can she begin a romantic relationship with a male deity of the same age who has also been approved. Unfortunately, despite Luluna's application being submitted for over 50 years, she has never received a response. Despite her girlish mindset, she was still quite afraid of matters between men and women. At night, Luluna wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. As soon as she turned off the hotel room lights, she keenly sensed a figure sneaking onto her bed. Lulu was shocked. Chu Fan? You weren't sleeping on the sofa? Chu Fan said calmly, there's only one blanket, and the air conditioning is so cold. I'm afraid I'll catch a cold. Lulu rolled her eyes. With your four-dimensional attributes, how could you possibly catch a cold? Chu Fan smiled slightly. Don't worry. I absolutely won't touch a single hair on your head. Lulu leaned against the wall, looking shy. You'd better keep your word. Don't worry about that. I told you, I won't touch a single hair on your head. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, warm sunlight streamed into the hotel room through the gaps in the curtains. Luluna curled up in the blankets, her feet wrapped tightly around the covers, her lips slightly clenched, her gaze fixed on the sleeping face of the man in front of her. She no longer believes a single word Chu Fan says. There's no way someone can stay up all night. A few minutes later, Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes, withdrew his arm from under Luluna's delicate body, and then reached out to turn on the hotel lights. After getting up, he stretched and then sat down on the sofa. People are in high spirits when they have good news. Chu Fan took out his phone, ready to book breakfast at the hotel. I never expected that even her private parts smelled so good. This is truly an eye-opener for me. Chu Fan muttered to himself. Hearing this, Luluna also got out of bed, quickly put on the underwear that had dried last night, and sat down next to Chu Fan with a helpless expression. This was a stark contrast to her shy, blushing face yesterday. Today, Luluna's face clearly showed a hint of dissatisfaction, and her gaze towards Chu Fan no longer carried any shyness. After all, Chu Fan had done that kind of thing to her, so it would be strange if she still felt ashamed towards him. Chu Fan, liars will be punished by heaven. Do you understand? Chu Fan smiled slightly. I'm not lying. Just tell me if I touched your fingers last night? Humph. Smooth talker. Chu Fan nodded. Indeed. I experienced your smooth talk firsthand last night. I quite liked it. Upon hearing this, Lulu's face suddenly turned ashen. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Chu Fan opened the food ordering app and handed it to Luluna. Little Lulu, see what you want for breakfast. Since you're also my mount, I'll naturally make sure you're well fed and plump. You're the mount, your whole family are mounts. Hurry up and order. I want to go see what a 20-player raid is like today. Northwest of Jiangcheng, Tianha River. Logically speaking, this place should be a deserted wasteland. However, due to the appearance of a special instance that could be participated in by 20 people, the entire Tianha riverbank was crowded with professionals coming and going. If someone were to pass by without knowing the area, they might mistakenly think this is the most bustling and prosperous commercial district in Jiangcheng. Not only that, but you can even vaguely see several powerful figures from other planes wandering around here, wanting to experience the unheard of 20-player dungeon. Since the game, The End of the World, merged with the real world, humanity has unexpectedly discovered the existence of other dimensions. Among them, the plane most closely related to humans is the Divine Court, where a group of beings known as the gods reside. These gods possess divinity and can help other life forms awaken their own professions, acting as mediators in all planes. Moreover, the legendary gods seem to possess the qualities of immortality and eternal life, but the truth of this remains uncertain. Luluna, this goddess who sits, is from the Divine Court plane. In addition, there is an elven plane that maintains frequent trade relations with the human plane. On that plane of existence lived a race with long ears, long lifespans, and mastery of magic. They were known to the world as the elves. In addition, there are more than 100 different planes existing in this world, such as the Undead Plane, the Void Plane, the Midnight Plane, the Celestial Plane, the Endless Plane, and so on. However, to date, humanity has only explored fewer than 10 of these planes. Less than 1/10 of people know about the changes that have occurred in the world after the arrival of the End of the World. Small-scale frictions often occur between different planes, but large-scale wars have not occurred. The necropolis, void, true spirit, and celestial planes, which are adjacent to the human plane, often clash with humans in various ways. Both sides had their wins and losses, making it difficult to determine a winner. In any case, at least in the background setting of the game, the Apocalypse, there is no concept of plane. No one knows the answer to where these dimensions came from. Chapter 49: The Land of Fire Spirits. As Chu Fan walked along the road, he secretly observed the powerful figures from other planes. They don't seem much different from ordinary humans. Whether it's the skills they've learned, their four-dimensional attributes, the clothes they wear, the languages they know, or even their facial features, they are all exactly the same as humans. If their long ears, the pointed horns on their heads, or the flapping wings on their backs were hidden, probably no one would be able to tell whether they were human or a different race. Luluna wore a mask and followed closely behind Chu Fan cautiously, looking somewhat afraid of being recognized. After all, in the past 100 years, she has helped at least hundreds of thousands of professionals complete their job transformation and awakening. If people knew that this once high and mighty goddess had been banished to the human realm, she feared she would be utterly disgraced on the spot. This was Luluna's explanation for her predicament. We're short 2 healers for level 18. They need to be between level 20 and 25. A professional team of 17-3, our 10th place on the speed leaderboard is the record we set yesterday. We're still missing 2 more owners, price negotiable. A fire spirit greatsword, freshly unearthed and still warm. Anyone want it? Price to pay. Exploration team. Exploration team. Anyone who's read the guide, come join us. 5 or 15. Before Chu Fan and Luluna even reached the entrance of the dungeon, they saw many people holding up signs and calling for teams. Many people even set up a loudspeaker, making it extremely lively. Are all the replicas of your human world like this? Lulu asked curiously. Let's say that's how it is for now. Chu Fan changed the subject, but speaking of which, what are you doing following me? Luluna asked, somewhat puzzled, watching you play dungeons. The recommended level for this 20-player dungeon is 20. Can you get in? Luluna immediately gave her a "you didn't know that" look and explained, I'm a goddess. Dungeons have no restrictions on me. Huh? What the heck? Luluna continued to explain, humph. Chu Fan, you've already obtained my godhood, don't you know that those who possess godhood will have no restrictions on entering any dungeons? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nearly coughed up blood. What the hell is this? The goddess's divine power actually has this effect? It wasn't mentioned in the skill description. Seeing Chu Fan's discomfiture, Lulu covered her mouth and chuckled, so stupid. You don't even know how to use a godhood. Seeing Lulu's punchable expression, Chu Fan realized something. This mount doesn't seem to fully know who its owner is. It seems necessary to find some time to discipline him again. Do as you please. Just remember not to steal my experience points. Okay. The portal to a 20-player dungeon is significantly wider than that of a normal dungeon. It's probably about 30 or 40 meters wide, big enough to drive a tank in for a ride. Just as Chu Fan was about to step into the dungeon, a bespectacled, black-stockinged mature woman suddenly blocked their way and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you two going to challenge the Land of Fire Spirits?" The Land of Fire Spirits is the name of the 20-player dungeon. It is said that the ferocious beasts inside are mainly fire attributed, and the temperature in the scene is extremely high. If you are not careful, you may faint from the heat. If necessary, it's best to have more professionals who can use ice or water magic in your party. That's what the Professionals Association recommends. Is there something you need? Chu Fan asked. The woman in black stockings continued, Here's the thing, I'm a staff member of the Professionals Association. I see there are only 2 of you, so I'd like to offer some advice first. The Land of Fire Spirits is a 20-player dungeon, and you can't choose the difficulty. I suggest you 2 form a team with other groups before attempting it. Chu Fan waved his hand gently and said calmly, It's all right, thank you for your concern. After saying that, he took Luluna and stepped into the dungeon without looking back. Witnessing this scene, the mature woman in black stockings couldn't help but reveal a deep sense of helplessness and let out a soft sigh. Since the appearance of the Fire Elemental's land, according to detailed statistics from the Professionals Association, at least 20% of professionals have lost their lives in the dungeon. The vast majority of these professionals who perished did so because they were overconfident and rashly ventured into dungeons with only a small team of 5 or 6 people. To prevent such tragedies from happening again, The Professionals Association has specially deployed some personnel to be stationed in the area surrounding the instance to persuade those overconfident professionals. Surprisingly, some stubborn kids ignored the advice and insisted on venturing in. Absolutely amazing. Suddenly, what happened? A tall man ran over and asked. His name is Su Shaolin, and he is also one of the staff members of the Professionals Association. Don't even mention it, this time it's even more incredible. The two of them went to challenge the land of fire spirits, and we couldn't stop them. Upon hearing this, Su Shaolin smiled contemptuously and said sarcastically, "These self-righteous people are going to die sooner or later. We can't persuade them and there's nothing we can do. Let's continue working and stop as many as we can. These professionals, really, sigh." Instance name, Land of Fire Spirits. Challenge difficulty, none. Recommended level, LV20. Team size, 2 people. Data initialization in progress. Initialization complete. Transferring. Transfer complete. The moment I stepped into the dungeon, the scene before me underwent a dramatic and earth-shattering change. What unfolded before them was a vast forest that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Unlike ordinary forests, the trees here are not green, but rather display an eerie crimson hue. Every tree was ablaze with flames, the fire so fierce it resembled a raging inferno. Fire Sprite Village. Looking into the distance, there is a towering giant tree that reaches into the clouds, burning with intense flames like a torch. Countless sparks merge and converge, rising into the sky like a fire dragon, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring sight. Furthermore, even though Chu Fan and Lu Lunai possessed 5 figure stats in their 4 dimensions, they were still subjected to a permanent and undispellable burning debuff, dealing 2 points of true damage per second. Although this damage was negligible given that both of them had tens of thousands of health points, it was almost insignificant. But the feeling of being constantly burned by flames was really unpleasant. Fortunately, as a fire attribute spirit pet, Xiao Bai was not affected by the burning debuff. Otherwise, with its meager health, it would probably have been sent away in no time. The two rode Little White towards the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 50, Addicted to Beating the Arbitrator? Type, Fire Sprite. Class, Henchman. Level, LV22. HP, 660-660, MP, 900-900. Strength, 60, Attack, 65. Constitution, 100, Defense, 110. Spirit, 120, Magic Attack, 140. Agility, 45, Magic Defense, 130. Equipment, none. Skills, Flame Breath, Self-Destruct, Explosive Flame, Flame Arrow. Note, this is a fire elemental spirit that can restore its stamina by consuming flames. Suddenly, a large number of attribute interfaces like these appeared in front of Chu Fan and Lu Lunai. However, the two of them looked around. Even with the Eye of True Sight and the Eye of the Goddess, all that could be seen was a raging sea of fire, and the so-called fire spirit was nowhere to be found. Could it be that these flames burning on the trees are actually fire spirits themselves? Whoosh! Just as Chu Fan had this thought, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly came from the boundless sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, an arrow formed from condensed flame shot out like lightning, heading straight for Xiao Bai. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, and he instantly reached out his right hand to grasp the flaming arrow. The flaming arrows had no tangible feel. Instead, they exploded rapidly in his hand, the crimson light spreading like ripples across the surrounding space. If this arrow had hit a level 1 newbie, it probably would have been killed on the spot. Master, thank you. Xiao Bai lowered its head, clearly knowing that it had just been rescued by Chu Fan. Chu Fan did not respond to Xiao Bai. Instead, let's make the most of our time and use up all our MP that's already full. Successfully activated stealing skill, Flame Arrow skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 20 MP. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Flame Armor. Successfully activated the stealing skill, obtained the item, Soul of the Fire Spirit. Amidst a series of notification sounds, Chu Fan noticed something rather unusual. Soul of the Fire Spirit, a legendary item. When a fire attribute spirit pet consumes it, it will gain the protective skill of the Fire Spirit. Fire Sprite's Protection, a legendary skill that converts 15% of all fire attribute magic damage into true damage, and allows the user to restore health by consuming flames. Not bad at all. What great luck! Even a lowly monster can drop a legendary item. Is this all you're capable of? That's a bit too outrageous. Lulu, sitting behind Chu Fan, couldn't help but marvel at how Chu Fan could strip others completely naked without even lifting his hand. I have to thank Xiaolu for helping me awaken this power. I feel that if it were any other goddess, I might not have been able to awaken such power. So your attitude towards your benefactor is to steal my divine status the moment you meet me? And then keep me awake all night? Cough cough. Chu Fan coughed twice, changing the subject. Xiaolu, help me cast holy protection on Xiaobai. I'm about to unleash my ultimate. Lulu rolled her eyes at Chu Fan and sighed. He really knows how to order people around. After saying that, he cast a holy protection spell on Xiaobai. Holy protection, legendary skill, consumes 500 MP, applies the holy protection effect to the target, making them immune to all damage for 30 seconds, but the user cannot damage the target either. Cooldown, 1 hour. A curtain of light slowly descended. A semi-transparent silver barrier suddenly appeared around Xiaobai, looking as if it were coated with a layer of water film and sparkling. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan had an idea and used Luluna's exclusive skill, Comet Technique. Comet spell, legendary skill, consumes 1000 MP, summons a comet to deal 1200% magic attack as non-elemental magic damage to enemies in a very large area. The higher the user's spirit value, the larger the area and the more comets are generated. For each enemy hit, the user's magic attack will be increased by 3% for 60 seconds. In the blink of an eye, dozens of faint starlight appeared in the sky. These starlight points were initially inconspicuous, but within seconds they grew larger and brighter. A series of deafening booms followed. A continuous barrage of destructive shockwaves surged forth like a raging tide, carrying with it the earth-shattering sonic boom generated by the comet's fall, and erupted wildly from Chu Fan's center. This devastating power was like the end of the world, shaking heaven and earth. The heat wave it generated instantly turned the fiery forest within a radius of several kilometers into ashes. A vast expanse of yellow sand swept in, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if it were about to engulf the entire world in endless dust. Such scenes are like nuclear explosions, they are terrifying. Immediately following this was a series of notification sounds indicating that experience points had been gained. Successfully defeated the fire sprite LV-22, gaining 500 experience points. Successfully defeated the fire spirit LV-23, gaining 600 experience points. Successfully defeated the holy fire spirit LV-25, gaining 800 experience points. After seeing this, Xiaobai did nothing. He simply stared blankly at everything before him. It's not that it has the courage to face such a powerful explosion. Instead, it was so terrified that it was completely stunned. I was completely terrified. Completely forgetting that he had just leveled up to level 10 in that series of explosions. Even though it was a lord-level boss in its previous life, it had never seen such a terrifying scene. It turns out that when Chu Fan killed it, he didn't even use 1/10,000th of his power. Not to mention this swarm of comets. Even if only one comet hit it, it wouldn't have enough lives. That's absolutely terrifying. Aren't you afraid of attracting the judges again by doing this? Looking at the desolate scene around her, Lulu asked curiously. Chu Fan had told her about the arbitrator while they were up all night last night. Even though Luluna is a goddess, she still knows nothing about the arbiter. She had heard rumors of the arbitrator, but had never actually met him. There is absolutely no idea under what circumstances the arbitrator will appear. Chu Fan didn't seem to mind, explaining, the last time the arbiter appeared, it was because I used the nine-tailed fox's exclusive skill, Eerie Foxfire, to instantly kill a boss-level enemy. So now I want to see if using your Star Queen's exclusive skill will attract the arbiter. Anyway, it's just a level 20 dungeon, the arbiter's level isn't that high. Luluna was slightly taken aback. Are you addicted to beating the arbitrator? Chu Fan jumped off Xiaobai's back, collecting the items dropped by the fire spirits. He replied, the items on the arbiters are all valuable. If I could, I'd like to steal all the skills and items from the arbiters in every low-level dungeon. Chapter 51 The Dark Forest. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. After waiting for a full 2.5 minutes, no one from the adjudicator appeared. Although Chu Fan was somewhat disappointed, he had to say it. This result reassured him. It seems that even if the thief god uses the exclusive skills of other mythical classes to instantly kill the monsters in the dungeon, it still won't trigger the arbiter's summoning mechanism. However, just in case, a control experiment should still be conducted. When we fight the boss later, let's try casting comment on it. Hey! Xiaolu, Xiaobai, what are you standing there for? Help me gather the materials. I understand, master. they really know how to order people around. Lulu sighed. But he obediently jumped off Xiaobai's back and began collecting materials in the opposite direction from Chu Fan. 2 hours later. Chu Fan never imagined that one day he would find the act of looting corpses so irritating. The ground was littered with the corpses of fire sprites, their numbers were outrageous, and there was no way to collect them all. Luluna was also devastated. She never imagined that she, a goddess with an official position in the divine court, would be reduced to picking up trash for others. If her colleagues found out about this, she would become a laughingstock throughout the entire divine court. Oh well, it's better than working 997 all year round. As for Xiaobai, he was so engrossed in the joy of looting the corpse that he couldn't tear himself away, his mouth practically stretched to his ears. Just now, Chu Fan actually bestowed upon it a fire spirit soul, allowing it to successfully learn the fire spirit's guardian skill. This skill, which only exists in legends, is something he longed for in his previous life but could never obtain. I got it so easily. Woohoo! Take off. I love treasure hunting. I'm happy. I'm proud. Let alone picking up treasures within a few kilometers, even if I had to plunder the entire dungeon, I would be more than happy to do so. After returning to the meeting point, Chu Fan took stock of his gains. The vast majority of materials are ordinary grade items, which don't fetch much money. But its advantage lies in the quantity, at least several tons. Speaking of which, Xiaolu, do you have any skills that allow for automatic pickup? Just picking things up manually like this isn't a long-term solution. Luluna shrugged, at least I don't know. Then it seems I'll have to trouble the goddess to help me gather the materials. You still remember I'm your goddess lord? Who would let their goddess lord pick up trash? Isn't it right in front of you? As we ventured deeper into the land of the fire spirits, it felt like entering another world. It was as if, after passing through a certain point, the once dense forest burning with flames suddenly became sparse, and the intense heat gradually dissipated. Instead, there was a dark and oppressive forest. The trees here are tall and twisted, their trunks covered with grotesque patterns, like the painful cries of humans in despair. Blood-red thorns, like the fangs of a demon, intertwined from the branches, forming deep and terrifying tunnels. The wind howled in my ears, as if an invisible force was roaring within it, intimidating every living being that dared to approach. Even Xiaobai, who had lived in a wasteland full of skeletons in his previous life, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at this moment. The air around us was filled with an indescribable gloom and eeriness. The ground was covered with pitch-black fallen leaves and withered, decaying vines, making a rustling sound with every step. What's even more chilling is that various mournful cries come from the void from time to time, sometimes like the wailing of ghosts, sometimes like the long howl of wolves, and sometimes like the lament of vengeful spirits. At the same time, the burning buff has completely disappeared. If the feeling of being in the forest of flames was merely a physical ordeal, being in this dark forest at this moment feels more like an endless mental torment. Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd entered the wrong instance. However, Chu Fan still pushed his way through, stealing his way to the very end, and finally arrived at the core area of the dark forest. There stood a crude altar made of withered wood, surrounded by human skeletons and dark red bloodstains, which looked exceptionally bloody and eerie. Behind the altar stood a huge stone statue of a demon. Just as Chu Fan was getting closer to it, those eyes suddenly emitted a chilling red light. Demon altar. This is most likely the final boss of this dungeon. However, the moment Chu Fan and Lulu Nai glimpsed the boss's attribute interface, they were instantly stunned. Type: Gargoyle Divine Body Refinement. Rank: Lord. Level: LV 30. HP: 00 MP 00. Strength: 0, Attack: 0. Constitution: 0, Defense: 0. Spirit: 0, Magic Attack: 0. Agility: 0, Magic Defense: 0. Equipment: none. Skills: Mental Interference, Abyss, Soul Return. Note: the demon's statue possesses the power of the Abyss. Xiaolu, if I remember correctly, it's normally impossible for one of the 4 attributes to become 0, right? Chu Fan frowned slightly and asked. Yes, the lowest value will only be 1. It's almost impossible for it to be 0. Luluna responded very decisively. A Lord-level boss? It probably hasn't gone demonic again. Oh well, I'll just steal it first. Chu Fan quickly revealed a sly smile. This boss has 0 in all 4 attributes, HP and MP, which means that the thief will definitely be able to steal the skills it possesses and any items that may be hidden inside its body. We have to make a killing here. Thinking of this, Chu Fan immediately used his handful of empty hands technique. Successfully activated stealing skill, mental interference skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, abyss skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, return to soul skill. The thief's side attack failed. There's nothing left to steal from the opponent. That's it? Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. For a boss, this is way too stingy. It's important to know that using the hidden hand skill can not only steal equipment and skills carried by ferocious beasts, but also obtain items that may be dropped by bosses. If you fail to steal any items, it means that the boss will not drop any loot after being defeated. Normally, bosses in dungeons will drop loot, even if it's just some worthless junk. It's impossible for a boss to drop nothing at all. Either this gargoyle isn't a true dungeon boss, or maybe there's a bug in the dungeon. Just as Chu Fan was filled with doubt, a cloud of black smoke suddenly rose from above the altar, accompanied by a chilling aura of death spreading from the altar. Chapter 52 Attackers from the Plane of the Dead. Are there other bosses? Upon seeing the sudden anomaly at the altar before him, Chu Fan immediately used his true sight to investigate. From within a cloud of black mist, a humanoid white figure slowly drifted out. The shadowy figure appeared to have no limbs, was draped in a white cloak, and had an indistinct face, making it extremely eerie. Ghost. As it floated, it emitted bursts of chilling laughter. Is this a hidden boss? Such a thought quickly flashed through Chu Fan and Lulu Nai's minds. In the game Apocalypse, it is common knowledge that some dungeons will trigger hidden boss events under certain conditions. However, when Chu Fan saw the attribute interface of this ghost, he instantly overturned his previous guess. Name, Alex. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV 66. HP, 39,000. Mobile phone, 11000. Strength, 2,440. Attack, 2,540. Constitution, 2,700. Defense, 3,200. Spirit, 3,960. Magic attack, 4,960. Agility, 2,880. Magic defense, 4,460. Equipment, Death Codex, Robe of the Night, Grip of the Night, Knees of the Dead, Boots of the Dead, Necromancer's Ring, Necromancer's Bracelet, Necromancer's Necklace. Skills, Summoning Souls, Corpse Driving, Night Storm, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, Claws of the Night, Breath of the Underworld, Living Dead, Eyes of the Night, Miasma, Zombification, Skeletonization, Mental Interference, Abyss. Experience points, 500,098 million. Human Plane, Jiangcheng, Chu Fan, Legendary Shadow Assassin. Finally, we've been waiting for you. Alex stopped in front of the gargoyle and made a hoarse sound. Wait for me? Ha! Human, if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for awakening a legendary class. For the future of our undead plane, please become our vanguard. As soon as Alex finished speaking, he raised his right hand and used a mental interference skill on Chu Fan. Mental Interference, legendary skill, consumes 1000 MP, casts a mental attack on the target. If the user's magic attack is greater than the target's magic defense, it can directly break through the target's mental defense and turn them into a puppet. The maximum number of puppets that can be controlled at the same time is affected by the user's level. Cooldown time, 7 days. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. And then nothing happened. Lulu cautiously approached Chu Fan and asked in a low voice, Chu Fan, is he a hidden boss? I can't see his attributes at all. Chu Fan nodded slightly in agreement. Yes, his name is Alex. He should be a ghost. Judging from what he just said, he seems to be from the plane of the dead. I see. Luluna murmured softly, but showed no sign of worry. At this moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost impossible to breathe. Alex stared wide-eyed, looking completely bewildered. His blurry face seemed to be distorted and deformed from extreme shock. He simply couldn't believe that his mental interference skills, which he had always been so proud of, were completely ineffective against the human in front of him. Could it be that this human is wearing some kind of special device that can resist mind control? In an instant, an unnamed fire ignited in Alex's heart. As a legendary professional necromancer, he had been wandering the human realm for decades. During this period, he manipulated legendary professionals into puppets and sent them to the undead plane as vanguards, numbering at least 800 to 1,000. This has never happened before. How is that possible? He's a level 66 necromancer. How could it be impossible to control a professional at level 20 or higher? Die. When Alex saw that his mental interference had no effect on Chu Fan, he went completely insane. They started unleashing skills at Chu Fan like crazy. Claws of the Night. Breath of the Underworld. Skeletonized. A storm raged in the night. Those powerful skills, capable of instantly killing level 60 professionals, were rained down on Chu Fan by Alex, completely disregarding any possible consequences. At this moment, Alex had completely lost his mind and no longer wanted to turn Chu Fan into a puppet. He had only one thought in his mind: to make this human being who had shamed him disappear from the world forever. However, even with so many skills hitting Chu Fan, they still couldn't cause him any damage. At most, it only left his equipment with a thin layer of black ash. Why? Why? Why are all my skills ineffective against you? Alex went completely mad, roaring hysterically. But soon, he felt an unprecedented fear. It is a fear that stems from death. Chu Fan picked at his ear, then blew out a light breath, a hearty smile spreading across his face. Have you used up all your trump cards? Well then, it's my turn to make my move. What do you want to do? Of course, I'll do what I want to do. As Chu Fan spoke, he used all of his remaining 6000 MP on Alex to perform the empty hand skill. Successfully executed stealing skill, Claws of the Night. Successfully activated stealing skills, obtained, LV1. Successfully activated stealing skill, White Bone Transformation skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained, 148 points of spirit. I don't know if it's because my 4-dimensional attributes are much higher, or if I'm just incredibly lucky. The shrewd thief landed several critical hits right from the start, stealing a level and several hundred points of his 4 main attributes. This is absolutely awesome. What did you do? Why is my power? It's so noisy. Before Alex could finish speaking, Chu Fan then used the Annihilation of All Things technique on it, silencing it. Annihilation of All Things, epic skill, consumes 200 MP, applies a silence effect to enemies in a small area, the duration of which is related to the user's agility and the enemy's magic defense. Cooldown is 300 seconds. Silence, in almost all games, is a state that prevents the use of magic or martial arts. But after the end of the world merges with reality, silence also implies the inability to speak. After all, it makes perfect sense that being unable to speak makes it impossible to recite magic incantations or cast spells. Over 3000 defense. Looks like I can use Blackfeather Arrow to make a killing. I wonder when I can steal another skill specifically for scratching and restoring mana. After switching his weapon to Moonlight Dagger, Chu Fan walked towards Alex with a smile on his face. For a moment, they couldn't tell who the devil was. Chapter 53: The Conspiracy of the Undead Dimension. It has to be said that Chu Fan was indeed very lucky. He used his sneaky trick thousands of times on Alex, but barely managed to steal any of his physical attributes or armor, keeping his defense at a level that wouldn't be broken by the Blackfeather Arrow. Furthermore, due to Alex's relatively small size, Blackfeather Arrow can only restore a maximum of 1 or 200 MP at a time. Therefore, it took Chu Fan a full 2.5 hours to finally manage to loot all of Alex's belongings. I have to say, this ghost is really quite rich. So bad, no wonder he only dares to ambush newbies in level 20 dungeons. Chu Fan laughed dismissively. Then, without any mercy, he kicked Alex to ashes. The only downside is that the opponent is just a professional and not a ferocious beast, so no experience points can be gained. Otherwise, if you could kill a level 66 expert, you could get at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of experience points. During this time, the 1-hour silence finally ended, and Chu Fan also obtained a lot of information from Alex through severe torture. The most crucial part is the origin and development of this 20-player dungeon, and why Alex is here. In fact, all of this can be attributed to the accidental discovery of a legendary treasure in the necropolis, the Creation Stone. Once it's placed into a normal dungeon, you can modify the dungeon at will, including adjusting the distribution of ferocious beasts, the number of participants, and the recommended level, among other things. In view of this, the higher-ups of the undead plane had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant plan. Every year in June and July, the goddesses of the Divine Court help humans awaken their professions, and a large number of low-level professionals emerge during this time. Therefore, they decided to use the Creation Stone to stamp a large-scale instance for 20 people, and use this as a gimmick to attract newcomers from all over the human plane who had just awakened their professions to come and challenge it. In this way, they no longer need to go to great lengths to hunt down those legendary professionals in human society. If the team entering the dungeon does not have any legendary level players, then let the smaller teams challenge the dungeon according to the normal procedure and successfully obtain the rewards they deserve. Once the legendary level professionals mentioned in the report are discovered, the creation stone is immediately activated to alter the terrain of the instance and guide them into the dark forest. Next, they used mental interference techniques to control these low-level legendary professionals, then sent them back to the undead plane for brainwashing and transformation, turning them into a vanguard force composed entirely of legendary professionals. In this way, even if some teams fail to return safely from the dungeon, the Human Professionals Association will only assume that it is because of their own lack of strength, which ultimately led to the entire team's annihilation in the dungeon. After all, many people have successfully cleared the dungeon, so no one questions whether there are any problems with the dungeon itself. Moreover, the recommended level for this dungeon is only 20, and the highest level that a player can enter is only 35. Facing a legendary level professional at level 60 or above, even a level 35 mythical level professional would be as fragile as paper, utterly powerless to fight back, and no witness would be able to leave the dungeon alive. In this way, the instance will not arouse the vigilance and blockade of the Human Professionals Association, but will instead attract more legendary professionals to come and challenge it. If you're lucky enough, this dungeon could even become a permanent fixture, attracting new legendary players every year. If this continues, the gap in strength between the two sides will widen further. Once the human plane loses its backbone of legendary professionals, decades later, their undead plane will surely be able to completely occupy the human plane, and brainwash all humans to train them into a vanguard army to continue conquering the next plane. This scheme can only be described as extremely malicious. Of course, Alex is not the only undead hiding inside the land of fire spirits. According to him, he had 3 companions with him. However, the instance exists as multiple parallel universes. It just so happens that the unlucky guy who got Chu Fan into the dark forest this time was Alex, due to the changes to the dungeon terrain. Xiaolu, Xiaobai, what are you doing there? After Chu Fan finished touching the corpse, he looked back. He discovered that Liluna and Shiro were secretly hiding behind the ghost face tree, their eyes revealing a hint of panic as they stared straight at him. Liluna knew very well that Chu Fan planned to use the black feather arrow to restore MP, and then use the sneaky hand skill to steal Alex's attributes. She understood that Chu Fan did this entirely to gain more benefits. However, when she witnessed Chu Fan treating his enemies so cruelly, even Lulu, whose attributes had doubled after receiving the goddess's blessing, couldn't help but feel a chill. That's so cruel. That's terrifying. Xiaobai, however, did not understand Chu Fan's motives and purpose in doing so. For it, the painful memories of being tortured to death by Chu Fan in its previous life surged into its mind like a tidal wave. For some reason, it felt a pang of pity for Alex. Perhaps it was because he had also experienced hardship that Xiaobai was able to empathize and understand the feeling of despair and helplessness. Chu Fan, thank you. Lulu swallowed hard and cautiously stepped out from behind the ghost tree. Thank me? Chu Fan was completely bewildered. Thank me for what? Liluna gave an awkward laugh. She only had a couple hundred points of her 4-dimensional attributes exposed, which is incredibly lucky compared to those who had their entire stats stripped away. Fortunately, she was Chu Fan's awakened goddess, and there was some debt of gratitude between them, which is why Chu Fan didn't give her a stripping package as well. No, in fact, she was stripped naked. However, she also listened to the entire interrogation Chu Fan had just conducted on Alex. I never imagined that the plane of the dead would be brewing such a conspiracy. It's alright, Chu Fan. So what should we do next? If this matter is left unattended, a large number of legendary level professionals will definitely gather here, and then your human race will suffer great losses. Chu Fan shrugged, let's continue challenging this dungeon. It'll be a good opportunity to help Xiaobai level up, and we can also strip the other 3 undead naked while we're at it. Lulu looked surprised. Aren't you going to report this to the Professionals Association? You plan to handle this alone? Chu Fan tapped Liluna on the head and explained with a speechless expression, little Liluna, I suddenly feel like you're a bit stupid. First of all, I'm only level 28 now, and I've already killed Alex, who is level 66, and even managed to extract a lot of information from him. Do you think anyone would believe me if I reported this to the Professionals Association? Secondly, Alex just said that my profession is a legendary shadow assassin, a profession I lied about. Since he knows this false information, it means that there must be an inside agent in the Professionals Association providing them with information. Wouldn't it be like walking into a trap if I went to report it? Finally, what's the use of reporting it to higher authorities? The recommended level for this dungeon is LV 20. No matter how strong the professional guild is, it's impossible for them to train a professional who can kill these undead at level 35 or below, right? Chapter 54 Chu Fan sets another record. I. For a moment, Lulu was unable to refute it. After all, she was just asking casually and didn't think too much about it. I never expected that Chu Fan would think so deeply. But then again, is this Chu Fan really a newly awakened professional? This person's logical thinking ability is just too strong. Or is she really just too stupid to figure out the cause and effect so quickly? Well then, goddess, let's go. There shouldn't be anything else worth worrying about here. The portal hasn't appeared, so the dungeon boss is probably somewhere in the shadows. Luluna pouted and muttered, "You just want another person to help you loot corpses. You keep calling me goddess, making it sound so nice. But speaking of which, do you have a dungeon token? Divinity can only ignore dungeon level restrictions, but it can't limit the number of times you can enter a dungeon." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan smiled slightly and immediately took out dozens of dungeon tokens from his spatial bag. "I don't understand why that ghost had so many dungeon tokens on him, but I stole them all from him." "You really are, never mind, I won't say anything more." After returning via the same route. The moment Chu Fan stepped out of the dark, dense forest, the eerie environment vanished without a trace. Instead, what remains is still an endless, raging sea of fire and forest. How insidious. Looking at the restored scene before him, Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. If he were a normal legendary level professional, without obtaining the royal token and without developing the special uses of the black feather arrow, he might have really been kidnapped by Alex. Just then, an ominous premonition welled up in my heart. Chu Fan frowned and muttered to himself, could it be that Suya was kidnapped by these undead? Although the land of fire spirits is vast, it shouldn't be so large that it's taken 5 or 6 days to emerge. The problem is, if Suya really disappeared, why hasn't the Su group made any move? That's really bizarre. Chu Fan, I reckon the boss should be there, since that's the only place that looks completely different from the rest. As Luluna spoke, she pointed to the giant tree burning with flames in the east. That's what I was thinking too. Let's skip the experiment this time and go straight for a speedrun. The experiment Chu Fan mentioned was naturally a test to see if using the Kama technique to instantly kill the dungeon boss could lure out the dungeon's arbiter. Who dares to? Before the dungeon boss could even finish its standard opening line, it was instantly killed by a combination of stealth and assassination techniques. Congratulations on clearing the Fire Spirit's land dungeon. Trial dungeon cleared and results are being processed. Results complete. Clearance score, 97-100, SSS rank. Dungeon completion reward, common grade equipment Fire Vine staff. Dungeon cleared. Chu Fan was too lazy to count the loot from the dungeon. After putting Xiaobai back into his spatial bag, he left the dungeon directly. Outside the instance. The 17-member team was leading their 3 sugar daddies toward the dungeon steal, ready to show off the record they had set yesterday. After all, making it onto the speed leaderboard is the best advertising slogan. The big spender won't easily believe sweet talk. Just think, leading the Fire Spirit Village once and getting the final reward would cost a whopping 1.2 million Chinese yuan. This amount of money is enough to buy an epic-level piece of equipment. Moreover, one must be extremely cautious when entrusting one's life and safety entirely to others. Boss, look, this is what we had yesterday. Just as the team leader was about to show off his record to the 3 big spenders, he suddenly noticed that the text on the stone tablet had changed. Their 10th place finish yesterday seemed to slide down a slide, quickly disappearing to the very bottom of the monument and vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the team that was originally ranked 9th has taken their place. Holy crap! Where's my record from yesterday? Which idiot ripped my ass? I swear. Team. Captain, look at the first place. Because there are many more names to record in a 20-player instance, the stone tablet is several times larger than that of a regular instance stone tablet. Therefore, unlike a regular copy of a stone tablet, it doesn't allow you to immediately identify the 1st and 10th place winners. As one of the team members exclaimed, the entire team looked up. Instantly, everyone gasped. Fire Sprite's hometown speedrun leaderboard. First place, team name, none members, Chu Fan, Lulu Nai completion time, 5 hours 27 minutes 20 seconds score, 97 points SSS rank. Second place, team name, Shocking Jiangqing's number 1 fist team members, Pei Qinxian, Xiaoran, Yue, Tangyu, Han Xinye. Completion time, 19 hours 39 minutes 59 seconds score, 85 points S rank. After a long while, someone finally broke the silence. Is there some mistake? Two people cleared a 20-man dungeon in just over 5 hours? Even 20 level 20 players might not be able to clear it, right? And this guy still got an SSS rating? Chu Fan? Isn't that the guy who tops the speedrun leaderboard in the King's Ruins? Holy crap! Could it be that Chu Fan has mastered the speedrun secrets of the Fire Elf's land again? But this dungeon has only been around for less than half a month. Everyone started discussing it intensely, almost completely blocking the 30-40 meter wide entrance to the instance. At this moment, Sun Li and Su Shaolin, who were still maintaining order in the instance, had just stopped a group of 5 naive young people when they saw a group of people discussing intensely around the instance stone tablet. What happened? Su Shaolin stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart filled with doubt and confusion. A group of people were discussing the dungeon stone tablet, as if someone had broken some kind of record. After all, Fire Elf's land is a brand new dungeon, and with so many people gathered there are many teams challenging it every day. In this situation, breaking a record is hardly surprising. I don't understand why these people are so agitated. Sun Li is also a woman of action. With her rare level hunter abilities, she quickly passed through the crowd and arrived in front of the dungeon stone tablet. He was stunned the moment he saw the first place winner. I'm totally dumbfounded. In her memory, there was only one team that went to challenge the land of fire spirits, consisting of just 2 people. The timing is about right. No way. Sun Li's murmured voice rang out. Chu Fan and Lu Lunai also left the instance at this moment, and were immediately surrounded by the crowd as soon as they came out. Big shot. I'll offer 2 million Chinese yuan to help me through the land of fire spirits. Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Sir, my daughter just turned 16 this year. Looking at the frenzied crowd, Chu Fan's lips twitched awkwardly. This scene feels somewhat familiar. Without responding, Chu Fan and Luna immediately took out the dungeon token and stepped into the land of fire spirits once again. Chapter 55 Ghostly Figures in the Forest. Did those two go in again? Holy crap! Chu Fan definitely has a cheat code for clearing the game. 2 people farming the Fire Sprite Village, how fast are they leveling up? I remember the last girl Chu Fan brought was Su Yao, the heiress of the Su group, right? Why is it a different girl this time? Even though she's wearing a mask, judging from her figure and demeanor, she's definitely a top-tier beauty. Is Chu Fan just good at taking pretty girls to dungeons? The professionals outside the instance were discussing it animatedly. Sun Li, Su Shaolin, and other staff members of the professional association looked at each other in disbelief. So he's Chu Fan? Damn it! What is Chu Fan doing? If word gets out that the 2 of them cleared the Fire Elf village, then a lot of other professionals will follow suit. What should we do now? Should we report this to our superiors? Report this. Ask the higher-ups to send some level 50 professionals. We must use force to prevent those hotheads from imitating Chu Fan. Good. While the crowd outside the instance was engaged in a heated discussion, Chu Fan has already used his comma technique to bombard the entire forest on a large scale. The notification sound kept ringing, indicating that experience points were being gained. In the blink of an eye, I reached level 29. Because Xiao Bai is Chu Fan's spirit pet, it can gain the same amount of experience points as Chu Fan, regardless of its level. In addition, the experience required for its upgrade is lower than that of a professional. He quickly leveled up to level 16 and learned a skill that surprised Chu Fan. Contract Power, Epic Level Skill, Passive Skill. After a spirit pet learns this skill, it will receive a 10% bonus to its 4 main attributes from its contract master. This bonus increases with the spirit pet's tier, but will not exceed 30%. Don't underestimate this skill just because it's only an epic level skill. For ordinary professionals, this skill at most provides a few dozen or 100 attribute points to the spirit pet. Although there has been some improvement, it has not resulted in any qualitative change. But it's different for Chu Fan. Judging from his current attribute panel, he can provide Xiao Bai with several thousand attribute points, which is enough to increase his combat power several times over. Pet name, Xiao Bai. Spirit pet type, Nine-tailed fox. Spirit pet rank, Lord. Spirit pet level, LV16. HP, 3,500 7,400, MP, 1,1680. Strength, 1,600 attack, 1,700. Constitution, 1850, Defense, 2000. Spirit, 2040, Magic attack, 2,240. Agility, 3,550. Magic defense, 2,190. Spirit pet owner, Chu Fan. Spirit pet skills: Eerie Foxfire, Bewitching Spell, Soul Impact, Stun, Stump, Bite, Claw Strike, Contract Power. Spirit pet description: every 100 years of cultivation, a fox demon transforms into one tail. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it becomes a 9-tailed fox demon. It is skilled in bewitching arts and enjoys absorbing the life essence of humans. Pet experience points, 166,000. After sensing the change in their own power, Xiaobai's worldview has also completely collapsed. Currently, its rank is Lord, and it can only enjoy a 10% attribute bonus from Chu Fan through the contract power skill. But even this 10% attribute bonus increased his attributes by nearly tenfold. Is it really that scary? So this is Chu Fan's true strength? This is absolutely outrageous. Chu Fan looked at Xiaobai's attributes and nodded in satisfaction. No matter how far away, as long as the spirit pet kills the ferocious beast, it will gain experience points. With Xiaobai's current attributes, even if the final boss of the Fire Sprite village came, he would have to kneel down obediently. Now that the spirit pet has been trained, shouldn't it be put to good use? Xiaobai, you go hunt the beasts along the eastern path by yourself. Xiaolu, you come with me too, in case we encounter any undead. Help me protect Xiaobai. Remember to collect all the materials. Yes, master. Little White will certainly live up to your mission. Sai, I feel like following you is even more tiring than working 997. Having gained experience from the first dungeon run, Chu Fan had a general understanding of the locations of the fire spirits that had been killed by the comet spell. Thanks to his exceptionally high agility, he completed the looting of the corpse in less than an hour. He then continued deeper into the flame forest. As expected, when he passed the same note as before, the entire flame forest scene suddenly changed, returning to the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of before. Moreover, even if Chu Fan exits that node this time, he will not be able to return to the original flame forest. This creation stone is really interesting. I wonder if it's a one-time use item or a permanent item. With these questions in mind, Chu Fan continued to venture deeper into the dark forest. He hadn't gone far when he saw the familiar wooden altar and demon statue again. Chu Fan was also quite curious. He simply couldn't understand what the purpose of this demon statue was. Even Alex, who had explained the entire plan in detail, knew nothing about how the demon statue was used. Even when Alex was finally and completely annihilated by Chu Fan, the demon statue remained completely still. Could it really be just a simple decoration? Just as Chu Fan was getting closer to the altar, suddenly, a sharp, piercing, and chilling scream erupted from the demon statue. With that scream, the statue began to move slowly, as if it had been given life. Its eyes were no longer blood red, but had become as pure white as the bright moon. At the same time, the 4-dimensional attribute values, which were originally 0, suddenly surged. Type: Gargoyle Moon Goddess Body. Rank: Lord. Level: LV 30. HP: 25,000 25,000, MP: 5,000 5,000. Strength: 5,000, Attack: 5,500. Constitution: 5,500, Defense: 6,000. Spirit: 5,800, Magic Attack: 6,300. Agility: 6,200, Magic Defense: 6,300. Equipment: none. Skills: Soul Return, Moonlight Power, Moon Shadow Strike. Note: the demon statue possesses the power of the abyss. Almost simultaneously, the skeletons scattered around the altar seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, and began to automatically assemble and form a complete skeleton soldier. This skeleton soldier looks almost exactly the same as those seen in the distant ancient kingdoms. Immediately afterwards, a very familiar-looking female figure quietly appeared in the forest. She was dressed in a pure white dress, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, and she was surrounded by a hazy halo, making it difficult to tell whether she was real or not. Ghostly figures in the forest. When the figure slowly turned around, Chu Fan finally saw her face clearly. That figure was none other than. It was Su Yao. Chapter 56: Su Yao's Whereabouts. Su Yao? Why is she here? Just as Chu Fan was wondering, the information interface of Su Yao appeared above her head. Name: Yu Rushuang. Class: Elementalist. Level: LV 68. HP: 26,000 26,000, MP: 28,000 28,000. Strength: 2,110, Attack: 2,410. Constitution, 2,900, Defense, 3,450. Spirit, 4,120, Magic Attack, 4,720. Agility, 2,800, Magic Defense, 4,460. Equipment, Star Spring, White Feather Skirt, White Feather Crown, White Gauntlets, Moonshadow Knee Pads, White Feather Shoes, Light Elf Ring, Radiant Bracelet, Radiant Necklace. Skills, Fireball, Ice Arrow, Lightning Bolt, Wind Blade, Fire Serpent, Ice Soul, Thunder Strike, Hurricane, Wind Flame Technique, Blizzard Technique, Heavenly Thunder Strike, Wind Slash, Triad Power, Illusion Technique, Bewitching Eyes. Experience points, 500,114 million. Good grief, it was fake after all. But why does it look like Su Yao? And why is it wearing Su Yao's equipment? To be honest, Chu Fan felt a tiny bit of gratitude towards Su Yao. But there will absolutely be no romantic feelings between them. Naturally, nothing will happen because the longing for each other has made him sick, leading him to see the female ghost as part of a melodramatic plot. Forget it, I don't care anymore. This Yu Rushuang has so many skills, we should expose her completely. Without further ado, let's steal it first. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 points of spirit. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 points of constitution. Successfully activated stealing skill, Enchanting Eyes skill. Enchanting Eyes, legendary skill, consumes 1000 MP, inflicts a charm effect on the target. The more your appearance matches the target's preferences, the higher your magic attack and the lower the target's magic defense. The duration is longer. Cooldown, 3 days. Yu Rushuan was somewhat surprised to see that Chu Fan's expression did not change at all. She originally thought that Chu Fan would at least show a hint of surprise when he saw Su Yao. After all, according to reports from their inside contact, Chu Fan and Su Yao seemed to have a fairly close relationship. They not only frequently teamed up to level up, but also went through dangerous dungeons together. Logically speaking, Chu Fan should have been moved by this. But now, he appeared so calm, without even frowning. What exactly happened? Was that intelligence incorrect? After thinking for a moment, Yu Rushuang decided to stop dwelling on it. Why bother guessing? Just use the bewitching eyes to control Chu Fan and bring him back to the undead plane. So she prepared to concentrate and unleash her skills. However, in the next second, something unexpected happened. Successfully activated stealing skill, Illusion Technique. Illusion, epic skill, consumes 100 MP, changes the user's appearance. A system notification suddenly sounded in Chu Fan's mind. Su Yao's face began to blur, as if it were being distorted by an invisible force. Then, the face began to crumble, gradually losing its original shape and features, and eventually completely dissipated. Instead, a completely new figure appeared before Chu Fan's eyes. She was a girl with white hair and white eyes, wearing a light blue yukata. She had a delicate face and looked to be about 15 years old. Moon-like frost. Just as Yu Rushuan was about to make her move, her brows suddenly furrowed slightly. A strange feeling welled up inside me, as if something important had quietly vanished into thin air. Moreover, it was only at this moment that she realized an even more serious problem. Her true appearance was revealed without her even realizing it. Worse still, she could no longer use impressionism to disguise herself. Even the enchanting eye can no longer be used. What happened? This thought surfaced in Yu Rushuang's mind. Boom! A deafening roar was heard. The gargoyle demon's enormous body collapsed in an instant, turning into countless shards of stone scattered around the altar. The rising dust spread out, creating a hazy scene. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Yu Rushuang's vision became clearer. What came into view was Chu Fan, whose face showed an excited expression as if he had discovered a new and exciting toy. Hey, little beauty, I thought you were a ghost too. I didn't know you had legs. How is this possible? What did you do? Yu Rushuang was clearly taken aback by Chu Fan's move. Gargoyles are beings that even she cannot defeat. They are a trump card given to them by the higher-ups of the undead plane. Why was he instantly killed? Chu Fan did not respond to Yu Rushuang, but instead took a step and came directly in front of her. Yu Rushuang's gaze, which had been fixed on her prey, and her disdainful smile, were now directed at Chu Fan. Little beauty, I have a question for you, can you answer me? You're despicable. Playing tricks. Yu Rushuang glared angrily at Chu Fan, spitting out those words viciously. As she spoke, she quickly stepped back, trying to create a safe distance between herself and Chu Fan. However, just as she was about to unleash her magic to attack Chu Fan, she discovered that Chu Fan had already vanished. Bang! Suddenly, Yu Rushuang felt a piercing pain from above her head, as if the whole world had turned upside down. HP even dropped by a significant amount. Her head was pressed firmly to the ground by a powerful force, rendering her completely unable to move. And this force is still growing stronger. If it continues like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Her head will definitely be crushed by Chu Fan. Answer my question, or die. Chu Fan's icy voice rang in Yu Rushuang's ear like a demon's. Who are you? Before Yu Rushuang could finish speaking, Chu Fan increased his pressure. Who gave you permission to ask a question? Answer my question. Why do you possess Su Yao's equipment and know what she looks like? This moment, Yu Rushuang finally felt fear. A fear called death. I'll tell you. That girl named Su Yao was taken back to the netherworld by my companions 4 days ago. Given Su Yao's certain level of fame, her disappearance might cause some unnecessary trouble, and could even lock down this instance, affecting our subsequent plans. So I'll use illusion magic to impersonate Su Yao, put on her equipment, return to the Su group to let them know I'm safe, and then use the opportunity to escape when the time is right. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan frowned slightly. No wonder Su Yao has been missing for so many days, and there hasn't been any major activity from the Su group. So it turns out there was a fake person impersonating her. Chapter 57 Is the goddess an idiot? However, Su Yao has already been taken back to the realm of the dead, and her chances of survival are probably slim. Chu Fan sighed inwardly, a look of helplessness on his face. Of course, he would never be foolish enough to go to the land of the dead to rescue people. Even setting aside whether Su Yao's exact location can be found, the undead plane is so vast and boundless that it's unknown where to even begin searching for her. Most importantly, there is no special relationship between Chu Fan and Su Yao. It is merely a simple business partnership. Su Yao helps Chu Fan buy beginner equipment, while Chu Fan helps Su Yao level up. This was purely an act based on an exchange of interests, and it did not reach the point where it was worth sacrificing everything for. With great power comes great responsibility? This idea is completely useless against Chu Fan. Not to mention looking at the whole of China. In Jiangcheng alone, hundreds or even thousands of professionals lose their lives every day for various reasons. He doesn't have the energy to deal with each one individually. Thinking of this, Chu Fan shook his head vigorously, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind. Okay, I understand. Chu Fan said expressionlessly, while slowly moving his foot away from Yu Rushuang. Hearing this, Yu Rushuang felt relieved and let out a deep breath. Judging from Chu Fan's behavior, he seems to have decided to let him off the hook. Damn it! I finally encountered a legendary professional, and he's so strong. Could he also be a high-level human who infiltrated the instance during their modification and has never left? After all, in order to ensure they could enter, the chosen modification instance was the Fire Elemental's land, which was recommended at level 65. It was difficult to guarantee that there would be no one else in the instance before the modification was completed. If he had stayed inside and hadn't left, he might actually have ended up here. Once I get back to the land of the dead, I must immediately give my father a good rant about this. This is outrageous. However, just as she straightened up, she suddenly felt an unusually powerful mental shock that exploded in her mind. She was all too familiar with this feeling. It was the power of mental interference. Chu Fan is trying to turn himself into a puppet. Why do you know this move? Before Yu Rushuang could finish speaking, she became weak and listless, slowly lowering her head as if a robot had lost its power supply. Chu Fan looked at Yu Rushuang's reaction and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This was his impromptu idea. As the saying goes, it's better to receive the ball well than to strike well. Since the black feather arrow has a terrible hit rate against small humanoid units, it would be better to let her take the hits herself. That's the thought in my mind. Chu Fan immediately used the black feather arrow skill to shoot it at Yu Rushuang. Catch these arrows. Yes. After all, she has agility stats of several thousand points, so she should be able to keep up with the speed of the black feather arrow. Clang clang clang. A sound came from behind that indicated the defense was completely impenetrable. Chu Fan's MP value rose rapidly, increasing by a full 1,400 points in one go. With a hit rate as high as 70%. That's fantastic. This is definitely the highest hit rate ever. Keep it up, little beauty, and try to break the 80% hit rate next time. Yu Rushuang simply nodded blankly, like a wooden doll, without making any other reaction. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. Deep in the dense forest, a man relentlessly attacks a woman. However, the woman not only did not dodge, but instead rushed forward, as if afraid of missing any of the man's attacks. Someone who didn't know better might think this was some kind of alphabet game. Of course, Lulu and Shiro, who arrived later, also witnessed this scene. Chu Fan, what are you doing? Who is this woman? Lulu asked with some doubt, and her gaze toward Chu Fan also took on a different meaning. Alex's accomplice, I don't know what race they are. Chu Fan explained after casting the black feather arrow on him again. After that, as Yu Rushuang was robbed by Chu Fan more and more often, her agility value decreased, causing the hit rate of the black feather arrow to drop significantly. This caused Chu Fan a great deal of worry. Chu Fan, you've got her under control? Yes, the mental interference skill is quite useful. Given the difference in attributes between us, I can control her for more than 10 days. Upon hearing this, Lulu was initially startled, but quickly revealed an admiring look in her eyes. Chu Fan, you're amazing. You even thought of this method. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Hearing the goddess's praise, Chu Fan's lips almost curled up to the sky. However, I thought Liluna was saying that he was very good at using this move to control Yu Rushuang and follow up with skills. Unexpectedly, she then said something surprising. Chu Fan, I know you controlled her to lure out the rest of their accomplices all at once, right? After all, you can't guarantee you'll encounter them every time you enter the Fire Elf's land. As long as you control this woman and get her out of the instance to contact her accomplices, you can wipe them all out in one fell swoop, saving you from any unforeseen complications. Am I right? As Liluna spoke, she puffed out her chest, revealing a confident expression. However, this completely baffled Chu Fan. He had a vague premonition. Could this goddess really be an idiot? Is the saying big breasts, no brains really a truth? Xiaolu, let me ask you this, is this your own idea? Yes. Who else could it be but me? I want to ask you something. In your more than 100 years in the goddess industry, have you ever heard of any items that can be accessed from outside the instance? These words were spoken. Liluna's confident smile froze instantly. It seems, probably, maybe, likely, about 80%, no, right? What, hee. As Liluna spoke, she stuck out her tongue, closed one eye, and made a playful and cute face. He still had a slightly embarrassed and sly smile on his face, as if he wanted to get away with it this way. Hey, you're kidding me. But this did give me some inspiration. Chu Fan looked at Liluna expressionlessly, his tone calm, but his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. He began to calmly analyze the situation before him. Alex had previously mentioned that all of their companions on this mission would use techniques to control others. This method was used to control legendary level professionals and bring them back to the undead plane. This means that these undead must bring legendary level professionals out of the instance in order to successfully return to the undead plane. However, even if the professionals cooperate and the professional association members are stationed here 24 hours a day, how exactly do they manage to keep it a secret from those people? How did they find out that a legendary level professional had entered the dungeon? More importantly, how do they maintain communication between different copies? That's the thought in my mind. A series of questions welled up in Chu Fan's mind. He immediately summoned Yu Rushuang and began questioning her one by one. Chapter 58 Encirclement and Suppression Operation. Half an hour later. After a series of questions from Chu Fan, all the doubts were answered. In addition to the entrance and exit, this instance has a third exit that leads directly to a stronghold 30 kilometers away from the instance gate. Of course, this is impossible in a normal copy. As for why there is a third exit, it is entirely thanks to the Creation Stone. There were 7 of them in total, and each time 4 of them would stay in the instance, ready to capture legendary level professionals at any time. The other 3 mingled among the crowd at the dungeon entrance, keeping an eye on the professionals entering the dungeon. Once a legendary level professional is spotted, immediately return to the base to enter the instance and notify your companions inside to prepare. Modify the dungeon terrain to capture legendary level players. If it weren't for someone like Chu Fan, who could defeat someone over level 60 at level 20, countless younger generations would have suffered. As for the Creation Stone, it cannot be retrieved after being used on this instance. It can only be used at the base to modify instance parameters and perform other operations. Chu Fan looked at Yu Rushuang, whose gaze was blank and whose defense was less than 2,000 points, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. There are 5 more companions. Shouldn't we expose them completely? Lulu and Xiaobai felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Chu Fan smile. For some reason, they always felt that Chu Fan was a bit scary. Take us to the third exit. Okay. Yu Rushuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then led Chu Fan and his companions toward the back of the altar. Not long afterward, they indeed found a brand new portal. The door was cleverly concealed, surrounded by an extremely well-hidden killing barrier. If it weren't very close, even Chu Fan, who possesses the eye of true sight, would have difficulty detecting its presence. Anyone who approaches this place without carrying an identification token from the necropolis will trigger the killing barrier in the blink of an eye. The barrier will activate immediately, mercilessly annihilating its soul. Even a powerful expert above level 70 would likely be instantly annihilated once they stepped into this killing barrier. Such stringent preventative measures. It must be said, this was a meticulously planned scheme that was almost flawless. At this time, Yu Rushuang moved to the side of the killing barrier, bent down, and busily fiddled with something at the edge of the barrier. About 2.5 minutes later, a dazzling light suddenly flashed by. Immediately afterwards, the entire killing barrier went out abruptly, like a light bulb losing its power supply. Mr. Chu Fan, this portal leads to our base. I have already cleared the killing barrier. Would you like to go in now? Yu Rushuang said mechanically. Go out first, and use every method you can think of to bring the other 5 accomplices in, at all costs. Yes, I understand. After bowing respectfully to Chu Fan, Yu Rushuang turned and stepped into the teleportation portal. Chu Fan and his 2 companions remained. Lulu looked at Chu Fan with some fear, swallowed hard, and said, Chu Fan, you wouldn't use this trick on me, would you? Although her attributes doubled after obtaining godhood, far exceeding Chu Fan's current attributes, mental interference might not be effective against her. However, the ownership of the Divine Spark still belongs to Chu Fan, and Chu Fan can cancel the sharing of the Divine Spark at any time. At that point, we'll truly be at their mercy. Xiao Lu, do you seem to have a bit of paranoia? No, I was just asking casually. Chu Fan smiled faintly. I have great respect for the goddess. The adorable and innocent goddess is much better than that kind of robot. Isn't she cute and adorable? Luluna blushed and turned away. For some reason, she suddenly felt a flutter in her heart. On the other side, the base of the undead plane. I saw Yu Rushuang emerge from the dungeon empty-handed. The ghostly Marba, who was stationed here, also approached with a puzzled look on his face. Little Shuang? What happened? Mabas, gather everyone together. There is a mythic level professional in my instance, along with 19 guards, many of whom are legendary level professionals. To ensure that no one can escape from here, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on everyone's strength. God. Mythical level? Marbas's eyes widened instantly. He never imagined that he would encounter a mythical level professional during this mission. This is absolutely insane. The difference between mythical and legendary classes is like heaven and earth. Even if there were 100 legendary level professionals, their value probably wouldn't be comparable to that of a single mythical level professional. What a coincidence that we ran into each other here. But why didn't the companions guarding the entrance of the instance send any messages? Could it be that this mythical level professional is hiding their true identity? Mythical level professionals are typically regarded as the most powerful secret weapons of various countries. Their existence serves not only to deal with attacks by ferocious beasts within the country, but also to demonstrate their power to other countries and act as a deterrent. They rarely appear in public and are mostly under the strict protection of the military, focusing on training and improving their skills. This has become a consensus in the human dimension. However, now that we've encountered a mythical level professional who isn't on the known list, there are only 2 possibilities left. The first possibility is that this mythical level professional possesses extremely powerful abilities, and may even have mastered some kind of ultimate technique that can kill with a single blow. Because this ability is too special or dangerous to be disclosed to the public, its information must be kept secret. Secondly, the identity of this mythical level professional is quite sensitive. He may be a hybrid of 2 planes, making him someone who cannot be brought to the forefront. After all, if other planes were to learn that an existence with their own plane's bloodline was born in the human plane, they would definitely try to take it back. Either way, it will pose a huge obstacle to the future domination of the undead plane. However, if this mythical level professional can be successfully brainwashed and become a member of their vanguard in the undead plane, it will undoubtedly add an extremely powerful trump card to their team. This is undoubtedly an important figure we must win over. Yes, gather everyone quickly. Time is of the essence. If they realize something's wrong, or clear the dungeon, it will be too late. I understand. You go into the instance to stabilize the situation. Before she could finish speaking, Yu Rushuang interrupted. There's one of them with extremely keen senses. I'm worried that if I go in alone, it will arouse their suspicion. So it's best to wait for everyone to enter the instance together before launching the attack. Let's catch them off guard. After listening, Mabas nodded slightly in agreement. There is some truth to that. If this mythical level professional can be safely brought back to the undead plane, this achievement is enough to guarantee future wealth and prosperity. At that time, equipment, women, skill scrolls, rare treasures to enhance abilities, won't you be overwhelmed with goodies? Who knows, he might even be able to marry Yu Rushuang, the woman he's been longing for. I understand. I'll go contact the other companions right away. Chapter 59. Since we're already here, let's not leave. What? A mythical level professional has entered Yu Rushuang's jurisdiction? Excellent. Excellent. It seems we can really achieve something great this time. After I pull off this job, I'm quitting my job and going home to get married. This can't be a conspiracy, right? Would a mythical level professional be so careless? What's there to be afraid of? I've already given up on the legendary level player who just entered my dungeon. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. You can't be unaware of that, right? The 5 companions from the undead plane gathered nervously in front of the portal to their base, excitedly discussing their situation. An irrepressible excitement was evident on everyone's face. They were just waiting for the order to rush into the portal and besiege the legendary mythical professional. At this moment, their hearts were surging with excitement, as if they had discovered an endless treasure. No, to be precise, it's even more exciting than discovering a treasure. Because what they are about to obtain is a rare treasure known as a mythical profession. Yu Rushuang took a deep breath and gestured with her hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Alright, we'll go in together when the time comes. I'll block the entrance to the dungeon, and the 5 of you will work together to bring that mythical level professional back to the undead plane. Certainly. Is that even a question? No problem, let's allocate them this way. Upon hearing this, Yu Rushuang nodded and immediately teamed up with her 5 companions. Without hesitation, she stepped into the portal. Seeing this, the rest of their companions grinned and eagerly followed, stepping into the portal. At this moment, they had already begun to fantasize about the future they would spend with their goddess, and had even thought of names for their descendants for hundreds of generations. Half an hour later. Inside the Fire Sprite's land dungeon. When Chu Fan saw Yu Rushuang walk in alone, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. We've been waiting for news from Yu Rushuang. Mr. Chu Fan, they've arrived. There are 5 of them. The voice of Yu Rushuang came from behind. Okay, you can go now. Yes. After bowing again, Yu Rushuang silently retreated behind Xiao Bai. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, fixed intently on everything before her. Immediately afterwards, 5 dazzling beams of light emerged from the portal. As the pillar of light dissipated, 5 undead beings of different forms appeared before the group. For a moment, several pairs of eyes stared at each other, completely bewildered as to what was happening. A tense and uncertain atmosphere filled the air, as if time had frozen. Humans? What's going on? Why are humans here? Root of the Skeleton Clan was completely bewildered, unable to understand the current situation. Moonlight Frost. Who are these 2 humans? Why are you standing there? Didn't you say you were going to block the entrance? The zombie Jijira widened her eyes and questioned him sharply. Something's not right. I feel like Yu Rushuang has become much weaker? And these 2 humans seem to be incredibly strong. Cullen, the pseudo-human, frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. Damn it! We've been tricked. Yu Rushuang has betrayed us. These 2 are powerful human warriors who came specifically to ambush us. Our plan has been exposed. The mummy pharaoh exclaimed in alarm, already preparing to cast a spell to escape. Little Xuan, what are you doing? You. Mabas, who has secretly loved Yu Rushuang for decades, said with a blank expression. The 5 undead never expected that Yu Rushuang would betray them. You should know that Yu Rushuang is the 3rd princess of the Lich race, one of the 7 major races in the undead plane. He is also the #1 supporter of the war faction in the undead plane. This trip to the human plane is merely to investigate its specific situation and, incidentally, to complete the mission of kidnapping a legendary professional. After all, the aura of the Lich race is very similar to that of humans, and they can even transform into ordinary humans, making it almost impossible to detect their true form. It can be said that Yu Rushuang is absolutely the best choice for stealth infiltration. Why did she suddenly betray us and defect to the enemy? Could it be? In an instant, the 5 undead gasped simultaneously, the same thought flashing through their minds. Yu Rushuang. She must have been controlled by someone. Moreover, the ability to control beings with extremely high mental strength, such as elementalists, they dared not think any further. Escape! We have to escape. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Damn it, let's get out of here. Damn it. How can you bunch of bastards run so fast? However, how could Chu Fan possibly let go of the treasure he had already obtained? Since you're already here, don't leave. As Chu Fan spoke, he used the nine-tailed fox demon's exclusive skill, the bewitching demon art, on her. Charm spell, epic skill, consumes 100 MP, charms targets within range. If the target's magic defense is less than the user's magic attack, the charm lasts for 10 seconds. The greater the difference between the user's magic attack and the target's magic defense, the longer the charm lasts. If the target's magic defense is greater than the user's magic attack, the charm will not work. Judging by Chu Fan's current magic attack and the magic defense of these undead, this move can only control the enemy for about 60 seconds at most, which is far inferior to mental interference. Fortunately, this move has no cooldown and is an area of effect crowd control skill. All it takes is one round of black feather arrows, followed by another round of stealth with deceptive strike, and then a final round of bewitching spells to control the enemy. In the current situation, repeating this process is undoubtedly the best option. A gentle pink breeze swept by, and the 5 undead were instantly stunned. They turned around slowly, mechanically, like the sluggish moon. But the heart-shaped bubbles coming out of those eyes were really unsettling. Black feather arrow. Go! Everyone listen up. Catch it obediently. Yes. A loud and clear voice, like a military command, rang out. The 5 undead began to weave through the rain of black feathered arrows, trying their best to catch each one. This round of black feather arrows miraculously restored 1900 MP to Chu Fan. With a hit rate as high as 95%. It broke the all-time high record. Cool. Successfully activated stealing skill, living dead skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, Night Parade of 100 demon skill. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 points of spirit. Successfully activated stealing skills, obtained LV1. Looking at Chu Fan, who grinned and revealed a smile that resembled that of a devil. Luluna shivered again and swallowed several times. This is human, right? I feel like the 997 system in the Divine Court is better. Chapter 60, Continuing the Disguise. 5 hours later. With the last undead killed by the black feather arrow due to its low defense, Chu Fan finally stopped this demonic act that was comparable to torture. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, as if to release all the fatigue and stress that had accumulated in his body. Then, he stretched vigorously and let out a comfortable groan. Ah, that felt amazing. The last time I felt this good was last night. Oh wait, it was the night before last. Chu Fan muttered to himself, a satisfied expression on his face. However, his words made Lulu roll her eyes as she was about to step forward. What do you mean by the last time I had this much fun was just the night before last? How can you slander a goddess like that? It sounds like she's just a toy for amusement. Luluna muttered to herself while casting her gaze at Yu Rushuang, who had been standing behind Xiaobai, watching coldly. Chu Fan, what should we do with this girl? Are you going to kill her too? Although Yu Rushuang had been controlled by Chu Fan through mental interference. However, her self-awareness was not completely erased, and she could still act freely as long as Chu Fan did not give her orders. As long as she doesn't go against Chu Fan's will, she won't be restricted in any way, whether she wants to chat with others or do other trivial things. After all, this is only mind control, not complete brainwashing, and there are certain differences. While Chu Fan was frantically using his handful of empty hands technique on the undead, she and Yu Rushuang chatted for a while and surprisingly found that they got along very well, even better than many of the goddesses she had worked with before. If she could, she truly wouldn't want to see herself executed by Chu Fan. Upon hearing these words, Chu Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. To be honest, he wanted to eliminate the problem completely. However, given Yu Rushuang's special status as a Lich princess, her mastery of illusion magic, and the fact that he had already stolen almost all of her skills, Just now, Chu Fan successfully stole all the attributes, skills, equipment, and so on from all the undead, and his magic attack has soared to over 20,000. In contrast, Yu Rushuang only had a pitiful 2,000 points of magic defense left, and a single mental interference was enough to control her for as long as half a month. The cooldown time for mental interference is only 7 days, allowing for seamless continuous control. The future Chu Fan is destined to enter the interdimensional battlefield to undergo trials. Having an undercover agent from another dimension by your side sounds pretty good. More importantly, Su Yao can now be considered dead, and there is probably no chance of her coming back. If the Su group were to learn of Su Yao's disappearance, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. It might even implicate Chu Fan, who previously lived in Su Yao's villa, and cause trouble. Perhaps, letting Yu Rushuang continue to impersonate Su Yao isn't such a bad thing. We should at least wait until Chu Fan leaves Jiangcheng and goes to Huawei University before we talk about it. She's still somewhat useful, I won't kill her. These words were spoken. Yu Rushuang, who had been keeping a cold gaze, seemed to hear that she could live, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. Luluna breathed a sigh of relief, but then suddenly seemed to realize that something was wrong. Chu Fan, you're not thinking of getting another mount, are you? Puff. Chu Fan almost burst out laughing. From what you're saying, you've already accepted that you're my mount? No way. I didn't say that. Chu Fan shrugged and smiled, I think that's what you meant. Xiaobai, standing to the side, yawned, completely bewildered by what Chu Fan and Lulu Nai, their two masters, were talking about. As Chu Fan spoke, he walked up to Yu Rushuang. They used a contract protection spell on her, establishing a contractual relationship. He also shared all the skills he had stolen with her. Just transform into Su Yao and continue your normal life. Don't give yourself away. I understand, Mr. Chu Fan. Suddenly, Chu Fan seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Su Yao should still have a lot of pocket money in her card, right? There's still over 125 million left. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan almost doubted that he had misheard. More than 100 million Chinese yuan. Holy crap! She truly lives up to her status as the heiress of a large corporation. The pocket money she carries with her is wealth that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. Unfortunately, never mind, let's not talk about it anymore. If you have time, please transfer some to me. Just a little bit is fine, I'm afraid too much will cause unnecessary trouble. I see. Watching Yu Rushuang leave in Su Yao's form, Lulu teased, wow, Chu Fan. I didn't expect you to have thought of so much. There's nothing we can do. Life and death are preordained, wealth and honor are determined by fate. No one can predict destiny. As Chu Fan spoke, a hint of helplessness and regret was revealed in his eyes. It's such a pity that such a promising young woman is gone. So, where to go next? These people from the undead plane have been dealt with, so there's no need to worry about them for now, right? Of course, we'll test whether the adjudicator can be lured out by your skill. Half an hour later. Chu Fan and Lulu rode Little White to the giant flaming tree where the boss was located. Who? The Flame Spirit King was not given any time to appear or speak. Chu Fan immediately unleashed Luluna's exclusive skill, Comet Technique, instantly killing the dungeon boss. The whole process was clean and efficient, without any frills or tricks. It's a complete numerical crushing victory. Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan swiftly took out the silver blade and focused intently on observing the surrounding movements. Luluna also unusually took out the Seraph's scepter, alertly sensing the movements around her. However, they waited for 2.5 minutes, but still nothing unusual happened. It seems the arbitrator hasn't come. Lulu couldn't help but chuckle to herself, stealing glances at Chu Fan every now and then. After all, it's rare to see Chu Fan in such a bad mood. Chu Fan frowned slightly, muttering to himself, could it be that I have to use a ferocious beast skill to instantly kill a boss-level enemy in order to trigger the appearance of the arbiter? This mechanism is truly bizarre. Do you want to call again? It's already past 1 a.m. Forget it, I've been playing dungeons all day, I'm too tired, I should go back to the hotel and rest. Just as she reached the portal, Lulu stopped abruptly as if she had suddenly remembered something. She looked at Chu Fan timidly and mumbled, Chu Fan, I have a favor to ask you. Could you please book 2 rooms? I'd like to catch up on some sleep tonight. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan smiled slightly, gently patted Lulu's shoulder, and said, do you think it's possible? Chapter 61 on the eve of the college entrance examination. The next day, early morning. Luluna stared at the ceiling, clenching her teeth, covered herself with the blanket, and looked utterly hopeless. She hasn't slept for 2 whole nights since she started following Chu Fan. In addition, you need to help Chu Fan loot corpses and collect materials inside the dungeon. I've been working almost all day. This is hell. After leaving the instance last night, Chu Fan saw that Zhang Haidao, the CEO of Zhang's Chamber of Commerce, had sent him a transfer message and detailed information. A staggering 1.2 million Chinese yuan. Just a few days ago, he promised to put some of his items up for auction, and this morning he received the final payment. His efficiency is unparalleled. With the addition of the 500,000 yuan transferred from Yu Rushuang in a small amount, they instantly became rich. So I immediately decided to book a presidential suite for 5,000 Chinese dollars a night and enjoy the life of the upper class. I must say, the presidential suite is huge. It even has a living room and a meditation room. It's truly a luxurious place. When Chu Fan woke up, he was still the same as before. He gently pushed away the delicate body pressing against her arm and then got up and went to the living room. I sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, crossed my legs, leisurely made a cup of coffee, and enjoyed the peaceful morning. Jiangcheng News, yesterday, the clear record for the Fire Elf's land was broken again. A team of 2 professional players achieved a remarkable 5-hour clear. Is this true or not? Let's find out. China Daily, with only 1 week left until the start of China's college entrance examination, it is said that the number of professionals applying to Chinese universities this year is more than 5 times that of previous years, with no fewer than 2,500 legendary professionals participating. This generation is likely to shine brightly. International Times, the United States has awakened another mythical level professional, the Heavenly Emperor. Reportedly a new class that combines physical and magical abilities at specific strength is currently unknown. Interdimensional news, a power struggle appears to be brewing within the undead plane. The Lich, Ghost, and Zombie races have formed an alliance, attempting to wage war against the Ghost race, currently the royal family of the undead plane. The battle is still ongoing. At this moment, Lulu opened the bedroom door, came into the living room, and sat down on the sofa next to Chu Fan. Unlike the bathrobe she wore last night, she was wearing a yellow patterned nightgown that Chu Fan had bought for her today. Without asking Chu Fan's opinion, she picked up her mug and poured all the coffee Chu Fan had just brewed into it. Pajama Lulu. With a half smile on her face, she uttered a string of beautiful Chinese classical terms. Rogue, scumbag, pervert, 3-second man, lecherous man. Chu Fan looked embarrassed. I didn't last 3 seconds, it was clearly 3 hours. When the 3 hours were mentioned, Luluna's face instantly turned green. Memories of last night flooded back into my mind. Unconsciously, he increased the pressure in his hand by 3 points, crushing the handle of the mug. Chu Fan. You freak. At least let me sleep for a while. A lot happened in the following week. Because the undead plane's stronghold outside the land of fire spirits was accidentally exposed, and the secret codes they left behind were successfully deciphered by the professional guild. This made it natural for their plans for the undead plane to be exposed to the world. In an instant, a huge uproar swept across the entire country of China and even the entire human plane. No one could have predicted that those guys in the undead plane would be doing such dirty and despicable things behind the scenes. According to incomplete statistics, at least 15 legendary-level newcomers have tragically perished and remain missing to this day. This heinous act aroused the anger and dissatisfaction of several top-level powerhouses above level 100 in the human plane, who did not hesitate to lead their troops in a fierce attack on the undead plane. Taking advantage of the civil war that engulfed the undead plane, these powerful figures went on a killing spree, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of experts from the undead plane and plundering countless precious resources before finally returning in triumph. This victory was widely reported by major media outlets and became a household name. Of course, that's a story for another time. The Creation Stone, located at the stronghold, was naturally discovered without any suspense. However, since it has been completely integrated into the copy, it cannot be removed. In addition, it has powerful functions such as adjusting the terrain, difficulty of ferocious beasts, and number of players in the instance at any time, making it more comprehensive than manual instances. It could be developed into a new type of artificial replica. Therefore, since this incident, the 20-player dungeon, Fire Elemental Village, has been taken over by the Professionals Association and developed into a special dungeon for large-scale team combat training. If anyone wants to challenge this instance, they will need to pay a rather high fee. This is, undeniably, the true face of capitalists. Of course, Chu Fan and Lulu Nai, who topped the speedrun leaderboard in the land of fire spirits, also faced criticism. They are suspected of using the creation stone to alter the terrain, thus achieving such astonishing results. Despite various doubts, there is no conclusive evidence to prove this. So, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. And so, Chu Fan spent a whole week enjoying the leisurely time writing Xiaobai during the day and Xiaolu at night. The National Unified College Entrance Examination has finally begun. The night before the college entrance examination, Jiangcheng Hotel, on the king-size bed in the 1801 presidential suite. Chu Fan had just finished exercising with Lulu Nai. Lulu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Chu Fan, what's your attribute panel like now? Can I take a look?" Chu Fan casually pulled Lulu into his arms. "Are you sure?" Luluna shifted her body somewhat speechlessly, choosing the most relaxed position. "Let me see. I've satisfied your every wish so many times, just satisfy this little curiosity of mine." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed. Indeed, thanks to Luluna, his nightlife became much richer, and he no longer needed to spend his days with his right hand. There's nothing wrong with satisfying her curiosity. Go ahead and look if you want. As he spoke, Chu Fan opened his attribute interface. Name, Chu Fan. Occupation, Master Thief. Level, LV 30. HP, 62,000, MP, 1,110,400. Strength, 22,990, Attack, 23,090. Constitution, 22,360, Defense, 22,510. Spirit, 21,450, Magic Attack, 21,550. Agility, 31,800, Magic Defense, 21,650. Equipment, Moonlight Spike, Black Feather Armor, Moonshadow Gauntlets, Ninja Knee Pads, Ninja Headband, 1,000-mile Cloud Chasing Boots, Night Ring, Assassin Bracelet, Shadow Necklace. Skills, Stealth, Goddess's Blessing, Magic Theft, Void Concealment, Assassination, God-level Disguise, Clairvoyance, True Sight, Mastery of Mechanisms. Experience points, 574,000, 1 million. Wow, that's amazing. These stats at level 30. I feel like once you reach level 70 or 80, your stats will surpass those of the main god of our divine court plane. Lulu sighed. The supreme god? That's not that impressive. I can surpass him. In your eyes, is there anything impressive? Lulu rolled her eyes. She had a premonition. If Chu Fan were to encounter a main god, he would definitely use his miraculous hands skill immediately. Therefore, we must prevent Chu Fan from entering the divine court plane no matter what. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Time to sleep, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Wait. Weren't you going to sleep? What do you want? Don't worry, I'll let you go to bed early tonight. No. No, you just finished a few minutes ago, didn't you? Chapter 62. Are spirit pets counted as items? The next morning. After leaving Luluna alone at the hotel, Chu Fan went out alone to take the college entrance examination. Following previous instructions, the students who had awakened their combat-type professions gathered at Hatai Square, located in the northwest of Jiangcheng. Students from the Awakening Life Sciences program gathered in an orderly fashion at the government square on the south side of Jiangcheng. It's worth mentioning that the college entrance examination methods for life-oriented professionals and combat-oriented professionals are completely different, and the higher education institutions they attend in the future are also different. The only similarity is that the college entrance examination is not held in Jiangcheng, but in a special artificial secret realm called the Tower of Babel. Although they're in different Towers of Babel. At this moment, the teleportation array leading to the Tower of Babel has been set up, and everyone is quietly waiting for 9 o'clock to arrive. The difference between a secret realm and a dungeon lies in the fact that dungeons have level and player restrictions, and they are divided into different parallel worlds for multiple teams to challenge. The secret realm, on the other hand, is a single parallel world with no limit on the number of people. Everyone who enters through the entrance will be teleported to the same location, similar to the feeling of a folded space. Not long after. Seeing that the time had come, the people who set up the teleportation array immediately activated it. Accompanied by a dazzling light, all the students were swept up by a powerful force and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. When the students opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an extremely spacious area. Nearly 10,000 students from the entire Jiangcheng who had awakened combat-type professions gathered here in a grand procession, yet it didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, it makes the place seem a bit too empty. The entire secret realm was surrounded by a solid defensive barrier, which separated the outside world from the inside like an air wall. At this time, the invigilators began to check the admission ticket information of each candidate and grouped the students into groups according to the first letter of their numbers so that they could take the exam in batches. The verification of the admission tickets was finally completed smoothly around 10 a.m. Just then, a mysterious broadcast sounded through the void. Silence. The rules for the college entrance examination will now be explained. These words seemed to have a magical power. The originally noisy and bustling secret realm square suddenly became completely silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. About half a minute later, the broadcast came on again. Next, I will explain the rules of the college entrance examination. Please listen carefully. If you have any questions, you can consult the monitoring teacher in each examination room. You will have enough time to discuss and form teams later. First of all, this year's college entrance examination is divided into two parts, a basic test and a practical test, each accounting for 50% of the score. Please do not expend too much energy on the basic test, so as not to affect the subsequent practical test. Secondly, in the basic test, different professions will have different test content. Damage-dealing professions will need to take a damage test, tank professions will need to take a defense test, and support professions will need to take a support test. The scoring criteria will also be slightly different. Then, the dungeon for the practical test is the same as the regular dungeons, with 3 difficulty levels to choose from. The higher the difficulty and the faster you can complete the dungeon, the higher your score will be. Of course, this supports team challenges, but the score will be slightly lower than when you complete it solo. A 2-person team will get 90% of the score, a 3-person team will get 80% of the score, and so on. Finally, the use of any props is strictly prohibited in this exam. Any violation will be considered cheating, resulting in disqualification from the college entrance examination and a permanent ban from working in any vocational college or government agency. Well then, I wish you all the best in achieving the results you desire. The exam will officially begin at 10:30. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students immediately started discussing excitedly. These students are already very familiar with the rules of the college entrance examination, and have even studied them countless times. Although what was said on the broadcast was merely a repetition of previously known information. But everyone listened very carefully, afraid of missing any changes that might affect their future prospects. After all, there is no room for carelessness at such a critical moment. At that moment, the invigilator in Chu Fan's examination room also noticed the students' excitement. He quickly clapped his hands to signal everyone to calm down. Alright, students, if you still have any questions about the rules or anything you're unclear about, feel free to ask now. There are still 25 minutes before the exam officially starts. As soon as the proctor finished speaking, many students crowded around. Teacher, I want to ask if my epic level Heavenly River longsword is usable? I rented it from the Merchant Guild. No problem. As long as we don't use any props, there won't be any issues. Teacher, are there surveillance cameras inside the dungeon? How do they determine if we've used any items? You don't need to worry about this. As long as you don't use any items, there won't be any problems. Teacher, what exactly does the supplementary test? My class is a white mage, so do I only need to be tested on healing magic? Or do I need to be tested on something else? If your profession has buff type or vulnerability type skills, you can also participate in this test, but the scores will not be stacked, only the highest score from multiple tests will be taken. Teacher, if we want to team up for the practical test, can we only team up with the students in our exam room? There are no separate testing rooms for the practical test. Any college entrance exam taker this year can form a team. Looking at the students who were discussing among themselves around the proctor, Chu Fan followed closely behind the other students and stepped forward to ask a seemingly insignificant question. Teacher, I want to ask if spirit pets are considered props? The college entrance exam practice dungeon also has a constant stream of spawn points for ferocious beasts, offering a lot of experience points, much more than hidden dungeons. As long as Xiaobai can reach level 30, he can break through to the king rank. It is said that a spirit pet's appearance changes drastically every time it breaks through a new rank. Chu Fan was really craving that giant 9-tailed fox from the dungeon back then, and he was just waiting to level up Xiaobai to level 30 as soon as possible. Chu Fan didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to earn a lot of experience points. These words were spoken. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and everyone, including the proctor, was stunned. Are spirit pets considered items? This is a question that no one seems to have ever seriously considered. Perhaps, no one will even consider such a thing. After all, almost everyone considers the spirit pet system to be non-existent. Who would specifically create rules for something like the college entrance examination? Excuse me, please don't ask questions that are unrelated to the exam, the proctor said with some displeasure. Chu Fan scratched his head, giving an innocent look as he explained, "No, teacher, I think this has something to do with me." The proctor frowned, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Are you trying to say you've contracted a spirit pet?" Chu Fan nodded. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Little White. "This is my spirit pet, Little White. Using it shouldn't be considered cheating, right?" Chapter 63. Is it really possible for someone to tame a spirit pet? Because Chu Fan has been helping Xiaobai level up these past few days, Xiaobai has now reached level 28. Its size has also increased significantly, almost reaching the size of a minibus. When Xiaobai was first summoned, it was like a little kitten, slowly walking behind Chu Fan and then obediently lying down. Occasionally, it would gently rub Chu Fan with its head, which was much larger than Chu Fan himself, showing a particularly affectionate manner. Seeing this scene, not only the students in Chu Fan's examination room, but also the students in several surrounding examination rooms fell silent in an instant. They all stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, their mouths agape as if they could fit an ostrich egg inside. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't until several breaths had passed that someone finally broke the silence. "Holy crap! This is a real spirit pet. What the hell? This really looks like a tamed spirit pet? Holy crap! No way? Someone can really tame a spirit pet like this? My ragdoll cat isn't as docile as this. Won't this suddenly attack someone?" The proctor was also sweating profusely when he saw this. He never imagined that a high school student could actually tame a spirit pet. Moreover, this oppressive aura and imposing presence, surely it wasn't brought in by some lord-level boss? This is totally illogical. "Excuse me, please wait a moment, let me contact the Professionals Association." On the other side, inside the conference hall of the Jiangcheng Professionals Association, Xin Feng, principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School Lin Zicheng, principal of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School Su Lin, principal of Jiangcheng No. 8 Middle School Jiang Lei, president of Jiangcheng Professionals Association Li Tianlong, mayor of Jiangcheng and other high-ranking officials of Jiangcheng. They are currently sitting in their seats discussing this year's college entrance examination situation. The college entrance examination has finally started this year. I really hope that Jiangcheng can produce more students who get into Huawei University this year. Our school produced 4 legendary professionals this year, and I'm very confident that we can compete with Tsinghua University, Yanqing University, and even Huawei University. Although our school only awakened 1 legendary professional this year, he is an extremely rare tank-type paladin, and he has already leveled up to level 21. I'm sure his name will be on the list of students admitted to Huawei University this year. Stop talking. Damn it, I haven't had a single legendary level professional this year. It's infuriating. Old Qin, I heard that Chu Fan from your school is quite remarkable. I wonder what kind of results he'll get in this exam. At this moment, an elderly man in his 60s with a goat's beard suddenly approached Qin Feng, a mocking smile on his face. His words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. All eyes immediately focused on Qin Feng, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. There are many different opinions about Chu Fan winning first place on the Fire Elf's Homeland Dungeon speedrun leaderboard a few days ago. Many people firmly believe that Chu Fan was able to quickly pass the level by using the creation stone to change the terrain. After all, a dungeon that required 20 people to complete was cleared by the 2 of them in just 5 hours, and they even got an SSS rating. It's important to know that, to date, no team other than Chu Fan's team has ever achieved an SSS level rating. How can anyone believe that? At least half of the Jiangcheng executives present shared the same view. However, due to a lack of solid evidence and concerns about saving face, they did not publicly express this view. The old man named Zhang Ru was the principal of Jiangcheng No. 7 Middle School. At this moment, he made no attempt to hide the doubts in everyone's hearts. More than a decade ago, due to issues with student enrollment, she had many conflicts with Qin Feng, and they still don't get along even now. Now that we've finally found a chance to smear Qin Feng, shouldn't we make the most of it? Humph. Old Zhang, putting everything else aside, I believe Chu Fan and Su Yao will definitely get into Huawei University. Really? I don't believe a prestigious university like Huawei University would tolerate a vain cheater getting in. Oh, wait, whether he even has the ability to get into Huawei University is a big question. Zhang Ru's mocking voice rang out. The expressions on the faces of the others also turned somewhat grim. Xin Feng's face instantly darkened, and he felt an urge to hit someone. Humph. Whether you can pass the exam or not isn't something you can just decide with your words. Really? I'm really looking forward to Chu Fan. Suddenly, Lin Jie, the head of the education department of the professional association, had his phone ring, interrupting Zhang Ru. Lin Jie is the person in charge of this year's college entrance examination in Jiangcheng. The broadcast the students just heard in the secret realm was made by him. When he saw the incoming call notification, his brows furrowed slightly. Whose call is that? Aren't you going to answer it? Zhang Lei, president of the Professionals Association, asked with a puzzled look when Lin Jie didn't answer the phone for a long time. It's a call from Su Qihong, the invigilator of exam room number 8. The college entrance exam is about to start, right? Why is he calling me? Go ahead and answer it. Perhaps there's something you don't understand that you'd like to ask. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie nodded and then answered the phone. What's wrong? Teacher Lin, I've run into a bit of a problem and would like to ask for your opinion. What's the situation? Tell me. After Lin Jie finished speaking, he put the phone on speakerphone and placed it on the table. If anything goes wrong during the college entrance examination, everyone present has the right to know. It's like this: there's a student named Chu Fan. He asked a question that I don't know how to answer, so I came here specifically to ask you, Teacher Lin. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly became tense. The question Chu Fan asked? Go ahead and ask. It's like this, Chu Fan, he has a spirit pet and wanted to know if he can bring it into the exam. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces showing disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. Spirit pet? Since the world of the apocalypse merged with the real world, very few people on the entire human plane have been able to successfully tame spirit pets. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 people in total. Moreover, almost all of them are well-known powerhouses at level 80 or above. And now, you're telling them that Chu Fan, who's only 18 years old this year, has contracted a spirit pet? Are you kidding me? Holy crap! It really is a spirit pet. Just then, the staff member who had been keeping a close eye on the situation inside the secret realm suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He quickly projected the surveillance footage onto the large screen in the conference room. Everyone's eyes turned to the screen, where a 9-tailed fox demon, as large as a minibus, instantly came into view. Just by looking at the surveillance footage, everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from this spirit pet, and its strength was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, judging from its extremely respectful attitude towards Chu Fan, it seems that it has truly been completely tamed by Chu Fan. Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. Everyone present simultaneously had an extremely terrifying thought. Chu Fan. Could it be that he set the record with the help of this spirit pet? Is there a bug in the exam system for Chapter 64? It wasn't until quite a while later that this happened. The crowd gradually came to their senses. The president of the professional association and the mayor exchanged a glance, then looked at Lin Jie and nodded slightly. Their intention was clear: they wanted Lin Jie to convey the idea that spirit pets could be used in actual combat test instances. To be honest, they themselves weren't sure if bringing a spirit pet into battle constituted cheating, since there had never been such a precedent in previous exams. However, since Chu Fan has already contracted a spirit pet, it should be considered part of his personal combat strength. According to past management practices, if a city has a student who can be admitted to Huawei University, the city's construction budget will be increased by 10% for each student. Jiangcheng is still expanding and urgently needs a large amount of funding. If Chu Fan could get into Huawei University with the help of his spirit pet, it would be a tremendous boon for Jiangcheng. Therefore, they decided to act first and report to their superiors later, after the exam was over. I suppose the higher-ups won't make things too difficult for Chu Fan. After all, this is the only person in 200 years who was able to tame a spirit pet while still in high school. Upon seeing this, Lin Jie nodded slightly and replied into his phone, "No problem. I've checked, it works." Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly became deathly silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Ru, whose face had turned a deep shade of liver with anger, and Xin Feng, whose lips were practically curled up in a smirk, and shook their heads with wry smiles. The thought that everyone was relieved they hadn't said anything bad about Chu Fan aloud came to mind. Chu Fan, I've just consulted with my superiors, and the spirit pet can be used. Teacher Su Chihong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I didn't miss this great opportunity to level up. Thank you, Teacher Su. Su Chihong gently patted Chu Fan on the shoulder and encouraged him. Your admission to Huagui University is the best way to thank us. I will try my best. At this time, the turmoil caused by the spirit pet had not yet completely subsided, and it was already 10:30. The clear chime of the bell signaled the official start of the basic test. All the students in the same examination room as Chu Fan registered for output-type professions. Therefore, their basic tests are relatively simple, requiring only damage testing. Soon, everyone followed Teacher Su Chihong to the number 8 output test site located at the westernmost part of the secret realm. This is a spacious circular plaza, with 3 wooden puppet figures arranged in a row in the very center. Each wooden stake doll has a 6-digit damage counter on its back, which can accurately record the damage value caused by the attack. Su Chihong explained, this is the content of your basic test. Attack one of the wooden stakes with all your might within 1 minute, do the test 3 times, and the highest damage will be counted. These wooden stakes have 0 defense and magic resistance. If you can deal more than 100,000 damage to one of them within 1 minute, you can get full marks. As the proctor, I have a suggestion for you. If you have any skills that deal high damage but have long cooldowns, don't try to release them separately. It's easier to get good results by focusing all the damage on the same training dummy at once. Alright, without further ado, let's begin the basic test. Candidate number 800034, Su Boyu, you go first. Okay, teacher. As the words fell, a man with a buzz cut walked out from the crowd. Next, he went to the first wooden stake and started hitting it randomly. Then, the monitor on his back showed 60600. Not bad, not bad, let's drive in the next stake. Yes. 2 minutes later. Su Boyu's basic test scores were also read out in public. Su Boyu, 60.6 points, next up is candidate number 800039, Lin Nai. Lin Nai, 71.2 points, next up is candidate number 800046, Zhao Rongrong. Zhao Rongrong, 49.9 points, next up is candidate number 800050, Chu Fan. Upon hearing Chu Fan's name being called, all eyes turned to the languid figure riding on the 9-tailed fox. It's obvious that Chu Fan is definitely capable of getting a perfect score. Everyone just wants to know exactly how much damage he can deal in the basic test. Do you think Chu Fan can deal 200,000 damage? I think that's too little. He's a teleportation-level professional. Even if there really are some secret techniques in the King's Ruins and the Land of Fire Spirits that allow you to directly defeat the boss and clear the dungeon, judging from his damage output, which is enough to break through the defenses of a level 20 dungeon boss, he can definitely deal 300,000 damage. His dagger. I've never seen it in the equipment encyclopedia before. Could it be some kind of legendary weapon? Rumors say that Chu Fan has an amazing background, and his equipment is probably a family heirloom. Have you guys heard? Su Yao, who previously set the record for the King's Relic alongside Chu Fan, dealt 400,000 damage in Exam Room 5. That's fucking amazing. Wow, that's amazing. I feel like Chu Fan is definitely going to deal over 500,000 damage. While everyone was discussing, Chu Fan had already arrived in front of the wooden stake. A test dummy? By the way, can this thing trigger the MP recovery effect of the Magic Stealer? Let's give it a try. The next second, Chu Fan instantly concealed himself, then swung his Moonlight Thorn, striking the wooden stake with unremarkable force. Boom! The extremely high damage bonus from the breaking stealth strike was unleashed in an instant. A dazzling white light flashed by. The wooden stake was smashed to pieces. The 6-digit damage display behind him remained at 999999. Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. Everyone in exam room number 8 stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit a spirit pet egg inside. Exploded? It exploded? The test stake was blown up? Su Chihong's eyes popped out onto the floor. Holy crap! Wasn't the test dummy supposed to withstand up to 1 million damage? Chu Fan shattered it with a single blow? It must be a bug, right? To break the wooden stake, you need to be at least level 40 or 50. And you need to cast skills continuously. I also think it's a bug. I've never heard of a skill with such a powerful burst. Let's see what the teacher says. The first thing all the students present thought was that a bug had occurred. They admitted that Chu Fan might really be very strong. After all, he was someone who could tame spirit pets. But I absolutely do not believe that Chu Fan is that strong. Su Chihong quickly came to his senses and said blankly, Chu Fan, go and try hitting the second wooden stake. I see. Chu Fan nodded slightly. A combination of void concealment and assassination actually restored more than 1,300 MP to him. Shouldn't we drain it clean? It's a pity you can only play 3 times. Immediately afterwards, another flash of white light appeared. The second wooden stake was also destroyed. Chapter 65. Who gave you the courage? At that moment, everyone was stunned into silence. They finally realized that the problem wasn't with the test stakes at all, nor was it a bug rather. Chu Fan's attack damage had exceeded the stakes limits. What's even more deadly is that this skill has no cooldown. Fuck you. Can legendary classes really be this awesome? Are you sure it's not some mythical class? Chu Fan had only awakened and completed his job change a month ago, yet he was now able to unleash burst damage exceeding 1 million. This is ridiculous. At this moment, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to the enormous 9-tailed fox, whose eyes were as clear as a kitten's. As the saying goes, a wise person knows when to yield. This 9-tailed fox seems to have been tamed and is very docile. It's truly hard to imagine what kind of ordeal it went through to become like this. Just then, accompanied by another flash of white light, the third wooden stake exploded. The screen displayed 3 damage counters of 999,999, leaving everyone speechless and dumbfounded. At this moment, many girls looked at Chu Fan with unusually intense gazes, as if they wanted to devour him alive. As long as you can do OQ with Chu Fan, you can definitely get a score of 90 points in the actual test. As long as you don't score too badly on the basic test, getting into a decent 985 or 211 university will be no problem at all. Thinking of this, many girls felt their hearts surge with excitement, and their gazes toward Chu Fan gradually became more ardent. For the sake of the future, sacrificing a little physical health is not a problem. This idea inevitably spread through the minds of all the girls. Soon, Zhao Rongrong, who had taken the test before Chu Fan, jogged up to him and said shyly, Chu Fan, can we team up for the practical test later? As Zhao Rongrong spoke, she unbuttoned the front of her school uniform and pulled down the collar of her shirt, slowly revealing a pure white silk garment, roughly a C-cup size. Chu Fan rolled his eyes upon seeing this. You have neither the skill to help others restore MP, nor an outstanding appearance or temperament. Even that female ghost Yu Rushuang is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than you. Why would I team up with a complete stranger like you? Are you trying to steal experience points from newbies? Her breasts aren't even as big as Lulu's, so who gave you the confidence to use seduction? No, I want a solo. Hey! Wait a minute, brother Chu Fan, can you give me a ride? I can drive with you after the college entrance exam. Before Zhao Rongrong could finish speaking, Chu Fan leaped up and landed on Xiaobai. Zhao Rongrong, who was left with a look of dissatisfaction, was stomping her feet. I thought the other girls would back down if they saw this. Unexpectedly, they showed a relieved expression, and even looked at Chu Fan with more enthusiasm. Seemingly relieved that Chu Fan hadn't teamed up with Zhao Rongrong, they were sure they still had a chance. This sent a chill down Chu Fan's spine. Goodness! Is this the kind of gaze Su Yao endures every day? It's definitely a bit hard to bear. Chu Fan got 100 points. Next up, candidate number 800059, Zheng Qingrong. Stop dawdling and go get your score. There will be about 50 students in each exam room. Even if we only consider the basic test time of 3 minutes per student, it would still take 2.5 hours in total. And so, by the time all the basic tests were completed, it was already past 1 p.m. Although the school provides time for students to eat lunch. However, seemingly due to excessive worry about their future, more than 80% of the students were in a hurry to find strong teammates, even neglecting to eat. Chu Fan did not have this worry. However, there are plenty of people who want to team up with him. If it weren't for Xiaobai helping to keep things in order, we probably wouldn't have had lunch. Just then, a light screen instantly appeared at the top of the secret realm, listing the top 100 scorers in this basic test. Of course, even if they all get 100 points, there will still be differences in the rankings. The real test that will determine the outcome will be the actual combat test that follows. First place, Chu Fan, 100 points. Second place, Zhang Xingqian, 100 points. Third place, Su Yao, 100 points. 100th place, Mu Xiaoxiao, 100 points. Seeing this, Chu Fan frowned slightly. This year, out of more than 10,000 test takers, so many were able to get full marks in the basic test. Was this test too easy? Just as Chu Fan was deep in thought, a candidate named Zhang Xingchen caught his attention. This leaderboard is ranked based on the scores achieved. If scores are tied, the person who caused more damage will be ranked higher. Since this person's name appears at number 2 on the leaderboard, it means that the damage he caused was even greater than that of Yu Rushuang, who was hiding her strength. Surely, there must be a lot of good equipment and skills, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, the ranking list was also received in the meeting room of the professional association. Xin Feng said cheerfully, "See. Chu Fan and Su Yao made it into the top 3 in the basic test. I told you they would definitely get into Huaguo University." Zhang Ru still refused to admit that his students were inferior to Qin Feng's students, and mocked with a livid face, "This is just a basic test. What can you prove by hitting a wooden stake that won't move? Those magic students generally have a low hit rate. They may not perform like this in a real combat test." Xin Feng smiled slightly. "Old Zhang, I know you're unhappy that your grandson Zhang Xingchen was surpassed by Chu Fan, but there's no need to belittle other students like this, is there?" Zhang Ru chuckled dismissively. "Want to take a bet? Su Yao's practical test score won't exceed 80 points. Xin Feng scoffed. "What? Now you're afraid to add Chu Fan?" Zhang Ru scoffed a few times as well, although I don't know how Chu Fan tamed that spirit pet. Taking such a spirit pet to participate in a practical test, even a level 1 player could probably pass. What's the comparison? Xin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Heh, so you're just afraid to compete? With Chu Fan and your grandson Zhang Xingchen's strength, they'll probably both choose to solo the nightmare level dungeon, right? If Chu Fan's score isn't as high as your grandson's, how about we give you a spot in our school's admissions 2 months from now?" Humph. There's no point in comparing yourself to Chu Fan. If you want to compare yourself to Su Yao. What? You're too scared? Don't try to provoke me. Zhang Ru clenched his fist. How about a compromise? Let's compare Chu Fan's and Su Yao's average scores. If I lose, I won't go to next year's recruitment promotion. How about that? Okay. It's a deal. Seeing this, the principals of other schools also sighed. They've really stolen all the limelight this year. The top 3 spots on the basic test rankings are all from number 1 middle school and number 7 middle school. I'm so envious. Chapter 66 Blocking the Fountain is indeed the fastest way to level up. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was 2:30 p.m., and the practical test officially began. At this point, more than 80% of the students had already formed teams and were ready to challenge the practical test instance together. Chu Fan rode Little White, arriving at the entrance of the dungeon with a dashing air. Without hesitation, he selected the nightmare difficulty level and clicked the OK button, after which he was teleported into the instance. A group of girls were left helplessly stretching out their right hands behind Xiao Bai. As soon as Chu Fan entered the instance, he felt a wave of heat hit him. He looked closely and saw a giant tiger engulfed in flames. This giant tiger is enormous, about 5 meters long and 2.5 meters tall, and exudes a powerful aura. It opened its blood-red maw and let out a roar, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Crimson Tiger. Species, Crimson Tiger. Rank, Leader. Level, LV 20. HP, 9000 9000, MP, 800 800. Strength, 150 Attack, 200. Constitution, 160, Defense, 200. Spirit, 120, Magic Attack, 140. Agility, 150, Magic Defense, 140. Equipment, none. Skills, Flame Burst, Claw Strike, Tiger Roar, Explosive Flame Fist, Flame War Cry, Mountain Crash, Flame Impact, Flame Control. Note, a giant beast that feeds on flames. Its breath can easily melt any metal. Roar. A roar followed. Everything around was instantly engulfed by flames, like an endless sea of fire. Good heavens, is this what a nightmare level dungeon is like? We have to challenge a boss level beast right from the start. But as amazed as I am, I still have to steal the skills I need to steal. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Flame Leather Armor. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 points of strength. Successfully activated stealing skill, Flame Control skill acquired. Flame Mastery, Epic skill, passive skill. Holding this skill grants immunity to burn damage and increases the damage of all fire attribute attacks by 5%. When Chu Fan stole a certain skill, his eyes widened instantly. Good heavens! Immune to burn damage. I've finally managed to steal a skill that grants status immunity. In the game, The Apocalypse, there are a total of 8 common abnormal states: burns, poisoning, curses, freezing, electric shocks, dizziness, immobilization, charm. Skills that can grant immunity to these status effects are extremely rare, and most of them only exist on high-level bosses. I never expected to steal such a skill from a mob in a dungeon. Is this the protection of a goddess? That's incredible luck. Cool. Thanks for the warmth, my friend. Chu Fan took a step forward, and the dagger in his hand transformed into a cold light, directly splitting the Crimson Flame Tiger in two. Successfully defeated the Crimson Flame Tiger LV-20, gaining 12,500 experience points. This experience was really awesome. Chu Fan turned to Xiaobai and said, "There's a ferocious beast spawn point in this dungeon. Go find it, and if you encounter any other ferocious beasts along the way, just kill them." "Yes, master." Along the way, Chu Fan killed all the ferocious beasts he encountered with a single blow, without any hesitation. At this moment, his attack power has reached over 23,000 points. If you want to use black feather arrows to restore MP, you need to find a ferocious beast with a defense of over 2,300. However, in this dungeon specifically designed for the college entrance examination, such a powerful ferocious beast could not possibly appear. The only way to recover MP is to steal demons and slay ferocious beasts. In the end, heaven rewards those who persevere. After nearly 10 minutes of aimless wandering, Xiaobai finally found a clearing at the end of the jungle. On this open ground, a pure black cube-shaped object floats in the air, constantly rotating. It looks like a Rubik's Cube, but it emits a dark, eerie light and whispers, giving it a sinister and terrifying feel. On one side of this cube, a string of numbers is constantly decreasing. 66. 65. 64. Clearly, this is the countdown to the beast's respawn. At a rate of 1 point per second, a new wave of ferocious beasts should spawn in about a minute. Not bad. Little White. This looks like the spawn point for the ferocious beasts. I'll give you a treat tonight. Thank you, Master. 00. Soon, the countdown reached 0. A huge black vortex suddenly appeared around the Rubik's Cube, looking like the vortex at the entrance of the dungeon had been dyed. Immediately afterwards, 3 orcs with dark green skin and wielding large swords emerged from the black vortex. They were all around level 20, and they slowly walked out of the black vortex with an air of indifference. Chu Fan scanned the orcs and found that he already possessed all of their skills, and they were all very ordinary or even useless skills. Since we don't have much MP left, we just used them as training dummies to replenish MP and harvest them directly. Successfully defeated the level 20 orc, gaining 5,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 20 orc, gaining 5,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 21 orc, gaining 6,000 experience points. The next second, the numbers on the black Rubik's Cube changed again, becoming the number 99, and continued to decrease. Looks like a wave of ferocious beasts spawns every 99 seconds? This is a lot of experience points. Camping out at the fountain is definitely the fastest way to gain experience. Master, I've reached level 29. Really? That's pretty good, hurry up and level up to 30. In the game Apocalypse, spirit pets can gain the same amount of experience points as their owners. In a sense, even newbies benefited from the goddess's blessing, which doubled their experience points. In addition, the experience required for a pet to level up is less than that required for its owner. Therefore, Chu Fan was not too surprised that Xiaobai's level was about to catch up with his. Right now, all he wants is for Xiaobai to break through to the king level as soon as possible and become as majestic as she was in her previous life. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai suddenly became somewhat shy for some reason. Master, do you really want me to break through to the king rank and change my appearance? Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded matter-of-factly, of course, what else? I'm raising you so you can have a good mount, right? Work hard with me, and you'll reap the rewards in the future. Xiaobai nodded without saying anything. Chu Fan looked at it, feeling a little strange, but didn't think too much about it. However, when he looked at Xiaobai again. But then I noticed that its cheeks, which resembled those of a snow fox, had suddenly turned slightly red for some reason. She seems, perhaps a tiny bit shy? After hesitating for a moment, it replied, I understand. I will be a good mount for my master. Chapter 67 The wool comes from the sheep's back. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Fan discovered something. As the number of summons increases, the black vortex that appears after each countdown also gets bigger and bigger. Previously, the ferocious beasts could only emerge from the black vortex in 2s and 3s at a time. If you encounter a large ferocious beast, you may only be able to spawn one at a time. But now the situation is different. The black vortex has expanded enough for Xiaobai to move in and out. Buzz! A tremendous roar followed. From within the black vortex, dozens of orc warriors emerged, chanting loud slogans and marching out with orderly and confident steps. Their voices were deafening, like a well-trained army. Immediately afterwards, a tall orc wielding a two-handed sword emerged from within. His figure almost filled the entire black vortex, making him a striking figure. Wearing green armor and holding two long swords, he looked remarkably like a werewolf, but with a more imposing and domineering presence. Orc General. Type: Orc General. Rank: Leader. Level: LV24. HP: 12000, 12000, MP: 300. Strength: 190, Attack: 290. Constitution: 180, Defense: 240. Spirit: 80, Magic Attack: 80. Agility: 160, Magic Defense: 120. Equipment: Iron-blooded twin swords, azure armor, beast bracelet. Skills: Battle Cry, Roar, Savage Charge, Blade Slash, Wind Shadow Double Blade, Iron Blood Twin Surge, Demon Drinker. Note: a general of the orcs, who led his orcs to countless victories. The orc squad was stunned when they saw Chu Fan and Xiaobai. Isn't this their spawn point? How could there be humans here? Moreover, this human's eyes didn't seem to show any fear, but rather as if he had seen some kind of treasure. This is so strange. There's definitely something wrong. Something is very, very wrong. As for the reason, it's simply because Chu Fan discovered the skill he had always longed for on that big, half-orc general Drinking Demon. Drinking Demon, epic level skill, passive skill. Each time a melee weapon attack hits a target, a certain amount of MP will be restored based on the damage dealt. It is unclear whether the absorption coefficient of the Demon Drinker is higher than that of the Demon Thief. But without a doubt, this skill will greatly enhance his MP recovery ability. A month has passed since Chu Fan became the god of thieves. Apart from the magic stealing skill he mastered himself and Su Yao's Blessing of Light, he had never encountered any other skills related to MP recovery. For Chu Fan, the importance of skills that can restore MP far outweighs all high damage skills. Therefore, we must seize this skill no matter what. Little White, hold down that orc general. Don't kill it. And don't let it get away. I see. As soon as Xiaobai finished speaking, its massive body shot towards the orc general like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was extremely fast, as swift as lightning, and it arrived in front of the orc general in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, Little White opened its big mouth and bit the orc general's arm, then suddenly swung its head and slammed it hard into the ground. However, Xiaobai did not give up. It pressed down hard on the orc general's head, forcing his face into close contact with the ground. Despite the orc general's constant struggle, no matter how hard it tried, it could not budge Little White in the slightest. Following closely behind, Chu Fan turned to look at the orc squad and revealed a bright smile. Seeing Chu Fan's kind expression, and then looking at the orc general who was being pinned to the ground by Xiaobai, the dozen or so orc warriors instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably, with cold sweat pouring down their backs. They exchanged horrified glances, then turned around without hesitation and ran wildly toward the black vortex behind them. Seeing this, Chu Fan was dumbfounded. He had assumed these orc warriors would fight to the death. They hadn't even made a move yet, but why did they react as if they'd seen the Grim Reaper the moment they saw me? Am I that scary? Chu Fan stroked his chin and couldn't help but complain. Despite this, his hands never stopped moving. With a gentle wave of his right hand, several silver blades swept towards the fleeing orc warriors like a sudden storm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the corpses of more than a dozen orc warriors lay scattered on the ground. Their bodies quickly turned into black ash and scattered in the wind. After dealing with these orc warriors, Chu Fan turned his attention to the orc general who was being pinned to the ground by Xiaobai. A sly smile crept across his lips. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. The MP I just recovered from killing its minions should definitely be used on it. As Chu Fan slowly walked towards him, the orc general seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and kept letting out mournful howls. However, all of this was in vain. With the power of the contract enhanced, Xiaobai's strength is now as high as 3,000 points. Even if you remove a zero, he is still someone the orc general cannot resist. With a mocking expression, Little White stretched out its paw and pressed down on the orc general's head. The look in the eyes of the orc general conveyed a hint of pity, but more than that, it was one of schadenfreude. Finally, I'll get to see another ferocious beast as miserable as I was in my past life, it thought to itself. May God grant me a perfect shot and allow me to steal the demon drinker skill. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Orc Hair. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 5 points of spirit. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Iron-Blooded Twin Swords. The thief's hand operation was successful, and the item Half-Orc Tooth was stolen. A series of system notifications sounded. The 3000 plus MP points I recovered from killing those orc warriors have been completely used up, but I still haven't managed to steal the demon drinker skill. My luck is a bit bad. Chu Fan sighed, then looked at the numbers on the black Rubik's Cube. 60 seconds left? Looks like I'll have to wait for the next wave of ferocious beasts. Hopefully, I'll get a beast with high HP. 02. 01. 00. The countdown for the black Rubik's Cube ended. An even larger black vortex did not appear. Instead, a small black vortex, several meters in diameter, came into view. Let alone the giant orc general, even ordinary orc warriors probably couldn't get out. Chapter 68 changed back to normal. Chu Fan's face darkened. An ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Could this be a cycle? The spawned ferocious beasts will start as weak, single beasts, and their strength and level will gradually increase until a boss-level beast appears. The next second. Chu Fan's conjecture was thus confirmed. A ferocious beast that appeared to have 8 legs slowly crawled out of the black vortex. Its entire body is green, almost blending into the grass, making it look like a spider with green skin. And then, that was it. Chu Fan's lips twitched, he was speechless with frustration. Species, grass spider. Class, henchman. Level, LV16. Successfully defeated the level 16 grass spider, gaining 400 experience points. Before Chu Fan could even finish reading the attribute information, he had already impatiently swung his weapon and killed the grass spider. He didn't even want to glance at this level 16 minion level ferocious beast. Level 16, a low-ranking henchman, how could he possibly have any good skills? With only 1000 HP, killing it wouldn't even restore much MP. Using the 15 MP I just recovered on the orc general, I got nothing but a few hairs and teeth. And so, 15 minutes later. Chu Fan failed to steal the demon drinker from the orc general, but he and Xiao Bai both leveled up. Chu Fan didn't pay much attention to the improvement of his attributes. Compared to the attributes gained through theft, the attribute increases from these upgrades are negligible. More attention was focused on Xiao Bai. He noticed that Xiao Bai's body was shimmering slightly, as if some kind of change was about to occur. Upon closer inspection, one can see the silhouette of a 9-tailed fox demon gradually emerging behind Xiao Bai. Chu Fan secretly looked forward to the majestic sight of Little White after it evolved. However, things did not develop as Chu Fan had expected. The 9-tailed fox demon's shadow did not grow larger and larger as he had imagined. Instead, it began to gradually shrink. Little White's body gradually transformed into a luminous figure indistinguishable from an ordinary person, with a faint glow covering its surroundings. After a few breaths, when the light and shadow completely merged with Xiao Bai's body, its body also shrank rapidly, eventually transforming into the same size as the light and shadow. After the white light dissipated, what came into view was, actually a girl. If there's anything that makes her different from normal humans, it's that she has a pair of fluffy white fox ears on her head, which blend almost seamlessly with her long, silvery white hair, making it look completely natural. 9 pure white tails extended from her hips, intertwining and coiling beneath her, as elegant as a queen's dragon throne. She was wearing a pure white, wide-sleeved halter dress with a dark blue belt around her waist to hold the hem in place. She wore no other clothing. She was barefoot, with her shoulders exposed and her fair, tender thighs partially visible, giving off a mysterious, veiled impression. When she turned around, revealing a face that was in no way inferior to Liluna's. Chu Fan was also stunned for a moment. This is a girl who looks to be around 15 years old. Her eyes were as pink as cherry blossoms, as bright as stars, deep and captivating. Her skin was as white as snow, as delicate as silk, crystal clear, and so smooth it seemed to break at a touch. Her features were so delicate and refined, like those of a porcelain doll, with a faint pink hue, like a blooming peach blossom. Her cherry-like lips parted and closed, slightly upturned, carrying a subtle, unintentional smile that stirred the imagination. Noob. A few breaths later, Xiaobai parted her cherry lips slightly, finally squeezing out a voice as beautiful as heavenly music. Master, I have broken through to the king rank. Thank you, Master. Before Chu Fan could reply. Seeing an opportunity, the orc general, who was pinned down by Xiaobai, immediately prepared to get up and break free. However, Xiaobai didn't even glance at it. She gently raised her delicate hand and pressed her head, which was almost half the size of her body, to the ground, creating spiderweb-like patterns dozens of meters long on the ground. The sight of a seemingly defenseless little girl pinning a half-orc, who was almost 10 times her size, to the ground was utterly incongruous. Chu Fan leaned closer, stretched out his right hand, and lifted Xiaobai's delicate head from under her chin, gazing at her beautiful face. Xiaobai blushed slightly, revealing a shy expression. She thought she would be just like Liluna, engaging in a war of words with her master here. Unexpectedly, the next second, Chu Fan suddenly placed both hands on her shoulders, his face serious. Where's my nine-tailed fox? Change back to normal right now. Ha? Xiaobai looked completely bewildered. Is the Mount Chu Fan was talking about not what he meant? But he looked really excited when he rode Liluna. Could it be that his human form doesn't meet Chu Fan's aesthetic standards? Based on her observations of human society during this period, she realized that her human form was definitely that of a top-tier beauty. She was even better than the human girl named Su Yao, who was the transformed form of Yu Shuang. Why was it disliked? I really don't understand. However, Chu Fan's orders were paramount, and she didn't want to be abandoned by Chu Fan after finally breaking through to the king level. Xiaobai is now completely convinced that Chu Fan is the strongest being in the world. No one is better than him. As the saying goes, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. She'll definitely reap the benefits of following Chu Fan. With this thought in mind, Xiaobai closed her eyes. As a surge of energy emanated from her, her figure gradually grew larger, transforming once again into the nine-tailed fox demon the size of a minibus. Master, I'm sorry. Don't abandon me. I thought you would like me. Chu Fan sighed upon seeing this scene. Unexpectedly, after breaking through to the king level, the only additional abilities gained were the ability to transform into human form and to communicate without the heart of understanding. There was no way to transform her back into the imposing figure she had in her previous life. Do I have to reach level 60 to break through to the supreme rank? Headache, the task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Upgrades won't be as fast now. Oh well, writing like this is pretty bad for my grades. Chu Fan waved his hand, not really caring. Master, thank you. Little White will always be your mount. Even in her nine-tailed fox form, Xiaobai still responded with a shy and coquettish demeanor. Finally, half an hour later. Successfully activated stealing skill, drinking demon's skill. With a system notification, the orc general was finally allowed to die. However, at that moment, Chu Fan suddenly discovered that the numbers displayed on the black Rubik's Cube had disappeared. An ominous premonition suddenly sprouted in Chu Fan's heart. Could it be that, after killing the orc general, the beast spawn points stopped working? Chapter 69 Top Scorer in the College Entrance Examination. As expected, I waited for another 10 minutes or so. The black cube remained completely unresponsive. Chu Fan's face darkened. It seems that it's impossible to gain experience in this dungeon now. It's awful. Never mind, Xiaobai, let's go. Chu Fan said speechlessly, and at the same time jumped onto Xiaobai's back. Good. As Xiaobai spoke, he took a step forward and rushed out. Having reached the king rank, Xiaobai learned 4 skills that were extremely useful to Chu Fan. Riding the wind, epic skill, passive skill. When carrying others, the person on your back will not feel any bumps. Seeking blessing, an epic level passive skill that allows you to locate other ferocious beasts within dungeons. Lucky Blessing, epic level passive skill, increases the master's luck stat. Spiritual Blessing, epic level passive skill. When defeating a ferocious beast, there is a chance to increase the experience gained by the master by 100%. It has to be said, this is the role that spirit pets should play. Not just as a mount. Not long after the moonlight spike pierced the head of the dungeon boss, Landshark. The screen displaying Chu Fan's college entrance examination results then appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on clearing the college entrance examination practice dungeon nightmare difficulty. Kill score, 100 points. Difficulty score, 100. Time score, 100 points. Passing score, 100 points. Practical test score, 100 points. Chu Fan looked at his college entrance exam scores calmly, his heart unmoved, and he even wanted to yawn again. To be honest, more than his college entrance exam score, he hoped to take this opportunity to gain more experience and learn some useful skills. What a pity! At the same moment that Chu Fan's results were announced, the first examinee's score information was also updated in real time on the huge light screen outside the dungeon. Name, Chu Fan, practical test score, 100, rank, 1. What's going on? Some students have already cleared it? It's only been a little over an hour. A perfect score of 100? How is that possible? Did he not suffer even the slightest injury in the dungeon? Chu Fan, I think he's the student who contracted a spirit pet. I reckon the damage the spirit pet takes might not be included in the scoring system. He probably used his spirit pet in the entire battle, which is why he got a perfect score of 100. This is so unfair. Someone can solo the nightmare level of the college entrance exam dungeon with just a spirit pet. How are the other students supposed to compete? I think that just based on Chu Fan's ability to tame spirit pets, it's not a problem for Huagui University to admit him. The college entrance examination is just a formality. Speaking of which, has anyone ever gotten a perfect score in the skill test before? How is that even possible? No one can clear the level quickly, without taking any damage, and still wipe out all the ferocious beasts. It looks like Chu Fan will definitely be this year's national champion. The proctors outside the examination room were all talking about Chu Fan, the student. Ultimately, it was Chu Fan's outstanding achievements that truly set him apart. After all, he single-handedly completed the college entrance exam challenge, and he even chose the nightmare level. It's important to know that the lowest level of the ferocious beasts in the nightmare level college entrance examination dungeon is level 15, with elite level beasts around level 20 making up the majority. In addition, there are 500 ferocious beasts in the entire instance. If you want to get 100 kill points, you need to successfully kill more than 400 ferocious beasts. As for the time score, you can only get a perfect score if you complete the game within 90 minutes, but this is basically mutually exclusive with the kill score, so it is difficult to achieve a high score at the same time. As for the difficulty score, there's no need to elaborate, you'll get a perfect score as long as you successfully complete the nightmare difficulty level. The most difficult part is achieving the passing score, which depends on the amount of damage received and caused. If you suffer even the slightest damage, your score will immediately drop to 99. To get a perfect score, you must not be hit by the ferocious beast, or your defense must be so high that the beast cannot break through your defenses. It is almost impossible to get a perfect score in this category. The final score is the average of the 4 scores. This shows just how difficult it is to get a perfect score. About half an hour after Chu Fan's results were released, the second person's name appeared. Name, Su Yao, practical test score, 97.2, rank, 2. Then, after about 5 more hours, everyone's results were finally released. Name, Zhang Xingchen, practical test score, 94.5, rank, 3. Name, Jiang Yi, practical test score, 89.9, rank, 4. Name, Shen Lang, practical test score, 88.7, ranking, 5. Name, Mu Xiaoxiao, practical test score, 86.6, rank, 6. Inside the Professionals Association meeting room, Qin Feng's lips curled up to the sky this time, and he almost floated away. The other high school principals around all cast envious and jealous glances their way. He thought Chu Fan had already given him enough surprises. Unexpectedly, Su Yao also achieved a score of 97.2 in the practical test, which would have been the level of a top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination in previous years. This is truly a double blessing. Now let's look at Zhang Ru's grandson, Zhang Xingchen. While they do possess some ability, it's not much. Old Zhang. Remember our agreement. Next year's enrollment slots will all be taken by Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Xin Feng said to Zhang Ru with a smug look on his face. Zhang Ru gritted his teeth and said, "You really have the luck to have picked up 2 geniuses like these." Xin Feng relentlessly pressured Zhang Ru, "Of course. Don't you know which school he graduated from?" The teaching quality of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is well known. Zhang Ru was furious and snorted coldly, "Humph. Don't be too happy yet, this year is just an exception." Xin Feng, however, was unconvinced and laughed, "So what if it's an exception? Anyway, this year's victory belongs to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School." The top scorer in the college entrance examination came from Jiangcheng number 1 high school. After saying that, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at Zhang Ru, his expression full of provocation. Seeing this, Zhang Ru became even more furious. But he was helpless. What could he do when his grandson was so disappointing? They could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng swaggered around there. Finally, he sighed helplessly, putting everything else aside. I just want to know, who exactly is Chu Fan? Taming spirit pets, occupying the top 3 spots on the King's Ruins speedrun leaderboard, speedrunning the Fire Spirit Village in 5 hours, and even getting a perfect score in the practical test. Is this really something a normal person can do? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. All the other principals looked at Qin Feng, who was beaming with pride, and were equally curious about Chu Fan's identity. Su Yao added that, after all, she was the eldest daughter of the Su group, and with better equipment, she might really be able to achieve such results. But Chu Fan is simply too outrageous. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng slowly sat back down and took out a report from his spatial bag. You've probably heard about the demonization incident in the East City Oversea Plains dungeon, right? I can tell you with absolute certainty that Chu Fan and Su Yao were the ones who solved the troublesome low-level demonized dungeon. Planning after Chapter 70. After the college entrance examination ended, night had fallen, and it was already past 7 p.m. Everyone was teleported back to the Hatai Plaza where they had previously gathered. After the college entrance examination results were released, some people were happy while others were sad. Although we still have to wait for the results from other provinces to be released before we can be sure whether we can get into our ideal university. However, based on past experience, if the overall score is less than 85, it is basically impossible to get into a 985 or 211 university. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chu Fan. After finishing their exams, he and Su Yao left the place immediately, called Lulu Nai, and went to the Starlight Hotel for a meal together. This gathering is not just about having a good meal, but also about discussing future plans. Chu Fan had been struggling with a question in his mind. Should we let Yu Rushuang continue to play Su Yao and enter Huagui University? Rumor has it that Huagui University harbors many high-level experts, many of whom are far stronger than Yu Rushuang. Once the news that Su Yao is an imposter from the realm of the dead is confirmed, the top leadership of China will spare no effort to thoroughly investigate Su Yao's interpersonal relationships. It might even implicate Chu Fan. Chu Fan didn't want to waste his energy on this kind of thing. However, during the discussion, the topic gradually veered off course thanks to Luluna. Chu Fan, since you're going to Huagui University soon, I guess the student dorms probably won't support me staying there, right? So, can I just book a hotel room by myself? Chu Fan. Chu Fan. Is this girl Xiaobai? She's so cute. Chu Fan, now that you have a new mount, can I rest tonight? Xiao Lu, do you think it's okay? Chu Fan gently patted Lulu Nai's shoulder. Only children make choices, I want them all. Luluna's face darkened as she looked at Su Yao beside her. Can't Yu Rushuang transform into anyone? Let her become me. Double the do, double the happiness. Doesn't that sound amazing? Lulu was on the verge of tears, yet there was nothing she could do. Meanwhile, Xiaobai kept showing off the food on the table, acting as if it were none of his business. She knew that as a mount, she should fulfill the mission of a mount, and even now that she had taken human form, her fate remained the same. The saying "man is the butcher, and I am the fish" probably describes this situation perfectly. Let's get back to the main topic. Xiao Lu, what are your thoughts on this? Should we continue to have Yu Rushuang impersonate Su Yao and infiltrate Huagui University, or should we find a suitable opportunity to make her disappear? Upon hearing this, Lulu fell into deep thought. To be honest, she knew nothing about the girl named Su Yao. However, judging from Chu Fan's attitude, he doesn't seem to care much about Su Yao. Just a few days ago, the powerful humans who had ventured deep into the realm of the dead sent back reports on the battle. They successfully killed thousands of powerful beings of various races above level 50 from the undead plane and brought back precious equipment and treasures worth more than 300 billion Chinese yuan, achieving remarkable feats. But most importantly, the whereabouts of those abducted human prodigies have never been found. This further confirms that Su Yao and those legendary professionals are likely doomed. Of course, this war is just a small skirmish and will probably end soon. After all, this wasn't the first time humans and the undead had fought each other. The two sides had long since developed a tacit understanding. Humanity will not change its strategic deployment because of this conflict. As for the higher-ups in the human realm and the higher-ups in China, they naturally understand the advantages and disadvantages involved. They would never send a large army deep into the heart of the undead plane to search for the whereabouts of a mere 15 promising legendary professionals. If it's a mythical level professional, then it's definitely necessary to weigh the pros and cons. The problem is that they are only legendary professionals, and tens of thousands of beings awaken in the entire human plane every year. It is not an indispensable existence in the vast human plane. In this situation, it would be a losing proposition to send the entire human army at great risk to rescue these seedlings that may have already died or been brainwashed. Although this decision may seem somewhat ruthless, it may be the best choice in the face of harsh reality. Don't you humans have an old saying that goes something like this? One lie leads to countless more to cover it up, and it will eventually be exposed. I think it would be better to let her disappear with a plausible reason before she causes any major trouble. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly in agreement. In fact, he had already had this plan in mind for a long time. Now that the college entrance examination is over, Su Yao's true identity has been confirmed, and she has become famous for winning second place in the Jiangqing College entrance examination. Perhaps, this is the perfect time for her to quietly leave. Moonlight Frost, can you do that? Yu Rushuang nodded, yes. No problem, master. I'll find a way to make Su Yao's disappearance seem perfectly normal. Alright, that's settled then. Chu Fan turned to look at the mountain of plates piled up beside him, sighed softly, and shook his head helplessly. By the way, could you also help me pay the bill? Yes, master. At the same time. The undead plane, the Lich Kingdom's territory, the royal palace of Demon Moon City. A dignified-looking man looked at the 15 legendary professionals he had brought back from the human plane, his face slightly gloomy. He is the king of the Lich race, and the mythical-level professional Moon Emperor Kuei, who has reached level 112. This operation not only used rare treasures like the Creation Stone, but also cost his third daughter her life. In the end, they actually managed to capture 15 legendary-level professionals. As the mastermind behind this operation, he has completely lost face. Sir, what should we do with these people? The Lich attendant beside the Moon Emperor asked. Just take him to Ansama for brainwashing, he looks like bad luck. Yes. Etc. Just as the Lich servants were about to take these people away, Moon Emperor suddenly called out to him, pointing to one of the trembling human girls. What is this woman's basic information? I don't know why. Yue Huang Kuei vaguely sensed a hint of danger emanating from this woman. It's just an ant that could be crushed with a flick of the wrist. The Lich servant bowed and respectfully reported, Your Majesty, her profession is Holy Archmage, and she has now reached level 19. Her base stats are excellent. Upon hearing this, Yue Huang Kuei pondered for a while. A Holy Archmage? Like the mythical class Saint Emperor, they are both classes that excel at using light attribute magic. Mythical level classes are extremely rare, perhaps. Take this woman to the Ghost Clan. Their progenitor queen has awakened, and she must be in dire need of a body. I understand. I'll arrange it right away. As the Lich servant spoke, he walked up to the girl. Let me go. My family is quite well off, I'm willing to give you anything you want. Just let me go back. Before the girl could finish speaking, the Lich servant cast a sleeping spell on her. He then turned and bowed again to Emperor Yu Kuei. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Yue Huang Kuei waved his hand. Go, and remember to bring back plenty of chips. Yes. Chu Fan, save me. The girl murmured softly, but soon could no longer resist the effects of the sleeping spell and closed her eyes. Chapter 71 Heading to Yanjing. The next day at noon. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. He turned his head and saw that Xiao Bai and Liluna had woken up and were leaning against the headboard, each holding their phones and whispering to each other. Both Shiro and Lulu are top-tier beauties, radiating charm. Even when covered by a pure white quilt, it cannot be completely concealed. Instead, it adds a touch of alluring charm. Like two lotus flowers in clear water, they are fresh and refined yet beautiful. Looking at the beautiful scenery before him, Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart, and his second brother almost went into battle mode again. You guys got up this early? Ah. Master, you're awake. Chu Fan, you're finally awake. Chu Fan got out of bed. What's wrong? Judging from your expressions, you all seem to really want me to get up early? Lulu smiled and said, Chu Fan, why don't you rest for a while? How about we make you lunch? Breakfast? Doesn't the hotel provide its own? Why do you need to make it yourself? Besides, can you cook? Xiao Bai and Liluna gently shook their heads. You worked hard last night, we want to treat you. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. Could those two really be that kind? Could they be planning something terrible? However, seeing the expectant expressions on their faces, Chu Fan didn't stop them. All right. Let me see what you two can do. The two girls exchanged a glance and smiled sweetly. You'll be satisfied. The next second, the scene unfolding before his eyes stunned Chu Fan. The two girls, dressed only in their underwear and completely disregarding his presence, stood up and walked towards the kitchen in their slippers. And he didn't avoid Chu Fan's gaze at all. At the same time, the two of them found two white aprons from somewhere and put them on without hesitation. This subtly revealed attire possesses a captivating beauty, like a woman half concealing her face while playing the pipa. The visual impact is much stronger than last night. Originally, Chu Fan wanted to take this opportunity to get up and play on his phone or read the news while quietly waiting for them to prepare breakfast. However, the scene he had just witnessed kept replaying in his mind, making it impossible for him to concentrate on anything else. What two little devils! They must have done this on purpose. Chu Fan smiled helplessly, then got up, slipped on his slippers, and walked toward the kitchen, hugging Xiaobai and Lulu Nai from behind. Seeing this, Xiaobai and Lulu smiled slightly and silently turned off the fire on the stove. She placed her hands on the stove, leaving the rest of the time to Chu Fan. 2.5 hours later, Chu Fan finally got to eat his lunch. It has to be said that the dishes they made were actually quite good, at least they weren't the culinary disasters Chu Fan had imagined. Of course, none of these are the most crucial factors. During the crime, the two women also explained the reasons behind it all. Since arriving in the human plane more than a month ago, Lulu has been trying to find the whereabouts of the god. They finally found it on Chu Fan, but for some reason they were forced to be his mount for almost half a month, and didn't have much time to go shopping. Xiaobai, on the other hand, had always stayed in the instance in his previous life and had never gone out. He was full of curiosity about what human society was like. They both knew exactly what Chu Fan's abilities were, so they thought he probably wouldn't spend his time on things like shopping. So she thought of trying to please Chu Fan in order to see if she could get a few days to rest and travel to other places. The two women got up early and started checking their phones, also to research how to please human men. Do you guys think I'm a demon? Why don't you just tell me this directly? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai and Luluna both turned their faces away and gave awkward smiles. If you weren't a demon, then there wouldn't be any demons in this world. Such thoughts arose in their hearts, but they dared not say them aloud. If I were to say it out loud, I'm afraid I'd be in for another 2.5 hours of gift package. Lulu asked with a pitiful look. Chu Fan, from what you're saying, you agree? Chu Fan nodded and patted Xiaobai and Lulu Nai on the head. I'm very satisfied with your performance this morning. I approve. Go outside and play for a while. Thank you, Chu Fan. Thank you, Master. But we'll have to wait until Yu Rushuang's matter is settled. It just so happens that Huagui University is in Yanjing, so I'll take you there for a visit. It's much bigger than Jiangcheng. Good. The two girls clapped their hands and shouted with delight. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Since news of Su Yao's disappearance spread online a few days ago, it has caused an uproar. This news attracted widespread attention from all sectors of Jiangcheng society, and the entire Jiangcheng police force was mobilized to conduct a full-scale search for Su Yao. They searched almost every corner of Jiangcheng, and even the surrounding cities. However, despite all this, Su Yao's whereabouts were still unknown. Faced with this situation, the Su group was extremely anxious. They spared no expense, issuing a reward of up to 30 billion yuan online, hoping someone would provide clues about Su Yao's whereabouts. Unfortunately, this seems to be a futile effort, and the results are not optimistic. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and his spirit pet Xiaobai were not idle. They used this time to continuously improve their strength, and through arduous leveling up, they both successfully reached level 35. Of course, if there were no restriction that a pet's level cannot exceed its owner's, given Xiaobai's leveling speed, it would probably have surpassed Chu Fan by several levels long ago. According to the pre-arranged plan, Chu Fan, Lulu Nai, Xiaobai, and Yu Rushuang decided to travel to Yanjing together. Early the next morning, the four of them got up early. I arrived at Jiangcheng railway station as the morning sun shone in. Since the end of the world merged with reality, the entire world has undergone tremendous changes. Once convenient modes of transportation, such as airplanes, high-speed trains, subways, and ships, have become relics of the past. Outside the city now, wild and ferocious beasts are constantly spawning, and a moment's carelessness can lead to certain death. If you want to reach distant regions, besides the teleportation arrays that each country has invested heavily in building, the only long-distance transportation option left is the armored train. Of course, with the strength of Chu Fan and his group, they could roam freely in the human plane without fear of any ferocious beasts. Rather, it's more accurate to say that the ferocious beasts should be afraid of them. But after all, the purpose of this trip was to relax and enjoy a leisurely travel time. Therefore, Chu Fan ultimately decided to travel to Yinjing City by armored train. Chapter 72: Long-Distance Travel. Generally speaking, armored trains are equipped with extremely robust and highly defensive armor. It is also equipped with a variety of powerful thermal weapons, such as laser cannons, diffusion laser cannons, homing missiles, and grenade launchers. These weapons are incredibly powerful, capable of easily killing ferocious beasts below level 50. Even when encountering powerful beasts of level 50 or higher, it can still inflict massive damage on them. In addition, with a large number of high-ranking military personnel accompanying them on each trip, they can enjoy their journey with complete peace of mind. Of course, using these types of weapons to kill ferocious beasts will not grant any experience points, nor will they drop any items. Those who want to take shortcuts should just go to sleep. However, as a consequence, the number of armored train services became very limited, the speed was very slow, and the ticket price was very expensive. There's only one long-distance train a day, like the one from Jiangcheng to Yinjing. Ordinary people generally do not travel by armored train unless absolutely necessary. Arrived at the train station. As far as the eye can see, the exterior of the armored train was completely covered by a thick, jet black steel armor. On the roof of each carriage stood a laser cannon and a grenade launcher, radiating a chilling light. At the front and rear of the vehicle, rows of Gatling guns gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the mountain of ammunition boxes alone were enough to convey their formidable firepower. Amidst this somber, intense scene, numerous soldiers in green uniforms patrolled the surroundings with serious expressions. They must be the guards responsible for protecting the safety of this train. After a cursory observation, these soldiers were roughly at level 50, and most of them were elite professionals. Nevertheless, these soldiers were far too weak for Chu Fan. However, if we look at the whole of human society, this strength is already very strong. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a long, drawn-out whistle that echoed through the sky, the wheels began to slowly roll, emitting a series of muffled rumbling sounds. The armored train slowly started and drove out of the train station. Chu Fan and his group were really lucky their seats were arranged in pairs facing each other. In this way, there is no need to go through the tedious process of changing seats. So Chu Fan and Lulu sat side by side on one side, while Xiaobai and Yuruxuang sat opposite each other on the other side. Of course, Xiaobai had already hidden her fox ears and tail, making her look like an ordinary human girl. Yuruxuang did not change her appearance, but simply concealed the white light in her eyes. Both of them had long, snow-white hair, resembling a pair of high school sisters. As time went by, the train soon left Jiangcheng. Outside the car windows stretched an endless gray-white wilderness, occasionally dotted with patches of gray-green. Defensive barriers were set up on both sides of the track. Outside the barrier, many ferocious beasts of level 30 or higher were eyeing the armored train menacingly. It seemed to want to launch an attack, but was powerless due to the defensive barrier. In the distance, one can vaguely see several level 40 or 50 wild bosses waiting in place on the plains, awaiting the challenge of professionals. Chu Fan naturally decided to steal it first out of respect for such a being. Successfully activated stealing skill, Overlord skill acquired. The hidden hands operation was successful, and the item Heavenly Spring Feather Staff was stolen. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 5 points of spirit. Successfully activated stealing skill, Bite skill acquired. Just as Chu Fan was getting into the act of stealing, suddenly, I heard a man and a woman talking behind me. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao, it seems the limited edition bag you asked me to order is no longer available." "It's alright. Anyway, the bag can't be used to add attributes, the soul heart necklace you gave me is enough." "I'm so sorry, all I have is this epic necklace." "It's okay. I'm not from a wealthy family, I'm already very happy that someone bought me epic level equipment." "Really, brother Xingqian, don't worry about it." That's good, that's good. By the way, would you like something to drink?" "It's on me. I don't know what to choose now that you've suddenly brought this up. Shall we go check out the dining car together?" Okay, I'll listen to you." Chu Fan glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a young couple, around 18 years old, walking quickly past his seat. The young couple were stylishly dressed, had an extraordinary air about them, and were well equipped. It was clear at a glance that they were not ordinary people. With his eye of the thief god, Chu Fan could clearly see the names of the two people, Mu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Xingqian. Chu Fan vaguely remembered these two names both were among the top 10 in Jiangqing's college entrance examination score rankings. However, judging from their conversation and expressions, they don't seem to be in a romantic relationship. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was calm, and the smile on her face looked obviously fake, her gaze always fixed on the scenery outside the window. Zhang Xingqian, on the other hand, kept smiling and chatted enthusiastically with Mu Xiaoxiao, seemingly trying to win her favor. It seems that Zhang Xingqian is the only one trying to please Mu Xiaoxiao. It's like a word that starts with the word lick and ends with the word dog. Not long after, the two of them then returned with a cup of fruit drink and a few bags of snacks. When Zhang Xingqian passed by Chu Fan's seat and saw Lulu Nai, his eyes widened immediately. His steps faltered involuntarily, his mouth slightly agape, and an expression of disbelief crossed his face. What's wrong, brother Xingqian? Why did you suddenly stop moving? Mu Xiaoxiao asked with a puzzled look. No. It's nothing. Zhang Xingqian gasped, snapping back to reality. He never expected to see such a beautiful girl on this ordinary armored train. Her delicate face, smooth skin, and captivating charm were simply perfect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's a goddess reborn. A wave of emotion surged through Zhang Xingqian's heart, and he couldn't help but take another look at Luluna and her group. It was fine if I didn't look, but once I did, I was stunned again. Not only Lulu Nai, but also Xiaobai and Yu Shuang are top beauties whose looks are in no way inferior to Mu Xiaoxiao. It's not easy to see even one normally, but now I can see three in one go. That's absolutely outrageous. But soon, his gaze fell on Chu Fan, and then a look of suspicion and jealousy appeared in his eyes. One person carrying three? That's impressive. They don't seem that rich. As he was pondering this, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Brother Xingqian? Zhang Xingqian snapped out of his reverie and gave Mu Xiaoxiao an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. The two quickly returned to their seats. But Chu Fan could still sense that Zhang Xingqian was glancing in their direction from time to time. Needless to say, Xiaobai, Luluna, and Yu Shuang must have noticed Zhang Xingqian's gaze. Seeing this, Lulu teased with a smile, Chu Fan, it seems like that guy is jealous of you. Chapter 73 Enemy Attack. Xiaobai blushed slightly, seemingly feeling a little excited because she was good-looking and hadn't embarrassed Chu Fan. Yu Shuang remained expressionless, giving off the feeling of an ice queen. Chu Fan laughed and said, it's all because of you. I'm punishing you by making you my mount tonight. Lulu pouted, stop messing around. I want some snacks too. Chu Fan said speechlessly, if you want to eat, go buy it. Didn't I transfer you a lot of money? Luluna switched to her sweet, pleading mode, come with me. I don't know where the food truck is. Chu Fan sighed, just walk 4 carriages ahead and we'll arrive. Come with me. Luluna persisted, putting on a pitiful expression and shaking Chu Fan's right hand in a pleading manner. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed. She's already stated her request so bluntly, if I refuse, I'll probably be labeled a clueless straight man. Chu Fan then looked at Xiaobai and asked, Xiaobai, do you want some snacks? Little White exclaimed excitedly, yes, I want to eat jerky. Chu Fan nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Yu Shuang, do you want it? She immediately shook her head rapidly, like a rattledrum, indicating that she dared not ask for too much. Chu Fan did not make things difficult for her, but instead led Luluna towards the armored train's restaurant. 2.5 minutes later. When Chu Fan returned to their original spot with Lulu Nai after buying some dried meat snacks, fruit, and drinks. But they found that Zhang Xingqian was sitting in the seats he and Lulu Nai were in, and was chatting with Xiaobai and Yu Shuang with a warm smile. Hey beautiful ladies, I'm Zhang Xingqian, a freshman at Huada University. Shall we get to know each other? I awakened the legendary class Star Warrior, and I reached level 22 in just 1 month. I have some insights into leveling up, would you like to hear them? You two are probably also going to Yanjing, right? I have some connections there. If you don't mind, I can show you around Yanjing once we get there. Even though Xiaobai and Yu Shuang didn't even bother to look at him. But Zhang Xingqian remained oblivious and continued to strike up conversations on his own. As the saying goes, shamelessness knows no bounds, and this situation is perhaps what it describes. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes. You dare to hit on my women? You think you have too many skills and attributes? Make way, you're blocking my way. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingqian was stunned for a moment. Looking up, I realized that the man who had been leading 3 men had returned. However, he still flashed what he thought was a handsome smile and flicked his bangs. Brother, Chu Fan interrupted him directly, "Get lost. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingchen's expression darkened noticeably, and after a few seconds, he reluctantly moved aside. Upon seeing Chu Fan, the two girls' expressions became noticeably happier, and they both showed delight. Especially the most beautiful blonde, she actually leaned closer to him as she sat down, appearing unusually intimate. Seeing this, Zhang Xingchen felt a surge of anger. "I'm the third highest scorer in Jiangqing's college entrance exam, and I'll be entering Huawei University in 2 months. How could I be worse than this kind of person? How dare this piece of trash tell me to get lost?" He clenched his fist, snorted coldly, and returned to his seat. After all, this isn't a place where he can run wild. The soldiers on the train are all level 50 plus. If he tried to make a move here, he would be taken down in no time. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant when we get to Yanjing. What's wrong, brother Xingchen? Just then, Mu Xiaoxiao, who had just come out of the restroom, saw Zhang Xingchen's cursing expression and asked him in confusion. It's all right. Zhang Xingchen quickly put on an act as if nothing had happened and forced a smile in response. However, at that moment, Zhang Xingchen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It feels like something has suddenly disappeared, in the darkness. It's not something like equipment or props, but a power on a much higher level. He frowned, wondering to himself, is it just my imagination? But this feeling made him feel very real. The rest of the journey was uneventful. With Mu Xiaoxiao present, Zhang Xingchen wouldn't have the guts even if he had the idea. After all, Mu Xiaoxiao was about to succeed in winning him over, and she couldn't afford to have any problems at this crucial moment. We can deal with those three beauties after we get to Yanjing. Time passed by second. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Night fell slowly, like a giant black curtain, and the silvery moonlight poured down on the earth like water. After dinner, Chu Fan and his group gradually felt tired. Perhaps because she hadn't had enough rest at night for several days, Luluna had already gently leaned on Chu Fan's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Her soft breathing was like a gentle breeze rustling through flowers, releasing a refreshing fragrance that made one sigh, "This is a goddess." Just then, streaks of dazzling lightning ripped through the night sky, like the claws of a ferocious beast suddenly opening, slamming down on the barren fields surrounding the armored train. In an instant, countless dazzling golden arcs of electricity shot out in mid-air, seemingly trying to tear this world apart completely. The sound of lightning and thunder resounded through the sky, and thick, heavy dark clouds quickly gathered, blotting out the sun. Smack! Boom! Crack! The train windows rattled loudly from the shock, and even the sturdy train began to tremble and shake violently. Initially, the people on the armored train didn't pay much attention to it. I just assumed it was bad luck and that I happened to encounter a sudden thunderstorm. After all, such severe weather conditions are not uncommon in the wild. However, the next second, things became increasingly bizarre and dangerous. With a loud crack, the lights on the entire armored train suddenly went out, and the sound of the wheels screeching to a halt filled the entire train. Instead, a dim orange-red emergency light came on. What happened? Power outage? Why are the emergency lights on? Something's not right. The amount of lightning outside, it doesn't look like a normal thunderstorm at all. Chu Fan, the enemy is coming. Luluna woke up instantly from her sleep and said with a serious expression. Chu Fan nodded, I know, I've already seen it. With his ability to see 1,000 miles, Chu Fan could already see through the pitch-black night view outside the window the enormous figure, hundreds of meters tall, approaching the armored train several kilometers away. And those wild, ferocious beasts that kept converging on the armored train, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Thunder Giant. Chapter 74 The Thunder Giant. Type, Thunder Giant. Rank, Lord. Level, LV 65. HP, 250,000 250,000, MP, 9,810,000. Strength, 3,400, Attack, 3,800. Constitution, 3,800, Defense, 4,400. Spirit, 2,000, Magic Attack, 2,500. Agility, 2,200, Magic Defense, 2,600. Equipment, none. Skills, Thunderstorm, Thunderfist, Lightning Storm, Magnetic Storm, Lightning Fist, Stomp, Roar, Angry Roar, Death Black Lightning, Charge Punch, Crushing Punch, Iron Mountain Lean, Thunderous Vajra Fist, Mount Tai Meteor Fall. Description: this rock giant, having absorbed the power of endless lightning, can manipulate lightning to attack enemies. Not long after. Accompanied by the earth-shaking tremors that shook the entire building, the thunder giant gradually approached the armored train. Its properties interface gradually came into view. Everyone gasped in shock, their bodies trembling. A level 65 Lord-level boss? How is that possible? What's going on? Why is there a Lord-level boss in the wild? And why does it look like it's attacking us? Oh no! Oh no! Cell phone signal is down during this geomagnetic storm. Damn it, can the guards beat it? The train has stopped now, should we abandon the train and run away? Panic and fear spread instantly. It's not uncommon for level 65 ferocious beasts to appear in the wild. But most importantly, the Thunder Giant is a Lord-level being. The game, the Apocalypse, has an underlying setting. The highest rank of a wild boss can only be the boss level, there can never be a higher ranking one. Even if it is integrated with the real world, it will not change. So, what exactly is going on now? Just then, a girl in the carriage suddenly realized something. Wait. A level 65 Thunder Giant, isn't that the boss that escaped from the dungeon after we failed to conquer the demonic Thunder Valley last time? These words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly resonating with everyone. They all recalled a news story that shocked the entire country 2.5 years ago. At that time, a team of professionals with an average level of 70 failed when they challenged the demonized Thunder Valley, which was recommended for level 60. This failure allowed a level 65 Lord-level boss to successfully escape the demonized dungeon and break through the army's tight defenses, disappearing without a trace. Since 2.5 years had passed and there were no sightings or attacks on the Thunder Giant, people gradually forgot about it. However, who could have predicted that this boss would appear here? Could I really be that unlucky? The next second. Call out. A loud bang was heard. Suddenly, more than a dozen laser cannons shot towards the Thunder Giant from the roof of the armored train. However, the Thunder Giant didn't even try to dodge it, charged straight at the laser cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The laser cannon blazed brightly on the Thunder Giant, illuminating almost the entire night. Day. Clap, clap, clap. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a variety of powerful attack methods such as Gatling guns, grenade launchers, anti-tank missiles, fireballs, and frost arrows poured out from the armored train, rushing towards the Thunder Giant like a dense rain of bullets. These forces converged on the Thunder Giant, forming a terrifying shockwave that instantly spread outwards. Its power was astonishing, even instantly turning all the wild ferocious beasts of level 30 or above in the vicinity into nothingness. However, despite this, everyone could still clearly see that the Thunder Giant's health points displayed on the attribute interface had only decreased by a tiny amount. This laser cannon, powerful enough to instantly kill any ferocious beast below level 50, only caused this little bit of damage. Fortunately, the Thunder Giant's advance was slowed considerably by the barrage of heavy weaponry, eventually bringing it to a complete stop. In that instant, everyone trembled involuntarily, a nameless fear rising in their hearts. What should we do? A level 65 Lord-level boss, we can't beat it without a level 80 or higher expert. Damn it! Is anyone going to abandon the car and run away with me? Escape? How can we escape? We're hundreds of kilometers away from the city, and there's a horde of wild beasts outside. Where can we run to? Namo Amat Babuda. Namo Amat Babuda. It appears to be due to a powerful geomagnetic storm. The protective barrier attached to the steel mesh beside the railway tracks had somehow lost its effectiveness. Upon seeing this, the wild spirit beasts outside swarmed forward, tearing apart the paper-thin steel mesh and charging towards the armored train. Wild tigers, man-eating spiders, thunderbird monsters, gluttonous wolves, thousands of wild beasts completely surrounded the armored train. Clang. Day. Boom. Ugh hi. Outside the window. The sounds of clashing weapons, gunfire, magical bombardment, and wailing filled the air. The stench of blood instantly filled the air. Clearly, the soldiers guarding the armored train are currently fighting with wild spirit beasts outside. What do we do, Brother Xingqian? Are we just supposed to wait here to die? Chu Fan faintly heard a panicked female voice from behind him, which sounded like Mu Xiaoxiao's voice. Don't worry, Xiao. I will definitely protect you. Zhang Xingqian comforted her, but his tone sounded somewhat unsure. Smack! Just then, a silent sound of shattering glass broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. Two Chinese soldiers, dressed in camouflage and covered in blood, crashed into the window with astonishing speed. It's important to know that the windows of armored trains are made of the highest strength tempered glass, which wouldn't easily shatter even if struck by a level 50 ferocious beast. Both soldiers were at level 50 or above, but at this point, they showed no signs of life. Clearly, they encountered an extremely powerful being. Immediately following behind was a black cat face with golden eyes and a golden beard. Its body completely filled the entire window, which was terrifying. Black gold cat demon. The next second, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly entering the carriage and eyeing everyone present as if examining food. Type: Black Gold Cat Demon. Rank: Leader. Level: LV 52. HP: 68,000 70,000, MP: 3,200 3,200. Strength: 1900, Attack: 2,300. Constitution: 1400, Defense: 1800. Spirit: 1400, Magic Attack: 1600. Agility: 3500, Magic Defense: 1700. Equipment: None. Skills: Evil Eye, Soul Eater, Bite, Claw Strike, Scratch, Swift Shadow, Lightning Claw, Thunderstorm, Crunch, Hunter's Claw, Swiftness, Shadow of the Night. Note: the cat demon, tempered by the power of lightning, possesses extreme speed and formidable aggression. Chapter 75. So you're Chu Fan? A boss level ferocious beast. No. I don't want to die. Upon witnessing this scene, two passengers immediately screamed and tried to escape the carriage. Unexpectedly, just as they turned around, the black gold cat demon unleashed its evil eye. An extremely dark aura instantly spread out, enveloping the entire carriage. The two women suddenly seemed to freeze, standing there motionless. After a while, they suddenly fell straight down and never moved again. Without a doubt, they are dead. At this moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating, and the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone gasped in shock, too frightened to make a sound. Everyone knew that all of this was caused by someone trying to escape. Anyone who dares to escape from here will become the Black Gold Cat Demon's first target. The Black Gold Cat Demon looked at the humans who stood obediently in place and seemed quite satisfied with their performance. Meow. It licked its lips, let out a lazy meow, and then slowly walked towards Chu Fan and his group, who were closest to it. In its eyes, the smell of dead people was too awful to satisfy its appetite. Only when it is alive, accompanied by the agonizing screams it makes as it is devoured, can it enjoy the most delicious food. Therefore, it decided to start with Chu Fan and the others, and enjoy this bloody feast to its heart's content. At this moment, everyone prayed that the Black Gold Cat Demon would finish eating Chu Fan and his group and leave satisfied, instead of staying here any longer. With a lightning giant on the outside and a Black Gold Cat Demon on the inside, what kind of bad luck is this? Although Zhang Xingchen felt somewhat regretful, it was truly a pity that those three beautiful girls had perished here. But when they thought about their own lives, their sacrifices seemed insignificant. After all, with his talent and resources, as long as he survives, what kind of beautiful woman can't he date in the future? However, Chu Fan and his group were still calmly drinking fruit beverages, and even had time to yawn. Lulu lowered her voice and said, "Chu Fan, are you really going to use that move in front of so many people? They can see the beast's attributes. If they're discovered." She hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, the Black Gold Cat Demon let out a strange cry, and then its evil eye was activated again. An eerie aura of death instantly filled the entire carriage. It hates it when people whisper to each other or turn and run away while it's hunting. It completely ruins the hunting experience. However, this time, the all-powerful Eye of Evil did not react at all. It looked like he just glared at her fiercely. It had absolutely no effect. I'm totally confused. Petrification. The Black Gold Cat Demon was stunned on the spot. The others were also stunned. Eye of Evil, legendary skill, consumes 500 MP, deals 500% magic damage to the target, ignores all defenses, and applies a curse effect. If the target dies, 500 MP is restored and the skill cooldown is refreshed. Targets killed by this move gain double experience points. Cooldown time, 1 day. Based on its magic attack attribute, the Evil Eye attack can deal at least 8,000 damage. Even if a one-hit kill is not possible, it will certainly inflict a curse on the opponent. But the question is, why does this blonde woman look completely unharmed? It's important to know that the Eye of Evil's attack ignores all defensive measures. Even if she has any protective magic treasures or barriers, she cannot withstand this attack. Something's not right. Something is very, very wrong. Could it be that this woman's magic defense value actually exceeds 8,000 points? When the thought crossed his mind, the black gold cat demon involuntarily took a few steps back. However, at this very moment, the man who had been standing next to the blonde woman suddenly appeared in front of it and nimbly reached out and grabbed the scruff of its neck. He picked up a kitten and tossed it casually at the white-haired girl opposite him, as if it were trash. "I'm out of mana right now, please help me control it. Don't let it get away." "Yes, master." Immediately afterwards, the white-haired girl held the black and gold cat demon in her arms, letting it cry out incessantly, without showing any intention of letting go. There's no way to break free. Even the signs of wanting to cast a spell were forcibly suppressed by the white-haired girl. It looks like a cat owner is punishing a raging kitten, with no indication that it is a ferocious beast of the boss level. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone nearly popped their eyes out. A level 45 boss level ferocious beast was subdued just like that? Even with a power level of 1900, he still couldn't break free from the white-haired girl's embrace. What the heck? At this moment, someone finally broke the silence. Chu Fan? Could you be Chu Fan? This year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, Chu Fan? The speaker was Mu Xiao. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. This is the only person in 200 years to achieve a perfect score in the National College Entrance Examination NCE. He is also the only genius who successfully tamed a spirit pet before taking the college entrance examination. It can be said that Chu Fan is a name that everyone knows in Zhongqing's professional circles. Even among professionals in other cities, his reputation is equally strong. At this moment, prompted by Mu Xiao, everyone turned their attention to Chu Fan and the white-haired girl who had suppressed the black gold cat demon, scrutinizing them closely. In just half a month after the college entrance examination, the supermaster who set new records in dungeons of all levels from 20 to 30 around Jiangcheng and occupied the top spot on the speedrun leaderboard was none other than Chu Fan himself. Then, everyone's attention shifted back to the white-haired girl who had suppressed the black gold cat demon. An extremely terrifying thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Considering the white-haired girl calling Chu Fan master earlier, we can rule out the small possibility that the two of them are playing a master-servant game. Isn't that something only spirit pets would call their master? A spirit pet capable of transforming into human form, according to the underlying code of the apocalypse, it must be at least at the king level. Perhaps only a king-level spirit pet can easily suppress a boss-level ferocious beast. Not only did they tame a spirit pet, but it was also a king-level spirit pet. Is this guy really a high school graduate? Zhang Xingchen was completely dumbfounded, his eyes practically popping out of his head, and he almost wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. This man who was carrying 3 others was actually Chu Fan, who won the National College Entrance Examination with overwhelming force? Are you kidding me? Chapter 76: The Battle Outside the Train Car. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere became so tense it was suffocating. Suddenly, 4 soldiers armed with heavy weapons and melee weapons rushed into the carriage as reinforcements. However, when they saw the black and gold cat demon being held tightly in Xiao Bai's arms and unable to break free, they were shocked. Everyone was stunned. What exactly is going on? The leading soldier, Yang Jianchen, stared wide-eyed at the terrifying attributes of the black gold cat demon and asked in astonishment. A young woman who was closest to the soldiers immediately began to explain the situation to them. As she recounted her story, the soldiers' minds were filled with doubt and confusion. A high school student who had only awakened and changed jobs a month ago actually tamed a king-level spirit pet and even successfully suppressed a level 45 boss-level ferocious beast. This is simply a fantasy. However, judging from the serious and earnest expressions of the surrounding passengers, it was clear that the female passenger was not joking or exaggerating. Just then, a soldier covered in blood rushed in from the front of the carriage and ran to the crowd. His face was pale and he looked exhausted. After looking around, he said, "There are too many ferocious beasts outside, we can't possibly kill them all. If there are any combat-type professionals here, I hope they can help us." Upon hearing this, everyone in the carriage felt a sudden unease. The need to borrow the strength of passengers to assist in the defense suggests that the situation may be worse than they initially thought. After all, if it weren't a truly critical situation, why would an officer let ordinary passengers get involved in the fight? But upon closer reflection, it seems to make sense. A considerable amount of time has passed since the black and gold cat demon broke into the carriage, yet only a handful of people have come to its aid. This suggests that the situation outside is likely quite dire. In addition, there is a level 65 Lord-level boss in the wilderness that requires a lot of weapon resources for defense, so insufficient combat power is inevitable. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the carriage was unusually heavy, and everyone could feel the tension and oppression. Many passengers exchanged glances, their faces hardening with determination. Rather than sitting here and waiting to die, we should fight to the death. One by one, passengers stood up, expressing their willingness to join the fight. I am a level 45 swordsman, and I am willing to join the battle. I'll take on this. I'm a level 40 white mage, I can provide support. I'll go too. Even though I'm only level 28, I don't want to sit here and wait to die. I can provide buff magic. On the other side, Chu Fan and the others also stood up from their seats without hesitation. We're coming too. Seeing that Chu Fan was also willing to join the battle, everyone present was given a boost of confidence. Putting aside everything else. Judging from how easily Chu Fan subdued the Black Gold Cat Demon, his spirit pet strength is definitely no less than that of an ordinary level 45 boss level ferocious beast. Having such a powerful figure in the battle is a huge help. I'm so sorry. Yang Jianchen offered a brief thank you on behalf of the wounded soldier, saying, "Let's not delay, come with me." The other three giants exchanged glances and then led the way to the front carriage. The wounded soldier continued walking towards the back of the train, intending to call for some more combat-oriented professionals. The armored train has two exits, located at the front and rear of the train. This design differs from the green trains or high-speed trains of the past, as each carriage does not have a separate door. While this design significantly slows down the speed at which passengers get on and off the bus, it effectively prevents passengers from being caught in a dangerous situation when attacked by ferocious beasts. Chu Fan's carriage was the third of the 12 carriages, so he was taken to the battlefield in the carriages ahead. In this world, as long as your HP doesn't drop to zero, even severed heads and limbs can be restored through healing magic. Therefore, ensuring that you don't die in battle is the most important thing. After passing through the first carriage, the group finally arrived at the front of the train. Despite the steel door being several tens of centimeters thick, it still couldn't block out the sounds coming from outside. The roars of ferocious beasts, the clang of guns, the booming of magic, the screams of humans. All the recruited professionals swallowed hard, clearly terrified and uneasy by the horrific scene outside. Get ready, I'm opening the door. Boom. With a loud bang, the steel door slowly opened. A scene resembling the end of the world suddenly came into view. Hundreds and thousands of wild beasts and ferocious monsters converged on this place like a tidal wave. The roars, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, rose and fell, deafeningly loud. At a glance, these ferocious beasts were almost all between level 30 and 40, and most of them were of the minion level. However, their sheer number was overwhelming, so vast it was terrifying. The ground was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts and scattered materials, but no one picked them up, or rather, there was simply no time to pick them up. At this moment, even those high-level professionals who have experienced countless battles and challenged countless dungeons couldn't help but frown upon seeing such a scene. The ferocity of the battle far exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhang Xingchen and Mu Xiaoxiao's faces instantly turned ashen. Even though they had achieved outstanding results in the college entrance examination, they had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Surprisingly, Chu Fan's expression remained remarkably calm, even revealing a hint of barely perceptible excitement. In his eyes, these ferocious beasts were not only a threat, but also tempting targets. Lots of experience points and MP. With so many ferocious beasts replenishing his MP, he can completely strip the Black Gold Cat Demon of all its attributes and skills. Standing to the side, Yang Jianchen took in Chu Fan's expression and couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. As expected of someone capable of taming spirit pets, such mental fortitude is truly admirable. However, just as he was about to start assigning tasks, he suddenly discovered that Chu Fan had vanished without a trace. When he came to his senses, he was shocked to realize that Chu Fan had already rushed into the horde of ferocious beasts like lightning. Chu Fan moved with the agility of a tiger among sheep, wielding his dagger with deadly speed. With each strike, a ferocious beast screamed and fell to the ground. The movements were clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. His figure moved swiftly through the pack of ferocious beasts, leaving a trail of blood and devastation in his wake. In less than 2.5 minutes, Chu Fan had successfully eliminated over 100 ferocious beasts. This terrifying killing speed is even faster than Gatling gunfire. Chapter 77 Turning the Tide of Battle. Successfully activated stealing skill, Soul Devourer. Successfully activated stealing skill, Claw Attack. The thief's sniper operation was successful, and the item Black Gold Demon Claw was stolen. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 140 strength. If I had to use one word to describe Chu Fan's current mood, There was only one word in his mind: awesome. With the combined effects of the Demon Thief and Demon Drinker powers, Chu Fan can steal double the MP from his enemies. These wild beasts generally have high HP values. On average, Chu Fan can recover nearly 300 MP points with each attack, allowing him to use the handful hand skill 12 times in a row. More importantly, these wild, low-level ferocious beasts seem to be a bit like newborn calves unafraid of tigers, and their intelligence is not very high. Even after seeing their companions killed by Chu Fan in one blow, they remained fearless and desperately charged at Chu Fan, wanting to tear him to pieces. However, all of this was in vain. Chu Fan's dagger mercilessly reaped the lives of these wild beasts, his attack speed increasing rapidly, making his movements almost impossible to see. Each time they made a move, a wild ferocious beast would fall to the ground and die. Meow. 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 The black gold cat demon seemed to realize that its power was rapidly draining away, and struggled with all its might, but to no avail. It could only let Chu Fan continue to steal its attributes. So strong. Is this the level of the top scorer in the National College entrance examination? This is outrageous. Wow, so cool. I used to like men who use guns, but now I think men who use daggers are cooler. There's such a prodigy on board. Yang Jianchen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, secretly glad that he hadn't underestimated anyone. Although Chu Fan's displayed strength shocked him. But he quickly calmed down and made a wise decision. Yang Jianchen immediately commanded, all melee classes, stand guard on the outer perimeter. Surround the ranged classes. Support classes, retreat to the upper class carriages and cast healing and buff spells to provide ranged assistance. All the passengers followed Yang Jianchen's instructions, except for the three beautiful women in Chu Fan's group. They ignored Yang Jianchen's arrangements and followed Chu Fan into the battlefield without hesitation. Yang Jianchen was not angry about this. On the contrary, he was very excited. It's already quite commendable that these accomplished professionals are willing to step forward. Their strength is undoubtedly a huge boost to the battle. About an hour later, most of the ferocious beasts surrounding the armored train were finally cleared out. Everyone's physical strength and magic power were completely exhausted, making it difficult for them to continue fighting. The few remaining wild beasts were unable to cause much of a stir. At this moment, only the Lord-level Lightning Giant remained undefeated on the battlefield. Lieutenant Yang, can we defeat that Lightning Giant? The passengers huddled together, their faces ashen, and asked Lieutenant Yang Jianchen in trembling voices. Although the number of ferocious beasts gathered around the armored train was large, they were just a bunch of low-level beasts, none of them even had a single attribute exceeding 1,000. Compared to the Thunder Giant, these ferocious beasts were nothing more than insignificant ants. Despite the presence of various long-range laser weapons and howitzers providing cover during combat. But they knew that the shells and energy would eventually run out. Once the Lightning Giant charges in, everyone will surely die. If there's really no way to kill the Thunder Giant, it's better to take advantage of the lull before the wild beasts respawn and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Perhaps that way, you can save your life. However, Lieutenant Yang Jianchen shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure. We've already sent people outside the magnetic storm area to contact headquarters, and we estimate that the support troops will arrive soon. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao is currently locked in combat with the Thunder Giant, so we can only pin our hopes on him to buy us some time. Fighting the Thunder Giant? Could there be someone else there? Yeah, otherwise why do you think that Lightning Giant hasn't rushed over yet? It's even getting further and further away from us. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. No one expected that in the area covered by heavy firepower, there were actually professionals fighting against the Lightning Giant. At first, I thought it was the heavy weapons that were working. Unexpectedly, there was a master fighting against the Lightning Giant. It was truly an eye-opening experience. By the way, where's Chu Fan? I can't see him. Lieutenant Yang Jianchen looked around, but did not seem to see the great hero. It's fair to say that without Chu Fan's help, the battle here definitely wouldn't have ended so quickly. Whether they can even win is still unknown. I think I saw Chu Fan and the other three running in the direction where the Thunder Giant was. Mu Xiaoxiao said weakly. Ha! Lieutenant Yang Jianchen looked completely bewildered. Did Chu Fan not see the attributes of that Lightning Giant? Although he is very strong, the Thunder Giant is a level 65 Lord-level boss. They even lost to a level 70 elite professional team. Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao, with a level of 88, was barely able to hold off the Thunder Giant for a while. Is he, a high school graduate, going there to his death? Damn it, we can't let such a genius die there. Yang Jianchen immediately instructed one of his adjutants, Shaolin, the ferocious beasts have been mostly cleared out. You will be in charge of the on-site command from now on. Make sure the passengers are settled, and we'll deal with the material collection work when the reinforcements arrive. The adjutant saluted and said, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he immediately began to arrange the aftermath. Upon seeing this, Yang Jianchen immediately took out a bottle of vitality potion, drank it all in one gulp, and prepared to rush towards the direction where the lightning giant was. No matter what, he had to protect Chu Fan, this future prodigy. However, just as he had run a few steps, he suddenly sensed a huge roar coming from afar. The roar was like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart, making people feel terrified. Immediately following was a shaking sensation comparable to an 8-magnitude earthquake. He quickly looked into the distance, trying to find the source of the sound. He quickly discovered the problem. The giant lightning had vanished on the other side of the mountain, and the magnetic storm that had enveloped the sky had completely dissipated with its departure. More importantly, their communication equipment has finally returned to normal. All signs point to only one possibility: the thunder giant has been slain. WWW. Could it be that the thunder giant was killed? Holy crap! Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao is awesome. He's incredibly strong. Is it finally over? I survived. That was terrifying. I feel like I'll develop PTSD from riding in armored trains from now on. Everyone wore expressions of relief, shouting excitedly and releasing their overwhelming joy at surviving such a perilous situation. This nightmare is finally over. Chapter 78: The Stone of the Otherworldly Demon. Let's move a little further back in time. Chu Fan saw that the ferocious beasts around the armored train had been mostly cleared out. Without lingering, they charged directly towards the direction where the lightning giant was. Just 10 minutes ago, after stripping the Black Gold Cat demon of all its skills, Chu Fan planned to use the remaining MP on the thunder giant several kilometers away. The usually invincible empty hand technique failed this time. The hidden hands attack failed. The target's distance exceeded the limit. Chu Fan almost coughed up blood. He had always believed that the casting range of the empty hands was unlimited. As long as you can see the other person, you can use it. In retrospect, it seems I oversimplified things. He recalled the time he successfully stole a wild boss from an armored train, even though they were quite far apart. Therefore, he guessed that the casting range of the skillful hand was probably not as short as imagined. Therefore, in order to test the maximum casting range of the empty hand, Chu Fan began an experiment. He ran along the road leading to the thunder giant, trying to use his magic every 100 meters or so. After numerous attempts, the maximum casting distance of the skill empty hand was finally calculated to be 5 kilometers. A few minutes later, when Chu Fan and his group arrived at the location of the thunder giant, a level 88 legendary professional, clad in heavy armor, was discovered fighting a lightning giant. This man was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao, who had chartered a first-class carriage to travel to Yinjing for a vacation. Both sides have similar 4-dimensional attributes, but the thunder giant's HP is almost 3 times that of his. If this drags on, Su Yao will definitely lose. So someone's been fighting here all along? I was wondering why the thunder giant hadn't attacked yet. Lulu asked suspiciously, "Chu Fan, you're not thinking of stealing that person's skills, are you?" Chu Fan shook his head. "I'm not an ungrateful person. He held off the lightning giant all by himself for so long to save us, even though I didn't need his help. Besides, he's a tank, and I glanced at his skills and they're not very useful to me." "Isn't he an ungrateful person?" Luluna turned her face away somewhat awkwardly, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. She is Chu Fan's awakening goddess. In a sense, the profession of thief god can be said to have been given to Chu Fan by her. However, after awakening, Chu Fan regarded her as his first target for theft. Not only did they steal her skills, but they also ruthlessly used her as a mount. What's worse is that he doesn't let her sleep properly every night. If she wants to go out for a trip, she has to humbly fawn over Chu Fan. She is a goddess who is high above everyone else, a being admired by millions, and also Chu Fan's great benefactor. But this is how Chu Fan repays his kindness. Isn't this considered ingratitude? Of course, she only dared to complain silently in her heart, and would never dare to say these words to Chu Fan's face. "Xiaolu, it seems you have serious doubts about my character." "No. I really admire your character." Lulu was startled, and quickly responded with a bright smile. She also hopes to be able to get 6 hours of sleep every night from now on. If only I could steal the ability to read minds someday. Chu Fan muttered to himself, then looked at Su Yao, who was struggling to stay afloat. Xiao Lu, I remember your hand chop is pretty good, just knock him out. You really know how to order people around. Luluna retorted, speechless. But he still took a step forward and arrived directly behind Su Yao, knocking him unconscious with a single chop to the neck. After all, she knew that Chu Fan was definitely going to steal the Thunder Giant's skills. His power must not be known to others. How could this be? Who is it? Su Yao murmured unwillingly, but eventually fainted. Chu Fan watched as the valiant soldier was knocked unconscious, and muttered to himself, sorry, but as an apology, I'll take care of this lightning giant for you. Chu Fan said, looking at Xiao Bai, suppress it. Okay. Upon hearing its master's command, Xiao Bai acted without hesitation. She leaped high into the air, and with a flash of dazzling white light, she instantly transformed into her original enormous form as a nine-tailed fox. Although the nine-tailed fox's body, about the size of a minibus, appears extremely small compared to the Thunder Giant. But the power she displayed was astonishing. She easily tackled the lightning giant to the ground with a dull, loud thud. The Thunder Giant was completely unprepared for this, and uttered an incredulous murmur, Who are you? How can you possess such power? It struggled desperately, trying to get up from the ground. However, the nine-tailed fox held it down tightly, and the lightning giant was unable to move at all. Just then, a man nearly 1.8 meters tall slowly climbed onto the massive body of the Thunder Giant. A sly smile played on his lips, as if he had everything under control. He. I'll gladly accept all these great skills. What do you want to do? What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to do what I want to do. Black Feather Arrow. The Master Thief. Successfully activated stealing skill, Magnetic Storm skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skills, obtained, LV1. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Lightning Armor. Successfully activated the stealing skill, obtained the item, Otherworldly Stone. Otherworldly Stone, a legendary item that, when used in a dungeon, will instantly put the dungeon into a demonic state. As the theft was drawing to a close, a peculiar prop suddenly caught Chu Fan's attention. Good heavens, these are items that can forcibly corrupt dungeons. Is this okay? Logically speaking, the dungeon will only become corrupted if a boss of the Lord level appears inside the dungeon. Could this demon stone disregard this rule and forcibly transform the dungeon into a demonized state? Chu Fan, what exactly did you steal? You look so confused. Luluna leaned closer, somewhat curious, and asked. Chu Fan didn't hide anything and directly threw the demon stone to Luluna, letting her check the detailed information provided by the system herself. However, even the well-informed Luluna. After seeing the attribute description of the demon stone, he couldn't help but frown and show a puzzled expression. This thing is extraordinary. This is the first time I've ever heard of an item that can forcibly corrupt a dungeon, just like the creation stone that could modify dungeons before. Do you think so too? Chu Fan, I think it's best not to use this thing. I have a feeling that something strange is happening in this world. Chu Fan nodded, alright, I'll do whatever you say. Just then, Yu Shuang, who had been keeping watch at the mountain gate, sent a message. Master, the human army is coming, and the leader is that Lieutenant Yang Jianchen. Chapter 79 My little sister is very possessive. Chu Fan rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, he had already stolen all the skills that the Thunder Giant needed to steal, leaving only the 4 stats. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had a skill he had never used before, the Evil Eye of the Black Gold Cat Demon. Using this skill to kill an opponent will double the experience reward and restore the consumed MP. A level 65 Lord level boss, the doubled experience points would probably be at least tens of millions. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan unhesitatingly unleashed his Evil Eye upon it. Successfully defeated the LV65 Thunder Giant, gaining 18 million experience points. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 37 and learning the new skill Master Thief. Master Thief, mythical level skill, consumes 475 MP, can enhance the next use of the stealth skill, and allows you to specify the target to steal from. Seeing this, Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The experience provided by that Thunder Giant is really awesome. 18 million experience points, which is more than he had killed monsters for an hour before. But the most crucial thing is this Master Thief skill. It's almost equivalent to spending 500 MP to directly obtain a large guaranteed reward. After all, Xu Fan was always a little worried that if he accidentally stole a passerby's heart while stealing their skills, that would be terrible. Moreover, this method is extremely inefficient, and often results in stealing everyday items or other valuables that the other person has stored in their luggage. Now with this powerful skill, you can steal whatever you need at will, making it much more efficient. Just as Chu Fan was pondering, Xiao Bai, who had transformed into human form, excitedly ran over and interrupted his thoughts. Master, look, I've also leveled up to level 37 and learned the skill you wanted most. Chu Fan snapped out of his daze, looked at Xiao Bai in front of him, and then carefully examined her skill bar. Let me see. Finally, he found a skill that could truly be called a good skill. Enhanced looting, legendary skill, passive skill. Automatically picks up all dropped items within a 100-meter radius centered on the user. The effect increases with level, rank, and agility. Current looting radius is 282 meters. How was it, Master? I didn't disappoint you, did I? As Xiao Bai spoke, she revealed a shy and charming expression. It was obvious that she wanted Chu Fan's praise. Not bad at all, it wasn't a waste of time to raise you. Chu Fan smiled and patted Xiao Bai's head, his heart filled with joy. I never expected that just a month ago I was thinking of stealing an auto pickup skill, and now I've already learned it. Is this also the effect of strong luck? I wonder when Little White will learn a skill that restores its owner's MP. Master, my skill has just been successfully activated, and all the materials I picked up have been put into your spatial inventory. My little Bai, I'll reward you handsomely when we get to the hotel. Hey. What's going on? Upon arriving at the scene, Yang Jianchen looked bewildered and asked in confusion. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Chu Fan was seen carrying the unconscious Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao, slowly walking towards him. The enormous corpse of the lightning giant lay quietly on the ground, as if asleep. On the surface, it appears that Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao and the Thunder Giant engaged in a life-or-death struggle, ultimately ending in mutual destruction. Then, Chu Fan and his group happened to pass by and rescued the injured Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao. Chu Fan's next answer was exactly the same as Yang Jianchen's guess. Thank God. I never expected that Lieutenant Colonel Su would actually defeat the Thunder Giant and survive. Yang Jianchen sighed, while also criticizing Chu Fan for coming to fight the Thunder Giant without permission. If the Thunder Giant hadn't been killed by Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Time passed second by second, and a full hour had gone by since the wave of ferocious beast attacks. Finally, support teams arrived like a tidal wave and quickly joined the rescue efforts. The maintenance workers also got busy, racing against time to repair the damaged parts of the armored train. Hopefully, we can get the armored train moving as soon as possible and leave this eerie place. After all, no one knows whether other dangerous situations will arise next. Chu Fan and his group returned to the carriage to rest. Unexpectedly, they were warmly welcomed by many people as soon as they entered. The girls in other carriages, in particular, all ran to the carriage where Chu Fan was sitting, number 3, to watch him from afar, and would occasionally give him business cards or something. That scene truly showed Chu Fan being treated like a great hero. In fact, Chu Fan was indeed the hero of this offensive and defensive battle. Without him, those ferocious beasts might have broken through the defenses of the front carriage and rushed into the carriage, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Who would believe that a single dagger could kill enemies faster than a Gatling gun? That's absolutely outrageous. After a while, the carriage gradually returned to calm. Just as Chu Fan was about to take stock of the items Xiao Bai had picked up, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly came from behind. Chu Fan. Everyone turned around at the sound and found that the voice came from the girl named Mu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Zhang Xingchen was completely devastated, with a look of utter despair on his face. After the battle ended, he was immediately plunged into a state of existential doubt. Aside from being utterly shocked by Chu Fan's true strength, he was completely baffled as to why he had suddenly lost a bunch of skills and attributes. Even the epic treasure worth 6 million Chinese yuan that was placed in his spatial bag was gone. How exactly did they die? He just couldn't understand it, since he hadn't been affected by any debuffs. As for Mu Xiaoxiao, she had completely seen through Zhang Xingchen's true colors. The more boastful someone is in normal times, the more pathetic they will be when faced with a crisis. In comparison, Chu Fan is absolutely stunning. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Chu Fan asked with little interest. Chu Fan, I'm Mu Xiaoxiao from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. I took the college entrance exam at the same time as you. I ranked 6th overall and successfully got into Huaguo University. Can we exchange contact information and get to know each other? Maybe we'll have a chance to participate in activities together at Huagui University in the future. Mu Xiaoxiao said shyly, staring intently at Xu Fan, hoping to get a positive answer. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt the atmosphere in the air change abruptly. Suddenly, Luluna grabbed Chu Fan's right arm as if asserting her ownership, and Xiaobai followed suit by grabbing Chu Fan's left arm, burying it in her barely protruding breast. Seeing this, Chu Fan sighed, "As you can see, my sister is a bit possessive, so I'm sorry." Chapter 80 Intuition for the Future. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao's smile froze instantly, and her bright eyes became dull. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She glanced at Chu Fan for a long time, then lowered her head, her face full of undisguised disappointment. I'm sorry. I disturbed you." After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Seeing this, Chu Fan turned to look at Luluna, shrugged, and gave her an innocent look. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a playful smile on his face, and teased, "Let me ask you something, shouldn't you be looking forward to liberating yourself tonight? Why have you suddenly become so possessive? Could it be that you've fallen for me?" Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Lulu immediately released her right arm and pouted, "As a goddess who is on good terms with you humans, I don't want to see any more girls suffer at your hands." Upon seeing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought Luluna in front of him was like a little kitten possessive of its food, extremely cute. So even goddesses have this side? I've learned something new. He reached out and touched Lulu's hair, saying softly, "Really? I thought you liked being my mount and didn't want anyone to take it from you. After all, men as sturdy as me are rare." Lulu pushed Chu Fan's hand away and started fixing her hair again. "Impossible. I'd rather your thing be unusable. That way, your shameless behavior will be completely stopped. If it can't be used, won't you be lonely to death every night? Get out of here. You're just spouting nonsense every day." Luluna blushed deeply at Chu Fan's words, shyly turning her face away to look at the night view outside the window, muttering softly, "Honestly, can't he have a little bit of gentlemanly manners? He's clearly quite handsome." Of course, Chu Fan didn't hear it. While stroking the little white cat's fluffy tail and ears as if petting a cat, she counted her spoils. Time flies, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. After a long period of emergency repairs, the armored train was finally restored to a state where it could be restarted. The train conductor, unwilling to linger, decisively ordered the train to depart immediately. At the same time, Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao slowly opened his eyes in the lounge. Looking at the ceiling above my head, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, I felt a sense of bewilderment and confusion. "Lieutenant Colonel Su, you're finally awake. I'm so sorry, you were still on vacation," Lieutenant Yang Jianxin said with a face full of gratitude. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao was still on leave, but they had to trouble him to come and perform the escort mission, which was undoubtedly a serious dereliction of duty by their escort team. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao was stunned, staring blankly at Second Lieutenant Yang Jianxin. "What exactly happened? Where is that lightning giant? Wasn't it you who personally defeated the thunder giant?" Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao became even more puzzled, muttering to himself, "I defeated him personally? How come I have no recollection of that?" He only remembered that during his fierce battle with the thunder giant, he was suddenly attacked by an unusually powerful force and then lost consciousness. I woke up here. How did it become that he defeated the thunder giant? What exactly happened? Yes. Who else could it be but you who defeated the thunder giant? Upon hearing this, Su Yao frowned slightly. He was absolutely certain that he could not defeat the thunder giant. There was not even a 10,000th of a chance. He is a legendary tank-class Templar Knight. Although its level is much higher than that of the thunder giant, and its defense and recovery are also very strong, it lacks effective offensive means and its magic defense is particularly low. The only sources of damage are the laser cannon fire from the armored train and the true damage from his legendary weapon, the Divine Blade, which adds 8% magic attack to each attack. However, the lightning giant can inflict extremely high magical damage on him and also possesses self-healing abilities. If this drags on, he's bound to lose. How exactly did they win? Tell me the details of what happened after I fell unconscious. And what's going on here? Okay, it's said to be Chu Fan. 10 minutes later. Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao was utterly shocked. A high school student who had only recently awakened his professional skills was able to perform like this, especially since he was the one who discovered himself unconscious. Is this a coincidence? This level of strength is just too outrageous. Xiao Yang, don't report Chu Fan's matter to your superiors anymore. This. Lieutenant Colonel Su, is this what you want? Su Yao got out of bed, stepped into his slippers, and looked serious. I suspect he's hiding some secret. If his superiors find out, he might be forcibly taken away and trained as a mythical level professional, losing his freedom. Judging from his expression, he definitely doesn't want that to happen. He did a great job in this battle, so let's do him a favor and help him cover it up. As for the reward for his merits, I'll make arrangements for that once we get to Yanjing. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yang Jianchen nodded, fully understanding Lieutenant Colonel Su Yao's good intentions. As the saying goes, the stronger a person is, the more they crave freedom. Yang Jianchen himself had witnessed several years ago those mythical professionals who were taken away by the state and received special training. Despite the fact that these people have extremely perfect equipment configurations, with a total price of no less than 10 billion yuan, and their attributes and panel are also extremely excellent. However, their mental state was far from good, they were completely devoid of vitality. What's even more regrettable is that they seem to give the illusion that they were born only to become weapons. This phenomenon is truly regrettable. If possible, Yang Jianchen would naturally not want to see Chu Fan fall into such a predicament. I understand. I will arrange everything. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. After Yang Jianchen left, Su Yao also let out a long sigh. In the past 3 years, the frequency of dungeon corruption has been increasing, and activities in other dimensions have also become more frequent. There's always this feeling that something is stirring in the shadows, ready to pounce. He had a vague premonition that Chu Fan and the people around him would become the key to future battles, and the probability was not low. After all, they have so many possibilities and potential. As a Templar Knight, Su Yao possesses a unique skill. Intuition, a rare, passive skill that grants a certain probability of avoiding a guaranteed hit attack during combat. Although the description of this skill is extremely ordinary, it is by no means particularly powerful. However, Su Yao discovered that since learning this skill, not only in battle but also in daily life, his intuition about what would happen in the future was often proven correct. Therefore, when this feeling welled up in his heart again, Su Yao did not hesitate to trust his own judgment. Chu Fan, this is all I can do for you. Chapter 81 Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. The armored train continued its journey, its wheels clanging against the rails, accompanied by vibrations. After that, there were no more attacks from ferocious beasts, and everyone gradually relaxed. Having gone through a life or death battle, everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. The armored train finally arrived in Yanjing on the evening of the following day. Looking out the car window, countless skyscrapers crisscrossed under the night sky, their lights dazzling and spectacular, several times more magnificent than those in Jiangchang. At the same time, a sweet female voice came over the train's public address system. Dear passengers, armored train H107 has arrived in Yanjing City. Passengers who have arrived, please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner from both ends of the train. The journey of a full day and a half was indeed quite long, and even Chu Fan felt a bit tired. He stretched, loosened his body, and then stood up to get off the bus. Other passengers also woke up one after another, packed their luggage, and prepared for the new journey. Upon arriving in Yanjing, Chu Fan immediately found a luxury hotel and booked a presidential suite. After enjoying a lavish meal and a scrubbing service from Xiao Bai and Yu Rushuang, it was time to rest for the evening. Something happened that night. Over the next few days, Chu Fan also took the girls to experience the local customs and food, and to steal the skills he wanted on the street. As for grinding dungeons to level up, those are minor things that can be done later. Anyway, the attributes gained from leveling up are far less than those gained from stealing. That day, Chu Fan and his group passed by the Professionals Association and happened to see an event notice. The Jade Dragon Snow Mountain Secret Realm is now officially open, covering a total area of 1.6 million square kilometers and capable of accommodating up to 3,000 professionals exploring simultaneously. Professionals level 30-45 are welcome to come and challenge themselves. A hidden realm? I've heard that Jade Dragon Snow Mountain is a natural hidden realm that has been explored for over a decade, but I didn't expect it to only open now. Chu Fan looked at the promotional posters for Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and muttered to himself. Judging from your expression, you really want to take on the challenge? Lulu asked curiously. A tiny bit, after all, I've never killed a ferocious beast in a secret realm before, I don't know what that experience is like. That. Lulu hesitated, then asked, "Now that Xiaobai has the skill to pick up items, can I stop going to work?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan seemed to be deep in thought. After all, this is a secret realm, and all professionals are in the same space. Large-scale, high-level spells like Comet Spell are definitely not allowed. Naturally, there's no need for Liluna to go around collecting materials. Furthermore, since the event announcement specifically states that professionals level 30-45 are eligible to participate, it feels like the staff of the Professionals Association will review the attribute interface. Lulu doesn't have any god-level disguise skills. If her attribute interface were to be seen, it would definitely become big news. Seeing Lulu's expectant expression, Chu Fan nodded and said, "Alright, you and Yuruxuan can wander around on your own for the time being." Upon hearing Chu Fan's answer, Lulu almost jumped for joy. She looked at Chu Fan, her pretty face slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling. "Chu Fan, I suddenly think you're so handsome." Time flew by and it was 6 o'clock the next morning. Chu Fan covered Lulu Nai, who was still muttering in her sleep, with a blanket and then took Xiaobai to the registration point at Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Along the way, he saw many different teams recruiting members, some holding up signs and shouting loudly, and others using loudspeakers to recruit teammates. These sounds rose and fell, incessant in making the whole scene extremely noisy and chaotic. The registration portal here is no different from other places, resembling a bustling farmer's market. Or rather, this is the case for the entrance scenes of most dungeons or secret realms in this world. After all, there are very few professionals who can challenge dungeons alone. For most professionals, the best way to safely level up is to find partners, form teams, and challenge various ferocious beasts together. After registering, Chu Fan arrived at the waiting hall of the secret realm. In the very center of the hall stood a massive teleportation array, surrounded by a transparent light curtain. Once people step into this teleportation array, they will be randomly teleported to one of the 16 entrances to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. This design aims to prevent all players from entering through the same entrance, which could lead to uneven resource allocation and excessive competition. After all, the worst-case scenario is that a conflict breaks out between several teams of professionals, resulting in casualties. There are countless PK incidents outside the city caused by the ownership of wild bosses. No one can guarantee that such disputes won't occur in the secret realm. This method ensures that there are enough resources near each entrance for everyone to explore, avoiding a situation where there are too many wolves and not enough meat. Ignoring the shouts in the hall, Chu Fan walked straight towards the teleportation array. Jade Dragon Snow Mountain is covered in snow all year round. As far as the eye can see, there is only an endless expanse of white. At the summit of a distant mountain, two white dragon statues intertwine, resembling the legendary twin dragons playing with a pearl. That is why it was named Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. As soon as Chu Fan stepped into the snow-capped mountain, he immediately felt a sharp, biting wind enveloping him, instantly waking him from his daze. Is this Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? It's quite magnificent. Just then, an official system notification sounded in his mind. Welcome to the hidden paradise of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Due to the unique environment of this secret realm, all players will be affected by the frostbite effect, taking 2 points of true damage per second and having their agility reduced by 30%. If they do not come into contact with a fire source in the safe zone within 6 hours, they will be frozen. Please take good care of yourself. We hope you enjoy your exploration experience and look forward to seeing you again. Immediately afterwards, a countdown of 360 minutes and a negative effect with a permanent duration appeared on Chu Fan's status bar. This state will persist as long as one remains inside Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, and cannot be dispelled by any means. Unless you leave here. Unlike the burning condition in the land of fire spirits. Here, constant contact with the fire source is necessary to ensure sufficient time for action. Chu Fan looked around and finally found a torch at the exit of the secret realm. This must be the source of the fire, right? He reached out and gently placed his hand on the torch. Instantly, a warm feeling surged into his heart, and the chill that had been lingering around his body quickly dissipated. Moreover, the permanent frost damage completely disappeared at that moment. Meanwhile, another negative effect, lasting 360 minutes, is also constantly extending its duration. Chapter 82. It won't hurt, it'll actually feel quite comfortable. Then, Chu Fan summoned Xiaobai. To his surprise, Little White was not affected by the frost and gradual freezing like he was. As for the reason, is it because Xiaobai's attribute is fire, so it cannot be frozen? Or is it because spirit pets themselves are not affected by this effect? It is currently unknown. But in any case, this outcome is a good thing for Chu Fan. He didn't want to climb this snow-covered mountain on his own 2 feet. After confirming the rules within Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, Chu Fan began to carefully observe his surroundings. The environment of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain is countless times worse than that of the Fire Elf's land and the Ancient Kingdom dungeon. The boundless wind and snow roared wildly, seemingly never to stop, and visibility was extremely low. The heavy snowfall and the large amount of snow have completely covered many places, with some areas having enough snow to bury several people. Walking here, if you're not careful, you might get stuck in the deep snow and be unable to get out, or a monster might suddenly appear out of nowhere and kill you instantly. Fortunately, Chu Fan possessed the eye of true sight, so these obstacles were practically non-existent in his eyes. He could clearly see every monster hidden in the swirling snow and snowdrifts. Unfortunately, Xiaobai could not inherit this skill. It could only rely on Chu Fan as its guide to move forward. The man and the fox walked into the depths of the snow-capped mountains for about 10 minutes. Chu Fan's gaze immediately fell upon a snowdrift that resembled a hill. Sure enough, the next second. Suddenly, a hideous and terrifying giant jaw emerged from the snowdrift, its blood-red maw wide open, and it fiercely pounced on Little White. The giant jaws were so large that they were almost as big as Little White's entire body. Xiaobai reacted quickly, immediately jumping backward to dodge the sudden attack. As it moved, the snow-white figure hidden in the snow gradually came into view. This is a huge, ferocious beast, several times larger than Xiaobai. It is pure white, with huge fangs and brown horns, looking like a fierce white tiger, but also somewhat like a bull. In short, it gives people a strange yet very fierce feeling. Ice Giant. Type, Frost Behemoth. Rank, Leader. Level, LV 40. HP, 48,000, MP, 3,000. Strength, 1200. Attack, 1500. Constitution, 1200, Defense, 1600. Spirit, 900, Magic Attack, 1200. Agility, 450, Magic Defense, 900. Equipment, none. Skills, Roar, Charge, Savage Charge, Death Charge, Roar, Horn Strike, Frost Fang, Ice Mastery, Blizzard Roar. Note, this is a giant beast that lives in the snow-capped mountains year-round. It possesses immense strength and is a terrifying hunter in the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, discovering an unusual skill. Frost Mastery, Epic Skill, Passive Skill. Holding this skill grants immunity to the frozen status and increases the damage of all ice attribute attacks by 5%. What great luck! The first ferocious beast I encountered in Jade Dragon Snow Mountain was one that was immune to ice. Such a great skill, you can have it. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been stolen, Frost Mastery. Successfully activated Stealing Skill, Frosty Fang Skill. Successfully activated Stealing Skill, gained 8 points of Spirit. The roar of the ice behemoth triggered an avalanche in the surrounding area. Countless snowflakes swept wildly toward Chu Fan. At this moment, the ice behemoth also unleashed its roar of wind and snow. A large amount of magic began to gather in its mouth, radiating a snow-white light. Immediately afterwards, a cold glint flashed, and a blue beam of light nearly a meter wide shot out from the mouth of the ice behemoth, sweeping towards Chu Fan. Little White, let me see your current strength. Yes, Master. Xiaobai responded, then took a deep breath, mimicking the ice behemoth by opening its mouth and spewing out a beam of light formed from purple flames, which shot towards the blue light. Celestial Fox Flame. The Nine-Tailed Fox's exclusive legendary skill. Compared to the Ice Giant's skills, the two are not even in the same league in terms of skills and attributes. Two beams of light, one purple and one blue, shot out at each other, like two dragons fighting each other in mid-air, carrying the surrounding snowflakes flying everywhere, creating a huge wave in this icy and snowy world. The purple flames displayed unparalleled power, spreading rapidly with an all-consuming momentum. It was like a surging torrent, completely engulfing the blue light. Immediately afterwards, the purple flames struck the massive body of the ice behemoth without mercy. The immense impact caused the ice behemoth to let out a painful roar, but this did not stop the rampage of the purple flames. Flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, exploding on the ice behemoth and forming a dazzling purple fire. In that instant, a large hole was pierced through the body of the ice behemoth, blood splattered everywhere, and its HP was instantly reduced by more than half. Not only that, the Celestial Fox Flame also inflicted terrifying burning damage, eroding the ice behemoth's health bar at an almost visible rate. The ice behemoth's health dropped rapidly, and just 10 seconds later, it vanished without a trace, leaving not even a trace behind. Not bad, not bad. It was definitely worth raising you. On the back of the nine-tailed fox, Chu Fan witnessed all of this and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After all, the ability to instantly kill a boss-level ferocious beast 3 levels higher than oneself is truly astonishing. It's important to know that such a thing is almost impossible in the game, the Apocalypse. Even when facing an enemy 20 or 30 levels lower than yourself, it is quite difficult to kill them in one hit. Now, Xiaobai has successfully completed this seemingly impossible challenge. As his spirit pet, Xiaobai is already more than qualified. Hee, thanks for the compliment, Master. By the way, this ice behemoth has pretty high HP, aren't you going to use it to restore your mana? Upon hearing this, Zhu Fan immediately broke into a hearty smile, looking like a handsome senior giving a positive compliment to a cute junior. But for some reason, Xiaobai suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She knew in her heart that once Zhu Fan showed such an expression, it definitely wasn't anything good. Sure enough, what Zhu Fan said next immediately confirmed her thoughts. A slight smile played on his lips as he said softly, "Little White, when I unleash the black feather arrows later, you'll take them all." Wait. Master, is this all right? Xiaobai stared wide-eyed, her face full of astonishment as she asked. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. What a monstrous act this is. There's actually a way to farm MP like this. However, Zhu Fan smiled nonchalantly and patted Xiaobai's head. Don't worry, Xiaobai, it won't hurt, it'll actually feel quite comfortable. Chapter 83 The Frost Lion King. I understand. Little White hung its head and silently walked to the side. Seeing this, Zhu Fan decided to try his idea and directly released the black feather arrow skill at Xiaobai. Clang clang clang. With a series of crisp sounds, the black feathered arrow struck Xiaobai's body accurately. Xiaobai also did her best to catch all the black feathered arrows. Zhu Fan glanced at the status bar and saw that his MP had recovered to a full 1,700 points. With a hit rate as high as 85%. Zhu Fan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. It really works. Over the past few days, while they were still sightseeing in Yanjing, Zhu Fan had been thinking about how to improve his mana regeneration efficiency. Now that Xiaobai has advanced to the king rank, Zhu Fan can give it a 15% attribute bonus through the power of the contract. The black feather arrow's damage multiplier is only a mere 10% of the attack, while the Moonlight Strike's attack bonus is almost negligible. Therefore, as long as Moonlight Assassin's mana regeneration effect can be applied to damage dealt by friendly units, he can rely on White to achieve efficient mana regeneration. Based on the current results, this method is indeed feasible. How is it? You shouldn't feel anything, right? No problem. Alright, let's replenish our MP before continuing our exploration. 15 minutes later. Just as Zhu Fan had fully restored his MP, he accidentally discovered something. Ever since he stole the Ice Mastery skill, the freeze countdown, which should have lasted 360 minutes, has remained stuck there, without decreasing any further. This means that even the negative status effects associated with the secret realm are probably ineffective against Zhu Fan. He speculated that the rule originally required touching a fire source in the safe zone to thaw the frozen state. This may be to limit the exploration speed of high-level professionals, so as to prevent powerful teams from going too deep into the secret realm too quickly, thus preventing other weaker teams from obtaining enough resources and opportunities. After all, this is a secret realm, not a dungeon. Once the ferocious beasts are defeated, they disappear and will only respawn after a long interval. Based on what he learned in high school, the respawn time of the monsters in the secret realm is usually between half a month and a month, unlike dungeons where they will all be refreshed as soon as you enter. Therefore, if we follow this logic, most teams before this probably only explored the area around the outer safe zone. After all, Jade Dragon Snow Mountain was a newly opened secret realm just 2 days ago, so most people did not have a detailed guide to the secret realm. Whether there is a safe zone deep within Jade Dragon Snow Mountain that can provide a source of fire is still unknown. Without sufficient intelligence, few would likely choose to risk venturing deep into the area. If that's the case, Zhu Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. This is practically a perfect paradise for him. Before everyone else has explored the central and even the inner regions, let's quickly loot all the ferocious beasts and treasures inside. In any case, the debuff has no effect on Zhu Fan. Whether there is a safe zone fire source in the central or inner area is not important at all. Little White, let's go. Let's go deeper into the area. Okay. And so, half a day later, night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Zhu Fan rode Little White through layers of blizzards and arrived at the middle of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Along the way, Zhu Fan maintained a routine of stealing all his MP from every ferocious beast he encountered, and then replenishing his MP by making clanging sounds as he continued his journey, repeating this cycle over and over again. If you come across a skill you really want, just use Thief's enhancement of Sneaky Hands to get it in one go. It must be said that it did save a lot of time. After all, you can steal the 4-dimensional attributes from any ferocious beast, but skills are only available to specific ferocious beasts. It's just a pity. The attributes interface of a ferocious beast does not directly show what its drops are. Otherwise, Zhu Fan would definitely have stripped all those hidden drops bare. You must be very tired. Zhu Fan patted Xiao Bai's head and said softly, "It's getting late, let's get some rest." Little White nodded obediently, yes. A dazzling light flashed, and her body quickly transformed into human form. Xiao Bai stretched out her jade-like hand and gently waved it. A burst of blazing flames erupted from her hand, instantly melting the snow within a radius of dozens of meters and turning the originally cold snowfield into a warm and pleasant place. Zhu Fan took out a tent and a defensive barrier from his spatial bag and set them up on the open ground that had been cleared by the flames. Then he took out a large bundle of raw meat, vegetables, firewood, and Fat Boy's happy water, and neatly arranged them to the side. Xiao Bai used his flames to ignite the wood, and the raging fire illuminated the entire camp, also releasing the aroma of raw meat. As the fire grew stronger, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Sizzle, sizzle. The sizzling sound of grilling meat echoed in the air, and the aroma of food filled the air, intoxicating all who smelled it. Zhu Fan looked at Xiao Bai, who was already drooling with envy, and said with a smile, "Here, have some." "Stop drooling and mind your manners. Nine-tailed fox demons are primarily carnivorous." But now it has transformed into human form, a petite and adorable white-haired girl staring at the food, drooling so much that it even dripped onto her clothes, which looked rather strange. "Really, master? Can I really eat it?" Xiao Bai looked at the roasted meat in front of him with a look of surprise and delight, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It's for you to eat. Otherwise, why would I prepare all this? Instant noodles and compressed biscuits would be much more convenient." "Thank you, master. I love you," Xiao Bai said happily, and then eagerly pounced on the barbecue. It held the roasted meat in its arms while staring intently at it, as if afraid it would fly away. Roar! Just as Xiao Bai was enjoying his meal, suddenly, a deafening roar came from afar. Looking in the direction of the sound, on a hillside a few hundred meters away, a small team of 5 people was running frantically and in a sorry state. Behind this small team followed a massive ice lion. This lion is enormous, standing 3 meters tall and about 6 or 7 meters long. It was pure white, with a pair of wings as dazzling as the aurora borealis on its back, its mane shimmering with a pure white light, and crystal-clear snowflakes constantly drifting around it, exuding a chilling aura. Frost Lion King. The Frost Lion King went berserk, rampaging wildly and completely ignoring the cedar trees blocking its path, pushing them all the way through. Its extremely high speed seemed somewhat incongruous with its enormous size. Smack! Finally, the professional running at the back was caught up by the Ice Lion King, who stomped him to the ground. Ugh hi! The professional let out a piercing scream. However, this did not stop the Frost Lion King from attacking. It lowered its head, opened its blood-red maw, and bit down on the professional being trampled under its feet. Then, with a sudden jerk, it swallowed the entire person into its mouth and began to chew. Ah! No! Help me! The professional struggled incessantly inside the Ice Lion King's mouth, but to no avail. As the Frost Lion King chewed, the professional's body gradually became fragmented, and blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. Crunch, crunch. With a few crisp sounds of bones cracking, the professional's wails finally stopped. Chapter 84. You've chosen the wrong target. Old Lin, damn it. Damn it. How could there be a Lord-level ferocious beast in Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? Damn it, are we all going to die here? Boss. There seems to be someone ahead. One of the 4 who escaped shouted in surprise. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look ahead. Sure enough, we saw the campfires a few hundred meters ahead. And standing next to Huoguang were only 2 people who looked like students. Quick! Hurry up and lure that thing over there. Ha ha ha. Finally, there's hope. Damn it, if only old Lin could have held on a little longer. I've used illusion magic to confuse those 2 people, let's get out of here quickly. While the Ice Lion King was devouring its companions, the four escapees quickly changed direction and ran towards Chu Fan's camp. Without the slightest hesitation. To prevent Chu Fan and Xiao Bai from escaping, they even used illusion magic on them, making them live bait. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. You've provoked a Lord-level beast, so you want us to be your scapegoats? You certainly know how to pick your targets. Master, shall I get rid of them? Xiao Bai put down the grilled meat, his eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent instantly surged forth. Although she knew that the Frost Lion King could not possibly cause Chu Fan any harm. But it was obvious that these four people wanted Chu Fan to be their scapegoat in exchange for their survival. People like this must die. Chu Fan waved his hand, go ahead. Oh, by the way, that bald guy who's charging at the front, stay here. He has a good skill, and I don't have enough MP to steal it right now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai nodded. She quickly stood up and gently patted the dust off her skirt. Then, without hesitation, she took a step forward and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the four who had fled, blocking their path. What's going on? The bald man at the head of the group was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Bai, his face filled with astonishment. He froze for a moment, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. This astonishing speed, the agility value must be over 3,000. The white-haired girl in front of me is no ordinary person. What do you want to do? The man with the buzz cut and the battle axe stopped in his tracks, staring in horror at the fierce-looking Xiao Bai in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice. However, he didn't have time to react. A ball of foxfire had already condensed in Xiao Bai's hand, and in an instant it transformed into a blazing fire sword. With a flick of her wrist, the flaming sword drew a sharp arc in the air, cleanly slicing across the neck of the man with the battle axe. Blood splattered out, splashing onto the surrounding white snow, forming shocking blood flowers. The man with the battle axe suddenly contracted his pupils, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth with difficulty, as if trying to say something, but in the end he collapsed helplessly, his body crashing heavily onto the snow. Xiao Bai stared indifferently at the fallen man with the battle axe, his heart unmoved. She would show no mercy to these enemies who attempted to harm her master. Moreover, she was also an enemy of humanity in her previous life, and had an innate hatred for these professionals who slaughtered ferocious beasts. However, there was one exception, and that was her master, Chu Fan. Don't even think about running. You three! Xiao Bai's cold voice rang out. What was clearly a gentle young girl's sweet voice now sounded like the whisper of death, drilling directly into the ears of the remaining three people, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. How is that possible? The bald man at the head of the group looked on in astonishment as the man with the battle axe was instantly killed. You know, that man with the battle axe is their team's main tank. His defense and health are the highest, and he can even hold out for a while against a Lord-level Frost Lion King. However, he was instantly defeated by a seemingly ordinary professional. This was completely beyond the bald man's imagination. Could this white-haired girl be even more terrifying than the Frost Lion King? The next second, before the bald man could recover from his shock, his two other companions had already perished in the raging flames, leaving not even ashes behind. Wait, don't kill me. Before the bald man could finish speaking, Xiao Bai then used her charm magic to control his mind and brought him to Chu Fan's side. Master, I've brought that bald guy with me. Well done. Chu Fan smiled slightly, then looked at the Frost Lion King that was charging towards him. This thing is the real main course. Type, Frost Lion King. Rank, Lord. Level, LV 45. HP, 118,640 120,000, MP, 4,000 5,000. Strength, 1900, Attack, 2,200. Constitution, 2,000, Defense, 2,400. Spirit, 1,200, Magic Attack, 1,300. Agility, 1,600, Magic Defense, 1,400. Equipment, none. Skills, Roar, Death Charge, Roar of Fury, Bite, Gnaw, Stomp, Frost Impact, Frost Mastery, Blizzard, Frost Fang, Frost Fist, Frost Charge, Ice Breath. Note, the Frost Lion, having consumed a 1,000-year-old ice essence, has increased its power several times over. It is extremely ferocious and possesses an incredibly strong sense of territory. Roar. It was accompanied by a deafening roar. The Frost Lion King suddenly spread its wings and shot into the sky like an arrow. Immediately afterwards, a fierce and biting snowstorm spread rapidly with the violent vibration of its wings, engulfing the entire space. However, the Frost Lion King did not stop its attack. Instead, it maintained a certain distance from Chu Fan and Xiao Bai, bared its sharp fangs, and spat out a beam of sky blue light, which, along with the surrounding blizzard, roared towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan stood still, his gaze remaining calm and indifferent. He showed no fear in the face of the Frost Lion King's attack. He simply extended his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the entire snow-capped mountain seemed to have been muted, becoming deathly silent. All sounds vanished without a trace, leaving only endless silence. In this eerie atmosphere, a pitch-black crack appeared in front of Chu Fan. The crack exudes a powerful attraction, containing an irresistible force. Just as the cyan beam of light was about to strike Chu Fan, it miraculously changed direction and was sucked into the crack. At the same time, the Frost Lion King also felt an invisible force coming from all directions, tightly binding it in mid-air. What happened? It struggled in terror, but to no avail. Finally, pulled by the black rift, the Frost Lion King plummeted straight to the ground, raising a cloud of snowflakes. Black hole. It has to be said that it's quite effective as a means of restraining enemies. Chapter 85 Millennium Ice Soul. If only Lulu were here right now, there's no cell phone signal in this secret realm. Chu Fan complained helplessly as he walked toward the Frost Lion King, who was being suppressed to the ground by the black hole. Suya once said that once a lord-level ferocious beast appears in a dungeon, the entire dungeon will inevitably be corrupted, becoming a corrupted dungeon. But how come there are now lord-level bosses in the secret realm? Could it be that this secret realm has also been corrupted by demons? With this question in mind, Chu Fan walked up to the Frost Lion King and coldly asked, "Hey, do you want to live or die?" The Frost Lion King opened its mouth with difficulty, uttering a low, menacing voice, "You, who exactly are you? How can you possess such?" Smack! Before the Frost Lion King could finish speaking, Chu Fan raised his foot without hesitation and stomped hard, breaking its wing. With a sharp crack, the Frost Lion King let out a painful howl. Chu Fan repeated, "I'm asking you a question. Do you understand?" In an instant, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The Frost Lion King stared wide-eyed, its mouth agape in astonishment, utterly at a loss for words to express its terror. That seemingly ordinary kick actually caused nearly 40,000 damage, instantly reducing its HP by a third. The human in front of me has an attack power that actually exceeds 40,000 points. What the heck? I understand. Although the Frost Lion King's voice was still very rough. But one can clearly sense that there is a deep sense of fear mixed in with these rough words. A fear that originates from the deepest part of one's heart. Why are you here? I've lived here for over 30 years. I just don't know why humans have been coming here to die these past few days. I never used to see a single human. You've lived here for over 30 years? Where is your home? Chu Fan frowned slightly. He had previously asked Xiao Bai about her past life experiences. She replied that she had always lived in that ancient kingdom instance and had never left. But wasn't this Jade Dragon Snow Mountain secret realm only discovered 5 years ago? How could it have a history of more than 30 years? Could it be that the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain secret realm existed long before it appeared in the human world? My outpost is in the Ice Curtain Cave to the west. I only attacked those petty thieves because they tried to steal my treasures while I was dormant, otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to move. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan looked at Xiao Bai and the bald man who was being bewitched and controlled. Is that right? Yes. When did your team arrive? They came in yesterday. Okay, I understand. As Chu Fan spoke, he immediately used the Divine Thief Empty Hands technique on him. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been acquired, Ambidextrous Fighting. Ambidextrous, legendary skill, passive skill. Allows you to equip 2 small weapons, but each weapon's base attributes can only be utilized at 50%. Skills that can increase the number of equipment items are extremely rare, and their rarity is comparable to that of mythical skills. This bald man was clearly aware of the rarity of his skill. Therefore, in order to avoid revealing his abilities, he deliberately chose to conceal them, carrying only one weapon and teaming up with others. However, his little scheme could not escape Chu Fan's discerning eye. We really hit the jackpot this time. I really hope I can get another Moonlight Dagger, or some other dagger that can restore mana, someday. While using ambidextrous attacks will reduce the base stats of equipment, the additional stats will be fully retained. If I could have 2 Moonlight Daggers, that would be double the happiness. Having successfully stolen the skill he wanted, he had asked all the questions he needed to ask. Chu Fan then showed no mercy, directly turning the bald man into a tool for restoring MP, splitting him in two. Then, he turned his gaze to the Frost Lion King, who was being held down to the ground by the black hole's gravity, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. "Little White, this is a lord-level ferocious beast. I want to steal it all. I'll have to trouble you later." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai wondered if it reminded him of his past life. Her face turned pale, and she swallowed hard several times. Even the tone of his voice carried a hint of awe. "I understand, Master. I'll help you restore your mana." 3 hours later. Looking at the Frost Lion King in front of him, who was unable to speak due to his agility value dropping to 0, Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This harvest was pretty satisfying. It must be said that, as a Lord-level boss, the rewards from stealing from the Frost Lion King were indeed very substantial. Besides the obvious skills and attributes, it also stole quite a few hidden items. Among them, the most eye-catching is a treasure called the Millennium Ice Soul. Millennium Ice Soul, a legendary item, ranked 39th on the world's Divine Ice ranking. After being consumed by a spirit pet or ferocious beast, it can condense a body of frost, wield the power of frost, and greatly enhance the power of ice attribute magic and resistance to ice attribute magic. The world's best ice ratings, 39th. Chu Fan was completely stunned. It's worth noting that in the game, The Apocalypse, the developers rank various types of items and list the top 50. It is said that when the End of the World was extremely popular, it was just an online game. Any item that's on the list, even if it's only ranked 50th or seems useless, can sell for hundreds of thousands or even millions of Chinese yuan. This demonstrates the rarity and value of these props. Chu Fan glanced at Xiaobai, who was beaming with excitement, and sighed helplessly. After all, Xiaobai is a nine-tailed fox spirit, a fire attribute pet. The idea of her consuming 1,000-year-old ice essence and condensing a body of frost seems rather bizarre. "I'll ask La Luna if she wants this when I get back. Let's go, Little White, let's go back and have some barbecue." "Okay. I've been walking all day, I'm starving." The next day at noon. After getting dressed and enjoying a hearty meal, Chu Fan and Xiaobai continued their journey deeper into Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. It took almost half a day to reach the habitat that the Frost Lion King had told us about yesterday. The sight before them stunned them for a moment. This place is less like an ice curtain cave and more like a peculiar teleportation portal. A circular, light blue vortex appeared before my eyes, with a radius of 2.5 meters, silently suspended in the air without any support. It looks like the entrance to a dungeon, except that the stone gates that used to surround it have been removed. It's obvious without even thinking about it. This place is not the spawn point of a Lord-level boss, but rather the entrance-exit of another dungeon. For some unknown reason, the entrance and exit of this instance are directly connected to the interior of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. The Frost Lion King is a demonized boss that escaped from this mysterious dungeon. Chapter 86: Mistakenly Entering the Plane of the Dead. A demonized dungeon hidden in a secret realm? That's quite rare. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Does Master wish to explore this demonized dungeon? Xiaobai looked up and examined the portal in front of him, then asked timidly. She naturally had great faith in Chu Fan's strength. However, her intuition told her that this demonized instance seemed to be more complicated than she thought. Of course. This is a demonized dungeon. The experience points are plentiful. Moreover, judging from the fact that the dungeon wasn't closed after the Ice Lion King left, there's a high probability that there are other Lord-level bosses inside. We're going to make a killing. I see. Xiaobai nodded, selected Nightmare difficulty, and stepped into it. Everything in the surrounding space began to distort. Dungeon name: Demonized Dungeon Ice Curtain Cave. Challenge difficulty: Nightmare. Recommended level: LV 50. Team size: 1 person. Data initialization in progress. Initialization complete. Transferring. Transfer complete. This is an icefield scene with an environment even harsher than Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, surrounded by foul-smelling, sky-blue miasma. The ground was covered with a thick layer of solid ice, and it was extremely cold. The two, a human and a fox, stood there, feeling a bone-chilling cold. Even Chu Fan, who possessed the ability to control ice, and Xiaobai, a fire attribute spirit pet, felt their scalps tingle. Chu Fan opened the status bar and, as he expected, the two abnormal statuses of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain had disappeared. Instead, there are two entities that, while described as terrifying, are also very familiar. Poisonous state permanently reduces strength, constitution, spirit, and agility by 1 point per second. When constitution drops to 1 point, the user enters zombie state, forever lingering in this location. This state cannot be dispelled by magic or items other than elf magic. Extreme cold status, agility is reduced by 90%. 1 hour after gaining this status, you will enter a frozen state. Of course, the countdown to the extreme cold has also stopped. As for the goo poison state. Upon seeing this information, Shufan not only felt no fear, but instead revealed an uncontrollable excitement. He hurriedly took out the anti-curse ring from his spatial ring and quickly put it on. At that very moment, the four-dimensional attributes, which should have been continuously decreasing, suddenly began to slowly increase at a rate of 1 point per second. This feeling is like a lake that was about to dry up being replenished with water and gradually regaining its vitality. Shufan was extremely excited. He remembered the health-preserving hot spring that had been destroyed by Xiaobai in his previous life, and now it was back. However, Shufan noticed a detail. Xiaobai's attributes did not change at all. It was as if the poison was just a breeze to her, blowing through her body without leaving any trace. Little Bai, does this poison have any effect on you? No. It's probably because my body has become accustomed to this poison, and it can even help heal injuries at crucial moments. I see. Shufan nodded slightly, looking at the anti-curse ring whose durability was constantly decreasing. The anti-curse ring currently has 4,380 durability points left, which should last for more than an hour. I need to find the dungeon boss during this time. Just then, a system notification sounded in Shufan's mind. Warning, you have now entered the core area of the undead plane and are bound by the oppressive force emanating from it. You are now in a weakened state, taking 1,000% more damage and dealing 75% less damage. This state will be lifted once you leave this area. What? Shufan was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. When did he go to the plane of the dead? He clearly remembered entering a demonized instance called the Ice Curtain Cave. How did I end up in the land of the dead in the blink of an eye? What shocked him even more was that this place was actually the core area of the undead plane. Shufan had already learned about the core area of the plane and the intimidating power it exerted on professionals in his high school classes. Each plane has a mythical treasure known as the heart of the plane, which functions similarly to the heart in the human body, coordinating the magical circulation throughout the plane. If the core of the plane is lost, or if it is damaged due to external forces, the entire plane will immediately fall into a state of magical rampage. Even powerful beings above level 80 would find it difficult to escape this disaster and would ultimately perish in the magical rampage. And now, Shufan is actually in the core area of the necropolis, the place where the heart of the plane is located. The heart of the plane exerts a powerful and intimidating effect on all other plane's professionals, causing them to become vulnerable and have their attacks reduced. Its purpose is to prevent others from harming it. The core area of the human plane is located in Antarctica, a remote region that forces every nation to station its experts there, fearing invasion from other planes. Could it be that this Ice Curtain Cave instance is actually located in the undead plane? It just so happens to be connected to the secret realm of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain for some reason. This is absolutely incredible. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Shufan's astonished expression, Xiaobai couldn't help but ask curiously. Little White, this might be your chance to strike it rich. Come on, bro, I'll help you level up. Good. No ferocious beasts were seen around the dungeon entrance. Looking into the distance, one can see several giant birds covered in ice crystals flying in the sky. Since there were no navigational signs, Shufan decided to head in the direction where the giant birds were. Successfully defeated the level 50 Tundra Bear, gaining 26,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 50 Tundra Knight, gaining 30,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the level 52 Ice Sculpture, gaining 40,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the Ice Skeleton Warrior LV53, gaining 50,000 experience points. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Tundra Shield. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 points of spirit. Successfully activated stealing skill, Roar skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, Frosty / skill acquired. Shufan glanced at the ferocious beasts he encountered, and since he didn't have any suitable skills, he simply dealt with them casually. Shufan had no intention of using Xiaobai to gain MP points along the way. After all, the durability of the anti-curse ring is limited, and time waits for no one. Once it is completely damaged, it will deduct your own attributes. At that point, the stolen attributes might not even be as fast as the deduction caused by this poison. Fortunately, the Ice Curtain Cave instance is quite small, and Chu Fan's chosen direction was correct. Not long after, they encountered the final boss of this dungeon in an ice cave. Chapter 87 Shadowless Sword Mystic Ice. It was a skeletal monster with an entirely azure blue body. It stood there quietly, its body like a crystal clear sapphire, radiating a cold and mysterious light. However, despite its seemingly fragile appearance, each bone seems to contain boundless power and majesty, giving people a sense of unshakable strength. A ghostly blue flame flickered in his hollow eye sockets, revealing a chilling killing intent. A faint chill permeated the surroundings, as if freezing the entire space. It was completely naked, with no equipment or weapons to conceal it. However, it is precisely this unguarded attitude that makes it seem even more terrifying and elusive. Just like encountering a monster in a card game with zero attack and defense, it definitely has some kind of unusual characteristics. The light from outside the ice curtain cave shone through the ice surface and projected onto the skeleton, forming a deep blue curtain of light. This light curtain, like a protective barrier, tightly enveloped its body, emanating a chilling aura. At this moment, the skeleton monster resembled a lonely king, standing alone deep in the cave, enjoying the nourishment brought by the cold light. Ice Skeleton King. Type: Ice Skeleton King. Class: Monarch. Level: LV 55. HP: 160,000 160,000. Mobile phone: 17500-20000. Strength: 3,400. Attack: 4,500. Constitution: 3,700. Defense: 4,200. Spirit: 3,400. Magic attack: 4,000. Agility: 3,000. Magic defense: 4,000. Equipment: Shadowless Sword Mystic Ice. Skills: Extreme Ice Domain, 1,000 Miles of Frozen Land, Sword Mark of Heaven, Curse of Eternal Freeze, Undying Wool, Sky Piercing Frost Slash, Torrent Surge, Frost Impact, Death Slash, Frozen Bones, Shadow of the Night, Frost Aura, Curse Aura, Endless Aura, Slaughter Aura, Death Aura. Note: this is an aggregate of countless spirits buried deep within the Ice Curtain Cave, which, following a great will, were reborn from their fall and resurrected within the mysterious ice. The level 55 boss is actually stronger than the level 65 Lord level boss, the Thunder Giant, that we encountered before. Is this a ferocious beast of the Monarch rank? That's really powerful. No wonder the departure of the Lord level Frost Lion King from the demonized dungeon didn't cause the dungeon to close completely. It turns out there was an even higher ranking boss inside. After examining the skills of the Ice Skeleton King, Chu Fan's gaze quickly fell on the weapon known as the Shadowless Sword Ice, and his eyes widened in surprise. Equipment: Shadowless Sword Mystic Ice. Rank: Legendary. Type: Short Sword. Durability: never wears out. Attributes: all 4 main attributes plus 400 points, attack plus 1,200 points, magic attack plus 300 points. Equipment requirements: 1,500 strength, 2,000 agility, melee class. Additional effect 1: this weapon cannot be seen by anyone other than the wearer. Additional effect 2: after the wearer deals damage to an enemy target, additional true damage equal to 20% of their magic attack is dealt. Additional effect 3: when this weapon is equipped, all skills deal plus 100% damage. Additional effect 4: when this weapon is equipped, the MP required to cast all skills is halved. Additional effect 5: after an attack hits the opponent, one of their random skills will be sealed for 10 seconds. This effect can stack up to 20 times. Additional effect 6: when this weapon is equipped, all melee attacks will deal ice damage. Holy crap! MP consumption halved. Chu Fan nearly popped his eyes out, and a beautiful phrase from a traditional Chinese poem sang out of his mouth. Although the attributes of this shadowless sword are not as strong as those of the Silver Edge, but based solely on the effect of having the MP required to cast all skills, this weapon is a T0 level weapon for Chu Fan forever. Moreover, its durability means it will never wear out. It can be used until retirement. Luckily, I saved up a few hundred MP on the way, which is more than enough for one use of the combination of Master Thief and Stealth. Such a useful weapon, you skeleton shouldn't use it. Give it to me. Master Thief. The Master Thief. The next second. The system notification sounded as expected, but Chu Fan did not actually steal the Shadowless Sword Profound Ice as he had imagined. Instead, it was another failed startup notification sound. The Hidden Hand skill failed to activate. The opponent is trapped in an ice field and possesses magic immunity. Extreme Ice Domain, legendary skill, consumes 5000 MP, creates an Extreme Ice Domain, all enemy units within the area will be frostbitten, HP and MP cannot be restored, each action has a small chance to enter the frozen state, while being in the Extreme Ice Domain will be immune to all magic, cooldown time 30 days. I heard this system notification tone. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's how it is. No wonder the Ice Skeleton King's MP wasn't full. It turns out he used his MP on the Extreme Ice Domain. This was the first time he had ever seen a skill that could grant immunity to magic. After all, he was quite surprised that even a level 1 mythical skill like Handful Thief, which could affect a level 98 goddess, could be immune to it. Boom boom boom. As a muffled sound rang out, the ground inside the ice cave trembled slightly. The Ice Skeleton King, who had been standing there quietly, began to gradually awaken. The hard, dark ice surrounding the cave began to gradually disperse. One by one, ice skeleton warriors slowly emerged from the solid ice. They emanated a bone-chilling cold, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Seeing this, Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. The Extreme Ice Domain? I'd like to see whether your Extreme Ice Domain is more powerful, or my Eerie Foxfire is superior. The next second, Chu Fan acted decisively. With a wave of his hand, the nine-tailed fox's exclusive skill, Eerie Foxfire, was instantly unleashed. Suddenly, the air temperature inside the ice cave rose sharply. Where the flames swept, the ice melted away. The ice skeleton knights that had just emerged were burned to ashes before they could even make a move. The entire ice curtain cave was instantly reversed, turning into a huge fire pit. An endless sea of purple flames enveloped and coiled around each and every ice pillar. Even the Ice Skeleton King was engulfed in flames. Damn humans! How dare you defile my ice and snow empire? You deserve to die. 1,000 miles of ice. With a mere wave of his arm, the Ice Skeleton King extinguished the foxfire that was coiling around his body. Then, the bone-chilling cold swept through the entire ice curtain cave once again, intertwining with the embers left by the Eerie Foxfire before vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 88: The Strength of a King Rank Boss. Roar! The Ice Skeleton King first condensed a giant ice ball that was dozens of times larger than its entire body. The ice puck exuded a chilling, bone-chilling cold, as if it could freeze all life, before hurtling down on Chu Fan. As the puck rolled, deep grooves were carved into the ground, and the surrounding air condensed into frost and mist due to the cold. However, this was not the end of it. The Ice Skeleton King did not stop moving after throwing the ice ball. Instead, he continued wielding the shadowless sword, using the ice puck as cover, and took a step forward, charging towards Chu Fan. Concealed in the void. Seeing this, Chu Fan decisively put Xiao Bai into his pet space, then used his skill and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Ice Skeleton King. Assassination technique. A strike that breaks stealth. Without hesitation, Chu Fan attacked, his dagger flashing with cold light as he stabbed at the back of the Ice Skeleton King with astonishing speed. Due to the weakened state of the plain heart, only a few 100,000 points of damage were dealt to the Ice Skeleton King. But it also reduced its HP to only 1 point. The reason Chu Fan dared to do this was simply because the Ice Skeleton King possessed an extremely overpowered life-saving technique, the Undying Will. Undying Will, legendary skill, passive skill. When HP exceeds 10%, after receiving fatal damage, you will always retain 1 HP and enter an invincible state for the next 5 seconds. Even so, the Ice Skeleton King's form remained completely unshaken. Piercing Ice Slash. It wielded the invisible sword, its form completely obscured, carrying boundless power that seemed capable of destroying everything. With an invincible, sweeping momentum, it slashed fiercely at Chu Fan, its aura extremely terrifying. Phantom Sword Dance. With a thought, Chu Fan unleashed 15 slashes that arrived first despite being delivered later. Before the Ice Skeleton King's shadowless sword could even touch Chu Fan had already unleashed 15 consecutive sword strikes. Each sword strike carried a sharp sword aura, streaking across the void like a meteor, colliding with the attacks of the Ice Skeleton King. Bang bang bang! A series of loud explosions rang out as sword energy and ice intertwined, forming a dazzling net of light. Although his health bar remained at 1 point, Chu Fan's MP steadily increased due to the slashes of Phantom Sword Dance, and his maximum MP of 20,000 points was fully restored at this moment. Boom! Because the slash was too fast, the sonic boom created by the sound of air being torn apart exploded at that moment. The powerful force impacted the surrounding space, causing the entire ice curtain cave to shake and begin to collapse. Countless ice blocks fell from above, and cracks began to appear in the ground, plunging the entire ice curtain cave into chaos. Foolish human, you will pay the price for your foolish actions. As he spoke, the Ice Skeleton King's eyes suddenly flashed with azure light, like two cold blue lightning bolts piercing through the dark void. An eerie and chilling aura immediately spread, like a blizzard in winter, mercilessly sweeping across the entire space. The curse of eternal freezing. Frozen to death. Accompanied by a piercing howl, the Ice Skeleton King's body emitted a layer of icy frost, freezing everything around it into ice. Its HP was restored to full within just 2 seconds after the two separated. As the ice cracked and the ice pillars collapsed, the entire cave began to tremble, as if it were about to be destroyed. In the gradually collapsing ice curtain cave, ice skeleton knights, ice skeleton mages, ice skeleton berserkers, ice skeleton shield guards, and so on, continuously swarmed out from the ice pillars. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 100 of them. Moreover, it is at least an elite-class ferocious beast. If other professions saw a boss instantly recover from near death to full health and even spawn a bunch of elite summons, they would probably want to flip the table in despair. But for Chu Fan, it was a wonderful thing. The appearance of these minions means he can once again fully replenish his MP and also steal a large amount of attributes along the way. Although it's still unclear how to break through the magic immunity of the extreme ice field, let's just whet our appetites with these small monsters for now. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item, Frost Greatsword. Successfully activated stealing skill, Frost Strike skill acquired. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 10 MP. The only downside is that these summon monsters do not provide experience points when they are killed. Otherwise, given the extremely high experience provided by the demonic dungeon and the number of minions summoned by the Ice Skeleton King each time, Chu Fan could probably quickly reach level 50 in a short period of time. Boom! Finally, after several exchanges, the ice curtain cave collapsed completely, raising clouds of ice dust. This time, the Ice Skeleton King has no intention of holding back. It suddenly distanced itself from Chu Fan, and after recovering itself through the curse of eternal freeze, it suddenly stood still and assumed a sword-raising posture. The shadowless sword, Shin Bing, in its hand also revealed its true form at this moment. It was a frost sword that exuded coldness and blackness, its blade covered with runes, its entire body a deep blue, and inlaid with countless gems. Rather than calling it a short sword, it's more like a long sword favored by swordsmen. At this moment, the shadowless sword Mystic Ice slowly slipped from the Mystic Ice Skeleton King's hand and gradually grew larger. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a size of several kilometers, floating in mid-air. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it radiated a chilling light. The snow-capped mountains on the icy plains were no bigger than ants in the eyes of this sword. Shadowless sword Mystic Ice. Immediately afterwards, the Ice Skeleton King's gaze sharpened, dispelling all his previous defeat, and he approached Chu Fan with a kingly demeanor. With each step taken, a halo slowly forms beneath one's feet. The first step, the Heavenly Sword Mark, the Sword Emperor's aura surges throughout his body. Step 2, Frost Aura. The third step, Endless Halo. Step 4, Killing Aura. Step 5, Death Aura. Step 6, Power Aura. In the blink of an eye, 13 steps had been taken. 13 different colored halos have already formed beneath the feet of the Ice Skeleton King. They enveloped its body like a protective light curtain. At the same time, its 4-dimensional attribute panel also suddenly increased by more than 4 times. Its terror is astonishing. Even the arbiters encountered in the distant ancient kingdoms would likely find it difficult to contend with. Chu Fan was slightly taken aback when he saw the scene. Is this even a boss that people can actually fight? If it weren't for the existence of the elusive master and the fact that the poison constantly reduces the 4 attributes, could a normal person defeat this thing? In addition, there's the magic immunity effect provided by the extreme ice domain. Without divinity, Lulu would probably be pinned to the ground and beaten by it. Chapter 89 The Shadowless Sword, here you go. The next second, the Ice Skeleton King stomped the ground forcefully. Boom! The ice field, spanning thousands of meters in radius, instantly cracked open. Its body shot out like an arrow, rushing straight towards Chu Fan. At the same time, the invisible sword in the sky also slashed down fiercely towards Chu Fan. It didn't even take a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately removed the anti-curse ring. It seems I can no longer hide my strength. In an instant, Chu Fan's aura suddenly surged. The anti-curse ring will turn all attribute boosting skills, including those related to divinity, into attribute destroying skills. The moment the anti-curse ring was removed, all the reduced attributes instantly returned, increasing several times over. Clang! With a deafening roar, the entire demonized dungeon seemed to tremble. The enormous, shadowless sword slashed towards Chu Fan with astonishing power. However, something unexpected happened. Chu Fan stood firmly in place, without moving an inch. Not only that, even the fully buffed Ice Skeleton King was blasted hundreds of meters away by this powerful shockwave. How is that possible? The Ice Skeleton King stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, a trace of fear and awe finally appeared in its deep blue eyes. You should know that this is its most prized and powerful ultimate move. Even a level 100 expert would likely have to kneel before these combined skills. But how could this human so easily withstand the attack? Who exactly is this human? How can he be so strong? At the same time, Chu Fan also felt his four-dimensional attributes continuously decreasing, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems I have to finish this quickly, staying here for too long is not a good thing. The next second, Chu Fan took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the Shinbing Skeleton King. 4 consecutive kills. This time, there were no fancy tricks or the boost from breaking stealth. It was just an ordinary, common-level skill that reduced him to only 1 drop of health. The Undying Will was triggered once again, granting it an invincible state. Phantom Sword Dance continued to follow, instantly restoring her MP to full. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Insult. This is an absolute insult. To think that a ferocious beast of the king rank could be so easily outwitted by a human. This is intolerable. The curse of eternal freezing. 1,000 miles of ice. Snowstorm. Death arrow. A shadowy figure in the night. After recovering its health, the Ice Skeleton King went berserk, unleashing a barrage of skills. All the skills that could cause true damage were dodged. The other skills, however, transformed into a relentless clang-clang-clang machine, forming the score of its impending demise. This time, after Chu Fan recovered his MP to full, he did not choose to steal the attributes of those grunts. His gaze locked onto the Ice Skeleton King, and he grabbed its head, taking a step forward and running directly towards the dungeon entrance. Chu Fan had no idea how vast the extreme ice domain was, nor how long it would last. He only knows one thing. The extreme ice domain will absolutely not affect anything outside the instance. Ugh! You wretched human, what do you think you're doing? The Ice Skeleton King was enraged. Sensing Chu Fan's intentions, its anger erupted like a volcano. You skeleton, don't bother using the shadowless sword. Give it to me. Following Chu Fan's steps, they finally stepped into the border area between Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and the demonized dungeon half a minute later. In that instant, the entire demonized instance collapsed and shattered violently, like building blocks that had lost their support, turning into countless fragments and eventually disappearing as if it had never existed. The enormous shadowless sword returned to the Ice Skeleton King the moment it was taken out of the instance. Chu Fan was secretly delighted this was exactly the result he wanted. When he set foot on Jade Dragon Snow Mountain again, a sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Chu Fan smiled crookedly. Shadowless Sword Mystic Ice, here you go. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Shadowless Sword Mystic Ice has been stolen. Chu Fan made a quick decision and immediately equipped it with the passive skill of ambidextrous fighting. In an instant, all skills that consume MP have had their MP reduced by half. Originally, the skill Hidden Hands required 25 MP, but now it only requires 13. I'm absolutely thrilled. Ugh hi. My sword, give it back to me. Humph. Once it's in my hands, there's no going back. Chu Fan grinned crookedly, a king-level boss, I wonder what kind of good stuff he can steal. Bring it all over. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 8 spirit points. Successfully activated stealing skill, turbulent current skill. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 150 HP. The thief's sniper operation was successful, and the item Starry Ice Sandwich was stolen. Seeing that he was about to run out of MP, Chu Fan put the Ice Skeleton King down from his hand. Human, how dare you do this to me? I'll never forgive you. The Ice Skeleton King roared in fury, casting another curse spell to restore all its HP. The dark blue pupils now appeared even more bloody and terrifying. Fists traveling at speeds of hundreds of meters per second rained down on Chu Fan's face like a storm. Your skills are amazing. Chu Fan smiled wickedly and spoke in a voice like a demon's low murmur. Immediately afterwards. Concealed in the void. Assassination techniques. Phantom sword dance. While the Ice Skeleton King was invincible, I fully recovered my MP again, and then, another wave of frantic theft. With the added benefit of the Shadowless sword having MP consumption, the efficiency of the thief with the sneaky hand is almost doubled. After several repetitions, they stole all the skills and items from the Ice Skeleton King. Seeing that even the invincible skill Undying Will had been stolen, Chu Fan decided to find another way to restore MP. Xiao Bai, you're out of MP, come out and help me recover some. Yes, master. I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai appeared beside Chu Fan in the form of a nine-tailed fox. Its size is so large that it's like comparing heaven and earth compared to the Ice Skeleton King. Chu Fan glanced at the additional effects of the Shadowless sword again. Additional effect 2, after the wearer deals damage to an enemy target, additional true damage equal to 20% of their magic attack is dealt. True damage is only applied after damage is inflicted, right? Then it shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Fan murmured to himself as he unleashed a black feather arrow at Xiao Bai. With a series of clanging sounds, Chu Fan's MP quickly returned to full level. Chapter 90: The Awakening of the Rakshasa King. 2.5 hours later. The Xianbing Skeleton King, who had been endlessly humiliated by Chu Fan, was now staring blankly at everything on Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. The thought of dying lingered in my mind. It has completely doubted skeleton life. It might not be a human, but Chu Fan is a real dog. Humans killed me. The Ice Skeleton King murmured softly, his tone pleading. It had no idea why it would encounter such a being after finally being reborn from its depravity. This is even more painful than killing it. All of its attributes and skills were completely stolen. This is ridiculous. So I simply stopped resisting. I can give you a quick death, but you have to tell me, is the plane your instance is located in the plane of the dead? It must be the undead plane. The poisonous illusions within the dungeon only exist in dungeons located in the undead plane. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan frowned slightly. He looked at Xiao Bai, who shook his head, completely unaware of what was happening. The ancient kingdom is a hidden instance of the king's ruins, and in essence, it should also be located in the human plane. According to it, if this abnormal status effect of goo poison only exists in dungeons of the undead realm, something really big is about to happen. When did you become a monarch-level being? It's been hundreds of years, but I've never wanted to leave the instance. What do you know about the necropolis? I haven't left the instance, so I don't know. But I do know one thing: the former ruler of the undead plane, the Rakshasa King, may awaken soon, causing the various races of the undead plane to constantly vie for power and become the races serving the Rakshasa King. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded thoughtfully. Each plane not only possesses a plane heart representing its core power, but also a plane ruler whose strength is enough to crush all other beings. It can be said that this is a factor that determines whether a race in a plane is powerful. Besides the population size, peak combat power, and resources of the plane, the strength of the plane's ruler is the most important fundamental reason. A medium-sized plane ruler, with his unparalleled power, could easily destroy a smaller plane single-handedly. In this situation, combat skills and troop numbers are no longer important. It all depends on the differences in individual stats. However, most of the time, the plane rulers are in a slumbering state. They only awaken and regain control of all affairs on the plane when the plane is threatened or when a major event occurs within it. They will purge and resolve the lesions on the plane, then expand their territory outwards. However, for humans, this concept has only just emerged due to the integration of the end of the world with the real world, so there is no such thing as a plane ruler. They are merely under the protection of the divine plane. The reason why the undead plane has dared to covet the human plane in recent years is. Aside from that, the biggest factor is probably that the plane ruler is about to awaken, which gives them the courage to invade outwards. Alright, I understand. As agreed, I'll give you a quick death. After Chu Fan finished speaking, he immediately used his evil eye to empty the nearly empty health bar of the Xianbing Skeleton King. A single, scarlet tear of blood slowly flowed from its eye, which was emitting a ghostly blue flame. Finally, I can die. Successfully defeated the Ice Skeleton King LV-55, gaining 30 million experience points. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 40 and learning the new skill Stealing. Stealing, mythical level skill, passive skill. When dealing damage to a target, there is a chance to cast stealing items without consuming MP, prioritizing items of epic quality or higher. the trigger probability increases with the damage dealt. Stealing is guaranteed to trigger if the target is killed instantly. That's awesome? Shu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Stealing while fighting? Is it really that outrageous? Shu Fan glanced around and locked his gaze on a low-level ferocious beast, a snow squirrel, that had come to watch the excitement. With a thought, the eerie foxfire shot out from his fingertip, instantly burning the snow squirrel in the distance to ashes. The next second, 2 system notification sounds rang in my mind. Successfully defeated the level 35 snow squirrel, gaining 1000 experience points. Stealing successfully completed. Cedar Con item obtained. Cedar Con, epic item. When consumed by an ice attribute spirit pet, it can increase ice attribute magic damage. Cool. That's all. Sometimes, those extremely scattered minion-level ferocious beasts are troublesome to hunt down individually, and using Comet Spell to eliminate them doesn't restore MP, plus there's the risk they might possess some powerful skills. Now, with one Comet Spell, he can wipe out all the mobs. Not only does it save time, but it also allows you to easily and enjoyably steal items and skills of epic rank or higher. It's so awesome. He even began to wonder if he was the chosen one of the human plane, receiving whatever he lacked. I'm absolutely thrilled. But speaking of which, that undead ruler called Rakshasa King should have quite a few good skills, right? Maybe even some that restore mana. Judging from recent signs, once the Rakshasa King awakens, he will definitely target the human world. Why don't he carry out a decapitation strike first and deal with the Rakshasa King first? After all, the Rakshasa King is the ruler of the plane, the most powerful being in the entire plane. He must be hiding countless rare skills and items that are the envy of everyone. And what boy could resist the allure of treasure? Shu Fan's lips curled up slightly, a wicked smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. I think this idea is worth considering. Shouldn't we share good things? Little White, let's go home. Going home? Aren't we going to continue exploring Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? I feel like we're still a long way from the core area. None of that matters. Bro, I'll take you to get rich. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai suddenly widened its eyes as if it had realized something. Master, you wouldn't be thinking of going to the plane of the dead to plunder the ruler of that plane, Rakshasa King, would you? What else? Shu Fan looked relaxed, as if he was not about to face a powerful and influential ruler of a plane. It's just a low-level monster. Shu Fan continued, the third princess of the Lich clan, Yuru Xuan, is right in our hands. Besides, I have a god-level disguise, so infiltrating the undead plane is a piece of cake. This. Xiaobai lowered his head, a hint of hesitation and worry in his eyes. After all, that's the ruler of a plane, the most powerful being in a plane. I have never heard of an ordinary being defeating a plane lord. Shu Fan, however, didn't take it seriously. He jumped onto Xiaobai's back and said, quick, don't worry, I'll show you how to be cool and take you flying. Nothing will happen. I understand. Although Xiaobai still had some hesitation, it ultimately couldn't go against its master Chu Fan's request. It sped off towards the exit, carrying Chu Fan. Chapter 91 Journey to the Undead Dimension. Because the respawn rate of ferocious beasts in the secret realm is low. Therefore, Chu Fan and Xiaobai did not encounter any ferocious beasts when they returned, which meant that they did not need to waste time on the clang and their speed was much faster than before. On his way back, Shu Fan accidentally discovered a 2-person team consisting of a man and a woman, who were being pursued and surrounded by a 5-person team. On the surface, it seems that the 2-person team obtained some kind of secret treasure, which aroused the jealousy of the 5-person team. They completely disregarded the rules of the Professionals Association, attempting to seize the treasure through killing. As a citizen full of a sense of justice, Shu Fan did not hesitate to step forward. Without saying a word, he immediately used his masterful thief skills to steal the secret treasure from the 2-person team. Then, they stripped the 5-person team of all their superior skills and equipment. In this way, the 2-person team, having lost the secret treasure, naturally lost the trigger for conflict. At the same time, the strength of the 5-person team has also decreased significantly, making it difficult for them to easily defeat the man and woman. This is undoubtedly a perfect strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I did a really good deed today. Do good deeds anonymously, no need to thank me. Shu Fan's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the secret treasure he had just taken from the 2-person team. Macho Bell, a legendary item that can be used to awaken slumbering beings, but cannot awaken the ruler of a plane. What's the use of this thing? If it can't awaken the master of a plane, isn't it just good as an alarm clock? How can this be considered a legendary item? Shu Fan almost coughed up blood. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turns out it's just a legendary alarm clock. Master, this thing is probably not as simple as it is described on the surface. The awakening it describes may also include the effects of charm magic or sleep magic. It doesn't seem to be very useful, does it? You can't use it when you're under the charm or sleep effects. If there's someone else around, you can just give them a potion to remove the abnormal status. There's no need for this thing. If you have to say, it's basically like a potion that can be used an unlimited number of times. It has some value, but it definitely can't be called a legendary item. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai thought it made a lot of sense and nodded slightly in agreement. After all, legendary items are extremely rare, and each one has an extremely powerful function. If it can't even automatically activate after entering an abnormal state, then this so-called abnormal state removal potion is just an ordinary item and doesn't deserve to be called a legendary item. Xiaobai joked, but this thing should still be able to sell for some money, right? Master, haven't you been complaining lately that you're about to die of poverty? Upon hearing this, Shu Fan almost fainted. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he strolled around Yinjing a few days ago. Xiaobai and Lulu Nai spend tens of thousands of yuan on meals, only buy designer clothes, and even pursue high-end quality cosmetics. In addition to other expenses, there were the millions he transferred from Su Yao's card, the profit sharing from the materials in the armored train beast attack incident, and the money he had saved up before. Before I knew it, I only had a little over 200,000 left. That's not even enough for the two of them to eat and drink for 2 days. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had served me quite well those few nights, I would have released most of the pent-up anger in my heart. Sooner or later, they'll have to experience what it's like to live like poor people. Let's sell them after we plunder them from the undead plane. Anyway, the currency there is no longer Chinese yuan. Yes, master, we've reached the exit. When we arrived at the hotel, it was past midnight. Liluna and Yu Rushuang were still engrossed in watching Douyin TikTok and had not fallen asleep. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Chu Fan open the door. Clearly, no one expected that Chu Fan would return from exploring Jade Dragon Snow Mountain in just 2 days. Chu Fan? Why are you back? Luluna's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously shrank back to the side against the wall. I missed you, so I came back. Chu Fan stretched lazily. Yu Rushuang, Xiaobai, I'm going to take a shower. Give me a back scrub. Yes, master. I see. Luluna looked completely bewildered. Chu Fan, what's going on? Did you clear out all the monsters in Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? Chu Fan waved his hand. I'll tell you later. We're going to the necropolis tomorrow. I'll let you get some rest early tonight. Upon hearing this, Luluna immediately wore a look of utter confusion. What does going to the necropolis tomorrow mean? It feels like we're going on a trip to the land of the dead. What happened to you in Jade Dragon Snow Mountain? Why are you suddenly going to the netherworld? I'll tell you later. I feel all sticky and uncomfortable right now. Of course, if you're in a hurry, I don't mind giving you a critique of the goddess's skills. Upon hearing this, Lulu's face immediately turned red. But then he sighed. Sigh, I've been seen naked so many times already. Oh well, since you told me to get some rest. 1 hour later. On a bed in a luxury hotel. Chu Fan, are you out of your mind? You actually want to target the Rakshasa king? You should know that he's a plain ruler. Lulu said in a panic, I thought you were going to save that girl named Su Yao. Chu Fan died, and her divine status disappeared along with him, which can be described as a double loss. We must stop Chu Fan from going to his death at the Rakshasa King's place, no matter what. I don't even know where Su Yao is, let alone where to go to rescue her. Chu Fan said speechlessly, besides, it's not like we're going to fight the plane's ruler head-on. We're just going to take a look from afar. If we can't beat them, we'll just grab some skills and equipment and leave. It's no big deal. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? I don't think so, do you? I stole your divine essence when I was level 1, and my attributes were reduced by half, but you didn't even notice? Upon hearing this, Luluna jumped up from the bed. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you. Because of what? Lulu sat back down on the bed. It's nothing. Humph. Chu Fan pulled Luluna into his arms. Since there's nothing else, come with me tomorrow. I don't know anything about the undead plane, and you certainly don't want me to die, right? Luluna looked conflicted, scratching at her freshly washed blonde hair. But since God is under the eaves, he has no choice but to bow his head. We can only watch from afar. Don't worry, I want to live to be 100. I'm not in a hurry to die. All right. Lulu suddenly noticed that Chu Fan's right hand was touching something she shouldn't be touching. Chu Fan, what are you doing? Didn't you say you'd let me rest early tonight? Yeah. You usually go to bed at 5, so letting you go to bed at 3 tonight should be considered early rest, right? Don't you already have Xiaobai? Xiaobai wants it too, double the happiness, why not take it? Chapter 92 The Tomb of the Shadows. According to Luluna and Yu Rushuang, the undead plane is an extremely complete circular continent. Its size is roughly equivalent to the combined land area of the 7 continents of the human plane. In fact, if we only consider the land area, the undead plane is even larger than the human plane. If the area of the ocean is taken into account, the necropolis will appear much smaller. On this vast continent, there are more than 2,300 different races. These races are numerous, but most are relatively small groups. They divide their territory according to the strength of their race and live off it accordingly. Of all the races, 7 stood out due to their immense power and became the rulers of this plane. Among them, the Lich race is known for its skill in using magic. The Ghost race possesses the special abilities to conceal their form and be immune to low-level physical damage. Zombies not only lack the ability to feel pain, but also possess astonishing vitality, and can even achieve immortality. The Oni race possesses immense power, and is particularly adept at close combat and fighting with large weapons. The true form of the pseudo-human race is merely a black shadow. They can kill their opponents and devour their memories, then impersonate others to continue living. The skeleton race has hollowed out bodies and likes to inlay gems into their bones, making them about 80% similar in appearance to skeletal beasts. Finally, there is the mummy tribe, whose entire bodies are wrapped in bandages. They possess immense defensive and vitality capabilities and can assimilate enemies into their own kind. For millions of years, these 7 races have taken turns ruling the entire undead plane, including activities such as exploring other planes. When the human plane suddenly appeared around the undead plane 200 years ago, it was these 7 races that dominated and advocated for the occupation of the human plane. They planned to raise humans as livestock for their own consumption and to expand their respective races. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that these races have an almost irreconcilable hostile relationship with humans. The next morning, Chu Fan and his group finished breakfast early, quickly packed their luggage, and went directly to the Professionals Association. After signing the life or death agreement and paying a hefty energy fee, they arrived at the second basement level of the Professionals Association. There is a basement here, which contains a spatial portal that can instantly teleport people to an alternate world adjacent to the plane of the dead. The so-called other world is actually a buffer zone between different planes. It is similar to the universe, existing in a state of absolute vacuum. If a person's physical attribute is below 1,000 points, they will face the danger of suffocation when crossing this other world. However, this was not a problem for Chu Fan and his teammates. However, unlike the ordinary universe, there are some creatures in this other world called scavengers. These beings do not distinguish which plane or level the intruder belongs to as long as someone enters another world, they will attack without mercy. Moreover, these cleaners are in a state of permanent invincibility, cannot be defeated, and the only option when encountering them is to flee. There's no way. Fortunately, Chu Fan and his companions did not encounter any scavengers and successfully reached the border of the undead plane. After passing through the dimensional barrier, Chu Fan and his group arrived at an enormous cemetery. As far as the eye could see, the sky was overcast, and the entire earth seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to see the distant scenery. The endless cemetery stretches for dozens of kilometers, densely packed with all kinds of tombstones and coffins, standing here like small mountains. Some of these tombstones and coffins were already dilapidated, covered with mottled rust and moss. Some are brand new, and even have a faint fragrance. But regardless of which one, they all give people a strange feeling. What's even more terrifying is that the atmosphere in this cemetery is unusually eerie, with complete silence all around and no signs of life. Only the fallen leaves and withered petals scattered on the ground sway gently in the breeze, making a soft rustling sound. Dark, damp, quiet, it is almost everything a horror movie filming location needs, and the atmosphere of death is everywhere. No wonder it's called the Plane of the Dead. In a place like this, probably only all sorts of undead could survive. Lord Chu Fan, if I remember correctly, this should be the Yinling Tomb, the territory of the zombie race, one of the birthplaces of the zombie race. Yu Rushuang walked ahead, looked around, and then explained. The birthplace? Shu Fan frowned slightly. Could it be that all the zombies came out of the ground? Yu Rushuang nodded slightly. Yes, a large number of races in the undead plane are not born through sexual relations, such as the zombie race, the corpse race, the mummy race, the skeleton race, etc. These races are born by transforming the bodies of other races. Every so often, the zombie race will bring back some corpses from our lich race or other races from other planes and put them in coffins in the cemetery. After about 4 or 5 years, new zombie individuals will be born. It seems that a batch of zombies was recently born in this Yinling tomb, so it is safe for the time being. At least for the short term, no more zombies should emerge from the ground. As Yu Rushuang spoke, she casually lifted the lid of a coffin. It was completely empty inside, without a trace of any living creature. I see, they really are a peculiar race. Shu Fan nodded thoughtfully. The world is truly vast and full of wonders. However, Yu Rushuang's expression quickly turned somewhat unpleasant as she continued to explain. Further ahead of the Yinling tomb lies the territory of the Wandering Soul Clan, one of the 7 major races. Recently, due to a power struggle, their defenses should be extremely tight. The Ghost Clan? Shu Fan quickly recalled Alex, the first powerful undead being he encountered in the land of fire spirits, and his indistinct, white-cloaked body floating in the air. It looks almost exactly like the ghosts in horror movies. Yes. Moreover, it is said that the progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan is about to awaken, and there are probably many powerful figures from other races gathered in her territory to offer their congratulations. If we rashly cross the Ghost Clan's territory, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Do you know where the Rakshasa king awoke? Upon hearing this, Yu Rushuang shook her head. She only had a superficial understanding of the awakening of the plain ruler, Rakshasa king, and was completely unaware of the specifics. If Chu Fan hadn't mentioned this last night, even she, as the 3rd princess of the Lich clan, wouldn't have known about it. Chu Fan, you don't even have a target. Where are you going to look for one? You might as well just go back. Luluna seized the opportunity to interject. Although her attribute panel is extremely high, she still has the mentality of a young girl. Seeing this forest of tombstones is truly chilling. Chu Fan rolled his eyes at Luluna, just about to teach this cherry-like mouth that always spouts gloomy words a lesson. His gaze swept over Luluna's alluring curves and innocent face. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a sly smile appeared on his face. Xiao Lu, I have a good idea that should be able to find out the whereabouts of the Rakshasa king, but I need your help. Chapter 93 Chu Fan's Plan. In an instant, Lulu suddenly felt a chilling sensation spreading through every cell of her body. And the source of all this is the man in front of us, Chu Fan. She was extremely impressed by Chu Fan's expression. Whenever he faces an enemy with powerful skills and valuable equipment, the smile always appears on his face. So that's why being stared at with such an expression can bring such a strong sense of oppression. That's terrifying. Chu Fan, I was wrong. Lulu said awkwardly, her body involuntarily shrinking back. Chu Fan smiled slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. You didn't do anything wrong. I just asked you for a favor. I'll help. Whatever it is, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Please don't make that face again, it's really scary. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Am I that scary? Lulu, I think we should have a serious talk. Luluna twitched her lips awkwardly again. No. Brother Chu Fan is the most handsome. It's my honor to be favored by Brother Chu Fan every night. If possible, next time you have time, I'll serve you, Brother Chu Fan. Seeing this, Chu Fan shook his head helplessly. I don't plan to pursue this any further. My plan is as follows. 10 minutes later. Yu Rushuang and Xiaobai have already grasped the full picture of Chu Fan's plan. Only Lulu had a bitter smile on her face. Chu Fan, do we really have to do this? I feel like Looking at Chu Fan's kind eyes, Lulu swallowed hard. I feel pretty good. Excellent, you have a good eye. Chu Fan smiled and patted Luluna on the shoulder. Then, with a thought, he used a god-level disguise and instantly transformed into the image of Alex. Even the properties interface was modified to reflect the values generated by Alex's original program. How about it? You probably can't recognize me, right? Yu Rushuang nodded, I can't tell. Little White chimed in, no problem. Master's transformation technique is amazing. Luluna examined it for a while. I really can't see any difference, but what about the voice? Disguise can only change appearance, but it can't change voice, right? Yu Rushuang chimed in, there's no need to worry too much about that. The voices of the Ghost Clan are always changing, and no one will care about the Ghost Clan's voice. So, Master, should we find another place to talk? I feel a bit awkward chatting here. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of zombies with hideous, twisted faces and mutilated bodies slowly emerged from the distant mountains. Their figures gradually became clearer, and then they rushed towards Chu Fan's direction. These zombies weren't particularly fast, but they weren't slow either. Each one is around level 50, with the highest level reaching over level 70. Judging from their steady pace and uniform attire, it can be inferred that they are likely an army belonging to the zombie race. Following closely behind the zombies were a group of unidentified creatures carrying a large number of coffins. Their appearance is hard to describe. They resemble both the alien monsters commonly seen in horror movies and strange entities that seem to be a mixture of a horse-shaped skeleton and a pile of mud. What are they doing? They're probably transporting corpses. After all, the coffins in the Yinling tomb are all empty, and they'll need to replenish them sooner or later. Recently, due to the invasion of the human plane and the outbreak of the power struggle, there are many more corpses than in previous years, so it's normal that there are more ways to obtain them. I see. Chu Fan nodded. What is the relationship between your Lich Clan and the Zombie Clan? Not really. Their demand for corpses from our Lich Clan is just a routine transaction. It's not like we have a particularly good relationship. Let me rephrase the question. If I asked you to negotiate with them using the strategy one just mentioned, would you be able to succeed? Upon hearing this, Yu Rushuang fell into deep thought. As the third princess of the Lich Clan, she recalled the awakening ceremony 20 years ago, when many members of the Zombie Clan came to watch and offered their congratulations. The zombie race should have heard about her awakening of the legendary class of Elementalist. Moreover, she was wearing the Lich Princess's badge, so there was no reason for her to be mistaken. I'll try my best. Xiaobai, come back to my luggage. I'll call you out if I need anything. Yes, Master. On the other side, Snake, the zombie captain in charge of escorting the corpses, saw several unfamiliar figures appear on the tomb of the dead in the distance, and his brows furrowed slightly. It's important to know that the Yinling tomb is the birthplace of their zombie race, and its importance is self-evident. The entrances to the surrounding mountains are heavily guarded by soldiers. How could someone else have invaded this place? Stop. Suspicious person spotted. Snake waved his hand. Akasco, what's going on over there? Those people don't seem to be from our zombie race, do they? These words were spoken. Soon, a zombie that looked like it was born from the corruption of a middle-aged human man stepped forward, left the line, and came to Snake's side. He bowed to Snake and asked, Captain, I just used my clairvoyance to check, and it seems that one of them is the missing third princess of the Lich Clan, Moonfrost. I don't recognize the others. Moonlight Frost? Snake frowned slightly. Didn't I remember they said she was dead? How come she's alive again? I don't know about the small things, but when I went to Demon Moon City before, I happened to notice Princess Yu Rushuang's soul aura. Although we are far apart now, I am still more than 90% sure that the woman is Yu Rushuang herself. The third princess of the Lich Clan? Could it be that she escaped back? Go and ask her what's going on. A foreign race appearing in the Yinling tomb for no reason. If this isn't handled properly, it's a capital offense. Yes, I understand. About 15 minutes later. Akasco completed a round trip, his face seemingly showing a hint of excitement. Captain. I feel like our chance to make a contribution is coming. Oh? So what's going on? Akasco eagerly approached Snake, flashing a fawning smile. He spoke in the highest possible tone, Captain. That woman is indeed the third princess of the Lich Clan. And just as you said, she escaped back with Alex of the Ghost Clan through the human interdimensional portal. Of course, none of these are the most crucial points. Princess Yu Rushuang, this time she brought back not a legendary human professional, but a goddess from the divine court. That goddess is willing to pledge allegiance to our realm of the dead in her personal capacity. Chapter 94 Traitor. These words were spoken. Snake's already rotting face was so shocked that several pieces fell off. Not only that, even the zombie soldiers who were escorting the corpses with him were looking at each other in disbelief, completely bewildered as to what had happened. The goddess from the divine court actually said she would help their undead plane? What on earth is going on? Don't the people on the divine court always claim to be mediators and not to participate in any interdimensional wars? Why would they suddenly and inexplicably come out and say they want to help them? Please explain in detail what happened. Captain, it's like this. After the capture mission we carried out in the human plane was exposed some time ago, Yuru Shuang and our zombie clan's Jajira group split up and fled in the human plane. In the end, only Yuru Shuang and the ghost clan's Alex survived and escaped the humans' pursuit. And the two of them were very lucky. They encountered Liluya, the goddess who had been persecuted by humans and exiled to the human plane. To avenge this blood feud, that goddess willingly pledged allegiance to our undead plane and helped us annihilate the entire human plane. Upon hearing this, Snake was stunned, a blank expression on his face. He knew, of course, that among the many planes and races in this world, only humans held the gods of the divine court plane in the highest esteem, treating them almost like their second parents. After all, before awakening a profession, humans are very fragile, just like ants that can be easily crushed. If it weren't for the goddess, humans would probably have been devoured by ferocious beasts in no time. Therefore, when he heard that a human dared to persecute the goddess, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. And what exactly happened that led to the goddess being exiled from the divine plane to the human plane? Did they eat the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? How dare a mere human do such a disrespectful thing to a goddess who is high above? Could this be a scam? However, since these words came from the mouth of the Lich Clan's third princess, Yuru Shuang, they shouldn't be false. Then what do you mean by saying we've done something meritorious? Captain, the Lich's territory is on the other side of the continent. It's a very long way away. Think about it, the Lich are currently involved in a power struggle. There are many other races that want a piece of the pie. Princess Yuru Shuang has now fled to our territory. If we personally escort her to the Lich Clan's lands, the reward we receive will surely be substantial, right? Upon hearing this, Snake suddenly understood. Yes. Now that Yuru Shuang and the others have been discovered in their territory, isn't it normal for them to be responsible for escorting them? According to rumors, the Lich King Moon King doted on his children, especially those who awaken legendary classes, such as Moonfrost, who was particularly pampered. If, more than a month after her disappearance, she learns that Princess Yuru Shuang is still alive and that she was personally escorted by the zombie clan to the territory of the Lich Clan. Imagine the rewards that would be. Perhaps he wouldn't have to do this arduous job of transporting corpses anymore. This is such a lucrative job, it's pretty self-evident how to do it, right? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and bring them over. Yes. Yes. I understand. Princess Yuru Shuang, may the Rakshasa King protect you, you are still alive. Snake said with a respectful expression, almost forgetting that he was the captain of the escort team. Yuru Shuang casually waved her hand, just lucky. By the way, you just said you were willing to escort me to the Lich Clan's territory? Upon hearing this, Snake immediately rubbed his hands together and flattered her with a fawning expression, saying, yes. Princess Yuru Shuang, as you know, some time ago, human brats invaded our undead plane. Although the main force is currently only causing trouble in the outer territories of the ghost race, we cannot guarantee that other human brats will not infiltrate the interior and pose a threat to your life. Therefore, we plan to report to our high command in the zombie race, form a high-level escort team to personally escort you home, and report to your father. Before he could finish speaking, Yuru Shuang interrupted directly, saying, there's no need to report to my father. There are traitors from the human plane within our Lich Clan. It is precisely because of the existence of these traitors that our plan to kidnap human prodigies has been exposed. Traitor? Yes. So you absolutely must not tell my father that I am still alive. If the traitor finds out, he will definitely notify the human legion stationed here and send powerful warriors to assassinate me. Just then, Alex, standing next to Yuru Shuang, suddenly interjected, Captain Snake, we have a plan. We need to return to our Ghost Clan's territory before the humans know we're still alive, report this to the Ghost King, and ask him to coordinate how to handle this situation. Upon hearing this, Snake was immediately startled, and a storm of emotions surged within him. He had originally thought he would be responsible for escorting Yuru Shuang back to their territory. But now it seems that his escort is not needed. This made Snake uneasy, as it concerned his reward and bright future. If he had simply escorted Yuru Shuang to the territory of the neighboring Ghost Clan, then compared to traversing the entire undead continent and passing through the territories of hundreds of races, his achievement would be insignificant. The former may only receive verbal thanks, while the latter has the potential to bring future wealth and prosperity. Even worse. If he were to merely escort Yu Rushuang to the Ghost Clan's territory to seek help, he would likely be working for nothing and wouldn't receive any credit whatsoever. The Lich King probably wouldn't care at all who escorted Moonfrost safely to the Ghost Clan territory. This isn't quite right, is it? Yu Rushuang added, "Don't worry, as the third princess of the Lich Clan, I won't let you work for nothing. After everything is over, I will have my father reward you." This. Snake and his group exchanged glances, somewhat exasperated. Who knows if Yu Rushuang and her group will forget about them once they arrive in the Ghost Clan's territory. Such a rare opportunity to earn merit, and all I got in return was a verbal agreement. However, after a moment of thought, they finally agreed. After all, having a verbal agreement is much better than letting someone else steal the credit. "Alright, Princess Yu Rushuang, we will escort you to the Ghost Clan's territory. We would also appreciate it if you could put in a good word for us with the Lich King and the Ghost King." Chapter 95 Fog City. "No problem." Yu Rushuang answered decisively, her eyes firm and without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Yu Rushuang's sincere expression, Snake decided to go all out. Whether you will enjoy wealth and prosperity in the future depends on this one thought. Snake's team then began to move. The zombies responsible for escorting the corpses methodically placed each body into a coffin and then cast a protective barrier around them. The whole process was orderly and without any panic, suggesting that the person had been doing this kind of thing for a very long time. Once everything was ready, Snake invited Yu Rushuang and her group to board the unique mode of transportation of the zombie race, the Nightmare Beast, which was the same vehicle pulled by the rotting behemoths that had previously hauled the coffins. With the group reorganized, they embarked on their journey to Mist City, the royal capital of the Ghost Clan. As for Chu Fan, he naturally agreed to all of Snake's requests without hesitation. He even painted a rosy picture for Snake, promising him many benefits. He agreed to everything that was within his reach. Since he doesn't have to fulfill any promises, he can just say whatever comes to mind. Having never experienced the harsh realities of the workplace before, Snake was naturally excited and blushed with excitement after hearing Chu Fan's words. He even took out several protective items and handed them to Yu Rushuang. Seeing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder back on Earth, the top executives of those companies always liked to make all sorts of empty promises to their employees. This approach not only avoids providing employees with tangible benefits, but also keeps them highly motivated. Even if they are deceived or exploited, they will not complain and will instead work with all their might. Indeed, making empty promises is the way to go. As for why Chu Fan agreed to Snake's request to protect him and chose to advance with these zombies, that remains to be seen. Actually, the reason is quite simple. With this zombie army from the undead plane by your side, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. In addition, Yu Rushuang was not familiar with the route to her destination, she only knew the general direction. When we enter the Fog City to gather information on the resurrection of the Rakshasa King, we might be able to lend a hand and make it easier for them to infiltrate. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been stolen, Shadow Cloak. The Master Thief's skill Instant Strike has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been acquired, Instant Strike. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Frost Shield Halberd has been stolen. The Master Thief's skill in Stealth has been successfully activated, and the item 10 Fragrance Rejuvenation Pill has been stolen. Of course, this was during the process of advancing alongside this horde of zombies. Chu Fan wasn't idle either. He closed his eyes slightly, activated the Eye of the Thief God, and began to examine the attribute interfaces of these zombies. By examining the zombie's attribute interface through the Eye of the Thief, he precisely stole all the skills and items that he considered decent using the Master Thief's skillful hand. Even if he can't recover MP through the clang 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 method right now, given Chu Fan's current MP limit, the MP that recovers naturally is enough for him to steal a fortune. During this process, Yu Rushuang followed Chu Fan's instructions and kept subtly inquiring about the Rakshasa King from Snake and his group. However, judging from the results, the vast majority of zombies seemed to have no idea that the Rakshasa King was about to awaken. Only a handful of zombies were talking about things they had heard about the Rakshasa King a few months ago. But their explanations were all over the place, completely contradictory, and yielded no useful information whatsoever. Chu Fan sighed upon hearing this, feeling as if he had been tricked by the Shenbing Skeleton King. I must have lost my mind to believe a dungeon boss. But since we're already here, and there's still a month and a half until school starts, we should at least try to get some freebies. Zombies have virtually inexhaustible stamina and don't need to rest at all. In just 3 days, the team had already traveled over several thousand kilometers. As the distant horizon gradually turned a dusky yellow, we finally arrived at our destination, the Fog City. Even from a great distance, Chu Fan could clearly see the towering and thick city walls. This city is known as the Fog City, but at this moment there is no fog covering it, which is really puzzling as to why it has such a name. Princess Moonfrost, Goddess Liluya, Lord Alex, we have arrived. This is the capital city of the Ghost Clan, Mist City. Captain Snake turned to the group and spoke. However, his expression revealed a hint of disappointment and regret, as if he had lost his former enthusiasm. The nightmare beast stopped in front of the city wall, and then hundreds of Ghost Clan guards quickly stepped forward to greet and inspect it. These tribesmen all have an average level of 70 or above, clearly a carefully selected elite force. Judging from this setup, it seems that some major event has occurred in the royal city, hence the heavy security. Fortunately, Snake seemed to be quite familiar with these ghost guards. After simply inquiring about their purpose, everyone boarded the chariots drawn by skeleton warhorses. As the wheel slowly rolled, emitting a low thud, the group gradually passed through the massive city gate and entered the royal city. The next second, a bustling and lively scene immediately unfolded before everyone's eyes. The cobblestone streets are flat and clean, lined with shops exuding exotic charm. The air was filled with the aroma of various delicacies, making one's mouth water, and the stench of decay outside the city was nowhere to be smelled. The streets were bustling with all sorts of undead races. One after another, ordinary or luxurious skeleton carriages shuttle through the area, carrying all sorts of undead. Setting aside race, everything we see is completely different from modern human society. Only at this moment did Chu Fan truly realize that he had arrived in another dimension, in a different world completely different from human society. The landscape of this royal city before him reminded Chu Fan of medieval western cities on Earth before his transmigration. The ancient and solemn city walls, the well-arranged buildings, and the bustling crowds were exactly the same as the scenes in his memory. Is this the royal city of the Ghost Clan? It doesn't look any worse than human society. Luluna opened her beautiful eyes wide, her eyes filled with amazement. She certainly didn't superficially believe that a city devoid of any modern technology must be corrupt. Perhaps because the novelty of experiencing human society has gradually worn off, she is now filled with curiosity and anticipation for this place. She couldn't help but think that if she could live here for a while, she might have a different experience. Chu Fan nodded in agreement, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. If human society had existed from the very beginning as a composite of the apocalypse game, without developing technology, will it present a similar unique scene? Chapter 96: The Banquet. 1 hour later. The group arrived at their destination, the palace where the Ghost King resided. Before you stands a magnificent gate. The black and gold gateposts are estimated to be over several hundred meters long and are inlaid with all sorts of enchanted gems. Each gemstone was carefully selected and carved, perfectly integrated with the gateposts to form a magnificent pattern. The entire gate is over 100 meters wide, much wider than the street. The door was carved with exquisite patterns and runes, radiating powerful magical energy. On either side of the gate sat dozens of golden stone statues, each over 20 meters tall, holding long swords and motionless, exuding a chilling aura. These stone statues are so lifelike, as if they could come back to life at any moment, giving people an invisible pressure. According to Snake, these are both summons called Greams, and both are over level 100. It is a puppet summoned by the progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan thousands of years ago. It is said that there were thousands of such beings at the time, but after thousands of years, all of them disappeared into the long river of history. According to information gathered within the city, the first queen has successfully awakened. Tonight, a grand banquet will be held at the palace to celebrate this important event. Anyone who manages to enter the city through the inspection can pay a deposit to enter the banquet hall and witness the splendor of the first empress. These golems must have been created by the first queen after her awakening. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. That ability to summon golem is so cool, I have to steal it no matter what. We don't know anything about the Rakshasa king yet, so let's start by having some fun with this legendary first ancestral empress. Can summoned creatures continue to act after their master dies? At this moment, Yu Rushuang, on behalf of Chu Fan, asked Snake a question. To be precise, the progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan did not die, she simply fell into a deep sleep due to severe injuries. I see. Princess Yu Rushuang, we will no longer accompany you. Yu Rushuang nodded, alright, thank you for your hard work. I will definitely find time to talk to my father about the reward for the escort. Thank you. Snake said, then turned back the way he came with a slightly regretful expression. As he walked, he would occasionally look back. I have a feeling that I'm going to misplace my trust in someone. Chu Fan smiled slightly upon seeing this. Everything was under control. It's 6:30 p.m. Ghost Palace. This colossal structure, nestled deep within the Mist City, is renowned throughout the entire Undead Plain for its towering castle and luxurious decor, resembling an ancient legend. The entire palace soared into the clouds, its crystal walls shimmering with a mysterious light under the moonlight. From a distance, it looks like a dazzling pearl, set on this dark, circular continent. Today, this place will become the stage for a grand celebration to commemorate the awakening of the first queen. The interior of the royal banquet hall was magnificent and imposing, and its decor looked no different from that of human society. Bathed in the glowing blue light of will-o'-the-wisps, the walls were adorned with a variety of epic treasures, each one priceless. These treasures bear witness to the glorious history of the Ghost Clan and demonstrate their unparalleled depth and refined taste. The spacious banquet hall is filled with a variety of specialty dishes to suit the tastes of different ethnic groups. These foods are not only uniquely shaped, but also exude an enticing aroma that makes one's mouth water. Among them are bone-clearing soup from the land of bones, rotten flesh cake from the zombie tribe, poison wine from the lich tribe, and many other strange and wonderful delicacies, making one want to try them all. Among the many visitors, the most eye-catching were two prominent figures from the undead realm: the crown prince of the zombie race, Deals, and the first princess of the lich race, Yu. The two of them were like the two brightest stars in the sky, radiating light and attracting the gaze of countless dead souls. Deals, with his flowing purple hair, paired with a dark purple tailcoat and blackish purple trousers, exudes a sense of power and noble status. Despite being a zombie, there was no rotten or blackened skin on his body. Except for the noticeable dark circles around his eyes, the rest of his skin was a bronze color that was several times healthier than that of a normal person. With a handsome face and arrogant demeanor, his blood-red eyes revealed an unparalleled domineering aura. Although he looked to be only about 15 years old, he exuded a chilling killing intent. Just one look into his eyes is enough to make you feel like you've just escaped death. Dills. Yu, on the other hand, is completely different. She gives people a feeling of gentleness, elegance, and grace. She was wearing a pure white, low-cut evening gown with a floor-length skirt, yet it was spotless. Wearing around his neck was the Lich Clan's heirloom, the mythical great equipment, the chain of unparalleled beauty, which exuded an extremely noble aura. Her long silver hair was exactly like Yu Shuang's, and the 16-year-old girl's figure was also very well proportioned. Her pale purple eyes were deep and captivating, perfectly complementing her mature and stunningly beautiful face. She has a tall and slender figure, a graceful swaying posture, and an alluring curve that exudes an irresistible charm. Every movement was full of elegance and confidence, as if the whole world was her stage. A slight upturn at the corners of his mouth revealed a faint smile, a smile as warm and friendly as a spring breeze, inspiring longing in one's heart. Her appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere, drawing countless pairs of eyes with intense admiration. Even the undead race, who have no interest in love and do not need to reproduce through sexual intercourse, cannot help but be captivated by her beauty. At this moment, she was holding a uniquely shaped glass filled with half a glass of blood wine and slowly walking towards Deals with light and elegant steps. The moon shines gently. Xiao Di, it's a rare sight. I didn't expect you to attend this kind of banquet. Yu wore a bright smile on her face, her tone as gentle as a breeze. Her voice was clear and melodious, like heavenly music, captivating all who heard it. However, this smile, which could make countless young men swoon, was met with a cold reception in front of Dills. Don't bother me. If it weren't for your father and my father constantly getting into all sorts of weird stuff, I wouldn't need to get involved in this mess. Dills responded bluntly, a hint of impatience in his eyes. He didn't seem to appreciate Yu's enthusiasm. He could have trained in the instance and prepared for the upcoming interdimensional war involving humanity. Unexpectedly, they had to attend this inexplicable banquet because of the trivial matter of the first queen's awakening. It's a complete waste of time. Yu continued with a smile. After all, our three races have now formed a cooperative relationship. The awakening of the Ghost Clan's progenitor queen is the best thing for us. Attending a banquet won't kill anyone. Humph. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. If you can grow into a powerhouse like the Rakshasa King, do you still need to form alliances? That's precisely why we need to form alliances. Upon hearing this, Deals snorted again, revealing a disdainful expression. But soon, as if noticing something, he suddenly widened his eyes and revealed an expression of disbelief. Hey, I have a question for you. I have a name, can you just call me Hey every time? Enough with the nonsense, let me ask you this, your Lich Clan's third princess is already dead, isn't she? Yu showed a regretful expression inside. It's been almost 2 months and there's still no news. There's probably no hope. Upon hearing this, Diels frowned slightly. He pointed to the group of 3 in the distance and demanded, "So, who is that person?" Chapter 97, Recognized. Time moved forward slightly. After entering the palace, Chu Fan and his group did not choose to go to the banquet hall immediately. They decided to first change their physical appearance and then blend into the crowd of visitors, trying to find out some information about the first queen and the Rakshasa king. Gradually, Chu Fan discovered something extremely strange. The vast majority of these visiting guests, like Snake's army, were completely unaware of the news of the Rakshasa king's resurrection. If everyone is completely unaware of this news, then it can be assumed that the king-level dungeon boss is deliberately deceiving them. But what puzzled Chu Fan was that it seemed a small number of people had indeed heard the news about the Rakshasa king's resurrection. What's even stranger is that these people are very certain that the purpose of the 3 races of Lich, Zombie, and Ghost joining forces to seize power is to be the first to get a share of the spoils when the Rakshasa king is resurrected. A heated debate also broke out during this period. A fierce conflict arose between those who firmly believed that the Rakshasa king had been resurrected and those who were skeptical. Both sides stuck to their own opinions, refused to give in, and even nearly came to blows. Chu Fan was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Whether the Rakshasa king was resurrected or not, and where he would appear after his resurrection, remains inconclusive. Then came the news about the progenitor queen of the Ghost clan. She is said to be a level 131 super boss, an unparalleled powerhouse who was invincible in the entire undead plane 10,000 years ago. Her profession is the mythical level Saint Emperor, who is skilled in using light magic, healing magic, and summoning magic, making her the nemesis of many undead in the undead plane. Despite being an undead, it possesses a technique that counters other undead. This stance has made her position highly controversial. Many races harbored strong hostility toward her resurrection, but due to the disparity in racial strength, they dared not bring this matter to the forefront. After all, no one can guarantee that the first queen won't turn on everyone first after her resurrection. The Ghost race feeds by consuming the magic of others. Currently, dozens of races skilled in magic have been reduced to livestock by the Ghost clan, destined to become food for their magic to be consumed from birth to death. That's it. By the way, beautiful lady, why have you been asking about this kind of information? A man from the Lich clan looked at Luluna with an embarrassed expression and muttered something under his breath. It's just out of curiosity. My child really enjoys these kinds of stories. He doesn't usually have the chance to meet such handsome and important people. Luluna blushed slightly and said shyly. Upon hearing this, the man from the Corpse Witch clan was struck dumb by lightning. So, she's already a mother. She's so beautiful. Who on earth dared to ruin such a beautiful woman? How awful. So that's how it is, huh? Speaking of which, where should I go to see the first queen? The Lich clan man looked completely bewildered. How could commoners like us possibly have the privilege of a private audience with Her Majesty the Queen? According to the protocol, Her Majesty should make her appearance halfway through the banquet. I see. Luluna smiled and nodded. You're welcome, It's my honor to answer your questions, beautiful lady. The man from the Lich clan suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, beautiful lady, do you know of any rumors about Her Majesty the Empress? Rumor? Yes. It said that the progenitor queen of the Ghost clan was resurrected using the body of a being from another plane, and hasn't yet recovered her full strength. I wonder if that's true or not. Luluna narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. This is the first time I've heard of this. Of course, this is just a rumor, and its veracity cannot be confirmed. If possible, please don't spread it around. Okay, I understand. Alright, I'll be going now. The banquet is about to start, beautiful lady, let's chat again next time. After the Lich man had gone far away, Chu Fan and Ru Shuang approached, nodding thoughtfully. As expected of you, Xiaolu, your honey trap is still the most effective. Lulu sighed, since you know how good I am to you, why aren't you nicer to me? You treat me like that every night. I think many women are quite envious of my stamina. You're so lucky, Xiaolu, you don't even know it. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. So, how's it going on your end? Chu Fan shrugged, it's pretty much the same. I feel like there's no point in collecting any more information. So, what should we do next? I think it's getting late, the banquet should be starting soon. As Luluna spoke, she secretly glanced at Chu Fan's expression, revealing a slightly expectant look. It was obvious, she was practically drooling over the food that would be served at the banquet. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. It's a real shame that two seemingly unrelated terms, foodie and goddess, both apply to the same person. I think the food at the banquet hall might not be your type. As expected. After arriving at the banquet hall, Lulu almost burst into tears. All the food was of strange and unusual types, and the only drink was wine made from blood. Although the system description says that these foods are non-toxic and have a low probability of increasing the four-dimensional attributes. But I just can't bring myself to eat it. Chu Fan chuckled and patted Luluna's shoulder. Now you know how good I am to you, right? I take you to the most luxurious hotels for every meal. What other woman gets that kind of treatment? Why? Can I take out the things from my spatial bag and eat them? Just bear with it. If we bring out human food here, it'll definitely be Schwanger? Is it really you? Chu Fan hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a girl with snow-white hair and a beautiful face, dressed in a white evening gown, appeared in front of them. This girl looks very much like Yu Rushuang, but their temperaments are completely different. If Yu Rushuang is like a pure white lotus, then the girl in front of you is a delicate and beautiful red rose. The moment the girl appeared, the atmosphere of the entire banquet changed. More than half of the people turned their attention here. At that moment, she was holding the hand of a black-haired girl tightly. Even her stunningly beautiful face was now filled with doubt. I don't understand why Yu Rushuang came back alive without telling her or her father what happened. Seeing this, Chu Fan and Lulu were both stunned. The current Yu Rushuang has used illusion magic to change her appearance and has also inherited the powerful magical abilities of elementalists and liches. How did I get recognized out of nowhere? Chapter 98A Plan to Turn the Tide. Name, Yu. Class, Chaos Wizard Legendary Class. Level, LV 94. HP, 180,000 200,000, MP, 69,000. Strength, 7,400, Attack, 8,400. Constitution, 8,800, Defense, 10,400. Spirit, 15,600, Magic Attack, 18,000. Agility, 10,000, Magic Defense, 17,600. Equipment, Chaos Mantra, Hellduke's Robe, Hellduke's Gauntlets, Chaos Dress, Chaos Boots, Chaos Ring, Chain of Despair, God of Mage Bracelet, God of Mage Bracelet. Skills, Fireball, Ice Arrow, Lightning Bolt, Windblade, Fire Serpent, Ice Soul, Thunderstrike, Hurricane, Mana Burn, Chaos Aura, Attribute Change, Weakness Shift, Chaos Awakening, Chaos Hex. Experience points, 22220004960 Portable space, click here to view detailed item information. Chu Fan glanced at the white-haired woman who had inexplicably run over and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Not bad. A legendary class. And she's even wearing a mythical necklace. Shouldn't I borrow it? But although she has many skills, she doesn't have a single one that can see through disguises. How did she recognize Yu Rushuang? Just to be on the safe side, let's first test whether this woman has any hidden treasures on her. Thinking of this, Chu Fan had an idea and immediately gave Yu Rushuang an order. Yu Rushuang raised her head slightly, looking completely bewildered, and said, "Sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Yu Rushuang, I'm just a lich passing by." Huh? Did you admit you made a mistake? Upon hearing this, Yu suddenly looked completely bewildered, her large, watery eyes blinking repeatedly, filled with confusion and bewilderment. The small hand that had been tightly holding Yu Rushuang slowly loosened, and she looked at the purple-haired man beside her with some surprise. Chu Fan followed Yu's gaze and spotted another high-level legendary professional. Name, Deals. Class, Blood Demon Legendary Class. Level, LV 95. HP, 540,000 600,000, MP, 10,000. Strength, 14,900, Attack, 17,700. Constitution, 8,000, Defense, 9,500. Spirit, 13,400, Magic Attack, 16,200. Agility, 13,200, Magic Defense, 15,800. Equipment, Soul Destroying Spear, Blood Robe, Blood Leggings, Blood Gauntlets, Blood Boots, Blood Headband, Blood Bracers, Chain of Fortune, Ring of Fortune, Soul Protecting Ring. Skills: Bloodstained Purgatory, Bloodthirsty Fangs, Bloodthirsty Hounds, Burning Blood, Bloodwing Assault, Bloodbat Strike, Blood Shadow Step, Blood Oath, Blood Shadow Break, Blood Fusion, Vampirism, Bloodbat Dance, Blood Demon's Eye. Experience points: 496,588,000,000. Portable space: click here to view detailed item information. Chu Fan glanced at Deal's system interface and finally understood the reason for everything. Blood Demon's Eye, epic level skill, passive skill. Can see through any disguise below epic level. While wielding this skill, you will lose 5 HP per second. Moonfrost's illusion technique was only an epic level skill, so naturally Blood Demon's Eye could easily see through her true form. This is getting a bit tricky. Even if we were to steal the Blood Demon Eye from this guy named Deals right now, it might actually cause more suspicion and trouble under these circumstances. It seems we have no choice but to play along. Just then, Deers, who was being closely watched by Yu, slowly walked over. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the Blood Shadow Break, forcibly removing Yu Shuang's disguise and revealing her true appearance. Schwanger, it really is you. Seeing this, Yu immediately rushed forward and hugged Yu Shuang tightly, tears streaming down her face. Schwanger, what happened? Why did you pretend not to know me? With a wronged expression, Yu Shuang tightly hugged Yu's back. I'm sorry, sister, I have unspeakable difficulties. After they separated, Yu placed her hands on Yu Shuang's shoulders, her face beaming with joy. Quick, let your sister check your attributes, see if you're injured. I'm fine. What exactly happened? I heard that you were. This is a long story, let's talk about it over there. Good. As Yu spoke, she led Yu Shuang away from the banquet hall and headed towards the lounge. As Yu led Yu Shuang away from the banquet hall, the scene became somewhat deathly silent. It wasn't until several breaths later that someone broke the silence. Schwanger? Yu's younger sister? Could it be Yu Shuang, who went to the human plane a few months ago to carry out a capture mission? Wasn't she dead? Shut up. This isn't something we can decide. Something must have happened. There are still many lich people here. Do you want to die? I never expected her to escape under those circumstances. She truly deserves to be called the princess of the Lich Clan. Damn humans. Once we, the Rakshasa Kings, are resurrected, we will surely raise the human plane to the ground. Now that Yu Shuang has returned, what about Alex of our tribe and the warriors of the other tribes? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Chu Fan and Lunai. After all, only the two of them came with Yu Shuang. Could it be that these two people kidnapped and controlled Yu Shuang? I'm afraid I have to give an explanation today. Dils glanced at Chu Fan out of the corner of his eye, a sly smile playing on his lips. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, this body of yours is just a disguise, isn't it? Could you show us your true face? I didn't expect to be found out after all. Chu Fan sighed deeply. I never expected there to be such a genius as you. Since you want to see my true colors, then I'll let you see them to your heart's content. Before he could finish speaking, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan's figure and appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. The light and shadow symbolizing his physical body gradually grew larger and slowly rose into the sky. His body seemed to be draped in a pure white sheet, his limbs were faintly visible, and he floated slowly in the void, looking just like a real ghost. Upon seeing this scene, all the Ghost Clan members gasped in shock. This person is none other than Alex. Chapter 99, Taking the Initiative. Alex. How is that possible? Wasn't he dead? Could it be? He escaped back with the third princess of the Lich race? No, when did Alex learn magic that can change his appearance? Something's not right. Something's very, very wrong. Now that we're back in the Ghost Clan's territory, why are we sneaking around doing this? Could we be human spies? Block the exit, don't let him get away. Who is that blonde woman next to him? I've never seen that kind of race before. I suggest checking his profile. The Queen's Banquet cannot allow suspicious individuals to enter. As a high-ranking member of the Ghost Clan finished speaking, all the guests present turned their attention to Alex. Like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a lamb to the slaughter, their eyes gleamed with greed and bloodlust. They were eager to try their best, seemingly impatient to make a great contribution at the banquet. Under the gaze of the crowd, Alex's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. But he quickly composed himself and put on a bewildered and pitiful expression. He stared wide-eyed at the people around him with an innocent look on his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Hey, what do you mean by this? I barely escaped alive. How can you treat a survivor like this? Alex's voice trembled, tinged with a sob, evoking pity in the listener. The high-ranking member of the Ghost Clan continued his aggressive press. Enough nonsense. Although the attribute interface is a matter of personal privacy, you can't keep it a secret any longer. Sigh, never mind. Alex let out a long sigh and reluctantly opened his attribute interface, displaying it to everyone. Name, Alex. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV66. HP, 39,000. Mobile phone, 11000. Everyone gasped as they looked at the system information that appeared before them. No matter how perfectly the exterior is disguised, the system's attribute interface can never be faked. This is the rule of the world, a truth that absolutely cannot be violated. Names may be repeated, but the legendary class Necromancer doesn't awaken easily. Among the ghost race, the Necromancer named Alex is truly unique. It really was him. He's really back. Damn it, who was it that questioned the identity of Alex of the Ghost Clan? Step forward. To escape alive after being discovered by humans, thanks to Her Majesty the Queen, is truly amazing. It scared me. I almost thought it was a foreign invasion. So, who is that blonde woman next to Alex? Upon hearing this, the previously noisy environment instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Luluna, who was standing to the side, their expressions filled with doubt and surprise. If Yu Rushuang and Alex are still alive, and both of them deceived the human plane's censorship through transformation techniques. So, is this blonde woman also one of the survivors from the undead plane? Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but start whispering and discussing among themselves. Just then, Alex, who had been silent all along, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, secretly revealing a plan in motion expression. In fact, he already knew that Deals would use the blood demon eye to check his identity. The reason he deliberately let Deals see that his identity was a disguise was because he wanted to take this opportunity to make everyone believe that he was the real Alex. After all, without sufficient evidence, it's hard to be convinced by his one-sided statement. Moreover, the power of God-level disguise lies in its immunity to all detection skills, including legendary ones. In other words, apart from mythical-level detection skills, no detection skill can see through his disguise. As an epic-level skill, Blood Demon's Eye is no exception. Under the intense scrutiny of others, revealing one's own attributes is much easier than proving one's identity through other methods. Now that Yu Rushuang's disguise has been exposed, it's only a matter of time before her own identity is also questioned. Rather than waiting to be killed, it's better to take the initiative. As long as the illusion that Chu Fan is Alex can be successfully created, even if any trouble or accidents occur later, people will have less doubt about themselves because of this impression. It seems that things are progressing very smoothly. She is Luluya, the goddess of the divine court. Yu Rushuang and I were able to escape with her help. Now she has come to our undead plane to help us defeat the human plane and complete our revenge. However, regarding why she would assist our necropolis, I will personally bring her to meet Her Majesty the Queen after the banquet, and Her Majesty will decide for her. Please, everyone, stop digging into this. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, wondering if they had misheard. Even Deal's resolute face couldn't help but furrow slightly at this moment. Goddess? A goddess from the divine court plane? What does this mean? Alex looked solemn, while the blonde beauty wore a wry smile, seemingly not joking. However, now that Alex has proven his identity and plans to meet the first queen in person to report the details. Therefore, this matter must be extremely important and requires strict confidentiality. For ordinary nobles like them, it was simply impossible to understand the inside story. Anyway, it's good that Yu Rushuang and Alex are back. 10 minutes later. The crowd seemed still reeling from the shock. However, the controversy caused by Alex's identity seemed to subside quickly. After all, those who can come here are almost all people of some renown in their respective races, and they are bound to run into each other again. If things escalate, not only will it anger the first queen, but it might also make the target of public criticism. At this moment, Yu led Yu Rushuang from the lounge to Alex and gave him a bright smile. Mr. Alex, I've heard everything from Shuang. You saved her. On behalf of the Lich royal family, I thank you. As Yu spoke, she pulled Yu Rushuang along to curtsy to Alex, appearing very well-mannered. For Alex, the first princess of the Lich clan and the next Lich queen, to make such a move in public demonstrates the greatness of her achievements and Yuyu's deep affection for Yu Rushuang. It's alright. We've always been helping each other out, so there's no question of whether or not to save them. Alex waved his hand dismissively. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the necklace around Yu Yu's neck. Chapter 100. Be careful not to be used as a mount. Equipment, Chain of Eternity. Rank, Mythical. Type, Necklace. Durability, never wears out. Attributes, all 4 main attributes plus 500, magic defense plus 500. Equipment requirements, 5000 spirit points, combat class. Additional effect 1, the wearer is immune to all fatal damage. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Additional effect 2, the wearer is immune to all abnormal statuses and will automatically transfer any abnormal statuses applied to themselves to other applicants. Additional effect 3, after equipping this item, the wearer will learn the legendary skill Resurrection. Additional effect 4, after equipping this item, the wearer will gain a shield that grants immunity to both magical and physical damage every 10 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Additional effect 5, after equipping this item, the wearer will receive a blessing from the gods, greatly increasing their luck and granting 100% more experience points. Xu Fan began to have doubts. This is truly a mythical level equipment I've never seen before. Its additional effects are incredibly powerful. In any game, it will become a disruptive force that breaks the game's balance. However, such a treasure was worn by a female ghost, which was a terrible waste. However, while the other effects are relatively easy to understand, the fourth effect, magic immunity, is quite troublesome. Based on the experience of fighting the Ice Skeleton King, it can be deduced that the handsome thief skill may be negated by this type of magic immunity defense, thus alerting the enemy. Therefore, before meeting the progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan, Xu Fan decided to avoid causing any disturbance as much as possible. After all, this piece of equipment has a rare effect on increasing the speed of experience gain, and we must get it no matter what. It's been 2.5 months since I awakened and changed jobs, and I've only reached level 40. That's really too slow. Yu seemed to notice Alex's gaze, smiled slightly, and said playfully, Mr. Alex, this necklace is a treasure passed down through our lich race for thousands of years. Even if you are the one who saved my sister, I won't let you off easily if you try to take it. Alex said calmly, sorry, I heard about the chain of destruction from your sister before, and I was just curious. After all, I've never seen a mythical level equipment before. Oh, I see. Alex withdrew his gaze. However, there is something I am quite curious about. Princess Yu, aren't you afraid of encountering robbers when you go out wearing mythical level equipment like that? Legendary level equipment is enough to make people envious, let alone mythical level equipment. Upon hearing this, Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She closed her right eye, puffed out her chest, and explained with a proud expression, I am the first princess of the Lich Clan. I have a communication talisman engraved on my body by my father. As long as I have that thought, my father can instantly break through the void and come here. In the plane of the dead, those who dare to oppose my father have not known how many death anniversaries have passed. A communication talisman? Xu Fan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. It seems that neither the thief's eye nor the eye of true sight can detect these hidden runes. The skill combo chain isn't perfect yet. We need to steal more skills from legendary or mythical classes. According to Yu Rushuan, her father, Yu Huangkuei, was a mythical level professional. Once things are settled, we must find an opportunity to strip Yu and Yu Huangkuei naked, and take a good look at how much good stuff they still have. But now. Xu Fan's gaze slowly shifted to Deals, who had been staring intently at him, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. You're no good anymore, you dead zombie. Take all of Blood Demon's skills and all the treasures on you. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been stolen, Bloodthirsty Fawn. The Master Thief's skill Hitman Sneaky Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been acquired, Bloodhound of Hell. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been stolen, Bloodwing Assault. The Master Thief's skill Thief's Sneaky Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill, Blood Shadow Step, has been acquired. At this moment, Yu suddenly changed the subject, as if she had remembered something, and turned her head to look at Liluna, who was being stared at by countless undead. You must be Miss Liluya, right? The goddess from the Divine Court. Lulu was stunned for a moment before realizing that the other person was calling her, and she scratched her head somewhat awkwardly. She didn't know Xu Fan's plan, nor what Yu wanted to do, but she still nodded politely in response. It's me, what's wrong, Princess Yu? I never imagined that we in the undead realm would one day be able to fight alongside the goddess. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Yu Yu smiled slightly, her face full of anticipation. From now on, we should be comrades in arms, please take good care of me. Lulu glanced at Chu Fan, then leaned close to Yu Yu's ear and whispered, you're so good looking and have such a great figure, be careful not to be used as a mount. Upon hearing this, Yu Yu was completely bewildered, having no idea what Liluna was talking about. Mount? What do you mean? I'm a lich, I can't be a mount. That's all I can say. Lulu smiled mysteriously, said nothing more, and gently patted Yu Yu's shoulder. After saying that, she jogged over to Alex's side and whispered something to him. The goddesses of the divine court plane are really strange. Looking at Liluna's back, Yu Yu was also completely confused and couldn't figure it out. She turned around and stroked Yu Rushuang's hair, smiling, Schwanger, come home with me after the banquet. I was so worried about you these past 2 months. Yu Rushuang blushed, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head slightly, saying softly, Sister, after the banquet, could you wait for me? I have something I want to talk to Alex about. If it's convenient, could you come with me? Yu Yu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, something? You want me to come with you? Can't you tell me now? Yu Rushuang gently shook her head, her voice growing softer, tinged with shyness and timidity. There are too many people here, I'm a little scared. Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's heart stirred, and her gaze fell on Yu Rushuang, scrutinizing her closely. Seeing her shy and bashful appearance, Yu Yu immediately understood what was going on and a knowing smile appeared on her face. I see. It seems Yu Rushuang has finally figured things out and understands love. Perhaps their 2 months on the run have fostered feelings between them? It's just a pity. Alex is a ghost and cannot reproduce, so the two are destined not to be together. This time, it seems that Yu Rushuang is going to confess her feelings to Alex, end this life on the run, and say goodbye to him for good. As her older sister, Yu Yu naturally supported her decision. No problem, no problem. It's just a small thing, I'll definitely help you. Thank you, sister. Chapter 101 The Schemes of the First Empress. Over time, the truly powerful and prestigious figures on the undead plane began to appear one after another. The first to appear was the master of this palace, who was also the initiator of this banquet, the Ghost King Caesar. This Ghost King is level 121, a mythical level professional, and can be considered one of the top powerhouses in the undead plane. Rumor has it that in order to better host this grand celebration of the first queen, he even withdrew from the fierce power struggle, handing over this rare opportunity to his allies, the Lich King and the Zombie King. This fully demonstrates the high importance he attaches to this celebration. Next, the king of the neighboring zombie tribe, the Zombie King, also made a grand appearance. Although the zombie race is not listed as one of the 7 major races in the undead plane. However, their overall strength is definitely at the top level in the entire undead plane, and their racial ranking is certainly no more than 100. Following closely behind, the Demon Queen, ruler of the Demon Soul Clan, the King of the Wraith Clan, and the King of the Skull Clan, ruler of the Skull Clan, also made their appearances. At the same time, on the other side, inside the royal palace of the Ghost Clan, a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in a black evening gown, was sitting in front of a dressing table, slowly combing her hair. Her movements were elegant and composed, each stroke of her brush carrying a unique sense of rhythm. A faint smile always graced her face, making her seem mysterious and unpredictable. At this moment, a grand banquet is being held in the banquet hall, but the woman seems completely unconcerned about the noise outside, and even a little indifferent. Her gaze was focused on the comb in her hand, as if nothing in the outside world could disturb the peace in her heart. At the same time, behind her was a humanoid phantom, appearing and disappearing, its reality unclear. The illusory figure stood there silently, like a ghost, exuding an eerie aura. Its presence brought a gloomy atmosphere to the entire palace, making people feel fear. This scene lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, when the black-haired woman put down the wooden comb in her hand, the illusory figure spoke. Its voice, like a mechanical synthesizer, was cold and ruthless, echoing throughout the palace. Lioli, what do you think about what happened at the banquet? Upon hearing the question, the black-haired woman did not answer immediately. She took a small sip of tea, her gaze remaining calm and serene. After a moment, she slowly said, I must say, Alex's methods are indeed very clever. By using the blood demon eye of the zombie prince, he created a cover for his identity in public, and even controlled the little princess of the Lich Clan and the goddess of the divine court. This person is probably no pushover. At least I can't see through her true form. I also don't know what kind of treasure she used to conceal the attributes of the system interface. I suspect that the human plane discovered your plan, so they sent powerful beings to hinder your resurrection. The phantom shook its head. There couldn't possibly be such a powerful being in the human plane. It's probably a powerful being from the elven plane. My resurrection might be a threat to them, which is why they're resorting to these petty tricks. Upon hearing this, the black-haired woman frowned slightly. A powerful elven? What should I do? The phantom didn't seem to care, and said calmly, "Don't worry too much, a mere elf can't cause any trouble. Now that my soul has broken free of the seal, only my physical body remains within it. No matter what those scum of the elves want to do, they can no longer stop me. Lioli, continue to spread the news of my resurrection on a small scale, as I told you before. Try to entice them to fight against the human army in the undead plane. It would be best if they could fight to the death. Just keep an eye on what that elf is doing, there's no need to stop them. I'd like to see what they're planning to do. And the souls of those who died in battle and the humans will become nourishment for my body to break through the seal." The black-haired woman nodded. "I understand. Lord Rakshasa King. Lioli, after I am resurrected, I will marry you and make you my queen. At that time, the entire plane of the dead will be our kingdom." "Very well. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's kindness." As the words fell, the illusory image slowly dissipated into the void. Inside the palace, only the black-haired woman remained, sitting quietly in front of her dressing table with a half-smile on her face. "Humph, who cares about a wretched queen like you? Once I grow stronger than you, the first person I'll kill will be you, Rakshasa King. However, the strong of the elven race? I doubt it. The elven plane itself is still at war with the demons of the imperial court plane. How could they have the leisure to meddle in the affairs of our undead plane? But, if that person isn't from the elf plane, then who could it be? And which plane would dare to lay a hand on a goddess from the divine court? Aren't they afraid of incurring retaliation from the divine court? Whatever, it doesn't affect me anyway. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. I suppose you don't want the Rakshasa King to be fully resurrected and to regain control of the netherworld, do you? In the current undead plane, I am the only ancestor who has awakened. As long as the Rakshasa King dies, I will be the strongest in the undead plane, the sole ruler of the undead plane, and no one can stop me. Hey you, since you want to get rid of the Rakshasa King, then let me make good use of you." "Ha-hoo!" Chu Fan, who was still in the banquet hall, suddenly sneezed loudly. "Ever since I became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, I've had no shortage of female admirers. Maybe it's one of them talking about me behind my back. Being handsome is truly a curse." Chu Fan rubbed the tip of his nose and began to observe and record the rare skills and equipment of each guest. The MP stored up on the way had already been used up on that zombie named Deals, who stole a lot of skills and valuable treasures. It left behind the Blood Demon's Eye and a few other skills that seemed pretty useless. Chu Fan naturally looked down on a skill like Blood Demon's Eye, which couldn't be turned off and caused continuous damage. They've already shared the mythic level skill Goddess's Eye with Luluna, a completely superior replacement. Who wants that skill only a masochist would like? Chapter 102. The first ancestor empress was actually Su Yao? Shu. Alex, this ice cream is delicious. You should try some. Luluna scooped a small bite of ice cream with a spoon and held it to Chu Fan's lips. Although the ice cream is blood red in color and looks a bit like a mixture of blood and meat, which is somewhat gory, it tastes absolutely amazing. Let me try it. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing this, Luluna's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and she scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and put it in her mouth. A few seconds later, she excitedly exclaimed again, "Alex, this looks like the skull grape, a specialty fruit from the undead realm. You should try it." Luluna, now at an advanced level, picked up a bunch of purple grapes and gently plucked one, handing it to Chu Fan. Chu Fan took the grape and put it in his mouth, a sweet and sour taste spreading through his mouth. Delicious. Alex, this blood wine smells amazing. You should try some. Luluna picked up her wineglass, took a sip of the blood wine, then leaned close to Chu Fan and blew a breath at him. Immediately, a rich aroma of wine wafted over. Chu Fan took a deep breath, a look of rapture on his face. This wine really does smell delicious. Chu Fan accepted all of Lulu's food offerings and ate with great relish. Chu Fan completely ignored the envious and jealous looks from others, and even felt a little smug. After all, he was once one of those others too. Now that I'm in the position of being watched, I have to say, it's actually kind of satisfying. Speaking of which, what exactly is the relationship between Alex and the goddess? I have a feeling they get along quite well? I think so too. Putting aside their racial identity, I almost thought they were a couple. Shoo, keep your voice down. Alex is the hero who brought the goddess back to the land of the dead. Be careful he doesn't hear you and get kicked out. I'm so envious of their life on the run, with the goddess from the divine court and two beauties, Yu Rushuang. What's there to envy? Alex is a ghost, he doesn't even have chickens, and you're still envious? Just as everyone was discussing it. The next second, the lights in the entire banquet hall suddenly dimmed. The faint glow of the remaining will-o'-the-wisp stretched across the corridor, instantly enhancing the atmosphere. What is this? The Hall of Gloomy Light. Is Her Majesty the Empress about to emerge? We've been waiting for this moment for ages. I really don't know just how powerful Her Majesty the Empress is. It is said that the progenitor queen of the ghost clan, Lioli, has awakened this time by using the body of a being from another dimension. She will probably be very different from the queen we know. Awakening by using the bodies of beings from other dimensions? Isn't Her Majesty the Ghost Clan? Why does she still need a physical body? You don't understand. There are some special individuals among the ghost race who exist in both physical and spiritual states. They can replenish their energy by eating, just like us, and they can also devour the souls of others to strengthen themselves. Didn't you see Alex and that goddess playing the feeding game before? He should belong to this type of individual. I see. The guests craned their necks, their eyes filled with intense anticipation. Just then, as the eerie blue will-o'-the-wisps began to flicker, a chilling gust of wind suddenly emanated from the depths of the corridor. Immediately afterwards, a beam of brilliant golden light suddenly shone down, illuminating the empty throne on the steps and enveloping a stunningly beautiful black-haired girl. On the throne sat a young girl, poised and elegant. The black halter neck evening gown she wore perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, making her irresistibly alluring. She looked to be about 18 years old, tall and curvaceous, with a delicate and charming appearance that was captivating. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin and shimmering with a faint glow. Bright as stars, deep and mysterious, revealing an indescribable charm. Her skin was as white as snow, as delicate as jade, and crystal clear. Her facial features were exquisitely defined, her cherry lips were full and red, and her half-smile exuded a lively charm. The moment everyone witnessed her stunning beauty, countless guests were instantly captivated. Her beauty was otherworldly, like a fairy who had stepped out of ancient times, making the whole world pale in comparison. Any words used to describe her beauty would seem pale and powerless. Even adjectives like beauty that could sink fish and bring down geese, beauty that could shame the moon and put flowers to shame would be considered a desecration and insult to her. In the entire banquet hall, perhaps only Luluna's beauty could rival hers. Is this the first empress? She's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. So gorgeous. Even if the first queen is a ghost, I still want to fall in love with her. You're dreaming. Her Majesty the Queen doesn't fall in love. As everyone gasped in amazement, the first queen's lips curled up slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. Her smile was as beautiful and captivating as a flower blooming in spring, so enchanting that one could not tear oneself away from it. That smile was like a spring breeze, instantly striking the heartstrings of countless souls present. The male undead were all captivated by the first queen's charm, becoming her devoted followers and willing to offer their hearts to her. The female spirits paled in comparison at that moment, feeling ashamed and deeply doubting their own charm. That smile seems to possess a magical power, capable of captivating all things in the world. A smile that could launch 1,000 ships. That's probably the kind of captivating feeling we're talking about. However, Chu Fan and Lulu were completely stunned. They stared wide-eyed, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, wondering if they were seeing things. Because this progenitor empress was none other than Su Yao, who had been missing for 2.5 months. First Empress. Name, Mo Lioli. Class, Saint Emperor Mythical Level. Level, LV 131. HP, 336-0000336-0000, MP, 690,000. Strength, 46,800, Attack, 55,000. Constitution, 54,000, Defense, 67,000. Spirit, 86,000, Magic Attack, 100,000. Agility, 69,000, Magic Defense, 96,000. Equipment, Star Chaser, Aurora Angel Robe, Aurora Angel Dress, Grip of Radiance, Crown of Radiance, Star Patterned Boots, Aurora Angel Ring, Aurora Angel Chain, Aurora Angel Bracelet, Black Pearl Mister, Undead Bone Ring. Skills: Light Bullet, Advanced Healing, Photosynthesis, Light Shield, Blessing of Light, Prayer, Holy Shield, Radiant Blast, Holy Light Retribution, Meteor Shower, Summon Aurora Angel, Summon Hell Angel, Summon Seraphim, Summon Golem. Experience points: 99999999999. There is no longer an experience point limit after level 100. You must successfully defeat a specific dungeon beast solo to level up. Portable space: click here to view detailed item information. Chapter 103: Unparalleled Grace. Xiao Lu, use your goddess's eye to see if it's just an illusion or something. Chu Fan nudged Lulu's shoulder and said somewhat woodenly. The attribute interface in front of me doesn't show Su Yao's name, and her aura is completely different from the Su Yao I saw before. She has also become much prettier. But with that face shape, that temperament, that skill, that voice, without a doubt, she is Su Yao herself. Chu Fan would never be wrong about this. It's been used. It's not an illusion, she really does look like this. Luluna was also taken aback. For some time now, Yu Rushuang has been transforming into Su Yao every day, and she is extremely familiar with her aura and appearance. There's no way you could mistake someone for someone else. What exactly is going on? Yu, who was standing to the side, seemed to think that Alex and Lulu were amazed by the beauty of the first queen, and came over with a happy look on her face. He explained calmly, "Alex, have you forgotten? The first queen's current physical body is borrowed from the humans you brought back from the human plane." Ha? Chu Fan looked bewildered. What the heck? Can you explain what's going on? Yu smiled gently. It seems she's not a human you brought back. That human girl's profession is a legendary holy mage, specializing in light magic and healing magic, which is quite similar to the skills mastered by the Holy Emperor, the first queen. More than a month ago, my father sent someone to deliver the girl's body. I never expected it to be conscripted like this. So, what do you think? My father has good taste, doesn't he? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan and Lulu Nai gasped in shock. Good heavens! Wow, that's amazing! A little over a month ago, the Holy Archmage captured a girl from the human plane. Isn't that Su Yao? So Su Yao didn't die? She simply became the physical body of the progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan. Is this good luck or bad luck? I've only been in the undead realm for a few days and I've already encountered this. Although Chu Fan often said that he wouldn't save Su Yao and that he had nothing to do with her, he seemed somewhat heartless. But that's because Su Yao is either dead or her whereabouts are unknown. Now that we've seen it, there's no reason to sit idly by. While stealing the first queen's abilities, it wouldn't hurt to try and save her. Yes, it really is beautiful. Alex praised it. Yu glanced at Alex, covered her mouth and laughed. Alex, judging from your expression, you've fallen in love with your queen? Alex shrugged. You could say that for now. But speaking of which, after the queen took over a human's body, did that human really die completely? Upon hearing this, Yu was slightly taken aback. I don't understand why Alex would ask such a strange question. Isn't that perfectly normal? How could Her Majesty the Queen allow another soul to exist in her body? She must have devoured that human girl's soul the moment she took over the body. Has it been completely devoured? Alex glanced at the goddess seated on the throne, thinking to himself, is it just my imagination? I feel like Su Yao's soul still exists within her. Yes. It must have been completely devoured. Aren't you Ghost Race the best at devouring souls? Upon hearing this, Alex nodded thoughtfully. It seems impossible to get any information out of Yu. Just then, the first queen took out a green flute from her spatial pouch, placed it before her cherry lips, and slowly played beautiful notes. There will also be talent shows? Everyone was puzzled. Shouldn't this kind of thing be left to the maids? A melodious flute tune began to play. The guests immediately fell into a very polite silence. The melodious sound of the flute filled the air, its graceful and varied tunes resonating with every guest, easily touching their deepest emotions and evoking a strong sense of connection. As the flute played, people seemed to be transported to a dreamlike world, passing through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to them. At that moment, the whole world became peaceful and beautiful, with only the beautiful melody that made one's soul tremble echoing in the air. Soon, the song ended. But the lingering sound resonated long afterward. Everyone finally understood why the first queen had personally played this piece. The flute in her hand is called the Jade Flute, a mythical treasure that requires a large amount of MP to activate. This flute music possesses magical power, capable of soothing all living things in the world, dispelling the inner demons of the strong, nourishing the weary body and mind, and making people forget all their troubles. More importantly, it also has a certain probability of directly improving the four-dimensional attributes of tiny values. The more MP you consume, the greater the probability of increasing your four main attributes. Judging from the fact that everyone present had increased their four-dimensional attributes by varying amounts, the first queen's performance clearly consumed an extremely large amount of MP. After a few breaths, everyone slowly recovered from their shock. They were moved to tears, their respect and gratitude for the first queen overflowing. The first queen smiled slightly and did not say anything more. My four attributes have all increased by nearly 10 points. I never expected to gain such benefits just from listening to a performance. It sounds wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I never imagined that Her Majesty the Queen would allow us to use such a precious treasure. We are willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty, without hesitation. I can't take it anymore. I've completely fallen in love with Her Majesty the Queen. She's so beautiful. Right now. All the guests burst into thunderous applause. Their eyes widened, their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The nobles, especially, were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. Even the kings, rulers, and those in power of various races were stunned for a while. They considered themselves to have slept with many talented and beautiful women, but compared to the first empress before them, they were worlds apart. This made them realize how ignorant they had been before. However, their hearts were filled with desires and impulses. But reason told them that they shouldn't try it lightly. Because she was the progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan. She possesses not only unparalleled beauty and talent, but also unmatched status and power. Even these high and mighty kings could only obediently bow their heads before the first queen. Who dares to lay a hand on the first empress? Even if they had 1,000,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. After all, the first queen represented the majesty and glory of the entire ghost race and was an inviolable being. I absolutely cannot tolerate others overstepping my boundaries. Although everyone was itching with desire, they could only bury it deep in their hearts. They would be content just to catch a glimpse of it from afar. Chapter 104 Life is like a dream. Listening to the guests' discussions. The first queen didn't take it to heart and simply smiled and nodded in response. Then, she turned her gaze to Chu Fan and his group, seemingly lost in thought. This person. I feel like there's something really strange about him. The way he looks at me, it feels completely different from how he looks at other people. It looks like they're sizing me up? Could it be that he wasn't infected? The first queen frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. The reason she played the jade flute was not to use her MP to boost the attributes of these guests for no reason. Instead, he used the sound of the flute as cover to unleash his signature move, the mythical skill Floating Life Like a Dream. This skill may seem ordinary, but it actually contains immense power. It can subtly guide a designated target into a dreamlike state of memory, thereby manipulating their mind and controlling their soul. This technique is exquisite and completely different from common mind control and charm skills. Generally speaking, control skills such as mental interference, bewitching eyes, and brainwashing often use forceful means to directly invade the opponent's consciousness and attempt to forcibly imprison and control the opponent's soul. However, this approach has many limitations and risks. For example, it has limited duration of control, is easily resisted, may be detected by others, and can be countered by equipment and skills that provide immunity to specific states. In contrast, the magic of the life is like a dream tactic lies in its ability to subtly influence the target's thoughts and emotions. Using the beautiful sound of a flute as cover, the first queen successfully guided her target into a dreamlike memory, where she wove a world that was both illusory and real. In this world, the target will be immersed in past memories and emotions, unable to extricate themselves. When the target is trapped in a dreamlike state of memory, the first queen has the opportunity to manipulate their mind and control their soul. She can exploit the other person's weaknesses, fears, and desires to guide them to act in accordance with her own wishes. This control is very stable and not easily detected by the target, thus avoiding their vigilance and resistance. It's like a subtle, pervasive force, quietly influencing the thoughts and behaviors of those being controlled. Moreover, this control leaves no trace of mental manipulation, nor does it contain any obvious manipulative elements. Conversely, the controlled person may feel very comfortable and happy, and may even develop a dependence on this control. This is like a meticulously designed PUA pickup artist scheme, which makes the victim unknowingly fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. Ultimately, the first queen will appear deep within the dreams of those she controls, replacing the most important person in their hearts and becoming the most crucial figure in their lives. In this way, the controlled will willingly accept the existence of the first queen and be willing to give everything for her. From that moment on, they will completely lose themselves and become puppets in the hands of the first queen. These individuals, much like teenagers caught in an emotional whirlpool, become hopelessly infatuated with their beloved goddesses, unable to extricate themselves. No matter what request the beloved goddess makes, these people will carry it out without hesitation, even if it means paying the price with their lives. This method of control is simply impeccable, leaving no room for resistance. To others, these people appear to be nothing more than fanatical sycophants obsessed with a goddess, with no trace of mind manipulation to be found. This is because it does not stem from external mental control, but from one's true inner thoughts. Of course, to achieve this, one must still abide by the rules of the world. Your magic attack must be greater than the opponent's magic defense. The problem is, even with her magic attack reaching 100,000 points, she still couldn't control it? What the hell is this? Could it be that this person's magic defense exceeds 100,000 points? In his knowledge, no one in the undead plane except for the Rakshasa King had ever reached a magic defense of over 100,000 points. Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. With this thought in mind, the first queen trembled uncontrollably. Large beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The idea that this person was the ruler of another dimension slowly began to take root in the mind of the first queen. If that's the case, then could it be that his target is me? Damn it, what a mess I've made. Seeing the way Alex was looking at her, as if she were a treasure, the first queen finally couldn't take it anymore. That look, whether it's power, treasure, or even a soul, she must be being watched. Escape. We have to escape. She rose shakily from her throne and curtsied, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to my celebratory banquet. I have only just awakened and need time to consolidate my power, so please forgive me for not being able to continue. Please forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality." The words had barely left his mouth. She vanished without a trace in an instant, as if she had never existed at all. The spirits were taken aback at first, but soon burst into enthusiastic applause. Her Majesty the Queen, despite being unwell, still played the jade flute for us. We are so touched. I, Hu Han-san, hereby declare that I am now Her Majesty the Empress's dog. If you disagree, bring it on. I wish I could admire Her Majesty's beauty a little longer. But since my power hasn't fully recovered, there's nothing I can do. Her Majesty's health is more important than anything else. It hurts so much. The thought that the future Empress might be with other men makes my heart ache. Chu Fan, are you going to chase after her? I've already marked her soul with the soul tracking compass, so I can track her whereabouts anytime, anywhere. Luluna leaned close to Alex's ear and whispered something. Now that her soul has been marked, there's no need to rush, and... Alex shook his head, looked at the kings of the various races around him, and smiled slightly. There are still several legendary-level professionals here. We can't let them go to waste. Hearing this, Lulu sighed, What's the use of stealing so many skills? Alex smiled calmly, it's always good to have more skills. But when are you going to teach me a skill that restores MP? A goddess like you, why don't you even know this kind of move? I've shared so many skills with you. I want to learn too. The main problem is that there aren't many skills in this world that can restore MP, and there aren't even any items that can restore MP. I don't know why. What a strange world. Chu Fan muttered a complaint under his breath. The banquet continued. Even though the first queen had left, the banquet hall was still bustling with activity. The nobles of the smaller races began to curry favor with the larger races, seeking to establish connections and discussing their interests. Such a large banquet is an excellent social venue. About 2 hours later. Inside a luxurious room on the 3rd floor of the palace, Yu looked at the room, which had already been soundproofed and protected by a barrier, and immediately realized that she had fallen into a trap. What do you want to do? Don't come near me, or I'll call my father. And Schwanger, what happened to you? Could it be that you were controlled from the very beginning? Yu looked terrified. At this moment, Chu Fan had already shed his, Alex, appearance and revealed his true human form. He gave a wicked smile. Yu, keep screaming, no one will come to save you even if you scream your lungs out. Chapter 105 The Bracelet of Space. Lulu rolled her eyes. Chu Fan, what you said is very ambiguous. Chu Fan smiled calmly. What's the ambiguity? Your goddess watches short videos all day, what's she thinking about? As for Yu Rushuang, she wore a hesitant expression, completely unsure of what to say. Looking at the terrified Yu, she also let out a long sigh. She is currently under mental control and is completely unable to disobey Chu Fan's orders. All she could do was pray that Chu Fan wouldn't kill her own sister, Yu. I'm warning you, as long as you can break free from Schwinger's mind control and let us leave, I can guarantee that nothing will happen. But if you come any closer to me, I will immediately activate the communication talisman and call my father. Then you will definitely be killed by my father. Yu's voice trembled slightly, but she still tried her best to appear tough. However, a disdainful smile appeared on Chu Fan's face. He slowly walked towards Yu, saying as he went, "Oh? Then why don't you give it a try?" As Yu watched Chu Fan get closer and closer, the fear in her heart grew stronger. She bit her lip, her right hand pressed tightly against the communication talisman on her left chest, hesitating whether she really wanted to use it. Meanwhile, Chu Fan was waiting for Yu to summon her father, the Lich King. Just now, during the banquet, after the first queen left, the Ghost Kings and Lich Kings also left at the same time. This prevented Chu Fan from stealing too many skills. He could have caught up with them and continued stealing, but the main reason was Yu's presence. After all, she possesses mythical level equipment and a communication talisman that allows her to summon her mythical level professional father at any time. Such a treasure is far more valuable than stealing from those legendary level professionals. Now is the time to make the most of this opportunity. The Hidden Hand skill failed to activate, the opponent is immune to magic. The Hidden Hand skill failed to activate, the opponent is immune to magic. The Hidden Hand skill failed to activate, the opponent is immune to magic. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item's Chain of Immortality has been stolen. After using the skillful hand to break through the magic immunity barrier of the love of the world for 10 consecutive times, Chu Fan finally broke through all of Yu's defenses and directly used the Divine Thief Empty Hands technique to steal the Chain of Devastation. This can no longer be called theft, it's blatant robbery. Seeing the peerless chain suddenly appear in Chu Fan's hand, Yu was stunned for a while before she came to her senses and quickly looked down to check her chest. She discovered that, apart from the pair of perfectly sized, plump, and tempting peaches, there was no trace of any props on her chest. My peerless chain has actually been stolen. Upon seeing this, Yu's eyes widened, and she glared angrily at Chu Fan. Without hesitation, she activated the communication talisman and shouted into it, "Father, someone is trying to steal my chain of destruction." Before she finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yu, and then quickly condensed into a human figure. In just 2.5 seconds, the shadowy figure solidified into a tall, middle-aged man with short white hair, holding a huge white bow and arrow. He suddenly appeared in front of Chu Fan, his face showing both authority and anger. Name, Yue Wang Kuei. Class, Moon Goddess Mythical Class. Level, LV 112. HP, 480-0000-480-0000, MP, 411,000. Strength, 49,600, Attack, 58,000. Constitution, 56,000, Defense, 60,000. Spirit, 45,500, Magic Attack, 55,500. Agility, 50,000, Magic Defense, 54,000. Equipment, Divine Bow, Moon Leather Armor, Moon Leggings, Crescent Moon Gauntlets, Jade Boots, Jade Crown, Sniper's Ring, Moon Necklace, Moon Bracelet, Space Bracelet. Skills, Flame Arrow, Frost Arrow, Lightning Arrow, Wind Breaking Arrow, Moon Arrow, Time Space Arrow, Moonwalk, Moonburst, Mana Drain, Fallen Soul, Snipe, Triple Shot, 7-star Alignment, Arrow Rain, Enchantment Power. Experience points, 99999999999. There is no longer an experience point limit after level 100. You must successfully defeat a specific dungeon beast solo to level up. Portable space, click here to view detailed item information. At this moment, Chu Fan looked at Yu Huang Kuei's attribute interface with increasingly fiery eyes. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some die-hard female fan who had met her dream idol. Another mythical level item. It's also a mythical grade piece of equipment imbued with spatial teleportation magic. Equipment, Spatial Bracelet. Rank, Mythical. Type, Bracelet. Durability, never wears out. Attributes, all 4 main attributes plus 800. Equipment requirements, 10,000 points in Constitution and Spirit, and a combat-based class. Additional effect 1, the wearer will be immune to attacks related to space and time. Additional effect 2, when the wearer suffers fatal damage, the damage will be delayed to 24 hours later, and the wearer will be invincible for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. Additional effect 3, after equipping this item, the wearer will learn the mythical level skill Spatial Movement. Spatial Teleportation, mythical level skill, consumes 1000 MP, allows instant teleportation to any previously visited location or a marked location, cooldown time 1 day. Good heavens! Wow, that's amazing! The Lich race is incredibly wealthy. Others are hesitant and timid when they go out with legendary equipment. You guys are something else, going out with mythical gear without even trying to hide it. Doing that is very dangerous. But you'll attract the attention of a bad uncle. Upon seeing this, Yu immediately hid behind Yu Huangkue, looking aggrieved. Father, this is the man who stole my peerless chain. And he even controlled Schwanger. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room immediately became oppressive, almost suffocating. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The Moon Emperor looked at Chu Fan with increasingly icy eyes. A mere human dares to run wild in the plane of the dead, even daring to control my daughter and steal my clan's secret treasure. Do you really think there's no one left in the plane of the dead? Chu Fan smiled calmly, showing no sign of weakness. With a mere 50,000 to 60,000 in 4-dimensional attributes, and no magic immunity, they still lack the ability to resist magic. Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly? A mere lich dares to use a mythical artifact? Give it to me. The Master Thief's skill of stealth has been successfully activated, and the item Space Bracelet has been stolen. Chapter 106. I may not be human, but you really are a dog. He watched as his secret treasure, the Space Bracelet, fell into Chu Fan's hands. The Moon Emperor's eyes widened, a feeling of disbelief welling up inside him. He never imagined that anyone could take the treasure from him, especially in such a bizarre way. He finally understood how Chu Fan had stolen Yu's peerless chain. This skill that can directly steal the opponent's equipment is simply unheard of. Damn you, you little thief, bear the wrath of the king. The Moon Emperor roared angrily, Moon Goddess's arrow. His face contorted into a grimace, his eyes flashing with fury. He gripped the divine bow tightly in his hand, ready to launch an attack. With a roar from the Moon Emperor Kue, a dazzling light shot out from the divine string bow in his hand, drawing a beautiful arc in the air as it shot towards Chu Fan. The entire room was instantly filled with dazzling moonlight. Moon Goddess's arrow, legendary skill, consumes 150 MP, fires a Moon Goddess's arrow at the target, dealing physical damage equal to 150% physical attack plus 150% magic attack. Upon hitting an enemy, it will increase all damage taken by the enemy by 100% for 10 seconds and restore HP equal to 100% of the damage dealt. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Seeing this, Chu Fan remained calm. After learning about his attribute panel and skill effects, they responded quickly. Concealed in the void. The Moon Goddess's arrow lost its target, missed its mark, and finally crashed into the room's defensive barrier, turning into nothingness. When Dang Chu reappeared, he was already behind Yu Huangkue. Thanks to the skill bonus, Moon Emperor's HP is extremely high, even higher than that of the level 131 Primordial Queen. But for Chu Fan, this was actually the best thing ever. Others are afraid that the boss has too much health and they won't be able to kill it. Chu Fan, on the other hand, was afraid that the boss would be killed in one hit and he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. Assassination techniques. The 2.4 million damage from the breaking stealth strike was instantly poured onto Moon Emperor Kue. The MP cap of over 40,000 points, which had been empty for who knows how long, was finally replenished instantly at this moment. Cool. I want all the skills of a mythical class, give them to me. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been acquired, Sniper. The Master Thief's skill has been successfully activated, and the All-Seeing Eye skill has been gained through the theft. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been acquired, Moonwalk. The reason for not using the lower level skill of stealing Moon Emperor Kuei's skill through sleight of hand. The main reason is that his spatial bag contains countless strange collectibles. For example, her daughter's worn stockings, a photo album of the Lamia tribe, the female zombie's underwear, the succubus tribe's bath towel, etc. There are at least tens of thousands of these miscellaneous items, which undoubtedly greatly reduces the chances of the thief successfully stealing skills. Chu Fan really wanted to complain, how could a normal king collect such things? People who don't know the truth might think he's a pervert. Just then, Yu cried out in a panic, Father? Are you all right? She was utterly confused and shocked by what was happening before her eyes. After all, her father was the most powerful being in the Lich race, with strength comparable to the progenitor. However, he was defeated in just one move. As for Yue Huang Kuei himself, he was completely stunned on the spot. One strike. With just one hit, he lost more than half of his HP. Not only that, he also felt that the skill he had just used, Moon Goddess Arrow, as well as many other skills of epic level and above, had all disappeared and could no longer be used. What exactly is going on? It wasn't until his Moon Guardian skill was stolen by Chu Fan that he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Moon Guardian, mythical level skill, passive skill. Grants different stat boosts depending on the lunar phase. Current lunar phase, full moon. Maximum HP and recovery ability increased by 100%. The Moon Emperor's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He keenly sensed that the moment he lost the protection of the moon, Chu Fan's life force suddenly doubled. Without a doubt, Chu Fan stole her Moon Guardian. What have you done? Yue Huang Kuei stared intently at Chu Fan before him, a hint of fear finally flashing in his eyes. He had never seen such a bizarre ability before. Not only could it plunder other people's equipment, but now it could even plunder their skills. What the hell is this? I feel like a lot of people like to ask me this lately. Chu Fan responded nonchalantly, as if none of this concerned him. Immediately afterwards, he raised his right hand, and a pure white light screen instantly enveloped Yue Huang Kuei. Healing magic. It can instantly restore 100% of your health and remove all negative status effects. Such an overpowered skill effect, even with the attribute bonus of the Shadowless Sword reducing skill consumption, still costs a full 5,000 MP points to use once. But in order to continue using this tanky monster to farm MP, Chu Fan had no choice but to grit his teeth and forcefully cast the healing spell. Before Yue Huang Kuei could figure out what was happening in front of him, suddenly, a sudden, unexpected stab pierced straight into his body. This attack once again caused massive damage exceeding 2 million. This time, since the moon's protection had failed and could no longer provide him with additional health, this attack directly reduced his health to rock bottom. Only a thin layer of blood remained, like a faint candle flame that could be extinguished with a gust of wind. Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan unleashed a combination of the skills of the Master Thief and the Master Thief, attacking Yue Huang Kuei like a storm. I don't know how many times he crippled the Moon Emperor. I don't know how many times the healing spell was used on Yue Huang Kuei. I don't even know how many times I used the Master Thief and Sneaky Steal skills. At this moment, apart from the ancient level equipment and skills, everything else on Yue Huang Kuei's body had been stolen by Chu Fan. However, even with the skillful thief technique, stealing 4-dimensional attributes can only yield a maximum of less than 10 attribute points, and it is also impossible to specify the level to steal. Otherwise, Chu Fan would definitely strip him bare of all his attributes. The chaotic items inside his spatial bag became Yue Huang Kuei's lifeline. Right now, the Moon Emperor is just a plain monster with extremely high stats. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. He truly lives up to his reputation as the king of his race. Such precise thefts would require hundreds of attempts. At this moment, Yue Huang Kuei slumped helplessly in the wooden chair, staring up at the ceiling of the room. This guy is simply a demon. If it weren't for the fact that his spatial bracelet was taken away, and if it weren't for the spatial barrier set up in this room, he's already fucking escaped. How could I possibly suffer such humiliation? He may not be human, but Chu Fan is a real dog. Chapter 107: 2 New Mounts. Human, how about we make a deal? Knowing that escape was hopeless, Yue Huang Kuei finally swallowed his pride and prepared to negotiate terms. He simply couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. He came here to save his daughter, but ended up like this. However, he was not afraid that Chu Fan would kill him. After all, he is the king of the Lich race, and he has great value to be used. Even if Chu Fan harbors deep resentment towards him, he certainly wouldn't kill him easily. As long as he can hold out until the Rakshasa king is resurrected, he can reclaim his power and return it to him. Oh? A transaction? Let me explain how the transaction works. Chu Fan fiddled with the dagger with a playful expression, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, as if he didn't take Yue Huang Kuei's words seriously at all. My 2 daughters, Yu Yu and Yu Rushuang, are yours to do as you please, just let me go. After I return, I will compensate your human world for the kidnapping incident I planned, and I swear I will never attack the human world again. How about it? Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's expression changed drastically. Father, you. Before he could finish speaking, Yue Huang Kuei interrupted him directly. What do you mean, you? You think you could have grown to where you are now on your own? I've used all sorts of resources to build you up, it's time for you to repay me. Father, no. That's not what I meant. Yu looked terrified and had no idea what to do. But now, she doesn't know how to explain this matter clearly. At this moment, Yu Huangkue had already shifted his gaze from Yu and turned to look at Xu Fan, asking in a low voice, "How is it?" However, when faced with Yu Huangkue's question, Xu Fan remained calm and showed no sign of being moved. Joke. He wouldn't be so foolish as to agree to Yu Huangkue's conditions. To compensate the human dimension? Is something wrong with you? Who cares if Yu Huangkue was the mastermind behind the kidnapping? If the compensation is given to the human plane, how much will actually reach him? I'll kill you and support Yu Rushuan to ascend the throne as the queen of the Lich clan. All the treasures of the entire Lich race still belong to him alone. How crazy would someone have to be to accept your deal? Besides, who knows if you'll betray me? With such high magic resistance, even mental interference can't be controlled for long. That's a really good suggestion. Yu Huangkue's lips curled into a slight smile, then Before he could finish speaking, Xu Fan interrupted him, saying, "But I refuse." Varied. One of the things Xu Fan, enjoy doing most is saying no to those who think they have victory in the bag. With this thought in mind, Xu Fan immediately switched his weapon to Silver Edge. Void Concealment. Assassination Technique. Backstab Bonus. With a single thrust of his sword, he emptied the entire health bar of the Moon Emperor. How could that be? I am the king of the Lich clan. A mournful cry of despair followed. The mighty Lich King met his tragic end in the northwest. Yu Rushuan remained calm throughout, her face expressionless and her eyes showing no fluctuation. Even when Xu Fan ruthlessly killed Yu Huangkue, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. After all, this was expected. Her father, Moon Emperor Kue, orchestrated an incident to abduct legendary professionals from the human plane. Now that their scheme has been exposed, and they have fallen into the hands of a top human powerhouse like Xu Fan, their defeat and death are inevitable. At this moment, she closed her eyes and quietly awaited Xu Fan's decision. Being subjected to mental interference and being far inferior in status and strength to Yu Huangkue, she didn't even have the right to negotiate terms with Xu Fan. Yu was so shocked that she turned pale and couldn't speak. His father, Moon Emperor Kue, was one of the strongest beings in the necropolis. He was actually killed just like that? Just then, Xu Fan's gaze fell on her. In an instant, she suddenly felt an unprecedented fear welling up from within her. This was the first time in her life that she had felt the shadow of death. Wait a minute. Yu swallowed hard, managing to squeeze out a few words. I don't want the chain of destruction and the space bracelet anymore, and I swear I'll never dare to harm the human plane again. Let me go, and I'll give you anything. I know my father's treasure trove, it's all yours. Yu had no other choice. As long as she could survive, she had to agree to whatever conditions were proposed. After all, this human man named Xu Fan dared to kill even her father, the king of the Lich race. In comparison, she was just a princess. In terms of both power and strength, she was far inferior to her father. Therefore, she was of almost no use to Xu Fan. As for the so-called revenge for killing her father actually planned to use her as a bargaining chip to exchange for his own interests, which was something she found hard to accept. If that's the case, why should she repay this kindness? Even though she still harbored thoughts of revenge, her current abilities were worlds apart from Xu Fan's. Moreover, the beings of the undead plane are always ruthless and cold-blooded. As long as they can survive, they can abandon even their closest relatives without hesitation. Xu Fan had already heard about these things from Yu Rushuan, which is why he decisively killed Yu Huangkue. In this world of the dead, only the mightiest can rule everything. Even if they harbor deep hatred, they can only helplessly put aside their hatred in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. You mean you can give me anything? Xu Fan stepped forward and stood in front of Yu, lifting her chin to make her look directly at him. Upon closer inspection, she's clearly a female ghost, and she's actually quite pretty. That. Xu Fan pondered for a while. Perhaps Yu would be more suitable to be the queen of the Lich race than Yu Rushuan. After all, Yu Rushuan's level was too low. Even Snake, the captain of the zombie clan, could easily suppress her. The Lich race is one of the 7 major races. If they heard that such a nobody had become queen, the organization would probably split up immediately. The Lich clan's treasures haven't been fully looted yet, how can they be taken away by others? Sure, but you just said you'd give me anything, right? I'm actually thinking of getting a new pair of mounts to help me gather intelligence. What do you think? Ha? Yu Yu was a little confused, not understanding what Chu Fan meant by those words. Mount? Luna seemed to have warned her before that she should be careful not to be used as a mount. What does this mean exactly? Could it be that this powerful human enjoys traveling by riding a lich? Seeing this, Lulu sighed repeatedly, rubbing her forehead with one hand. But Chu Fan could vaguely see a hint of finally free on Lulu's face. Is it just my imagination? But never mind, we need to deal with the important matters first. Yu Rushuang, come on over. You haven't exercised for 3 days, you have to make up for it tonight. Thank you for your mercy, Lord Chu Fan. Wait. Could it be that the mount you're talking about is? Xiaolu, I have important business to attend to right now. I'm giving you the night off. Help me keep an eye on the whereabouts of that first empress. Okay. Chapter 108 Clues to the Rakshasa King. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. In the guest lounge of the Ghost Clan's royal palace, Chu Fan stretched and slowly sat up from the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to pull out a cigarette, a type of stimulant unique to the netherworld. Once lit, a refreshing minty aroma fills the air. I must say, it was definitely a unique experience. Not only is there no secondhand smoke, but the smell is also so pleasant that it invigorates the spirit. Chu Fan turned to look at Yu Rushuang, who was fast asleep on the bed, and then glanced at Yu Yu, who was huddled in the corner trembling and had not slept all night. A sly smile appeared on his lips. At that moment, he finally understood why many people were not afraid of female ghosts. Instead, it generates strange thoughts such as, I have a bold idea. In ancient times, there was a woman named Nie Xiaoqian from 10 Directions. Now there is, cough cough. It must be said that female ghosts and goddesses, as well as spirit pets in their transformed state, offer a truly unique experience in that regard. Goddess Knight, Undead Knight, Fox Knight, they sound pretty cool. I'm quite satisfied with your mount, so I can spare your life. Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's already blushing face turned even redder. Lord Chu Fan, thank you for sparing my life. Once I return to the Lich Clan, I will hand over all the treasures left by my father. Chu Fan nodded, recalling the scene from last night. During the test drive of the 2 new mounts, Chu Fan, Yu Yu, Lulu Nai, and Xiaobai discussed some strategies for future actions. The first thing to consider is how to deal with Yu Yu. Her magic defense is also very high. Judging from Chu Fan's current magic attack, mental interference can't control her for more than a few days. So I simply stopped trying to control it. Instead, Chu Fan will use Contract Guardian to establish a contractual relationship with Yu Yu and share all of her skills. Since she was willing to submit, Chu Fan would give her a chance. Ever since Chu Fan learned that the Lich King and the Primordial Queen were among the top 10 strongest beings in the undead plane, he was no longer so afraid of the forces of the various undead. Is this all the top experts in the undead plane are capable of? Such thoughts couldn't help but sprout in Chu Fan's mind. Perhaps, with his current strength, he really doesn't need to be timid anymore. No one except those present knew about Yue Huang Kuei's death, which was perfect for making a fuss about. For the next period of time, Chu Fan will travel with the Lich Clan's caravan across most of the undead plane as Yu Yu's attendant, returning to the Lich Clan's territory. Let's loot all the Lich Clan's treasures first. The second task was to find the whereabouts of the first queen. According to Luluna's tracking, the first queen's behavior is very strange. It's unclear whether she's ill or what. The progenitor queen of the Ghost Clan spent an entire night, inexplicably traversing the territories of multiple undead, speeding eastward as if she had never stopped. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was fleeing from some terrifying being and running away in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the Lich Clan's territory was also located in the east, which coincided with her itinerary, so Chu Fan was not in a hurry to catch up. Finally, there's information about the Rakshasa King. Although Yu Yu had heard that the Rakshasa King was about to awaken, she still did not know the specific time and place of his resurrection. I only have a general idea of it. However, several months ago, she had already begun gathering information and planting spies everywhere, as instructed by Yu Huang Kuei. Chu Fan can just take over all of them. Let's get dressed, have breakfast, and then set off. I understand. Many guests chose to stay overnight at the palace last night. This includes Diers, the zombie prince who recognized Yu Rushuang's identity. He only set off to return to his territory this morning. However, at this moment, the domineering aura he had yesterday was gone from his face. Instead, he looked completely bewildered and confused. Moreover, his inventory now contained a legendary treasure called the Bloodstone, as well as many rare epic items. Bloodstone, a legendary item. When carried, it slowly restores HP. When HP is full, it grants plus 1% experience. If afflicted with an abnormal status, it will automatically remove the status. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. When carrying multiple of these items, only one effect will be active. It seems that Dias considers the disappearance of skills to be just an abnormal state. However, his followers failed to recover after several attempts, so they decided to try to remove the anomaly with these items, which is why there are so many extra items. Seeing this, Chu Fan smiled crookedly. Just when I had nowhere to use the MP I recovered last night, this deal came to me. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. With the treasure right in front of them, how could they not steal it? The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Bloodstone has been stolen. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Nightmare Stone has been stolen. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Azure Sky and White Earth has been stolen. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 9 points of strength. The Lich Caravan was indeed much more luxurious than the Zombie Caravan. At the very front of the procession was a creature called the Ghost Bone War Dragon. It resembled a dinosaur in appearance, but its entire body was composed of ghost blue bones, making it particularly eye-catching. This creature moves swiftly, almost as fast as a regular car in human society. For Yu, the journey did not seem to make her feel uneasy or uncomfortable. On the contrary, her attitude towards Chu Fan underwent a subtle change, as if she were a kidnapper suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Chu Fan noticed that her gaze towards him had become somewhat strange, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He found the test drive experience of his new mount, Yu, to be quite good. Therefore, he did not take Yu's strange gaze to heart. As time went by, 2.5 weeks passed quickly. Because of their Lich Clan identity, Chu Fan and his group encountered almost no obstacles on their journey. They traversed the territories of various races with ease, and some weaker races would even offer them generous gifts and host lavish banquets upon meeting them. Chu Fan would naturally not miss such a banquet. After all, such occasions are often crowded and distracting, making it easier for him to find opportunities to steal valuable skills and treasures. In addition, he had another important purpose to inquire about the Rakshasa King from various sources. In the end, hard work pays off. After much effort, they finally obtained what seemed to be useful information within the territory of the Lamia tribe. 19,000 years ago, the Rakshasa King and the Elf King engaged in a fierce battle, but both were seriously injured. The last place where someone saw the Rakshasa King was a mysterious place located in the northeast of the Necropolis and the northwest of the Lich territory, the Abyss Pool. Coincidentally, the first queen's destination also seemed to be the Abyss. Chapter 109 Levels of Undead Power. On the Ghost Bone War Dragon Chariot, Chu Fan and his group sat facing each other. After being summoned by Chu Fan, Xiaobai transformed into human form and lay comfortably in Chu Fan's arms, enjoying his gentle caresses. It looks just like a domesticated pet, and in fact, it is. Yu sat opposite, her eyes still somewhat dazed, occasionally stealing glances at Chu Fan. After spending some time together, she gradually realized that Chu Fan's strength was far more than it appeared on the surface. This seemingly ordinary human man actually had the courage to challenge the Rakshasa King. This is simply unbelievable. However, it cannot be denied that Chu Fan was quite dashing to make such a bold decision. Even more surprisingly, Chu Fan also planned to make her the queen of the Lich race. Although she had felt a slight sadness over her father's death, it no longer seemed important. The hatred for killing one's father is nothing more than that. Following Chu Fan is definitely not a bad thing. Although it's only intended as a mount for a special purpose. What kind of mysterious realm is the Abyss Pool? Chu Fan asked first. As a devoted fan of Chu Fan, Yu immediately raised her hand and chimed in, I know. The Abyss Pool is a popular leveling spot for modern undead. Its exterior resembles a bottomless swamp, and its interior is similar to an ocean. The lowest level among the ferocious beasts is level 50, and the level of the beasts increases as you go down. Nobody knows exactly how many levels there are. Once you've entered the Abyss Pool to level up, you'll be marked by the local laws and gain a unique power boost. As Yu spoke, she proudly extended her fair right hand. Last night, my palm was clean and white, but now a very strange hieroglyphic character has suddenly appeared. It looks a bit like the Chinese character for handsome. What does this mean? Everyone looked puzzled. But soon, Yu gave her an answer. These are characters known as the marks of the dead, representing the levels of necromantic power. From lowest to highest, they are soldier, general, commander, king, emperor, venerable, demon, enchantress, wraith, ghoul, monster, and god, a total of 12 levels. In the abyss pool, all the ferocious beasts are formed from the dead spirits of the undead plane, creating powerful undead souls that retain the resentment of many dead spirits. If these souls are killed, their resentment will attach to the palm of the killer, forming a very special mark, which is this word on my palm. As resentment accumulates, these marks of the dead will change and transform. In other words, the more ferocious beasts you kill in the abyss pool, and the stronger those beasts are, the faster you will advance in rank. Chu Fan seemed to be deep in thought after hearing this. It really is a product of the fusion of games and reality. The additional rules and power of the secret realm sound like the merit battlefields in many online games, an existence independent of the basic level mechanism. Ultimately, these ranks are nothing more than titles for showing off, without any real practical use. However, Luluna still raised the question on Chu Fan's behalf: what are the specific uses of this level of undead power? Yu immediately chimed in, explaining, of course it's useful. The higher the level of necromancy, the more experience and treasure rewards you will receive when killing ferocious beasts in the abyss pool. Moreover, according to my father, the level of necromancy may be related to the upgrade mode after level 100. In short, there's absolutely no harm in raising your necromantic power level. But I'm not quite clear on the specific degree and manner of the connection. Upon hearing this, Luluna then asked, how do we make these characters appear? I didn't see them yesterday. Yu replied, it's very simple. Just silently recite the word abyss in your mind. As long as you have challenged the abyss pool, the power of the rules will automatically generate the corresponding level of undead power. Of course, it only works in the plane of the dead. I see. Lulu nodded thoughtfully, then turned her gaze to her right and asked softly, Chu Fan, what are you looking at? After all, the first queen had fled to the abyss, and the Rakshasa king was very likely hiding there as well. Right now, Yu is recounting important clues about the abyss pool, but Chu Fan is staring blankly at his palm, which makes people wonder. However, Chu Fan did not respond to Luluna, but instead extended his palm without hesitation. The group looked closely. A strangely shaped character was also imprinted on his palm. This character is neither like the character in Yuyu's palm, nor does it belong to the lowest level character. Rather, it's the word respect. Upon seeing this scene, Yuyu's eyes widened instantly. She gasped in astonishment, feeling a profound shock and disorientation even in her soul. Premium level. It should be noted that after her father reached level 100, he would often go to the abyss pool to train, trying to find a chance to level up. However, a full 100 years have passed since then. However, it wasn't until he was killed by Chu Fan some time ago that he barely reached the Emperor level. Moreover, it is said that their Lich clan's ancestor was a top-tier powerhouse with a level of 120. Even when it fell into a deep sleep, it barely reached the Supreme level. It wasn't that she disrespected Chu Fan. The main reason is that Chu Fan, a 19-year-old human, has never been to the plane of the dead, nor has he ever challenged the abyss pool. How could someone possibly possess venerable level necromancy? Could it be some kind of bug? Moonlit Wanderer, are you saying that only those who challenge the abyss pool will be marked by the power of the laws? Chu Fan frowned slightly and asked. Yes. I really didn't lie to you, Lord Chu Fan. Looking at the somewhat panicked Yu, Chu Fan at least believed that she wasn't lying. But that's a bit strange. Could it be that killing Yu Huang Kuei caused the necromantic power on him to gather on his own body? That's really peculiar. Yu, do you still remember what I told you that night? Yu replied tremblingly, I remember. I remember everything Lord Chu Fan said. Chu Fan nodded, alright, once we reach the Lich clan's territory, we'll part ways. I'll have Yu Rushuang return to Demon Moon City with you, and then just handle things the way we discussed that night. Remember, I don't need disobedient mounts, understand? Yu looked at him with awe, I understand. I will definitely handle everything as you instructed. Chapter 110 The Guide of the Lamia Tribe. 1 week later. The outer area of the abyss pool. The area is shrouded in a pale purple, poisonous mist that not only emits an unpleasant odor but also harms the human body. Visibility was severely obstructed. Even a master like Luluna could only see less than 100 meters. Without Chu Fan's true sight, it would have been lost in this fog long ago. After walking along the mountain path for a while, they finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm that Yu had pointed out. Unlike the thick fog surrounding the entrance, the air here is fresh and the view is wide open. The scene that came into view was not much different from the common dungeon entrances in the human dimension. Undead of all races and levels gathered at the entrance to the dungeon, bustling about and constantly shouting for teams to run the dungeon. A rough estimate suggests there are at least several thousand undead here. Such a spectacular scene is almost comparable to the entrance to the Fire Elemental's land dungeon. We need a nanny. A nanny is fine too. 4141, soldier rank. General level. General level. We need a tank and a healer, +2 DPS. The Heavenly Fiend Guild is recruiting. Lots of beautiful single girls, and tons of perks. Let's prepare for the human plane. Aren't there any top-tier teams? We've been waiting for almost 3 days. Chufan Lulu could hear the noisy chatter of the professionals from a great distance. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a farmer's market. Chufan was curious about how these undead had managed to get here through the misty area. But judging from the current situation, it's clear that there isn't that much leeway. What do you mean? My little Lulu, is that first empress still inside? Chufan asked. Yes. Her position hasn't changed this past week. Luluna used the soul-chasing compass to sense the surroundings and then spoke. Chufan nodded. Based on the current situation, it is increasingly likely that the Rakshasa king is sleeping in this place. However, he had a vague premonition. The ancestral empress probably saw his attributes or sensed his danger through some means, which is why she rushed here in such a hurry. And the one she's asking for help from is probably that so-called Rakshasa king. If that's the case, we'd better clear this abyss pool properly and see what's inside. Let's go, staying here any longer isn't a good idea. Chufan took Lulunai's hand and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. I really miss the past month. Lulu shook her head helplessly and sighed. Upon entering the secret realm, one is immediately struck by an extremely cold and gloomy aura. Unlike the cold of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and Ice Curtain Cave, this aura sent chills down one's spine, as if one were in endless darkness. Looking around, many of the veteran undead who had just formed teams still showed a hint of wariness on their faces. Clearly, this is a feeling that everyone experiences, and even seasoned veterans cannot completely resist it. However, the fear from the abyss seemed to be suppressed by the temptation from the abyss. After all, the leveling efficiency in the abyss pool might be even higher than that in the demonized dungeon. If you can survive, one run is equivalent to dozens of days of training in the outside dungeons. The temptation is just too great. Just then, a golden-haired Lamia undead suddenly swayed her serpentine tail and slowly walked towards Chufan's direction. As she walked, she kept shaking her proud, full breasts. Clearly, it's not a legitimate product. Xing Yu. You too, I've never seen you before? Is this your first time challenging the abyss pool? The Lamia tribe consists entirely of young women with a snake-like tail. Like the succubi, they are all female, their peaches are generally very large, and they rely entirely on males of other races to reproduce. When Lamia is young, she has a charmingly cute voice, but as she gets older, her voice becomes more mature and sophisticated, and she doesn't show any signs of aging or losing her beauty. They can also play all sorts of strange and wonderful games, making them one of the races most favored by male undead who rely on sexual reproduction. Who are you? Chufan squinted as he sized up the other person. Although I already knew her attribute interface, it wasn't particularly powerful. She was an epic level class at level 82. But we don't know her purpose, so let's ask her what she wants to do first. The Lamia tribe spirit quickly replied, My name is Xing Yu, and as you can see, I come from the Lamia tribe. So, what do you want with us? I'm here to volunteer myself. Xing Yu puffed out her chest, revealing what she thought was a very alluring smile. The terrain of the abyss pool is intricate and complex. You can't get by without a guide. Of course, I won't steal your spoils or experience. Guide? Chufan and Lulunai exchanged a bewildered glance. This isn't a tourist trip, so why would someone need a guide to explore a secret place? Could it be that the ferocious beasts in this abyss have been cleared out to the point that it's safe to visit? Seemingly noticing Chufan and Lulu's confusion, Xing Yu quickly explained, You two are unaware of the truth. The abyss pool secret realm is completely different from previous secret realms. Not only is the terrain complex and varied, but the dangers increase as you go down, and occasionally you may even encounter ferocious beasts of a lord level that are far superior to those on the same level. Without a high-level professional familiar with the terrain leading the way, it's easy to encounter danger on your first attempt at a secret realm. Before she finished speaking, Xingyu immediately switched to a fawning expression, picked up Chu Fan's hand, and buried it in her breasts. She flashed a charming smile that seemed to give a 5-star rating, and said, "Of course, I think since you, handsome, dared to form a 2-person team to explore the secret realm, your strength is definitely beyond doubt. But being able to avoid some detours is never a bad deal, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He recalled that he had learned from Yu Yu that the Abyss Pool secret realm was vast and unfathomable, with countless layers below. Since the first queen is here, she certainly won't just stay on the surface. So, if you want to find her, it's best to avoid detours and go directly to a deeper level to search. It seems that having a guide familiar with the area would indeed make things much easier. Thinking of this, Chu Fan turned to look at Liluna, who immediately closed her eyes, indicating that she would follow Chu Fan's arrangements. Chu Fan nodded knowingly, then turned his gaze back to Qingyu and asked, "I suppose there's no such thing as a free lunch. What are your conditions?" Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately beamed with joy, and her charming expression returned to her face. She twisted her body, coiling around Chu Fan as gracefully as a snake, and gently hooked her hand under Chu Fan's chin. She said in a sweet voice, "Just give me 1/5 of the spoils, and I'll let you do whatever you want while I'm your guide, how about it?" Chapter 111, The First Layer of the Abyss. 1/5 of the spoils? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan frowned slightly. The undead who can serve as guides in such a dangerous place as the Abyss Pool must possess extraordinary strength and experience. Looking at Xingyu's strength of level 82, such strength is enough for her to explore the surface area of the Abyss Pool on her own without encountering any major difficulties. Based on Chu Fan's estimation of the level of undead power, Xingyu's level of undead power has probably reached the general level or even the martial level. With such abilities, why would you choose to be a guide? Not only that. Normally, if you're exploring a secret realm as a team, each person should at least share 1/3 of the loot. Moreover, unlike dungeons, secret realms are not limited by the number of times you can enter at any time. In addition, there are erotic services available at any time. These are all very tempting conditions. However, Xingyu could have easily soloed the surface area and claimed all the loot, so why did she choose to be a guide? Chu Fan glanced again at Xingyu, who was looking at him with deep affection, and then looked around at the scenery. Noticing that not far away, 2 other succubus women were busily promoting their guide services to other newcomers to the Abyss. Their levels are all above level 80. Many experienced teams would greet the 2 succubi warmly as they passed by, seemingly very familiar with them and speaking highly of them. Is this kind of thing common here? Are these undead willing to sacrifice their own leveling speed just to increase the overall strength of the undead in the undead plane? How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? Chu Fan fell into deep thought, but still couldn't find the answer. Ultimately, he decided to stop dwelling on the problem and choose to give up thinking about it. No problem. I thought the guides would be expensive, but the price is so reasonable. It's really an eye-opener. Upon hearing this, Xingyu once again broke into a radiant smile. Thank you for your patronage, handsome. I'm sure you'll be very satisfied with my service. Then let's not delay and set off now. Before you arrived, several 5-person teams had already headed north. Let's head south and avoid each other's routes. The ferocious beasts in the surface area are basically wiped out as soon as they appear. If you want to level up, you have to go to the Qiantan area on the first underground level. The beasts there give more experience and are easier to fight. May I ask what level you 2 are? This way I can arrange leveling spots according to your levels. By the way, the reason you feel a sinister aura is purely due to the oppressive power of the Rakshasa King. This is the place where the Rakshasa King was once sealed. Now everyone outside is saying that the Rakshasa King is about to be resurrected, right? Perhaps that's why that sinister feeling is getting stronger and stronger. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Just as Qingyu said, the surface area is unlikely to encounter any ferocious beast attacks. However, Chu Fan and Lulu Nai only gave perfunctory answers to Qingyu's questions and did not have any intention of responding to her. Therefore, most of the time, it was Qingyu talking to herself while introducing the topic. Until she revealed the news of the Rakshasa King. Wait? What did you just say? This is the place where the Rakshasa King is sealed? Chu Fan asked with a puzzled look. It seems that. I learned about the location of the Rakshasa King's resurrection before, also within the territory of the Lamia tribe. Yes. Of course, this is a secret of our clan, so please don't tell anyone. Xingyu closed one eye and said playfully. Luluna also seized the opportunity to interject. Is the Rakshasa King also Ramya? No. The Rakshasa King's race is the Rakshasa clan, and for tens of thousands of years, they have had intermarriage relationships with our Lamia clan, which is why we know more about the Rakshasa King. However, it seems that after the Rakshasa King became the ruler of the plain, he absorbed all the fortune of the entire Rakshasa race, which led to the Rakshasa race disappearing into the long river of history. After that, whenever the Rakshasa King had any instructions or changes, he would always give priority to informing our Lamia clan. I see. Chu Fan nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. No wonder even Princess Yu Yu of the Lich clan, one of the 7 major races, was unaware of this information. So there was another factor involved. As time passed, Chu Fan and his group gradually ventured deeper into the first layer of the abyss. The terrain here is indeed very complex, and some places require triggering specific mechanisms to enter. Without someone familiar with the route to guide you, you'll definitely waste a lot of time here. Before long, they finally arrived at the front beach area of the first level of the abyss, which Qing Yu had mentioned earlier. The scene before them was breathtaking. Several small teams of 5 members were waiting in their respective territories for the ferocious beasts to spawn so they could level up. However, when these teams noticed that Chu Fan and his group had also arrived, seemingly wanting a share of the profits, all the undead from the 3 teams revealed fierce and menacing expressions, trying to drive Chu Fan and his group away. It looks dangerous, but it's actually not safe at all. Is it necessary? Chu Fan rolled his eyes. He wouldn't bother lingering here. However, without passing through here, there is no way to reach the second level of the abyss. Just then, Qing Yu suddenly shouted, "Watch out, something's coming." Before she could finish speaking, there was a sharp whoosh sound. Immediately afterwards, in the next second, a humanoid creature several meters tall appeared in front of a resting group at an astonishing speed. The arrival of this figure was accompanied by a howling wind from the side, and the surrounding ground even slightly subsided. It emitted a sharp, dark purple light that swept over in an instant. Its speed is astonishing. Before the 5-person team could even blink, that sharp blade had already rushed towards them like lightning. Just as the 5-man squad was about to be completely wiped out by this sharp edge, suddenly, a pale blue water barrier appeared as if by miracle, enveloping everyone. Click, click. The sharp, dark purple blades collided with the water barrier, producing a piercing sound. The 2 sides were deadlocked, and it was difficult to determine a winner for the time being. Just then, everyone finally saw the true face of this mysterious humanoid beast. It turned out to be a strange creature dressed in tattered black clothes and wielding a huge scythe engulfed in flames. This ferocious beast was 2.5 meters tall, its entire body covered with a tattered black cloth, as if it had experienced countless battles. Except for its eyes that shone with dazzling golden light, the rest of its face was covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see its full appearance. Shadow Hunter. Chapter 112 Shadow Hunter. Type, Shadow Hunter. Rank, Lord. Level, LV 62. HP, 200,000. MP, 10,511,000. Strength, 3,000. Attack, 3,500. Constitution, 3,000. Defense, 3,500. Spirit, 2,500. Magic attack, 2,800. Agility, 3,400. Magic defense, 2,800. Equipment, Berserker Scythe. Skills, Shadow Slash, Shadow Escape, Instant Kill, Instant Slash, Power Break, Confrontation, Death Spiral, Shadow Strike, Assault, True Death Scythe, Impure World Reincarnation, True Sky Piercing Blade, Heaven's Blade. Note, this is a monster lurking in the shadows, skilled in surprise attacks. Its strikes are always deadly. Damn it, it's actually a Lord-level ferocious beast? What bad luck! A little girl, dressed in revealing clothes that showed off her beautiful figure, with her red hair burning like flames and strange patterns on her navel, and who was level 77, complained. She is Yuan Nana of the succubus race, and also the guide for the 5-person team that was attacked. The water flow burst. She gripped her weapon with both hands and unleashed a powerful slash, creating a ripple of water as she fiercely struck the Shadow Hunter. The attack was incredibly powerful, even causing fluctuations in the surrounding air, but it failed to inflict much damage on the Shadow Hunter. After being blasted dozens of meters away by the water ripples, the Shadow Hunter landed steadily with almost no damage to his body. How is this possible? Nana's magic attack is as high as 3,000 points, yet it only dealt this little damage. High attack, high defense, high agility, who the hell lured this boss here? What should we do? Retreat? Or should we help Nana the guide? I have a few skills that can deal true damage. No. I don't want to die. The undead, protected behind the succubus, all had faces as pale as paper, their lips trembling slightly. They simply couldn't believe that they had only been in this place for half a day, leveling up, and had already encountered such a powerful being. If they hadn't hired this succubus guide, they probably would have been wiped out by that attack. Meanwhile, seeing that her attack had failed, Yuan Nana's face immediately showed a hint of impatience. Her eyes flashed with a fierce fighting spirit, and she rushed forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly engaging the ferocious beast in battle. However, after only a few seconds, the disparity in strength between the two became obvious. Yuan Nana's class is the epic-level Celestial Water Mage, who is skilled in water magic and support magic, and also possesses a certain degree of close-range defensive ability. Overall, it is a very typical job for a wet nurse. Despite her level being as high as 77, she still couldn't withstand the Shadowhunter's fierce onslaught. The two sides are vastly different in combat capabilities. The next second. Puff. Yuan Nana suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the scarlet liquid arcing through the air before she was blasted away by the Shadowhunter like a kite with a broken string. Her body slammed heavily against the wall, creating a huge crack hundreds of meters wide, sending dust flying. The Shadowhunter clearly didn't want to let Yuan Nana go either. He took a step forward, like a black lightning bolt, and followed closely behind. The dark purple blade in his hand slashed out again, carrying a fierce aura, aimed directly at Yuan Nana's neck. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The 5-person team that hired Yuan Nana finally made up their minds at this point. They realized that if they didn't help Yuan Nana, losing the nightlife she provided would be a minor issue. They might even face total ruin. However, at that moment, a figure rushed out at an astonishing speed. The moment Yuan Nana was knocked away, that figure began to act. Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out. A streak of silvery white light instantly pierced through the void, heading straight for the Shadowhunter. The two collided, and a sharp whistling sound erupted instantly, forming a terrifying wave that rippled outwards. Sizzle! In an instant. The ferocious beast was then cut in half at the waist, its life force dissipating. At the same time, in the instant after dealing with this ferocious beast, he clearly felt a mysterious power flowing into his right palm. Successfully defeated the Shadowhunter LV-60, gaining 42 million experience points. At this time, the members of the 3 5-person teams, Yuan Nana embedded in the wall, and Chengyu, the guide of the Lamia tribe, all stared wide-eyed at Chu Fan, who stood on the corpse with disbelief. Holy crap! Holy crap! Who is this person? A level 60 Lord-level boss was just wiped out with a single blow? What the heck is going on? Are you sure your eyes aren't playing tricks on you? Especially Chengyu, the guide who had volunteered earlier, almost had his eyes pop out of his head. What the heck? Is this a newbie exploring the abyss for the first time? Are you kidding me? With this level of strength, I'd believe it if you told me he was a level 100 or higher powerhouse. Reaching level 100 but never challenging the abyss pool? Are you kidding me? As for Liluna, she excitedly ran up to Chu Fan. Chu Fan, it seems I've also received a slight boost from the power of the undead. Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. You obtained it too? Lulu didn't even make a move, did she? Why can they also gain the power of the undead? Could it be that they've taken away the experience points too? Liluna seemed to sense Chu Fan's doubts and answered, yes. You got it when you killed the Shadowhunter. And quite a lot of it. It directly upgraded me to soldier level. As Liluna spoke, she stretched out her right palm and gestured triumphantly. However, she seemed afraid of being executed on the spot in front of so many people, so she immediately added, I didn't share any experience with you. I only have necromancy power. Xingyu's lips curved into a crescent shape as she explained with a smile, in the abyss pool, as long as you are teammates, regardless of whether you participate in the battle or how big the level difference is, you will receive undead power equally. Of course, the rules for distributing experience remain the same. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded. Fortunately, Lulu only took a portion of his undead power. If he takes away all the experience points, I'll definitely give him a good dressing down later. However, this only intensified Chu Fan's inner doubts. Xingyu was merely a guide and did not join their team. I won't get any experience points, I won't get any undead power, I'll just take that 1/5 of the loot. Moreover, judging from the succubus's behavior just now, it's clear that she genuinely wanted to protect these undead. If Chu Fan hadn't made a move, the succubus would be dead. Being a guide, And you risk your life? Could he really be a philanthropist? Chapter 113 Impure World Reincarnation. Xingyu narrowed her eyes, a sly smile appearing on her lips. Her gaze fell on the shadow hunter's corpse beside her, and she teased, "But, as we agreed before, 1/5 of the loot won't be taken away just because you killed it alone." Xu Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. "I know that." Anyway, just now when Yuan Nana fought with the shadow hunter, he had already stolen most of the good skills and items from the shadow hunter. There's not much good stuff left from the dropped items. You might make a fortune, but I'll never lose. At this moment, the succubus Yuan Nana also climbed out of the pit with a displeased expression. He grumbled and cursed, "What the hell is this bad luck, to run into something like this?" She brushed the dust off herself while casting healing magic on herself. It has to be said that the healer truly lives up to her name. Her HP, which was already on its last legs, was instantly restored to full. At this moment, the remaining spirits gradually recovered from their shock. They realized how incredibly embarrassing their behavior had been. They felt utterly ashamed, especially after seeing the succubus Yuan Nana actually shield them from the shadow hunter's attack. These undead felt that as men, they were utterly useless. "Nana, are you alright?" "Nana, this was too sudden. We definitely won't let this happen next time." Yes. We'll give it our all from now on." "Humph. I served all 5 of you so well before, and this is how you treat me?" Yuan Nana impatiently pushed away the hands of the undead and slowly walked towards Xu Fan's direction. It seems she has completely lost hope in these undead. "We're sorry. We'll definitely stand in front of you next time. Don't be angry, okay?" One of the handsome undead lifted Yuan Nana high and comforted her. "Humph. Lord-level ferocious beasts aren't that common, are they? Next time? Tonight, none of you will be able to touch this old." Before he finished speaking, an extremely cold aura suddenly emanated from the surroundings. Yuan Nana's expression froze instantly. "Alright, now you have a chance, go for it." "Huh? What do you mean?" The spirit instinctively replied, but sensed nothing. 4, no, 5. They should all be shadow hunters. Yuan Nana's eyes held a hint of anticipation as she turned and ran towards Xu Fan, shouting, "Handsome! Protect me! I'm great in bed. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." She ran while shouting loudly, her voice clear and melodious, but filled with tension and fear. However, Xu Fan did not respond to her request immediately. His gaze was fixed on the corpse of the shadow hunter in front of him, as if he were thinking about something. He slowly walked to the shadow hunter's corpse, crouched down, and gently touched its body with his right hand. "I'm going to try out the skill I just stole from it, the Impure World Reincarnation." Impure World Reincarnation, a legendary skill that consumes 500 MP. It uses the corpse of another person as a medium to resurrect them as a puppet that can be controlled by the user. In the next instant, the shadow hunter, who should have already lost all signs of life, suddenly trembled violently as if it had been electrocuted. The violent shaking was like a sleeping beast about to awaken, making people turn their heads in surprise. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding spirits stunned and speechless. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths slightly agape, their faces filled with disbelief, completely unaware of what trick Xu Fan was up to. Only Lulu knew in her heart that Xu Fan was definitely trying out some new skill again. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, howling incessantly, as if haunted by ghosts. A chilling wind swept in, carrying a bone-chilling cold, and clung to him like a shadow. Immediately afterwards, the shadow hunter, like a puppet controlled by countless invisible threads, slowly straightened his body with stiff yet orderly movements. The biting cold emanating from it was like the fierce north wind in the dead of winter, mercilessly blowing across the faces of every dead spirit, causing all the spirits present to tremble with fear. However, the strangest thing is that the original attribute interface has disappeared from the shadow hunter. Without a doubt, it is no longer what it used to be, and has become a walking corpse controlled and manipulated by Xu Fan. I'm totally confused. I'm completely bewildered. All the dead were stunned and paralyzed at that moment. Summoning spell? Or is it puppetry? Xu Fan, aren't you a melee fighter? How could he know this kind of magic that only necromancers would learn? What kind of ghost is he? Could it be a mythical level professional? Xingyu and Yuan Nana's brows furrowed instantly. They exchanged glances and nodded. Sorry to bother you all, the enemy is here. The words had barely left his mouth, less than 2.5 seconds later. Swish, swish, swish. Several sharp, piercing sounds followed. 5 dark figures, like ghosts, pounced from all directions. Without exception, they were all shadow hunters. However, compared to the one that attacked them before, their level was much lower, only slightly above level 50. These shadow hunters seemed to be targeting everyone present. Seeing this, many of the undead also picked up their weapons, ready to fight and show off in front of Yuan Nana. Chu Fan's shadow hunter had already charged out first, heading towards one of the shadow hunters. Holding a scythe, it moved with the speed of the wind, quickly engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow hunter. The two shadow hunters clashed instantly, locked in a fierce battle. The two sides traded blows, neither willing to give an inch, and for a time it was difficult to determine a winner. However, just when the undead thought the battle would last for a while, Chu Fan's shadow hunter suddenly unleashed a fierce attack, instantly piercing through the opponent's chest. Immediately afterwards, it swiftly swung its blade twice, slashing its opponent's neck and waist respectively, cutting him into 3 parts. In just 3 moves, he slew the shadow hunter without any hesitation. At this moment, the shadow hunter did not stop, but continued to attack the next shadow hunter without stopping. The same moves, the same ferocity, the same 3 moves once again, another shadow hunter was easily killed. The spirits of the dead gasped in horror at the sight. All the undead had lost their will to fight and were now focused on the shadow hunter that Chu Fan had summoned. Isn't it said that puppet type or summon type skills are trash? Even when fighting ferocious beasts of the same level, you can't even break through their defenses? But why does the shadow hunter that Chu Fan summoned seem even more powerful than when it was alive? That's absolutely outrageous. Chapter 114 Puppet Army. In less than 10 seconds. Those 5 menacing shadow hunters have already met their demise. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground like shattered glass. Upon seeing this, the surrounding spirits stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend what was happening before their eyes. It was as if time had stopped, and the entire scene was deathly silent. Chu Fan was equally shocked. He didn't have high hopes for the impure world reincarnation skill, thinking it was just an ordinary resurrection skill. But now it seems he completely underestimated the power of this skill. This shadow hunter's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. It could even be said that he was much stronger than he was when he was alive. However, the limitation of the impure world reincarnation is that it requires a corpse to perform, and the summon puppet is very mechanical and can only execute the simplest commands. If no one is there to give orders, they won't even know how to fight back when attacked. However, the advantage is that all the experience points and necromantic power gained by the puppet will belong to Chu Fan, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chu Fan turned to Luluna and said, "Lulu, keep an eye on these corpses for me, don't let others loot them." "I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fan ran towards the depths of the first floor. Luluna was left with a completely bewildered look, and the undead were filled with astonishment. "Wait." Lulu was about to stop him when she realized that Chu Fan had already disappeared. He could only swallow his words silently. Chu Fan wouldn't leave me here alone, would he? I'm still considered his chief mount, so he shouldn't, right? On the other side. Chu Fan ran several kilometers into the depths of the abyss before finally stopping. He used his true sight to confirm that there was no one else around and that no one was following him. Then, he called softly, "Little White, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and a stunningly beautiful young woman appeared before him. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes as bright as stars, and a faint smile played on her lips. "Master! You finally summoned me. I missed out on the experience from 6th Lord level ferocious beasts." As soon as Xiao Bai appeared, she couldn't wait to snuggle up to Chu Fan, pouting and complaining. Chu Fan affectionately patted Xiao Bai's head and said with a smile, Sorry, I didn't notice that at the time. Anyway, you level up faster than me, so it's okay if you take a little less experience." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately became displeased and said coquettishly, "Master is so mean. If my level doesn't keep up with yours, your riding experience might get worse." After saying that, he even winked mischievously. Chu Fan smiled helplessly and continued, "I'm giving you a task. There should be quite a few ferocious beasts in this Chintan area. Go and kill them all, then bring their corpses back to me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai was slightly taken aback and asked with some confusion, "Huh? Do we have to bring the body back too?" Chu Fan nodded and explained, "That's right. If you do a good job, I'll give you an extra chicken leg next time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai blushed. Her fair little hand gently patted Chu Fan's chest, expressing her dissatisfaction. She pouted and muttered, "Those are clearly human legs, okay? The seafood smell is way too strong, and it's really smelly. Chu Fan smiled and patted Xiao Bai's head, comforting him. Alright, go on. I'll go east, you go west, we'll meet here in half an hour. Yes, master. In an instant, Xiao Bai transformed into a nine-tailed fox demon and sped off westward like a shooting star. Half an hour later, the man and the fox returned to the agreed location. Each of them brought back dozens of ferocious beast corpses of varying ranks, more than half of which were humanoid beasts. These ferocious beasts exuded a strong aura of death, sending chills down one's spine. It seems that the claim that all the ferocious beasts in the abyss pool are formed from the spirits of the dead is not wrong. Little White tilted its head and asked, Master, what are you going to do with these corpses? Chu Fan smiled slightly. Have you ever heard of game studios? Xiao Bai shook his head. I don't know. It's just a game, what does it have to do with the studio? Chu Fan walked up to one of the corpses. Now, let me show you. After saying that, Chu Fan raised his right hand, and mysterious runes flew out from his hand and landed on the corpses. As the runes were injected, the corpse shuddered violently and slowly rose from the ground, looking like a zombie awakening, which was extremely terrifying. Every single ferocious beast went through this process, without exception. After all the ferocious beasts had completed their impure world rebirth, they stood in a neat row, exuding a powerful aura. Chu Fan looked at the scene before him and nodded to himself. Just as he expected, the impure world reincarnation was not a puppet summoning technique in the traditional sense. As long as there was a corpse, puppets could be summoned without limit, and there was no limit to the number of puppets. Chu Fan turned to look at Xiao Bai and asked with a smile, So, Xiao Bai, these guys are pretty strong, aren't they? Little White's eyes widened, and it nodded excitedly, saying, Master, they seem to be several times stronger than they were when they were alive. They're amazing. Chu Fan patted Xiao Bai's head and continued, Xiao Bai, although these things are powerful, they seem to be a little dim-witted. So I've decided to hand them over to you to command. You will give the orders and lead them to clear out the ferocious beasts in the first layer of the abyss. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes lit up immediately. No problem, Master. I will definitely complete the mission. She was incredibly excited. Commanding the undead army, pointing out the landscape, and being majestic and awe-inspiring, this is something she has always longed for since she started watching short videos. Unfortunately, given her status as a spirit pet, she is destined to be Chu Fan's mount in every sense of the word, with little chance of turning her life around. Unexpectedly, I was able to fulfill one of my small wishes here. Although these puppets look rather silly. Chu Fan gently patted Xiao Bai's head and said with a smile, Okay, then it's up to you. If you encounter danger, just abandon these puppets and run away. Yes, Master, I will definitely give you the maximum experience. With an excited expression, Xiao Bai immediately led his puppet army deeper into the territory. In her little mind, she was already fantasizing about how she would show off her skills and be incredibly powerful in this first level of the abyss. Seeing Xiao Bai's excitement, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bai's current stats are almost catching up with Lulu's stats before she received any divine enhancement. It's safe to say that in the first level of the abyss, it's virtually impossible for any ferocious beast or undead to defeat her. I thought she would find the task boring and wouldn't want to take on this task of grinding experience in the studio. I didn't expect to be this excited. The first level of the abyss is so big. I wonder how much experience Xiao Bai can gain by leading the puppet army after stripping the Rakshasa King and the Primordial Queen naked. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 115. What about such a large group of ferocious beasts? After Chu Fan returned to Lulu Nai's side, the spirits at the scene all regarded Luluna as a goddess, their faces filled with awe. No, she was a goddess to begin with. However, recently Chu Fan has been using her as his mount so much that he has almost forgotten her original noble status. Moreover, there were many more ferocious beast corpses nearby. It seems that during the time Chu Fan was away, they suffered several more fierce attacks. Chu Fan, you're finally back. Lulu waved excitedly at Chu Fan, then trotted up to him and whispered, Can you please stop running around? I've already revealed all my strength. Naramia and the succubus seem to be starting to suspect my identity. Chu Fan helplessly spread his hands, replying nonchalantly, So what if I'm exposed? It's not a big deal anyway. Lulu sighed, Can't you just tell me what you're planning to do? So I could be mentally prepared, right? I almost thought you were going to abandon me. Chu Fan smiled slightly. From what you're saying, you don't want me to leave your side? Luluna pouted, Yeah. Are you satisfied now? Really? Chu Fan nodded slightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. I'm satisfied. Here's your reward, a 12-hour self-driving pass. Chu Fan's team continued their exploration. However, what's puzzling is that the number of guides has increased by one. Yes, the succubus named Yuan Nana has also joined in. However, she made it clear that she did not need any commission or share of the rewards. Chu Fan really wanted many of the items in her spatial bag, so he didn't refuse her request to accompany him. In addition, he was also filled with curiosity and wanted to find out the true purpose of these guides. They'd rather work for free to be their guides. There seems to be some unusual reason behind it. Meanwhile, Xingyu kept trying to curry favor with Chu Fan. Taking advantage of the previous attack by the Shadow Hunters, she repeatedly emphasized that the route she had chosen would bring a lot of experience points, and it was completely incomprehensible what she was trying to do. However, Chu Fan didn't care. And so, the group continued exploring for nearly 3 hours. Over time, Xingyu and Yuan Nana's mood gradually became heavy. The smiles on their faces slowly disappeared, replaced by anxiety and unease. Their eyes would occasionally sweep across their surroundings, as if searching for something, but they weren't sure what it was. Xingyu muttered under her breath, "Where are the ferocious beasts? Where did all those ferocious beasts go? There were definitely so many ferocious beasts before." Yuan Nana frowned deeply. "This is strange. How come we haven't encountered a single ferocious beast? Logically speaking, no one should have traveled this road before, so why aren't there any ferocious beasts?" The two women couldn't help but feel guilty, worried that Chu Fan would blame them for it. They were even afraid that Chu Fan would abandon them. With a guide leading the group, they didn't encounter any leveling beasts for over 3 hours. This is simply unacceptable. However, when they looked at Chu Fan, they all froze in place. "Nana, why do I feel like Chu Fan doesn't seem disappointed at all, and even seems quite happy?" "I think so too, it's so strange. Should we go up and ask?" Xingyu nodded, agreeing with Yuan Nana's opinion. She lifted her skirt and ran to Chu Fan. Brother Chu Fan, this road seems to have been cleared out by other guides and their teams. Should we take another route?" "No need, let's go straight to the second floor. I want to get to the depths to level up as soon as possible." Joke. This is where Xiaobai led his Edo Tensei army to cast their nets. How could any fish possibly escape? Upon hearing this, the two guides nodded, without much doubt. After all, given Chu Fan's incredible strength in instantly killing the Shadow Hunter, it's perfectly normal that he didn't seem to have much interest in the lowly beasts in the first level of the abyss. Time flies, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Fan's team finally reached the third level of the abyss. It has to be said that the abyss pool is truly enormous. It takes a whole day to descend to the next level. Moreover, this was achieved with the help of 2 experienced guides, navigating a winding and circuitous path. If you try to figure it out on your own, it might take a week to get down 1 level. Lulu cautiously approached Chu Fan and whispered, "Aren't you about to start school? I think if you keep going at this pace, you might not make it in time." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan slapped his head. "How could I have forgotten about this? It has been almost a month since I arrived in the land of the dead. Before that, a lot of time had been wasted in Jiangcheng and Yanjing. Almost 2 months have passed in total. Based on this calculation, Tsinghua University probably only has less than 2 weeks left before the start of the semester. But thinking about it carefully, there isn't really any urgent reason why I have to go to school, right? The reason I chose to apply to Huawei University was simply because I heard that there were many legendary professionals there who could easily steal powerful skills. But now that I think about it, both the Rakshasa King and the Primordial Queen were mythical level professionals, and of extremely high rank. In comparison, wouldn't it be better to steal skills from them than to steal skills from classmates in the same grade at school? Let's take it one step at a time. If we don't make it in time, we won't go to school." Hearing this, Lulu sighed. "I thought you still remembered this." Half a day later, Chu Fan and his group arrived at the boundary between the 3rd and 4th levels of the abyss pool. Unlike the boundary line of the first 2 layers, at the boundary of the 3rd layer, a pale purple light curtain can be clearly seen enveloping it. It appears as if the entire abyss world has been divided into 2 layers. Xingyu explained, "Why don't you rest here for a while? This light barrier is a protective barrier that will prevent any living being from entering. If you rashly try to force your way through, you're likely to be attacked by the barrier. Even someone as strong as Chu Fan could be injured." Upon hearing this, Liluna, who had intended to touch the light screen, immediately withdrew her hand. She gave an awkward laugh and asked, "Is this protective light barrier really that terrifying? Why is it here?" I didn't see it on the first 2 levels. That's because. Yuan Nana suddenly stepped forward, interrupting Qingyu, and explained, when the number of people that a certain level of the abyss pool can accommodate exceeds the limit, a protective barrier will appear at the entrance to the next level. As for why this happens, we don't know. Given the current situation, we can only wait until everyone else leaves before we go in. So let's rest here for a while before heading to the 4th floor. Chapter 116. The true colors are revealed. Upon hearing this, Xu Fan nodded in understanding. In many online games, to avoid server crashes, the number of players in each town or instance is usually limited. If there are too many players, a multi-threaded approach will usually be adopted, which means creating a parallel world similar to the instance. But this is not a dungeon, but a secret realm. All the professionals were confined to one space and could only wait patiently for the others to leave the 4th level of the abyss. Successfully defeated Nightmare Horse LV50, gaining 450,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the Spiral Swordsman LV52, gaining 600,000 experience points. Successfully defeated the Fallen Demon LV51, gaining 1,400,000 experience points. Soon, another half-day passed. Xu Fan looked at the system messages that kept popping up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It looks like Little White is working really hard at grinding monsters. I don't know if it's because the experience bonus from the venerable level undead power is extremely high, or if the ferocious beasts in the abyss pool simply have a particularly high experience bonus. Each of these ferocious beasts had more than 10 times the experience of the beasts in the demonized ice cave. At this rate, leveling up every day is practically a dream come true. Little Bai, well done. I'll treat you to a big meal next time. Just then, Xu Fan was about to take out the barrier and tent from his spatial bag, wanting to enjoy some alone time with Luluna. He suddenly felt a strong tingling sensation in his heart. At the same time, the character on the palm of his right hand began to heat up slightly, as if an invisible force was constantly pulling him. And this attraction seems to originate from something inside the light screen. In an instant, a cold wind arose. The pale purple light barrier suddenly flickered and swayed as if it had been hacked. Xu Fan frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on?" Xingyou's face was also filled with fear. "Something's wrong. Run." Yuan Nana also pouted and complained, "Damn it, why am I having such bad luck today?" Xu Fan and Lulu looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. I have absolutely no idea what those two guides are up to. Nevertheless, they obeyed Qingyu and Yuan Nana's instructions and obediently followed them as they ran away from the light screen. However, it only lasted for less than a minute. Xu Fan immediately sensed that 5 figures rushed out from the light screen and were rapidly approaching them. The aura and pressure emanating from these figures indicate that they are not ferocious beasts, but ordinary undead professionals. Is he a professional? I thought he was a demon-level boss. Xu Fan almost coughed up blood. He secretly regretted that if he had known they were just a few professionals, there would have been no need to run away in such a panic. But this aura, it feels like someone's a master. You must have a lot of good skills and treasures, right? Just as Xu Fan was about to stop Luluna and prepare to counterattack, the 5 figures that were chasing closely behind him suddenly turned into black shadows and appeared behind them in an instant with astonishing speed. At the same time, Qingyu and Yuan Nana also stopped immediately. He turned around and blocked Xu Fan and Lulu's path, a wicked smile playing on his lips. You are the Lamia race? The succubus race? Luluna stared wide-eyed at the 5 figures before her, her face filled with disbelief. She had initially thought these people might be arbitrators or something. After all, Xu Fan had started using his puppet army to wreak havoc a few days ago, which seemed to be a violation of the rules. But to my surprise, they were natives from the plane of the dead. These figures were all powerful members of the Lamia and succubus races, all above level 90, with one even being a top expert at level 102. In the abyss, there exist some ferocious beasts that look very similar to the undead, such as skeletons, zombies, and gorgons. However, they are fundamentally different in appearance from the races on the undead plane. Once you see them, it's easy to tell the difference between ferocious beasts and undead. Furthermore, Qingyu and Yuan Nana's reactions also indicate that they are probably in cahoots. I'm sorry, Xu Fan, Xiaolu, for the sake of the longevity of our netherworld, please be our sacrifices. Humph. We gave you a chance to enjoy yourselves a few days ago, but you didn't take it. Now you won't have that chance. Qingyu and Yuan Nana blocked Xu Fan and Lulu Nai's path, their smiles growing increasingly sinister. The 5 Lamia and succubi that had been pursuing them also cooperated with the 2 of them, quickly forming an encirclement and surrounding Chu Fan and Luluna. Stop struggling. Being able to dedicate your lives to the plane of the dead is a great blessing for you. I heard he's a master capable of instantly killing shadow hunters. This aura, it does seem quite powerful. It really is a big fish. No wonder they need our help. Speaking of which, this guy is kind of handsome. Ladies, don't mind if I play with him for a few days before using him as a sacrifice, right? Stop fooling around, there's no time for you to waste. With these 2 undead, the number of offerings should be about enough. As soon as the 5 undead attack spoke, Chu Fan and Luluna immediately realized that things were probably not so simple. They kept offering sacrifices and dedicating their lives. No wonder Qing Yu and Yuan Nana were willing to act as guides at such a low price and even provide erotic services as bait. Their organization uses this method to lure new recruits into their teams. Upon closer reflection, perhaps it's not that the abyss pool is particularly large. Instead, Qing Yu and Yuan Nana deliberately led Chu Fan and Lulu Nai in circles, using the terrain to their advantage and create the illusion that the abyss was extremely large. This was done to buy time, so that their companions could arrive and coordinate an attack from within. After all, given Chu Fan and Lulu Nai's ability to kill shadow hunters, Qing Yu and Yuan Nana are definitely no match for them. But given that it's such a notorious organization, why do the veteran squads from the Abyss seem to have a pretty good relationship with them? Is everyone a bandit? Or perhaps, those people were actually shills? Good heavens, that's really good heavens. I never imagined that being tricked by humans in the human realm would be bad enough, but to be tricked by the undead in the undead realm. It's truly absurd that Chu Fan, a mere thief, was targeted by robbers. However, Chu Fan was still quite curious about what exactly they meant by sacrifice and offering one's life. It might be related to the slight warmth emanating from the character on my right hand. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan immediately backed down and begged for mercy. Beautiful ladies, spare my life. My penis can go on for a whole day and night without rest. I guarantee you'll have the best time. Please don't kill me. Chapter 117 Kidnapped. However, these words had no effect. The succubi and lamia birds completely ignored Chu Fan. They simultaneously waved their hands, jointly activating the legendary treasure, the Clock of Time. Clock of Time, a legendary item that can suppress up to 3 targets within a large clock, rendering them powerless to resist. The success rate of suppression is related to the levels of the user and the targets. The success rate is higher when multiple users activate it together. In an instant, an ancient and worn bronze bell appeared above Chu Fan and Lulu Nai's heads. Under the suppression of the powerful laws, Chu Fan and Lulu were trapped inside without any power to resist. There was absolutely no way to resist. These 2 are indeed very strong. It actually took all 7 of us to activate the Clock of Time simultaneously to imprison them. Xiaoyu, Nana, you 2 are great. With their combined strength, we should have enough offerings. Ugh. I'm so angry. I should never have served those 5 good-for-nothings. They made me all sticky, and in the end, they got away with it. Nana, don't be angry anymore. We probably don't need to do this anymore. Let's go to the altar together. That's true. I don't know how much milk I've drunk over the decades. My voice is almost hoarse. Now it's finally coming to an end. Thank you for your hard work, Nana. That person will surely reward you personally when we get back. After a brief complaint, the 7 lamia and succubus women together lifted the Clock of Time. They were heading in the direction of the purple light curtain. Chu Fan and Lulu were filled with doubt. It wasn't said to be a protective light barrier that limited the number of people, but why did it still exist after these 5 people came out? Could it be that someone else has gone in? Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan and Lulu were led to the light screen and turned left, proceeding along the light screen. It seems they are preparing to bypass the light barrier. I don't know how much time passed, or how far I went. Chu Fan noticed that they had finally stopped, and then threw the 2 of them into a room that was completely sealed off by a barrier before leaving. An atmosphere of despair and oppression swept over us instantly. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sound came through. Warning, you have now entered the core area of the undead plane and are bound by the oppressive force emanating from it. You are now in a weakened state, taking 1,500% more damage and dealing 85% less damage. This state will be lifted once you leave this area. Chu Fan and Lulu were stunned when they saw this scene. Chu Fan, the notification sound you mentioned hearing in the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain dungeon, could it be this? Lulu asked in astonishment. Chu Fan nodded and replied, yes. However, the vulnerability and damage reduction multipliers seem to have increased a bit. Luluna rested her chin on her hand and analyzed, the closer you get to the core of the plane, the stronger the suppression will be. Obviously, this place should be closer to the core of the plane than where you were in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's mind stirred, and he activated his demon slaying skill, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the clock of time. I also brought Luluna along. He moved his wrist, which had become numb, and looked down at his palm. As expected, the light emanating from the character grew increasingly dazzling, and the temperature continued to rise. As it turned out, his earlier guess was correct. This eerie place does indeed hide some secrets unknown to outsiders. He won this high-stakes gamble. Xiao Lu, did we hear this warning while we were on the way? Chu Fan asked. Luluna shook her head and replied, no, it seems like the audio prompt only came after we arrived here. Chu Fan then asked, so, in this world, is there any kind of teleportation portal that can seamlessly connect? Luluna looked completely bewildered. A seamless portal? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. Chu Fan pondered for a moment, then let me rephrase the question, are we still in the abyss pool? Hearing this, Luluna felt a sense of relief. She hurriedly took out the soul-chasing compass and carefully observed her and the first queen's positions. As expected, they were separated by a vast distance. In other words, this is not the abyss pool, but some other location outside the abyss pool. Lulu exclaimed excitedly to Chu Fan, the door to this room must be a cross-space magic array constructed from a special treasure, and it's a two-way passage. As long as we go out from here, we can return to the abyss. After hearing this, Chu Fan nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. I never imagined that such a magical treasure existed in the world. However, as the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Now that we've come this far, how can we leave empty-handed? Seeing the sly smile on Chu Fan's face, Luluna guessed what he was thinking. Even without seeing his expression, you could guess what he was thinking. Just as Lulu was about to make a few jokes, a powerful aura suddenly came from outside the door. Seeing this, Chu Fan quickly grabbed Luluna and slipped into the clock of time. The next second, the door was slowly pushed open, making a creaking sound. The level 102 Lamia, who had previously kidnapped the two of them, also walked in at this moment. Her eyes were cold, and without even glancing at whether the clock of time had shown any abnormalities, she directly took out a binding immortal rope from her spatial bag and bound the entire clock of time in mid-air. Then, she pulled hard on the binding immortal rope, dragging the entire clock of time toward the other side of the gate. She seemed to have great faith in the binding effect of the clock of time. They never imagined that Chu Fan and Luluna had already broken free of their restraints. Then she went to another room. Her movements were swift and practiced. She once again used the binding rope to bind the spirits inside, then pulled them out of the room and headed to the next room where spirits were imprisoned. And so, she, Lamia, dragging dozens or even hundreds of undead along with a large bell, walked along a path that looked like an ancient village. Her figure appeared exceptionally small on the path, yet she exuded a powerful aura. Of course, she wasn't the only one. In this village, you can also see 5 or 6 other Lamias like her, leading a large group of undead forward. Their movements and expressions were very similar, indifferent yet with a hint of excitement. Their target was the pond in the central square of the village. The figures of the Lamias moved along the path, dragging the dead and the great bell, making a heavy sound. A sinister atmosphere permeated the entire village, making people feel extremely oppressed. Chapter 118, The Rakshasa King makes his appearance? Of course, the liquid filling this pond was not water, but blood. The blood was dark red, very viscous, and had a foul, nauseating odor. At this moment, inside the clock of time, before Chu Fan could find a comfortable position to embrace Luluna, he, Luluna, and all the captured undead were thrown into the pool of blood all at once. Eat? It's so sticky and dirty. Lulu was about to cast a light shield to protect her body when Chu Fan forcibly interrupted her. Bear with it for now, let's see what these snake demons and succubi are up to. Besides, this blood seems to have a binding power. If you break free rashly, you might become the target of everyone's attacks. Under the suppression of the heart of the plane, those level 100 Lamia can actually harm you. Lulu lowered her hands with some disgust and complained, but, this is really dirty. As she spoke, she frowned, seemingly quite displeased with the pool of blood. Chu Fan, on the other hand, patted Luluna on the shoulder and said jokingly, 1 drop of semen is worth 10 drops of blood. This blood isn't even half as thick as mine. Just bear with it. It should be over soon. His tone was relaxed, completely unconcerned about the filth in the pool of blood. Upon hearing this, Lulu rolled her eyes at Shufan, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. But he quickly sighed, to still be able to make such dirty jokes at a time like this, you're truly something else. Shufan, however, didn't seem to care and laughed, don't worry, I don't want my goddess to be soaking in a pool like this either. I'll get you out when I get the chance. Luluna pouted, you still remember I'm your goddess. The blood pool wasn't very large, it was circular, about the size of 2.5 basketball courts, and the blood was about half a meter deep. As more and more undead were thrown into the pool of blood by the Lamia, the entire pool was quickly filled with undead. At this moment, the area around the blood pool was filled with all sorts of Lamia and succubi, including even a level 20 young succubus. Without exception, they all possessed a pure yet charming appearance, a beautiful figure, and a graceful temperament. More importantly, they were all completely naked, holding hands, their eyes fixed on the spirits in the pool of blood with fanaticism, as if they were performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Meanwhile, the Lamia and the succubi were chanting something in a low voice, the sound echoing in the air and instilling a sense of inexplicable fear. Xiaoyan, please let me go. I trusted you so much. No. I don't want to be used as a sacrifice. As expected. I'm destined to die here in the end. After being imprisoned for 15 years, it's a relief. Why? Wife, didn't you say you'd love me forever if I paid the bride price? Why are you using me as a sacrifice now? Damn it, you bunch of bitches. I'll haunt you even in death. The spirits in the blood pool seemed to have a premonition of their impending doom. They began to struggle and howl frantically, shouting desperately, but they were unable to break free from the blood pool's hold. Moreover, the more these undead struggled, the more excited the Lamia and succubi by the blood pool became, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. Time passed by, and about 10 minutes later, the devouring power within the blood pool gradually intensified, and the cries of the undead gradually subsided, falling silent. Just then, Lamia and the succubus, who were surrounding the east, suddenly parted to create an opening. A man dressed in a black robe, with long red hair, a pair of black demonic horns, and blood-red eyes, slowly emerged from the gap. His face was handsome, his eyes were deep and sharp, and he exuded a chilling aura of pressure. His steps were light yet steady, each step carrying an irresistible power that inspired awe. His eyes were like an abyss, deep and sharp, making people afraid to look directly at him. A strange smile played on his lips, revealing an unfathomable cunning and treachery. He exuded a chilling aura, inspiring a sense of inexplicable fear and unease in those around him. His appearance made the whole scene even more bizarre and terrifying, as if he were the master of this world, controlling everything. His presence exudes an irresistible power, inspiring awe and reverence. Red-haired man. Ah! Lord Rakshasa. You're so handsome. This humble girl, Shingru, greets your majesty, King Rakshasa. This humble girl, Lin Nana, pays her respects to your majesty, the Rakshasa king. Lord Rakshasa, you must choose me tonight. I haven't been chosen in 10 years. His majesty the Rakshasa king will surely unify the world. He will be immortal. His majesty the Rakshasa king will surely unify the world. He will be immortal. His majesty the Rakshasa king will surely unify the world. He will be immortal. The moment the red-haired man appeared, all the Lamia and succubi present looked on with adoration, and knelt down before him, showing their utmost respect. For a time, the entire ancient village was filled with sounds like these, rising and falling. The red-haired man, like an idol on tour, responded to the Lamia and succubi with a smile. Once the red-haired man sees them, they instantly show an expression as if they're in the throes of orgasm, almost as if they're about to pounce on him. Get up, all of you. The red-haired man waved his hand and said calmly. Upon hearing this, all the Lamia and succubi stood up at the same moment. Without exception, they all stared at the red-haired man with burning eyes, practically overflowing with pink heart-shaped bubbles. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fervor, their postures upright, as if they were waiting for the red-haired man to give them an order. Then, let the blood sacrifice ritual begin. Without uttering a single wasted word, the red-haired man immediately began the sacrificial ritual, saying, "If this succeeds, I will reward each and every one of you handsomely." Upon hearing this, all the Lamia and succubi present became excited, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The next second, all the Lamia and succubi knelt down again, their eyes filled with adoration and anticipation, silently reciting the priest's prayers. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times, demonstrating remarkable skill. As the prayer continued, countless runes suddenly emerged from the center of the blood pool. These runes shimmered with a mysterious light, their shapes resembling the level inscriptions of necromancy, and contained boundless bloodthirsty energy. Upon seeing this, the red-haired man immediately waved his hand and unleashed a secret technique. Blood sacrifice. Instantly, the blood in the pool seemed to come alive, churning and surging. Threads of crimson power began to emerge from the blood pool and connect to the red-haired man. Chapter 119: The Differences Between Plane Rulers. At the same time, within the blood pool, the already weak and listless undead suddenly began to howl in agony the moment these threads of power appeared. HP is decreasing rapidly. No. Help. Damn it. I hate it. Finally, I can be free. In contrast, Lamia and the succubus by the blood pool were shouting excitedly. Like fanatical cult followers, and indeed they were. Long live the Rakshasa King. Thank you for your favor, Lord Rakshasa King. I really want to jump in. That way I can become a part of Lord Rakshasa. The red-haired man also revealed an extremely satisfied smile. His long-cherished wish could finally be fulfilled. After 100 years, we can finally use the power of these spirits to raise our spirit level and transcend the mortal world. Chu Fan, what should we do now? Should we keep enduring it? My HP is dropping like crazy. Lulu tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve with some concern and said. However, Chu Fan was completely bewildered, unable to understand what Lamia and the succubus were up to. Rakshasa King? Is this red-haired man the Rakshasa King? No way. Is the Rakshasa King really that weak? He's not even as good as that Moon Emperor Kuei. Name, Ilak. Class, Heavenly Blood Martial God Mythical Class. Level, LV 117. HP, 330-0000-330-0000, MP, 190,000. Strength, 44,000. Attack, 53,000. Constitution, 49,000. Defense, 55,000. Spirit, 38,000. Magic attack, 42,000. Agility, 48,000. Magic defense, 44,000. Equipment, Blood Will Spear, Formation Breaking Robe, Swift Boots, 100-colored bracers, Vajra knee pads, Vajra headband, Blood Demon Chain, Ring of Revelation, Blood Wheel Bracelet, Blood Soul Bracelet. Skills, Bloodlust Aura, Blood Sacrifice, Blood Purgatory, Blood Burning, Divine Blood Blade, Blood Bat Strike, Blood Shadow Step, Blood Oath, Blood Shadow Dispel, Blood Fusion, Blood Drain, Soul Absorption. Experience points, 99999999999. There is no longer an experience point limit after level 100. You must successfully defeat a specific dungeon beast solo to level up. Portable space, click here to view detailed item information. Chu Fan asked in a daze, Xiaolu, I want to ask you something. If I heard correctly, those snake demons and succubi called that red-haired man Rakshasa King, right? Lulu was somewhat taken aback. Huh? Yeah. Is there a problem? Chu Fan immediately rolled his eyes. No. Xiaolu, don't you even have any reaction to the words Rakshasa King? Upon hearing this, Lulu seemed to realize something and instantly gave Chu Fan a look that said, Chu Fan, you're really funny. She covered her mouth and chuckled. He's definitely not that Rakshasa King. The ruler of a plane possesses the power of laws, but he has nothing on him, so how could he possibly be the Rakshasa King of the plane ruler? The power of laws? What the hell? Chu Fan was increasingly confused as he listened. I've never heard Luluna or Yuruxuan Yu say anything like that before. Such courses have never been taught in high school classrooms. It simply means that the ruler of a plane possesses power that transcends everything, and ordinary beings are absolutely unable to defeat him. Only the ruler of a plane can defeat another plane. Luluna joked, I thought you figured it out a long time ago. The reason why the plane rulers are called rulers, and why they are extremely powerful and immortal, is because they possess the power of laws that can modify the rules of the entire plane. Words become law in a single thought. One can move mountains and fill seas, obliterate the world, and make all things submit. One can see through everything in the entire plane. This is the fundamental reason why one can be called a ruler. If the ruler of a plane is merely a high-level professional, how could he have been continuously praised by all living beings in the entire plane for hundreds of thousands of years? I reckon that red-haired man is just taking advantage of the fact that ordinary beings can't see through or don't even know about the power of laws. That's why he deliberately called himself the Rakshasa King and tricked others into doing things for him. After all, it's been over 10,000 years since the Rakshasa King fell into a long slumber, and probably very few spirits even know what he looked like. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan almost coughed up blood. Good heavens! Wow, that's amazing. This red-haired man, could it be that he specifically chose races full of beautiful women like the Lamia and Succubus to serve him in order to build a harem? Otherwise, why not choose another race with greater power? Is that thing of yours made of diamond? Serving all the women of two races that are fond of male beauty for decades or even centuries, aren't they afraid that their manhood will be worn away? Awesome. That's awesome. I would call you the Golden Kidney Warrior. However, now that we know he's not the Rakshasa King, there's no need to be so cautious. I'll just borrow your power to absorb the strength of these undead. Chu Fan patted Liluna on the back. Little Liluna, cast your light shield to protect yourself. It would be a waste to use the power of these undead gathered together on this harem king. The skill that absorbs power, it's called blood sacrifice, right? Very well, here you go. The Master Thief's skill Thief's Sneaky Hands has been successfully activated, and the skill Blood Sacrifice has been acquired. Blood Sacrifice, mythical level skill, consumes 5000 MP and 10% HP, uses one's own blood as a medium to absorb the opponent's power for one's own use, permanently increasing one's four main attributes, HP, MP, and increasing the success rate of upgrading and learning new skills. The moment the theft was completed, a jaw-dropping scene suddenly unfolded. The once calm blood pool suddenly rippled without warning, as if a mysterious and unpredictable power was awakening. As Chu Fan found himself in the pool of blood, his aura underwent a dramatic change. Initially, the disturbance was very weak, like a gentle breeze on a lake, causing only slight ripples. However, in the blink of an eye, it became extremely active, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, just like an active volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to burst forth. In an instant, Chu Fan's body slowly rose from the blood pool, like a light-footed immortal taking light steps on the surface of the blood pool. The extremely thick blood seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, posing no threat to Chu Fanxiu, and not even a speck of dirt managed to stain his clothes. At the same time, the once calm blood pool was suddenly plunged into a raging torrent. The power threads on the red-haired man seemed to have caught the scent of their prey, and unanimously abandoned him, surging towards Chu Fan like a tidal wave. Chu Fan's body also began to tirelessly absorb the powerful energy gathered from the surroundings. He seemed to have transformed into a bottomless black hole, which could not be filled no matter how much energy was poured into it. Chapter 120 The True and False Rakshasa King. Not only that. The oppressive aura emanating from Chu Fan at this moment was as heavy as a towering mountain, and its intensity was several times greater than that of the red-haired man. This oppressive aura enveloped the entire village as if it were a tangible force, like a heavy dark cloud pressing down on everyone's heads, making it hard to breathe. Whether it was the red-haired man, the fervent female fans of the Lamia and Succubus tribes, or even the dying spirits in the blood pool. At that moment, their souls felt a suffocating pressure, their hearts seemed to stop beating, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their eyes were filled with fear and awe. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The undead in the pool of blood were stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, incredulous. How come there's another being even more terrifying than the Rakshasa King who was thrown into the blood pool? What exactly is going on? Did something go wrong with their blood sacrifice ritual? But how could that be? Lamia and the succubi by the blood pool were also dumbfounded. They stared at Chu Fan with their mouths agape, their faces filled with astonishment. What's going on? Isn't blood sacrifice the exclusive ability of the plain ruler, Rakshasa King? Why does this man do that too? Moreover, this aura of power seems to be much stronger than that of Lord Rakshasa King. This is simply unbelievable. Even the red-haired man himself was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He suddenly realized that he could no longer mobilize any blood power, and even the power within his body had become extremely weak. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Why couldn't he use blood sacrifice anymore? Could it be that this man truly possessed a greater power than him, and swallowed his blood sacrifice? No. I mean, the blood sacrifice skill is completely gone. What shocked him even more was that this inexplicable man was actually devouring his power. You must know, the blood in this blood pool altar is all his blood. Even the sacrificial prayers he performed were all done by his fanatical female followers. How could anyone possibly turn the tables and seize control of the blood sacrifice? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it, who are you? What have you done? The red-haired man looked at Chu Fan in front of him, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. His face darkened, and his heart was filled with fear and doubt. His face was no longer composed, it was now contorted with rage. However, a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. After all, the person who could put him in such a predicament must possess great strength and precious treasures. If he could obtain these, he might become the true Rakshasa king and rule the entire plane of the dead. At that time, he will no longer need to rely on secretly deceiving Lamia and the succubus to gain power, but can openly and honestly control everything. Not only the Lamia and succubus races, but also other races such as the Lich, Ghost, Soul, and Zombie races all hold him in high esteem. At that time, all the beauties, treasures, and power of all races will belong to him alone. Upon hearing the red-haired man's question, Chu Fan stood above the blood pool, one hand behind his back, looking down at him with an arrogant expression. A sly smile played on his lips, as if he were pondering something amusing. He immediately used amplification magic to mock Ilak, a mere level 117 heavenly blood martial god, dares to impersonate me? Who gave you the courage? And you bunch of Lamia and succubi, I treated you well tens of thousands of years ago, and now you can't even recognize me? These words caused an uproar in the audience. What the heck? Is he the Rakshasa king? Who is this red-haired man? The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded. He had already changed his name hundreds of years ago, and his clan's records already indicated that he was dead. How could anyone possibly know his real name? Furthermore, the Rakshasa king should not have broken the seal yet, so it is impossible for him to appear in the realm of the dead. Could it be someone from the Ghost clan's progenitor queen? Damn it, the arrow is on the bowstring and must be released. Even if the first empress herself came today, she wouldn't be able to stop me. The red-haired man feigned composure and roared, "Damn ant! You are not allowed to use my name to spread falsehoods and mislead the public." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hands and released a blood blade hundreds of meters long, slashing towards Chu Fan. Blood-burning blade of divine blood. Burning Blood, legendary skill, consumes 10% of HP, enhances the next skill cast based on the HP consumed, and converts damage equal to the HP consumed into true damage. Bloodblade, legendary skill, consumes 5% of HP, deals physical damage equal to 500% of attack to the enemy, and absorbs 150% of the damage dealt as HP. This skill is guaranteed to hit, with a 1-minute cooldown. Blood Oath, legendary skill, passive skill. When using a skill to trigger lifesteal, the recovery effect is doubled. The combination of these three skills is so terrifying that it's outrageous. Not only can it achieve high damage output without taking any damage, but it can also restore a large amount of HP. More importantly, all damage is guaranteed to hit as true damage. Even if the opponent has extremely high defense and a huge amount of health, they cannot withstand this attrition tactic and will eventually be worn down to death. After the blood-red blade was unleashed, the entire blood pool seemed to descend into madness, trembling violently. The entire village was shaking as if it had been hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake, and could collapse at any moment. The power of this strike was earth-shattering. Whoosh! With a piercing whooshing sound, the blood blade approached Chu Fan as swiftly as lightning, the distance between them less than 2.5 meters. The red-haired man was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. He firmly believed that as long as he successfully killed the person in front of him, he would not only win back the favor of this group of Lamia and succubi and consolidate his position as Rakshasa king, but also have the opportunity to seize the precious treasure on the other party's body. Whatever the reason, this person must die. However, Chu Fan remained unusually calm and showed no sign of panic in the face of this fatal blow. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers to form a V shape. Without any fear, he charged straight at the hundreds of meters long blood-red blade. And at the very moment of imminent contact, Chu Fan activated the Divine Thief Master Thief. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the skill Bloodthirster has been stolen. In an instant, that blood-stained blade, hundreds of meters long, vanished like an illusion. However, in the eyes of others, the blood-red blade seemed to have been neutralized only after it struck between Chu Fan's two fingers. Chapter 121. Do I need to prove my identity? Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. At that moment, all the undead present were stunned into silence. Their eyes widened, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing. The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that his ultimate move, the Divine Blood Blade, had lost its connection with him, and that familiar power had vanished without a trace. Who exactly are you? The red-haired man looked at Chu Fan in horror and asked in a trembling voice. However, Chu Fan just smiled crookedly and did not answer his question. He slowly stepped across the pool of blood, as if the blood beneath his feet had no effect on him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He steadily walked towards the shore. He walked alone while using his nimble thieving skills. He had already stolen the two extremely powerful combo skills, Blood Burning and Blood Oath, from the previous deals, so there was no need to steal them again. So, a simple, easy theft with ordinary skill is enough. Successfully activated stealing skill, Soul Absorption. The thief's sniper operation was successful. The item White Dolomite was stolen. Successfully executed the stealing skill, obtained the item Lania's Underwear. Successfully activated stealing skill, gained 150 spirit points. Xu Fan took stock of what he had gained from the red-haired man, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was secretly delighted. I didn't expect this guy to have so many good things on him, although there are still quite a few random things. The red-haired man's eyes widened in shock and fear when he saw the smile on Xu Fan's face. He felt that he had not only lost all his skills, but also that his four-dimensional attributes had been taken away by the other party. This situation plunged him into unprecedented despair. The red-haired man looked around in terror and shouted, "What are you women standing there for? Attack! Did I raise you just so you could watch this show? Get to work!" After their several exchanges with Xu Fan, the undead present had already discerned the difference in strength between the two sides. Their Rakshasa king seems to be really going to lose this time. In addition, there were some doubts about the red-haired man's identity, as well as the oppressive aura released by Xu Fan. Neither Lamia nor the succubi present intended to take any action that would lead to their deaths. He seemed to ask me about the Rakshasa king quite often on the way. Could it be that we've really mistaken him for someone else? Xingyu swallowed hard, her face filled with fear as she murmured. No. Impossible. How could Lord Rakshasa King possibly lose? If Xu Fan really is Rakshasa King, then our rough treatment of him, binding him here, doesn't that mean? Yuan Nana involuntarily took 2 steps back, her pale face filled with fear, as if she were witnessing the end of the world. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had already thought of the most terrible things. At this moment, the other Lamia and succubi who had participated in Xu Fan's kidnapping also trembled involuntarily, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. To worship a false Rakshasa king for hundreds of years is undoubtedly an act of betrayal and a desecration of the Rakshasa king's authority. Concealing one's true intentions under the guise of a guide is deceiving the Rakshasa king and is a crime of treason. Kidnapping the real Rakshasa king and attempting to offer him as a sacrifice to the fake one is an act of insubordination and treason. No matter the crime, before the true Rakshasa king, it means the most severe punishment, death penalty, and an extreme punishment from which there is no eternal rebirth. How is this possible? Could you really be the Rakshasa king? The red-haired man's face was ashen, his eyes wide with terror as he asked in a trembling voice. Even his tone of voice became much more respectful. What? Do you need me to prove my strength again? Xu Fan's lips curled up into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with majesty and domineering aura. He glanced at everyone present, then fixed his gaze on the Rakshasa king, and asked provocatively. Impossible. I don't believe it. The Rakshasa king is still sealed away, he can't possibly appear. The red-haired man clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and he shouted hysterically. He refused to believe what was happening before his eyes, and even more unwilling to admit that everything he had done was going to be in vain. Ah! I will never give up. My undead plane, my woman, my treasures, it's all mine. Don't think you can fool me just because you have some secret treasure. I will absolutely not let you get away with this. The red-haired man roared and lunged at Xu Fan with a ferocious expression. Everything that is shown has absolutely no connection to the word emperor. Seeing this, Xu Fan smiled slightly. There's a saying that's really true, when the tiger's away, the monkeys become king. It seems that I've been asleep for too long, and all sorts of small fry dare to impersonate me. Now that I have awakened, I will use my power to strip you of everything. Xu Fan said coldly, his voice filled with endless authority and ruthlessness. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly snapped his fingers. The blood pool behind them seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, and it surged instantly, the blood churning and condensing into a huge and ferocious blood hand. The bloody hand exuded a strong stench of blood, like a demon's claw reaching out from the depths of hell, and suddenly grabbed the red-haired man with lightning speed. The red-haired man was stunned by the sudden turn of events, but before he could react, he was pinned to the ground by the bloody hand and unable to move an inch. Let me go. Damn it. No way. He struggled in terror. But he found that his strength had become so insignificant at this moment, and he could not break free from the bloodhand's restraint no matter what. Immediately afterwards, Xu Fan unhesitatingly unleashed a combination of assassination, healing, and stealth techniques. Lamia and the succubus, who were standing by the blood pool, were so frightened by what they saw that they trembled and dared not even breathe. They knew that Chu Fan was someone they absolutely could not afford to provoke at this moment. They dared not run away, much less resist. They could only stand there trembling, watching helplessly as the Rakshasa king suffered terribly under Chu Fan's torture. Time passed second by second, but Chu Fan's attacks did not stop in the slightest. Finally, after a long 4 hours, Chu Fan stopped what he was doing. It has to be said that, facing a training dummy that can fully restore MP with a single strike, coupled with the Shadowless Sword's MP consumption reduction feature, the stealing speed of the Master Thief is simply beyond imagination. Compared to the previous speed at which Black Feather arrows restored MP, the current efficiency is worlds apart. The Rakshasa King's more than 40,000 four-dimensional attribute points, as well as the tens of thousands of treasures he hid in his spatial bag, were all looted. Chapter 122: The Power of the Enchanted Undead. At this time, the area around the blood pool where the blood sacrifice ritual took place was in a mess, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. It seems that because of the blood sacrifice, the blood in the blood pool had long since dried up, leaving only a thick layer of bloodstains. All the undead in the blood pool were refined and absorbed, leaving no trace of their existence. Outside the village, nothing seemed to have happened at all. The place remains peaceful and serene, a stark contrast to the bloodshed of the blood sacrifice ritual. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the entire village and creating an eerie sense of harmony. It seems that Lamia and the succubus have gone to great lengths to prepare for this ritual. They not only set up numerous traps within the village, but also erected layers of barriers outside the village to prevent any disturbance from arousing suspicion from other races. Lamia and the succubi around them were terrified when they saw the final fate of the Rakshasa King, so much so that they were speechless and unable to move. Their faces were ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as they stared in terror at everything before them. They never imagined they would face such a cruel reality, let alone become accomplices in this tragedy. Faced with this sudden turn of events, they were at a loss and could only kneel down, kowtow and beg for forgiveness, hoping to gain Chu Fan's forgiveness. Lord Rakshasa King, please spare us. We are your most loyal followers. Lord Rakshasa King, we are willing to be punished. But please, spare our lives, considering we were all deceived. Yes, Lord Rakshasa King. We will always follow you. Please spare us. We never imagined we'd been tricked. Please, Your Majesty Rakshasa, spare us. We will spend the rest of our lives atone for our sins. Seeing this, Chu Fan simply nodded slightly. I've already come up with a plan. With a wave of his hand, he released his oppressive aura once more and said sternly, considering that you were deceived, I will not pursue your crimes. But you will still be punished as you deserve. First, I will take back a portion of the power you gained in the plane of the dead as punishment. Secondly, when I broke through the seal, some of my memories and power were still lost within it. I have no recollection of the place where the seal was located. I don't care what methods you use, you must help me find the location of the seal. Third, the news of my resurrection must not be revealed to any other undead under any circumstances. If I discover that anyone other than you knows that I have been resurrected, you will bear the consequences. Fourth, you must obey my words. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. So, what are your questions? These words created an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. The entire venue fell into dead silence. But just a few seconds later, a chorus of gratitude erupted. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa King, for sparing my life. We are willing to go through fire and water for Lord Rakshasa. Your Majesty, Rakshasa King, you are our God. We will surely follow all your will. We will send people to explore your sealed location immediately. Our vanguard has already explored to the 134th level of the abyss. Please rest here, Your Majesty Rakshasa, while we discover your sealed location as soon as possible. Your Majesty, we will forever obey your will. You shall all kneel here and reflect on your actions. I am withdrawing my power. With Chu Fan's cold words, the punishments for the Lamia and succubus tribes began. Chu Fan's gaze swept over the Lamia and the undead. Whenever he saw a skill that he thought was useful or that was of epic rank or higher, he would not hesitate to use the thief's skill to steal it. When you run out of MP, just slash the already stripped Rakshasa King a few times to restore your MP and then continue stealing. After more than 6 hours, Chu Fan finally succeeded in stealing all the skills he wanted. At that moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. The Rakshasa King had already perished under his blade. However, surprisingly, Lamia and the succubi whose skills he stole did not show any anger or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were so excited that they shed tears because their skills had been stolen. Their eyes were filled with awe and respect for Chu Fan. In their view, the fact that Chu Fan possessed such a powerful ability to strip away power undoubtedly proved that he was the true Rakshasa king. Only the Rakshasa king could possess such power. This kind of strength is beyond question and even more irresistible. It's impossible to fake. Moreover, since he's willing to punish them, it means Chu Fan intends to let them go. For the sins they committed, this punishment is far too lenient. In the future, they can continue to serve under the Rakshasa king and become part of his retinue. This result is simply too perfect. As night falls, the moonlight shines down on the earth like water. In the most luxurious room in the ancient village, Chu Fan, who had been cooped up for 4 days, finally ushered in the moment he had been looking forward to, driving his long-awaited Lu Hu. The reason why Chu Fan did not choose the new car from the Lamia or succubus tribes might be because he has a unique pursuit of novelty. He had absolutely no interest in those second-hand cars that had been through countless deaths. More importantly, perhaps because the Lamia and succubus races frequently engage in deep communication with various strange undead, they always exude an indescribable and eerie aura. The smell was neither foul nor fragrant, but rather strangely peculiar. Chu Fan only reluctantly decided to spend the night in this room because they claimed that no one had ever used it before. Otherwise, he would rather spend the night in the tent with Luluna than stay in this smelly place. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chu Fan, can you be a little gentler? Your current 4-dimensional attributes are 10 times mine. Plus the vulnerability bonus from the heart of the plane. If you keep pushing, I feel like I'll die at your hands sooner or later. Luluna pouted with dissatisfaction and complained. Sorry. Xiao Lu, you're so beautiful. I couldn't resist. Chu Fan slowed down and reduced his strength, then apologized. Luluna rolled over, pinning Chu Fan beneath her. Flattering me won't help. Anyway, what are you going to do next? Just sit here and wait? Not bad, Xiao Lu, your skills have improved. Chu Fan did not resist, letting Luluna sway her waist as she pleased. He stretched out his right hand and looked at his palm. The character Zun that was originally reflected in the palm of the hand has now turned into the character Mei. He jumped 2 levels of undead power in one go. Chapter 123, Returning to Demon Moon City. Looking at the changes before my eyes, Chu Fan fell into deep thought. I spent 3 days in the abyss pool but still couldn't reach the Qi level. Now, just 1 day later, they've already reached the charming level, and even Lulu has benefited from the experience and reached the handsome level. Is it because he absorbed the power of the undead in the blood pool through blood sacrifice that he improved? Or is it because he killed that red-haired man who called himself the Rakshasa King? I remember the description of the Ice Curtain Cave's king rank boss, the Ice Skeleton King, also said that it was an aggregate of a large number of undead resentment. Is this related to the undead in the blood pool? Yu said that her father has been immersed in the abyss pool for decades, but he has only just reached the Emperor level. I have the venerable level of undead power on my first trip to the undead plane. Could it be that, to increase the level of necromancy, it's not about killing more ferocious beasts in the abyss, but rather about the strength of the resentment absorbed from killing ferocious beasts or other undead? If that's the case, there's indeed a chance to break through to the highest level, God. After pondering for about half an hour, Chu Fan said calmly, how about this? I just happened to leave spatial marks on Yu Rushuang and Yu, so we can use the space bracelet to instantly travel there. While those Lamia and Succubi are exploring the abyss pool, let's go back to the Lich Clan's territory and take a look. Lulu was taken aback for a moment. Huh? So suddenly? Aren't you going to level up? Chu Fan made Lulu kneel on the bed, and then attacked from behind. Anyway, I'm just idling around. I have a spatial bracelet that allows me to move around at any time, and the cooldown time is only 1 day. I can come back as soon as they have news. I'll also take a look at the Lich Clan treasures that Yu has sorted out, and see if there's anything you want. Upon hearing this, Lulu lowered her head shyly. My heart started pounding. So? Chu Fan gave up his chance to level up now because of me. Although she's a bit of a flirt and always bullies me, she's actually quite good at taking care of people. How infuriating. If I were still in the Divine Court, I could brag to my colleagues about having such a powerful boyfriend. How about we take Chu Fan to the Divine Court plane once he's at a higher level? He has my Divine Spark, so he should be able to get in, right? That's the decision. Sudden. Lulu turned to look at Chu Fan, her face showing a frustrated expression. Stop patting my butt. Chu Fan laughed and said, I couldn't help it, it's so soft and tender, I just couldn't resist. Luluna puffed out her cheeks and shouted like she was lecturing her wayward boyfriend, you need to know how to be gentle with women, you know. Honestly. The next morning. The morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, illuminating the entire bed. At this moment, Qing Yu and Yuan Nana carried breakfast into the room, their bodies trembling. There was no particular reason why Chu Fan chose to have them become his maids here. I just feel that I am more familiar with them than with other lamias and succubi. After all, we had at least a few days of experience traveling together. However, Qing Yu and Yuan Nana mistakenly believed that Chu Fan wanted to find a reason to get rid of them, so they couldn't sleep all night. After all, serving as a maid to someone like the Rakshasa King would certainly result in severe punishment if she accidentally spilled tea or angered him. It's like walking on a knife's edge. Seeing this, Chu Fan didn't want to explain anything further. He asked directly, have any of the things I mentioned yesterday been implemented? Chu Fan's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Qing Yu and Yuan Nana's hearts and almost stopping them. Qing Yu immediately knelt down and replied, it's been implemented. Last night, when Lord Rakshasa King went to sleep, he had already explored the 135th floor of the abyss, and he should be able to explore the 136th floor in less than half a day. Yuan Nana also knelt down immediately, echoing, regarding the continued capture of the undead, we are still looking for targets. Please, Your Majesty Rakshasa, give us some more time. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan nodded thoughtfully. He already had a general understanding of how Lamia and the succubus acted as guides, leading the other undead to this place. The veteran squad's enthusiastic greeting to them wasn't genuine, they had been bribed. This explains why the seemingly friendly scene at the entrance to the secret realm was actually a carefully planned deception designed to lower the guard of novice teams like Chu Fan's. The experienced squad had already noticed Lamia and the succubus's unusual behavior, but they hadn't guessed that their true intention was to perform a sacrifice. They probably just think they're trying to rob newcomers. After all, for the undead from the plane of the dead, they naturally hope that the number of undead coming to explore the abyss is as small as possible. This way, they can kill monsters more easily, level up quickly, and don't have to compete with other teams for experience points. Therefore, they chose to turn a blind eye to what Lamia and the succubus had done. They were even willing to accept bribes and act as actors in exchange for generous compensation. This behavior satisfies one's own interests while avoiding unnecessary trouble, achieving two goals at once. No problem. Let's continue like this. Also, I will be leaving here for a while today, so the exploration of the abyss pool is entirely in your hands. Report to me as soon as there is any progress. That's what King Rakshasa said. Understood, Your Majesty. Qing Yu and Yuan Nana knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Cold sweat kept pouring from their foreheads, they looked extremely nervous. Chu Fan stepped forward and patted the two women on the shoulder, saying in a low voice, if you do well, I will reward you. Of course, not the reward for that impostor yesterday. But real power. After saying that, Chu Fan took Lulunai's hand and used the teleportation magic of the spatial bracelet to head to Demon Moon City. Qing Yu and Yuan Nana were left looking at each other, completely bewildered. I think I've fallen in love with the current Rakshasa King. He's so handsome. Yuan Nana's eyes lit up, just like a fangirl. Stop talking nonsense. Get this done. We're guilty now, if we don't get this done, we're definitely dead. What kind of reward are you thinking about? Qing Yu remains serious, not daring to overstep his bounds. But it has to be said, she has also fallen a little in love with the current Rakshasa King. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he's also very handsome. This is completely different from the impression of the Rakshasa King in the clan's tradition. Chapter 124, The Lich's Sun and Moon Faction. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nana also let out a long sigh. She patted her rosy cheeks and murmured helplessly, all right. But speaking of which, who do you think that blonde woman next to Lord Rakshasa King is? She doesn't look like a ghost at all, more like a goddess from the divine court. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Luluna's aura was too unique, completely unlike the aura possessed by an ordinary undead. For some reason, when she first met Luluna, she felt that this woman was unusual. It was as if some special power made her feel like she was transparent in front of the other person, and all her secrets could be seen through at a glance. Of course, Chu Fan was the same. She always felt that in front of Chu Fan, she was like a naked baby, with everything about her exposed. But this very feeling made Qing Yu unbearably hot, and she had an urge to pounce on the Rakshasa King. However, she quickly shook her head, clearing her mind. After all, she's the Rakshasa King's woman, she's definitely not an ordinary undead. Let's not think about it too much, let's hurry up and get to work. Okay. Okay. Yuan Nana responded somewhat impatiently. Let's move the time forward by a little over an hour. While Chu Fan and Lulu were having breakfast within the Lich Kingdom's territory, in the city of Demon Moon, Yu Yu and Yu Rushuan were already covered in sweat. The ice jade fans in their hands were no longer gently swayed, but were being fanned frantically, just to bring a cool breeze and relax their tense mood. It has to be said, they were genuinely panicked. Chu Fan's order was for them to collect all the rare treasures in the entire Lich Clan territory, as well as all the treasures in the Moon Emperor's treasury. But little did they know that the news of the death of Yu Huangkue, their father, had already spread throughout the entire Demon Moon City. There are even rumors that Yu Yu and Yu Rushuan conspired with external enemies to kill Yu Huangkue, with the aim of inheriting the entire Lich Clan. After all, with the death of the Moon Emperor Kue, the heir to the throne of the Lich Clan would be the first princess, Yu Yu. This is a fact known to everyone. But so far, it's all just rumors. Because there is no conclusive evidence that Yu Yu and Yu Rushuan conspired with foreign tribes to kill Yu Huangkue, no one dares to openly oppose their entry into the palace for the time being. However, this does not mean that the generals who were once loyal to Yu Huangkue will easily accept Yu Yu's succession to the throne. These people followed Moon Emperor Kue entirely because of his immense power, believing that he was fully capable of ruling the Lich Clan. But now, a young girl actually dares to dream of inheriting the throne. This is simply a fantasy. It should be noted that there are countless powerful individuals above level 100 in the Lich territory, and there is a world of difference between level 90 and level 100. How could they possibly let a mere girl of level 90 sit in this position? In the undead plane, strength reigns supreme. Bloodline and such things are somewhat related, but they are not the fundamental factor in determining who can become king. Chu Fan's understanding of the undead plane was still based on the hereditary system of ancient China, so his proposed strategy was naturally based on the premise that Yu Yu was the first princess of the Lich Clan. But little did she expect that the title of first princess would have little effect whatsoever. What should we do? Schwanger, don't you have a way to contact Chu Fan? Yu Yu said with a worried expression. Her heart was filled with fear and unease. She had begun to fantasize about being punished for failing to complete the mission, and even imagined the terrible scene of being mentally interfered with and controlled by Chu Fan, just like her third sister. Yu Rushuan's current dazed appearance is something she absolutely doesn't want to become. Upon hearing Yu Yu's question, Yu Rushuan shook her head helplessly, indicating that she was also powerless to help. No, it was only Lord Chu Fan who contacted me unilaterally. I had no way to contact him. Yu Yu anxiously covered her head with her hands, trying to think of a solution, but to no avail. She couldn't help but complain, but what should we do now? Riken of the Sun Pulse. Bang! Just then, the door to Yu Yu's boudoir was suddenly kicked open violently with a loud bang. A group of high-ranking Lich Clan members filed in, their faces mocking, their lips slightly upturned, and their eyes revealing a malicious scrutiny. The arrival of these people was clearly not a friendly gesture, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Oh, Princess Yu Yu, how have you been? The man in the lead took 2.5 steps forward, a mocking smile on his face, seemingly showing great interest in Yu Yu and Yu Rushuan. He is none other than Rikuan, the city lord of Rewadu, the leader of the Sun lineage of the Lich Clan, and a legendary professional with a level of 107. Riken was tall and upright, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome and dashing face and an extraordinary demeanor. His deep blue eyes were like a profound ocean, seemingly able to see through all things in the world, exuding a chilling aura. Wearing black overalls and a white shirt, with his hair neatly parted in the middle, his unique style made him look both fashionable and handsome. Combined with his cool and aloof demeanor, he was practically the quintessential image of a young trainee. It is said that he learned this outfit from a popular male celebrity in the human dimension. As a result, he became a loyal fan of this style of dressing and received praise from many female fans of Nichikato. Riken! Riken! What do you think you're doing? This is my room. When Yu Yu saw this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and stare at Riken in astonishment. She never expected that Riken would be so bold as to force his way into her boudoir. This is Demon Moon City, the royal city of the Moon Vein. Riken dares to act like this. Isn't he afraid of offending other high-ranking members of the Moon Pulse? Wrong. It's possible that the other high-ranking members of the Moon Pulse have already been bribed by Riken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get here so quietly. With this thought in mind, Yu Yu was filled with fear and unease. She pulled Yu Rushuang back 2 steps, trying to keep her distance from Ricken. However, Ricken pressed on relentlessly, a ferocious smile on his face, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Within the territory of the Lich race, the Moon Clan, represented by Moon Emperor Kuei, is not the only dominant force. Since ancient times, the Sun and Moon factions have jointly held power and checked and balanced each other. Moon Emperor Kuei is an extremely powerful mythical level professional, whose strength is almost equivalent to that of the progenitor emperor of the Lich race. Therefore, it is only natural that he was elected as the Lich King this time. However, things have changed now. The extinction of the evil spirit lamp left by the Moon Emperor Kuei in the palace signifies his demise. For the Japanese pulse, this is undoubtedly a golden opportunity to seize power, and they will certainly not let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip by easily. Chapter 125 Threat. In the undead realm, all races, large and small, are now spreading rumors that the realm's ruler, the Rakshasa King, is about to awaken. The Lich race was right at the center of this power struggle. Whoever becomes the new Lich King will first come into contact with the awakened Rakshasa King and receive a reward from him. That's a gift from the ruler of the plane. Who knows, there might even be some mythical equipment or treasure. As the leader of the Sun Clan of the Lich King, Ricken must stand up at this critical moment and become the Lich King at all costs, even if it means bearing eternal infamy. What do you think I can do? Ricken's lips curled into a wicked smile as he addressed Yu Yu and Yu Rushuang. Princess, I'm giving you a choice, become my women and you can continue to enjoy wealth and luxury, otherwise, Yu Mengru's fate will be your destiny. The words had barely left his mouth. One of Ricken's attendants stepped forward, took out a spherical object wrapped in light gauze from his spatial bag, and gently tossed it on the ground. As the light gauze slipped off the spherical object, the items that came into view made Yu Yu and Yu Rushuang gasp in shock. That was a head. A head with a hideous face and unseeing eyes. It was the head of Yu Mengru, the second princess of the Lich clan. You, how dare you do such a thing? Yu Yu cried out in horror, unable to believe what she was seeing. Yu Rushuang was equally astonished. They never imagined that the Sun Pulse faction would be so audacious as to kill the Moon Pulse princess. However, Ricken didn't care. He raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a cold smile. Oomph. Why wouldn't I dare? The Lich clan is originally the domain of a Sun Vane people. You Moon Vane people are just temporarily in control. During your rule, you ruthlessly suppressed us, the Sun Vane, even driving us to develop in the western border region of Sunflower Capital. Now that Moon Emperor Kuei is dead and Demon Moon City is in chaos, we, the Sun Vane, must naturally reclaim everything that belongs to us. That damned woman Yu Mengru doesn't know what's good for her. Her fate is entirely her own fault. If you two are smart enough to become my women obediently, perhaps you can even enjoy the treatment of princesses. Otherwise, her fate will be your fate. At this moment, Ricken's eyes were filled with lewdness and greed. He stared unabashedly at Yu Rushuang and Yu Yu's chests, his gaze as sharp as a hungry wolf. A slight upturn at the corners of his mouth revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. You bastard. Yu Yu bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with anger and fear, and said in a trembling voice, "You will die a terrible death." However, faced with Yu Yu's threat, Ricken merely sneered contemptuously and mocked, Yu Yu, I didn't expect you to have learned to be tough now? Where did the obedient and sensible princess Yu Yu I remember go? His tone was tinged with disdain, completely ignoring Yu Yu's warning. Yu Yu held Yu Rushuang's hand tightly, the word handsome on her palm was already soaked with sweat. She was filled with conflict and unease, unsure how to cope with her current predicament. On one hand, she was afraid that Chu Fan wouldn't come to save them just for a mount. On the other hand, she was worried that Chu Fan would blame her for not doing a good job. Nevertheless, she secretly prayed that Chu Fan would find out what was happening here and arrive in time to save the two of them. Yu Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then mustered her courage and shouted, Ricken, let me give you a piece of advice, some people are not to be trifled with. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Rushuang quickly pulled Yu Yu back, interrupting her, Ricken, we have no intention of coveting the throne. If you want the throne, then take it. In the current situation, we can't compete with you. As long as you let us leave here, it doesn't matter if you say we're already dead. After all, you know that Demon Moon City has been in complete chaos lately, and we sisters have no way to regain power. So, as long as you let us go, we promise we will never set foot on the territory of the Lich clan again. After speaking, Yu Rushuang's pure white pupils revealed an expression of utmost sincerity, as if she had no intention of deceiving anyone at all. Yu Yu, who was standing to the side, immediately understood Yu Rushuang's intention. She knew the situation was dire, but as long as Chu Fan returned, she wasn't afraid of being unable to deal with Ri Kuan. The most crucial thing right now is to keep Ricken calm and protect our lives. We absolutely cannot let him take the treasures in the vault for himself. So she quickly chimed in, "My father is dead, and I have no interest in the throne anymore. If you can let us go, all the treasures of Demon Moon City are yours." However, Ricken seemed completely unconcerned about this. He curled his lips into a wicked smile, as if he hadn't taken Yu Rushuang's words to heart at all. He leisurely walked a few steps forward, then suddenly reached out and slapped Yu Yu hard across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp and loud. Yu Yu was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the wall and leaving a huge crater with a radius of more than 10 meters. The Yu Yu boudoir, along with the entire Demon Moon City, was violently shaken, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ricken gently lifted his bangs, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes filled with violence and cruelty. His voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from hell. "You two, don't you understand your current situation? What I just said was an order, not a deal, understand?" At this moment, the follower who had once held Yu Mengru's head also revealed a fierce expression. He roared, "It's an honor for you to serve our young master. How dare you consider yourselves important figures? It's utterly ridiculous. That's right. Don't think we'll be polite to you, you ungrateful wretches. Young Master Ricken has awakened a legendary basketball prince profession, and the higher the level, the more he can unleash his strength. You two being able to get on this train is a lifelong favor for you. Who gave you the right to refuse? Young Master Ricken wants you two to be his women, isn't it just because you're somewhat attractive? Let me tell you too. Women like you are a dime a dozen in the undead plane. Marrying you is doing you a favor, you know?" At this moment, the commotion inside the room also attracted the attention of 3 guards from Demon Moon City. What's going on? An enemy attack? This is Young Master Ricken? What brings you here? Why didn't you inform us? Chapter 126. Chu Fan was completely bewildered. At this time, Ricken calmly and composedly took out a black and white cigar from his pocket, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression appeared remarkably calm and composed. "We suspect that Princess Yu Yu and Princess Yu Rushuang are colluding with foreign tribes in an attempt to usurp the throne and murder His Majesty Emperor Yu. We already have some evidence in hand, and we originally planned to take them both away for further investigation. However, unexpectedly, the 2 princesses chose to put up a stubborn resistance, and we had no choice but to take some coercive measures. We hope you can understand." Ricken spoke without batting an eye, displaying an air of righteous indignation. His tone was calm and firm, as if everything was a matter of course. Upon hearing these words, the guards looked troubled. They had also heard rumors about Princess Yu Yu and Princess Yu Rushuang colluding with foreign tribes to kill Emperor Yu Kuei in order to seize the throne. However, these rumors often lack solid evidence. Moreover, they are the last surviving children of the Moon Emperor Kuei. If they were to let the Sun Pulse people take them away so easily, for the Moon Pulse of the Lich Clan, this would undoubtedly be a great disgrace. Young Master Ricken. We are already investigating this matter. Please wait a moment. Before he could finish speaking, Ricken took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, a fierce iron mountain strike emptied the soldier's health bar, smashing him into a pile of minced meat. You talk too much nonsense. Do I need a mere guard like you to tell me what to do? The other 2 guards were also shocked by the bloody scene. Who could have imagined that Ricken would suddenly make a move, and with such ruthlessness? Although they are called guards, they are actually just laborers with levels of 50 or 60, at most level 70. Let alone a high-level professional like Ricken, even an ordinary high-level professional could easily defeat them. Sorry to bother you. We're leaving now. We're leaving now. After saying that, the 2 guards slunk away. Overestimating yourself. Ricken patted the dust off his shoulders, snorted coldly, and then looked at Yu Yu, who had just climbed out of the pit. A cold smile crept across his lips. What? Judging from your expression, you want to show off for these little minions? Ricken! You bastard! Yu Yu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. She never expected that Ricken's strength would be so great, far exceeding her imagination. That casual slap just now caused her to lose nearly 1/10 of her HP. This attack power is simply astonishing. Haha, how about that? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Let me tell you, you, obediently surrender and become my woman, or you'll face the consequences. You're despicable. What do you mean, you? Do you really think my patience is limitless? Today I'm giving you two options. 1. Die here. 2. Become my woman and raise my children properly. The choice is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Ricken's attendant stepped forward and set up an isolation barrier around the entire room to prevent Yu and Yu Lingxin from escaping using teleportation items. These followers were all Ricken's trusted confidants, and their strength was considerable. They acted swiftly and decisively, giving Yu no chance to escape. Seeing this, Yu's expression turned even more unpleasant. The reason why Ricken dared to be so arrogant and domineering in Demon Moon City was entirely because he had reached an agreement with a group of old fogies in Demon Moon City beforehand. He promised that if they could successfully inherit the throne, half of all of Yue Huang Kuei's treasures would be given to them. This tempting offer made those old guys very excited, so they all supported Ricken and even turned a blind eye to Yu's situation. This explains why, despite the massive riot in Demon Moon City, only 3 low-level soldiers unaware of the truth came to stop it, and no powerful figures were seen at all. The undead in the necropolis are all selfish and self-serving. As long as there is enough benefit, they would not even mind killing their fathers in the street. Moreover, rumors about Yu and Yu Rushuang colluding with foreign tribes have been rampant recently. These old guys would naturally choose Ricken, who is stronger, has a more prominent status, and has no scandals, as the next Lich King without hesitation. As for what will become of Yu and Yu Rushuang, it doesn't matter to them. They only care about whether their own interests will be affected. Yu Rushuang rushed to Yu's side and helped her up. Are you alright? Yu gently shook her head. It's alright, but if Chu Fan hadn't shown up soon, we probably would have all died here. Seeing that the two women were completely ignoring him, Ricken decided to intensify his efforts. Humph. Have you two women never experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death since you were little? Do you really think you're princesses and that no one will dare to kill you? The next moment, a bloody hand, even larger than Yu Rushuang and Yu combined, slammed down on them with overwhelming force. Broken Blood Hand. Shattered Blood Hand, epic skill, consumes 500 MP and 5% HP, deals 300% physical damage to the enemy. This move is guaranteed to hit, and can reduce the enemy's HP to a maximum of 1 point. Cooldown, 500 seconds. With this palm strike, the surrounding void seemed to solidify into an iron plate, leaving no place for anyone to escape. Right now, Yu and Yu Rushuang could clearly feel an unprecedented aura of death gradually enveloping them. They were unaware of the effects of the Broken Blood Hand skill, but they could sense the boundless killing intent contained within it, so they naturally assumed that Ricken wanted to wipe them out. Despair. Helpless. I don't want to die. However, at this very moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from in front of Yu and Yu Rushuang. Chu Fan and Lulu Nai's figures instantly appeared from the void, directly beside Yu. And that giant bloody hand just happened to slap directly on the back of Chu Fan, who had just been teleported over and was completely bewildered and unprepared. Clang. A crisp sound echoed throughout the room, as loud as the clanging of metal. This is the sound that is made when the defense fails to be breached. The shattered blood hand vanished into thin air the moment it struck Chu Fan. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. All the spirits stared wide-eyed, looking at each other in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Chapter 127: Devouring the Undead. Chu Fan and Lulu looked at each other, completely bewildered by the situation before them. They had already devised a perfect plan for Liluna to fight for the throne and collect treasures. But to my surprise, we were attacked as soon as we arrived. Chu Fan cursed inwardly. He hadn't even seen Yu and Yu Rushuang yet, and he was attacked for no reason. What the hell is going on? Seeing this, Ricken couldn't help but frown. Even his shattered, bloodied hand couldn't break through the opponent's defense. What is the background of this mysterious person? They actually carry around an item that can block 1 instance of physical damage. Moreover, this spatial teleportation can actually ignore the seal of the isolation barrier. Upon seeing Chu Fan and Lulu Nai finally return, Yu and Yu Rushuang immediately ran over excitedly, tightly hugging Chu Fan's left and right arms as if they were afraid of losing him. Chu Fan. You finally arrived. We almost thought we'd never be your mount again. Lord Chu Fan. I'm so sorry, we've messed things up. Chu Fan frowned helplessly and asked, so, who are these people? Didn't I tell you to try to stay alone in Demon Moon City? How come so many people suddenly appeared? And it looks like you're about to fight. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately transformed into a top-tier fairy, hands on her hips, and angrily complained, Shu Fan, these people are here to steal your treasure. They even tried to kill me and Yu Rushuang. These words immediately intensified the already tense atmosphere. An endless pressure, like a tidal wave, instantly erupted from Shu Fan. Good heavens! Wow, that's amazing. How could someone dare to target his things when he's a thief? This is like the old man hanging himself, he's tired of living. In a flash, Shu Fan appeared in front of Rikuan. So you're after my treasure? Shu Fan questioned in a cold voice, his tone so icy it seemed to freeze one's soul. Seeing this, Rikuan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. His attendants also changed their expressions and rushed forward to block Rikuan, fearing that Shu Fan might suddenly attack and hurt him. Your treasure? Who are you? Judging from your aura, you don't seem to be a lich. Are you trying to say that the Lich Throne is your treasure? Rikuan, protected by his attendants, spoke with a disdainful expression, his tone full of sarcasm and provocation. Shu Fan's gaze was icy. I'm just asking you, is that right? One of the henchmen jumped out, shouting, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? Our young master Rikuan is going to take this throne. Who knows where this came from? Before he could finish speaking, Shu Fan coldly said, very well, epic level professional, you can die now. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been stolen, Heavy Hammer Spark. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi has been stolen. The Master Thief's skill in Stealth has been successfully activated, and the item Violet Headband has been stolen. Shu Fan selected a few items and skills that caught his eye and stole them, then immediately unleashed the Eye of Evil. His gaze sharpened slightly, and a terrifying shockwave of shadow erupted from his eyes. The shadow shockwave, like a black lightning bolt, carrying boundless dark power, struck the follower instantly. The follower's body was engulfed by the shadow shockwave, and his health points decreased at an alarming rate, with a staggering 400,000 HP being wiped out in an instant. A rare level professional at level 101 died on the spot with just a glare from Shu Fan. Immediately afterwards, Shu Fan waved his hand, using blood as a medium, and the blood sacrifice was released instantly. A crimson light flashed in his hands, completely engulfing the corpses of his followers. The follower's physical body vanished rapidly, completely absorbed by the blood sacrifice. In less than 2.5 seconds, not even a trace remained. Just then, a mysterious energy flowed into Shu Fan's right palm. Shu Fan felt the surge of power, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Just as he predicted. Gaining power by sacrificing blood to kill ferocious beasts can only bring a maximum increase of less than 5 points to the 4 main attributes, which is negligible for Shu Fan. However, if this move is used to devour these undead, it can directly acquire all of their resentment and greatly increase the level of undead power. Shu Fan sighed inwardly. He had only tried this method with a let's give it a try attitude. But the effect was unexpectedly remarkable. The red-haired man had deceived the Lamia tribe for over 100 years, all wanting to quickly increase their undead power level through blood sacrifice. In this light, the varying levels of necromancy might indeed hold some great secret. On the other side, everyone in Rikuan's group was stunned when they saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What happened? Luo Lan is dead just like that? One move to instantly kill a level 100 expert. How is this possible? Devouring corpses and transforming them into undead power. What kind of technique is this? Who are you, you spirit? How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? Ranfeng, a level 103 epic level professional standing to the side, questioned him with an extremely ugly expression. But they dared not act rashly. However, his inaction does not mean that Shu Fan remains inactive. In this person's spatial bag, Shu Fan saw a unique treasure. Crystal Butterfly Core, a legendary item that enhances a specific attribute effect when used on equipment. Crystal Butterfly Core? There's actually such a treasure. I wonder if it can enhance the MP reduction effect of the Shadowless Sword. Shu Fan smiled wickedly. Such a good thing, you lich shouldn't use it, just give it to me. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following item has been stolen, Crystal Butterfly Core. The Master Thief's skill in Stealth has been successfully activated, and the item Wind Stabilizing Pearl has been stolen. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the skill Nightmare Hands has been acquired. Seeing that he had stolen almost everything, he delivered a shadow thrust. He instantly killed Ranfeng and released a blood sacrifice, completely devouring his body. A dignified level 103 epic level professional was actually killed in one move. What level of powerhouse is this? Even if the Moon Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be this terrifying, right? I've seen Ranfeng's stats, his HP is a whopping 600,000. And he's a tank-oriented class, yet he was instantly killed in one hit? Even Yue Huang Kuei couldn't do that, right? Could it be that this person killed the foreign expert, Yue Huang Kuei? Judging from Yu Yu and Yu Rushuan's attitudes toward him, it seems there really is such a possibility. A master who killed the Moon Emperor Kuei, what's the point of fighting like this? Chapter 128. You remind me of an old friend. Fear. Terrifying. I'm totally confused. Everyone's scalp tingled. At this moment, all the spirits present stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, wondering if they were seeing a hallucination. Even the soul trembled uncontrollably. Because what was happening before their eyes was so shocking that they could hardly accept it. How could a professional with a level of 100 or higher be instantly killed? This completely overturned the understanding of all the dead present. If this mysterious man is indeed the peerless master who killed Yu Huang Kuei, then even if all of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be his match. After all, they were driven to the border town of Rawadu precisely because they were no match for the powerful strength of the Moon Emperor Kuei. And now, the terrifying strength this man is displaying clearly far surpasses that of Moon Emperor Kuei. Escape! We must escape immediately. Terrified, Rikuan quickly pulled out a return scroll from his spatial bag, attempting to use it to escape directly back to Rihua capital. However, when he tried to use it, he was shocked to find that the return scroll did not respawn at all. The surrounding space has been completely sealed off, making it impossible to use any means of teleportation. The isolation barrier originally intended to prevent Yu Yu and Yu Rushuang from escaping has now become a fatal curse that cuts off their path to survival. That's practically suicide. Damn it! Get rid of the isolation barrier right now. You bunch of idiots. Riken immediately turned around and roared at his followers. In an instant, all the followers immediately dispersed to the surrounding areas, preparing to dismantle the base of the isolation barrier. Chu Fan witnessed this and was slightly taken aback. A return scroll? A one-time use item? Such a good thing, don't let me use it. Give it to me. The Master Thief's skill Snatching Hands has been successfully activated, and the following item has been stolen. Return Scroll. Return Scroll Epic item allows you to return to a preset landmark location. It disappears after use. What? My return scroll? Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Riken was completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. Young master, you go first. We'll cover your retreat. I see. Chu Fan flashed to the doorway. Humph. You were trying to kill Yu Yu and Yu Rushuang just now, weren't you? You dared to attack my mount, so you must have been prepared to die, right? Chu Fan held the silver edge in his left hand and the shadowless sword Shinbing in his right, transforming into a blur in the void. In an instant, they arrived in front of a level 97 follower who, sensing the danger, was trying to escape. The Master Thief's skill Snake-Handed has been successfully activated, and the thief has gained the skill Swiftness. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill, Storm Step, has been acquired. The Master Thief's skill Thief's Sneaky Hands has been successfully activated. The stolen item has been upgraded to Beginner Experience Boost skill. Chu Fan lightly swung the dagger in his hand, and with a simple and powerful basic attack, he emptied the opponent's health bar and cut him in two. Blood rained down from the sky, scattering throughout this girlish boudoir. Each teleport will take away a follower of around level 100. One step kills one person, every sword strike draws blood. Moreover, he also steals all the skills he wants every time he swings his sword. As Chu Fan steals more and more skills, he has now stolen most of the common skills of rare and common professions. So there's no need to pay too much attention to those useless skills. All you need to do is steal the abilities that might be useful. In just 20 seconds, only Rikuan himself remained of the undead on Rikuan's side. The rest of the undead, not even their corpses could be seen, were all devoured by Chu Fan through a blood sacrifice. At this moment, Chu Fan, dressed in white without a drop of blood on him, slowly walked up to Rikuan. I have to say, seeing your appearance and profession reminded me of an old friend. Chu Fan said with a mocking expression. At this moment, Riken was completely terrified. He never imagined that he would feel so helpless and desperate when facing an enemy. This was the first time in his life that he felt the threat of death was right in front of him. As a dignified level 107 legendary professional, he was unable to catch a glimpse of Chu Fan. Even his attacks were difficult to detect. All his defensive measures, which he was so proud of, became useless in front of Chu Fan, as if they were just decorations. This kind of power, could you be the ruler of the human plane? Ricken's face was deathly pale as he muttered to himself. Only a plain ruler could possess such terrifying power. It can easily wipe out hundreds of professionals, leaving them no chance to catch their breath or recover. This absolute suppressive power is simply irresistible. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I, Ricken, swear to the heavens that I have never done anything detrimental to the human plane. If you don't believe me, I urge your Majesty to investigate personally. Within the Lich clan, the Moon Vein is the pro-war faction, while we, the Sun Vein, are a very conservative and traditionalist faction, and do not advocate interplane wars. I have offended you greatly today. If your Majesty is willing to forgive me, I will give you a substantial sum of compensation. They could even become your intelligence agent in the land of the dead, laying the most solid foundation for you to establish yourself in the land of the dead. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's face instantly darkened. Humph. If I hadn't arrived at just the right time, Yu and Yu Rushuan might have died under that bloody hand. You even dared to kill my mount, and you still dared to try to get your hands on my treasures. If you don't die, who will? A mount? My lord, a mount is. Before Ricken could finish speaking, Chu Fan then raised his dagger and pierced his heart. He's already stolen most of the skills, so there's no need to keep him around. It's such a shame they lack experience. With Chu Fan's sigh, the farce officially came to an end. At this moment, Yu was like a young girl who had been rescued after a great disaster. She collapsed to the ground, revealing a silly smile on her face as if she had survived a catastrophe. I survived. I didn't die, he. Yu Rushuan closed her eyes, breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then collapsed to the ground as well. It has to be said that if Chu Fan hadn't come, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After a short rest, Chu Fan asked, "What exactly happened? Didn't I tell you to first search your father's treasure vault? How did it turn out like this?" Upon hearing this, Yu immediately put on a hesitant expression. I have absolutely no idea how to explain this. After all, it seems like a dereliction of duty on her part. Unable to disobey Chu Fan's orders, Yu Rushuan sighed and sat down next to him. Lord Chu Fan, it's like this, after you left. Chapter 129 The Meeting in Demon Moon City. Half an hour later. Chu Fan sat in front of Yu Rushuan, listening to her recount the events of recent days, his brows gradually furrowing. A life-bound lamp, it actually exists in this world, and on the land of the dead no less. Isn't this something out of a martial arts novel? Why is it on the land of the dead too? Chu Fan sighed inwardly, but then found it somewhat laughable. It's truly laughable that the two princesses of the Lich clan were completely ignorant of such an important matter. Sigh, it seems I was negligent. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly. Yu looked anxious and worried. What can we do now? Ricken's death can't be hidden any longer, and news of his arrival in my city has probably spread throughout Demon Moon City. Now, it will be even more difficult for us to seize the throne. However, Chu Fan suddenly revealed a sly smile. With a thought, he activated his god-level disguise skill and instantly transformed into Rikuan's appearance. Moonfrost's illusion technique can be seen through by epic-level skills. However, Chu Fan's god-level disguise is impossible to see through without a mythical-level ability to see through it. You two, come with me to meet the higher-ups of Demon Moon City. Seeing this, Yu and Yu Rushuan immediately understood Chu Fan's thoughts. Substituting one thing for another? Or perhaps he used Ricken's identity to issue a false edict? Anyway, no matter what. With Ricken's current influence within the Lich clan, he could indeed easily make Yu the queen. As expected of you. Okay. I understand. Lord Chu Fan. And what about me? What am I supposed to do? Lulu asked with a puzzled look. She had a bad feeling that Chu Fan was planning to leave her alone here again. As expected, things turned out exactly as she predicted. Chu Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Xiaolu, why don't you take a rest? Didn't you complain about not getting enough sleep this morning? Now you can catch up on your sleep." Luluna pouted, a hint of helplessness and dissatisfaction on her face, and muttered, "How could I possibly fall asleep at a time like this?" Chu Fan smiled slightly and teased, "What? You can't fall asleep without me helping you burn some energy?" Upon hearing this, Luluna's cheeks immediately flushed red. She glared at Chu Fan with embarrassment and annoyance, then quickly jumped onto Yu Yu's bed, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, and muttered, "Who wants your junk? I'm going to sleep, don't bother me." Seeing Lulu's reaction, Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh helplessly, muttering to himself, "What a strange woman." He shook his head, turned around, and left the room with Yu Yu and Yu Rushuang. Luluna was left alone on the bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket, her heart filled with complicated emotions, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. 2.5 hours later. Demon Moon City, Conference Hall. All the high-ranking officials of the Lich King in Demon Moon City had a big question mark on their faces. Administrator Albua looked at Lord Rickon in disbelief. "Lord Rickon, what do you mean by this? Should Yu Yu become queen? This is a complete joke. She's just a level 94 girl. Even with her exceptional talent, it would take her at least 10 years to reach level 100. Not to mention breaking through the level 101 limit, that's simply an unattainable goal." Now, at a critical moment when the Rakshasa King is about to be resurrected, the Lich clan is deeply embroiled in a power struggle. The Lich race is one of the 7 major races of the undead plane. How can they act so rashly? The king of a race not only represents the face of that race, but also symbolizes its status and glory. Making Yu Yu the queen of the Lich clan is simply a pipe dream. Putting aside whether the other Lich race elders would feel dissatisfied, their subordinate races alone would never agree. After all, Yu Yu's level is not even over 100. What ability does she have to lead the entire Lich clan? They might not even be able to protect themselves. Besides, not all the officials present were legendary level professionals. But their levels are all around 100. If they were members of the main lineage of the Sun and Moon, they would have already declared themselves kings and emperors. It's a pity they can only watch others enjoy their success. At this moment, a hint of coldness appeared in Rickon's eyes, and he said coldly, "What? You're not listening to what I'm saying anymore?" Upon seeing Rickon lose his temper, Albua was immediately terrified and panicked. He stammered, I'm sorry, Lord Rickon, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that Princess Yu is still inexperienced and probably not up to the task of being queen." At this moment, Finance Minister Somik stepped forward and advised, "Lord Rickon, we have no objection to your decision, nor would we dare to disobey your decision. However, the undead plane is currently in the power struggle phase. The king symbolizes the status and prestige of a race. If Princess Yu were to become queen, how would other races view us? How would the subordinate races view us? Lord Rakshasa is about to awaken. Now is the critical moment. Lord Moon Emperor Kuei's sudden fall is indeed regrettable. We cannot push the Lich clan into an abyss of no return because of a momentary impulse. Lord Rickon, please reconsider. Lord Rickon, please reconsider. Lord Rickon, please reconsider." As soon as Somik finished speaking, many high-ranking officials of Demon Moon City stood up and expressed their agreement. After all, as a community with shared interests, they naturally did not want Demon Moon City to fall into such a state of decline. Upon hearing this, Rickon frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that these old fogies would be so resistant to making Yu the queen. Although your levels are over 100, some of you have lower stats than Yu. Oh well. Anyway, the reason he convened this meeting of all the high-ranking officials in Demon Moon City was not simply to announce that Yu would become queen. Although most of these high-ranking individuals are of rare or epic class, few of their skills are worth mentioning. But, it has to be said, these people's secret stashes are truly extravagant. A bunch of items of epic rank or higher. Albua, right? Somik, right? Since you want to be the first to stick your neck out, then go ahead and be one to your heart's content. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following skill has been stolen, Primordial Divine Skill. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item 7 Treasures Celestial Robe has been stolen. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the following item has been stolen, 5 Colored Divine Stone. The Master Thief's skill Hidden Hands has been successfully activated, and the item Black Magician's Staff has been stolen. Chapter 130 The Queen of the Lich Clan. Rickon's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He said, "Alright then, since you all say so, I won't insist. If you insist that I become king, that's fine too. I want to make you Yu and you Rushuang my queens, surely you have no objections? As he spoke, he stretched out his arms and pulled Yu and Yu Rushuang into his embrace, displaying a very intimate demeanor. Seeing that Rickon had finally made concessions, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They wondered to themselves why things had suddenly changed as planned. Is all of this a test of their loyalty? Thinking of this, their minds exploded instantly. It turns out this really was a test. They almost gave themselves away. This is so sudden. I almost agreed to let Yu and Yu Rushuang become queen, just as Rickon wanted. In such a tense situation, he was even able to think about whether there were any spies from the moon vein who had infiltrated the group. This wisdom is truly admirable. Young Master Rickon, shouldn't we hold the coronation ceremony next? After all, a country can't be without a king for too long. Someone suggested it cautiously. Rickon nodded in agreement, but his face did not show any obvious approval. His eyes gleamed, as if he were pondering something important. A few seconds later, he stood up, turned his back to the high-ranking members of the Lich clan, and let out a long sigh. He then turned around and said calmly, "Now, His Majesty the Moon Emperor has just fallen. If I were to so openly declare myself king, it would easily arouse suspicion among the common people, who would think that we, the people of the Sun Vein, are plotting to seize the position of the Lich King and then murder the previous Lich King. Moreover, the fact that the Moon Emperor has fallen has not yet been confirmed. If I continue to rule as king, I'm afraid all the undead in the entire undead plane will find out. The situation will become even more complicated then. Therefore, I believe we should conceal this matter for now, retreat behind the scenes to preside over state affairs, and publicly declare that His Majesty the Moon Emperor is still undergoing training in the Abyss Pool. What do you all think?" Rickon scanned the eyes of everyone present, observing their reactions. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, spies from various races have only learned of some rumors and have not obtained any substantial evidence. There is even a possibility that the news of Yue Huang Kuei's death was a tactic, intended to lull the enemy into a false sense of security and make them less likely to believe his one-sided story. However, if the enthronement ceremony were to be held now, it would be tantamount to acknowledging the fact that Emperor Kuei of the Moon is dead. On the contrary, it will put the Lich race in an even more disadvantageous situation. As expected of the young master of the Sun Vein, his wisdom is truly admirable. That's incredible. The finance minister continued, "Will Lord Kuan still remain in Demon Moon City?" Rickon shook his head. "No, I need to hurry up and level up so that I can reach level 110 when Lord Rakshasa King awakens." "Then what should be done about the government?" "I will issue orders to Yu and Yu Rushuang through communication talismans. Just listen to them." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Lich clan once again hesitated. Although it is unclear how young Master Rickon managed to acquire Princess Yu and Princess Yurishuang, and it is also unclear why they were willing to relinquish the throne to him. But they just clearly showed hostility towards Yu. Who can guarantee that the two of them won't harbor resentment and secretly retaliate, causing them trouble? However, Rickon naturally guessed their thoughts, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He said confidently, "Don't worry. They're both my women. I guarantee with my reputation that they would never do anything reckless." After he finished speaking, his hand unconsciously moved towards the full breasts of Yu Rushuang and Yu, and Yu Rushuang and Yu did not resist, but instead showed a hint of shyness. Clearly, they did not dislike Rickon's behavior. I was even a little excited. The high-ranking members of the Lich race, witnessing this scene, looked at each other in astonishment. Princess Yu has always been known to dislike Rickon since she was a child, so how come they are so close now? Could it be that the young Master Rickon's second son is so powerful that he can serve both Princess Yu and Princess Yurishuang well at the same time? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Since the next Lich King has already been promised, there's no point in continuing the discussion. Then let's do as young Master Rickon says. Morlock sighed and sat back down. Seeing that Chancellor Morlock had agreed, the other high-ranking Lich clan members said no more. The matter of choosing the next royal family member of the Lich race was thus decided hastily. Chu Fan, thank you." Back in her room, Yu immediately expressed her gratitude. After all, without Chu Fan's help, the only remaining royal power of their Moon Vein clan would have been taken away. Moreover, Chu Fan also helped her get rid of her biggest worry, Rikuan. You should know that since she was a child, Yu has hated Rickon's existence and wished he would die immediately. Now that everything is alright, the throne of the Lich clan has finally returned to the hands of their Moonpulse clan, and Rickon is dead. How could you not be happy? Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. It was just a small favor. Those old fogies shouldn't dare to boss you around anymore, right? You should know what to do next, don't you?" You nodded excitedly. "Leave the rest to me, I promise I won't let you down." "Okay." Chu Fan turned to look at the bulging sheets on the bed and said, "Xiaolu, I know you're pretending to be asleep." Upon hearing this, the bed suddenly trembled. After a dozen seconds, Lulu slowly got out of bed, looked at Chu Fan with an embarrassed expression, and murmured, Chu Fan, have you finished taking care of everything?" Chu Fan smiled calmly, "Yes. They also smuggled in quite a few treasures. These old fogies are really rich, we have to thoroughly plunder them." "Oh, I see. Ha ha." Chu Fan glanced at the communication talisman left in Lania village, but it hadn't reacted yet. The puppet army led by Xiaobai is still steadily gaining experience, and there shouldn't be any unexpected changes for the time being. Well, I've used up all my MP, so I'll take a good rest first. Moonlight, Moonfrost, have you two missed me these days? Yu Rushuang immediately answered, "Yes." Without Lord Chu Fan, Shuanger is truly lonely and restless. Yu blushed deeply and said, "Yes, yes. Lord Chu Fan is very gentle." Chu Fan smiled and nodded, patted the bed, and pulled Luluna into his arms. "Alright, let's take a break while those old fogies are still dealing with politics. It's been almost a month since our last test drive." Luluna was slightly taken aback. "I want one too?" "Of course. Let's go for a 4-man squad."